In this world exists a vast river of time. Each ripple it creates is but a tale waiting to be told. Luo Baiyue traverses against the current of this river, uncovering myriad secrets unknown to others. She is both a defier of time and a rewriter of predetermined narratives. Renowned as the harbinger of judgment in a post-apocalyptic world, Gao Yunjing ultimately falls victim to human treachery and is compelled to employ his last resort, to restructure the entire world in pursuit of rebirth. He wanders aimlessly across an endless expanse of ice, only to find himself returning to the desolate tundra of his beginnings. When he opens his eyes once more, intent on rewriting destiny, he discovers his former nemesis, Luo Baiyue, standing by his bedside. Thus, he finds himself inexplicably under her patronage. Chapter 1. The Defier of Time. Year 942 AD. In the Yunhua Empire, the dim sky is tinged with a faint sanguine hue, while the trees outside the sick room have long withered, and a couple of crows flit across the horizon, alighting upon the desolate branches. The crows' harsh and discordant cries lend an air of desolation and melancholy to the land. Xinjiang City People's Hospital. The floor, immaculate and polished to a sheen, is adorned with opulent furnishings. Were it not for the frail patient connected to an array of advanced medical equipment, one might not believe this to be a ward. At this moment, the atmosphere within the VIP ward is heavy and subdued. The esteemed dignitaries of Xinjiang City bow their backs, refraining from meeting the gaze of the young lady before them. She possesses a delicate and refined beauty, her features exquisitely painted, her tall and slender frame rendering her oversized casual attire ill-fitting. Her silky black hair, tied into a high ponytail, cascades casually down her back. Is he truly Gao Yunjing? A middle-aged man clad in a suit steps forward, his demeanor respectful as he replies, "Indeed, Miss Luo. According to your description, there exists but one Gao Yunjing in all of Xinjiang City." The young lady's brows furrow slightly in impatience as she waves her hand dismissively. "You may leave." "Yes." The others in the ward promptly begin to withdraw, their attitudes throughout laced with obsequiousness, daring not to lift their eyes to the young lady. Not until they exit the ward do they allow themselves to wipe away non-existent beads of sweat from their foreheads. The man at the center, of average height and unremarkable appearance, exudes an air of authority that commands respect without the need for anger. What is the situation? How could Luo Baiyue from the central city seek out someone like Gao Yunjing, who has been paralyzed for 3 years? One individual steps forward respectfully, stating, "The mayor has discovered that Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue are indeed betrothed, but given Gao Yunjing's diminished status, this matter has long been overlooked." The speaker is Secretary Wang, a tall man who, standing behind the comparatively shorter Mayor Wang, somehow seems to diminish in stature. "What shall we do, Mayor?" "Indeed, they are betrothed, and now that we know we have only provided Gao Yunjing with the most ordinary of accommodations, what will happen when they turn their ire upon us?" "Yes, Mayor, do think of a solution." Upon learning of the betrothal between Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue, the high-ranking officials present lose their usual air of arrogance and instead become flustered. "Silence." Mayor Wang's brows knit tightly as he glances at them with displeasure, admonishing, "What are you afraid of? Do not tell me that you esteemed officials would stoop so low as to harass a comatose individual. Gao Yunjing's hospital expenses over the past 3 years do not suggest he possesses such wealth. Has he not survived thus far thanks to the government's assistance?" With that, Mayor Wang flicks his sleeve and departs, utterly unable to fathom that these seasoned schemers in the pursuit of power could be such a band of incompetent fools. Secretary Wang casts a knowing glance at the assembled dignitaries. "Gentlemen, let us remain composed." He then turns to follow Mayor Wang. The dignitaries exchange apprehensive glances, casting one last wary look at the ward before they depart in silence. Inside, Luo Baiyue gazes at the boy upon the bed, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The boy lies in stillness, his pallid complexion and emaciated form evoking the semblance of a dying soul, his sunken eyes and slack skin resembling a tattered cloth. Is this truly the former Gao Yunjing? Luo Baiyue murmurs to herself in a tone audible only to her. She harbors a secret she is reluctant to acknowledge. She is, in fact, a reincarnated being from a tale long told. In her past life, she was the revered Empress of the Clear Moon, admired by all, while the man before her, languishing on the sickbed, was infamous as the harbinger of judgment in the apocalypse. In their previous encounter, she had already ascended to a position of great power, hailed as the protector of humanity, while he had proclaimed himself the judgment of the end times, establishing the notorious organization known as the Judicators. However, Luo Baiyue is certain that the Gao Yunjing she first met was a tall, handsome figure, distinguished by his elegant demeanor, a stark contrast to the frail being before her now. The individual before her is in such a dilapidated state that even the hospital room he previously occupied was the most ordinary, filthy, and chaotic one. This luxurious single room was procured at her expense. In that lifetime, The intertwining of their fates commenced when they reached the age of 27. At that time, Gao Yunjing had already begun to establish his prominence, a situation that ordinary people could hardly resolve. Thus, the human race dispatched her, an unparalleled genius endowed with both ice and water elemental spirits. That was also the first time she fell victim to manipulation. Gao Yunjing, with his meticulous thoughts and profound schemes, exhibited such exceptional acting skills that one could never discern which was his true self and which was merely an illusion he crafted. Consequently, the foremost genius of humanity was ensnared in a web of deceit spun by the leader of a criminal organization. From that moment on, it seemed that fate had irrevocably bound the two. No matter the methods or tricks she employed, Gao Yunjing always managed to elude her grasp with ease. Furthermore, regardless of how conspicuous her traps were, Gao Yunjing would still joyfully rush towards them, ultimately waving goodbye to her with nonchalance. Thus, the year 1054 AD arrived, and for the first time, Gao Yunjing found himself cornered, yet he remained composed and unruffled. Subsequently, a dazzling light beyond description flashed before her eyes, and Luo Baiyue found herself in the midst of a vast river. The river was wide and magnificent, yet the current flowed surprisingly gently. Luo Baiyue traversed upstream, countless images flashing before her gaze. It was only at this moment that she realized this was no ordinary river, but rather the river of time. As she navigated upstream along this temporal river, Luo Baiyue uncovered an abundance of secrets previously unknown to her. For instance, she discovered that she and her lifelong rival, Gao Yunjing, shared a marriage contract. Moreover, Gao Yunjing's creation, the Judicators, had already crossed the line, having eliminated corrupt officials to an irredeemable extent. Regrettably, she returned in a haze before she could fully comprehend the entirety of the situation. Therefore, in this lifetime, utilizing her fragmented memories of him and her network of connections, she successfully located the comatose Gao Yunjing. As she gazed upon him lying in bed, she couldn't help but think, "Good grief, my friend, you seem to possess the fate of a protagonist." A 15-year-old prodigy, suddenly paralyzed for 3 years, devoid of parents, yet engaged to an extraordinary genius. What a remarkable fellow. All this time, you are the protagonist, while I am merely a supporting character? Luo Baiyue silently approached Gao Yunjing, her delicate, fair hand gliding over his face. With just a gentle touch, this future judicator, the harbinger of doom, could be rendered silent forever. Her movements were exceedingly tender, akin to caressing a long-lost lover, yet also reminiscent of a mother's consolation for her child. Her crimson lips parted. "It has indeed been a long time, Gao Yunjing." A chill permeated the hospital room, the cold air crystallizing into a tangible presence, with icy blue wisps embodying the utmost frigidness. The youth on the hospital bed began to shiver due to the cold. Being in a comatose state did not equate to being lifeless, as his body still retained its instincts. The chill in the room surged and receded, yet ultimately did not encroach upon the young man. Luo Baiyue's hand continued to caress Gao Yunjing gently, uncertain whether she should end his life. In this world, deities existed, yet they were not benevolent towards humanity. They chose to enslave humankind. Consequently, they were sealed by an indescribable entity, and many more deities perished, leaving humanity to inherit the genes left behind by their demise. Through the fusion with these genes, humanity acquired the power known as elemental spirits, which bestowed extraordinary capabilities, even rivaling those of the gods. However, the deities remained deities. They broke free from their ancient seals and descended upon the world once more. Humanity now faced a dire predicament, the resurgence of enslavement by the gods. Gao Yunjing served as the judicator for these deities. With his aid, Luo Baiyue had slain countless gods. Kill. Luo Baiyue felt uncertain about confronting these deities alone. To abstain from killing would result in the judicator ultimately annihilating the existing societal structure, leading to the mass death of those who relied on it to survive. She found herself mired in a dilemma. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The Gao Yunjing on the bed opened his eyes, calmly meeting her gaze. Chapter 2. The Solitary One of the Icy Wasteland. In the seemingly endless expanse of the icy wilderness, a shattered moon hangs in the sky, its silvery glow reduced to a mere whisper of light. This orb, referred to as the Jade Plate, is now marred by a multitude of cracks. Towering glaciers stand sentinel, their colossal ice pillars forming a vast, confining prison of frost. Here lies a world of purest white, pristine frost, and stark pale ice. The towering cliffs resemble ominous specters, poised to devour the unwary, while the howling winds echo like distant laments, the sole sound in this desolate realm. Suddenly, the crunch of packed snow breaks the stillness, the sound drawing closer from afar. A youth, clad in a simple garment, strides forth, his steps faltering, yet his gaze unwavering, resolutely advancing against the fierce, biting wind that howls around him. Despite the accumulating snow weighing upon him, he remains undaunted, his spine unyielding. In stark contrast to his tattered form, the brightness of his eyes burns with an inner fire, as if fueled by a fierce rage. In this snow-blanketed world, there exists but one boy, relentlessly forging ahead. At long last, Gao Yunjing arrives before the towering pillars of ice, akin to a prison. He kneels, arms outstretched, tears of joy streaming down his face as he exclaims, "I have returned." Overwhelmed with elation, he realizes he has finally returned to the pivotal juncture of his life. It was here that he accepted the charge of the will of the world, bearing the seeds of a new realm, destined to obliterate the entirety of the old world. The gods of the old world, society, and everything else must be dismantled, for the new world shall rise from the ruins of the old. A resounding voice reverberates across the desolate ice field. "Child, you have returned." The voice resonates deep within his soul, familiar and nostalgic, belonging to the very will of the world that granted him the power and opportunity to alter everything. "Indeed, I have returned, fueled by the flames of vengeance." The voice replies, "It appears you have failed. Can you enlighten me on your progress?" Gao Yunjing, brimming with excitement, raises his hand and begins to count. The gods of water are annihilated, the gods of ice are vanquished, the gods of fire are extinguished. With each fallen god, he presses a finger down, akin to a child counting. Yet what he counts are not mere numbers, but the deities that have perished. "Then what brings you back?" "Your return implies failure." "Care to elaborate?" The voice is grand, yet soothing, reminiscent of a mother comforting her child. "Because of those treacherous ingrates." Gao Yunjing retorts in anger. "I had faced the Lord of the Gods, the Dark Sovereign you do. I even succeeded in sealing the Dark Sovereign. Yet those treacherous ingrates, while they indulged in the benefits of the genes left behind by the gods I had slain, they feared me, and thus they ambushed me when I was at my weakest." Gao Yunjing scoffs, his voice a blend of madness and elegance, echoing like a poetic recital across the ice field. "This time, I shall utterly overturn this dark and decayed old world." After a lengthy pause, the voice speaks again. "I mourn their foolishness. This world requires the baptism of blood, whose blood matters not." Reborn and exhilarated, Gao Yunjing, aware of the future's direction, stands as the prophet of this world. This time, he shall not fall into any traps or find himself in dire straits. Armed with foresight, he is invincible. "Regardless, child, the only contingency I left for you has been utilized, shattering the world and reversing time. The cost of this action is that, aside from you, there are others who have escaped the net. In simpler terms, you are not the only one to be reborn." Gao Yunjing gasps, "What? If others have access to rebirth, won't I be rendered powerless?" Presently, his talent amounts to merely a sequence 72, high-risk, whirling snowstorm, and considering his enemies. The spirits are categorized into 4 ranks. The first 36 spirits are termed forbidden spirits, followed by high-risk spirits up to 100, mid-level spirits up to 300. Low-level spirits up to 600, and all others deemed mere trash. Most of his foes are among the first 36 forbidden spirits, and even the high-risk spirits typically rank above him. Contemplating this, he shudders. What a dreadful predicament. While other protagonists rebirth alone, why has he wandered through this icy wasteland for so long without forcefully resurrecting, only to learn that others have also been reborn? "Do not fret, child." The will of the world seems to sense Gao Yunjing's anxiety. "Those who share your rebirth will likely be the ones you were closest to before." "Those I was closest to?" Gao Yunjing suddenly gazes up at the azure sky, reminiscent of clear waters. "The one he was closest to in life, Lin Xiaoka? Oh no, that backstabbing fiend. If he has also been reborn, can I survive 3 days? No, the one closest to me, Luo Baiyue. Goodness, that's even worse." Sequence 7, Heavenly Water. Sequence 4, Eternal Ice Domain. Luo Baiyue has possessed these forbidden spirits since birth. Plus, her birthright is advantageous, with her dragon-riding abilities. How can I possibly compete? "Child, there is no need for panic. The probability of them being reborn alongside you is exceedingly low." "How low?" Gao Yunjing inquires. "Roughly akin to throwing an egg from the universe that lands precisely on your ancestral grave, causing it to explode, igniting a fire, and when you dial 119 for help, discovering you have no signal. That should encapsulate the odds. That probability is practically non-existent," Gao Yunjing laments. "Please, spare me the fright. As someone newly reborn, I am not equipped to endure such terror." "Ha!" The world resonates with a deep, hearty laugh. "I merely caution you against becoming overconfident. Enough of that. Quickly, hand me Yudhua," Gao Yunjing impatiently demands. "Yudhua is the soul spirit without a sequence number and the foundation upon which Gao Yunjing will later establish a formidable force of judgment. Its power is remarkably formidable. By slaying an enemy, he can seize their spirit and bestow it upon another. This grants him the imperial authority of life and death, arguably the strongest spirit since time immemorial. Thus, I accept the pure blood spirit, Yudwa, the one I have chosen as the harbinger of the apocalypse. The moment the will of the world speaks, Gao Yunjing feels a searing pain, as if thousands of ants are devouring his heart. His blood ignites with fervor, the divine blood coursing through him. The reason humanity can attain spirits is that they house the potent blood of the divine within their frail bodies. As the unique spirit, Yudwa, integrates with him, Gao Yunjing must accommodate all the divine blood within his diminutive form. Even having experienced it once before, he finds himself writhing in agony amidst the thick snow of the ice field. The surrounding ice and snow begin to melt upon contact with him. White smoke begins to rise from his body, and his temperature escalates to an incomprehensible degree. His bones shift and realign, muscle fibers rejuvenate, all the while enveloped in excruciating torment. The divine blood not only amplifies human strength, but simultaneously erodes the human form. Gradually, Gao Yunjing curled up in the snow, bearing the unimaginable agony wrought by the divine blood. Time slipped away silently amidst the frost and wind. Eventually, Gao Yunjing accepted the torment brought forth by all the gifts and losses. Child, it seems you need to depart from this realm of the mind. As the words fell, the paralyzed Yunjing suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 3. I am your betrothed whom you have never met. Imagine awakening from 3 years of paralysis to find a maiden tenderly caressing your face, while behind her looms a myriad of tangible, icy blue energies, any one of which could claim your life. What should one do? I await your guidance, for it is quite urgent. Still disoriented from his recent awakening, Gao Yunjing stared blankly at Luo Baiyue, who stood at the bedside. Goodness, Luo Baiyue had truly been reborn alongside him. Moreover, she had obstructed his point of rebirth. Observing Gao Yunjing's tranquil yet bewildered countenance, Luo Baiyue seemed to glimpse the future man who would skillfully manipulate her every move. Luo Baiyue remained silent, her delicate hand continuously brushing against him. Under normal circumstances, Gao Yunjing would have relished such attention. However, the chilling aura suspended behind Luo Baiyue, capable of extinguishing his life with a mere wisp, prevented any enjoyment. Due to his prolonged paralysis, Gao Yunjing had lost control over his body. Even the act of opening his eyes was aided by the will of the world. He was unable to utter a word, merely gazing vacantly at Luo Baiyue, who casually touched his face. Yet, this interaction appeared quite different to Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing's eyes were strikingly beautiful, so much so that even a woman like Luo Baiyue felt a twinge of envy upon close inspection. His gaze, devoid of panic at any moment, exuded a tranquil depth that was profoundly captivating. As they locked eyes, Luo Baiyue contemplated a bold notion. Could it be that Gao Yunjing had also been reborn? This was not entirely implausible, for was she not reborn herself? Thus, it seemed reasonable that Gao Yunjing had experienced a similar fate. The thought caused her hand to tremble slightly. Gao Yunjing had begun to regain some control over his body, yet he dared not move. The freezing aura behind Luo Baiyue was nearly overwhelming, suggesting a minimum strength of sea level. As an F-level individual, Gao Yunjing swiftly resolved that he must keep the news of his rebirth from Luo Baiyue. Otherwise, with his sequence 72 Frosty Turmoil against her sequence 4 Eternal Ice Domain, it would surely spell his demise. Yet, the excitement with which she touched him was perplexing. Did she possess some peculiar inclination? After fighting side by side for so long in his previous life, Gao Yunjing had never uncovered that this aloof ice goddess had such eccentricities. If she was a pervert, then why was he also caught in this bizarre situation? Their relationship could be described as that of arch-rivals. What was Luo Baiyue truly up to? Meanwhile, Gao Yunjing's anxious expression did not escape Luo Baiyue's notice. Was he panicking? A hint of confusion crossed her face. What reason did he have to be alarmed? Based on her understanding of Gao Yunjing, panic was never a sentiment he exhibited. He had always been composed. Even in their past life, as he faced death, he managed to bid her farewell with a smile, unruffled by the impending end. Why, then, would he feel anxious at this moment? At last, unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Yunjing stammered, "Miss, who exactly are you?" Although he was merely acting, Gao Yunjing held great confidence in his performance. Luo Baiyue had fallen for his exquisite acting countless times before, and this instance would be no exception. Luo Baiyue did not detect anything amiss. Me? She stepped forward, sitting on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Gao Yunjing. Surely, there was no one else here? As he spoke, Gao Yunjing subtly shifted his hand towards the call button. His acting remained impeccable, and indeed, the panic in his eyes was not entirely feigned. After all, awakening to find Luo Baiyue blocking his rebirth point was quite alarming for anyone. You truly do not know me? Luo Baiyue found Gao Yunjing's demeanor amusing. She was fully aware of everything, yet chose to remain silent. The thrill of controlling the narrative while withholding knowledge felt exhilarating. In that moment, Luo Baiyue comprehended why Gao Yunjing had willingly walked into her traps in their past life, fully aware of the dangers. Why should I need to know you? Despite having faced numerous challenges, Gao Yunjing could not grasp the situation before him. What madness was Luo Baiyue exhibiting? He longed to rise and point an accusatory finger at her, demanding, "Who are you? Must I know you? Is it illegal not to know you? Do we have engagement?" Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. He dared not voice them, for he was mindful of the young lady's feelings. With some difficulty, he managed to force a smile. "I admit my ignorance. I truly do not know the lady. Am I frightening to behold?" Luo Baiyue smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Gao Yunjing. Indeed, she was exquisitely beautiful, and her smile sent his heart racing. "Not frightening at all, quite the opposite," he replied, somewhat enchanted. She chuckled lightly, then leaned down to restrain his hand reaching for the call button, her breath fragrant as she asked, "And what do you think you're doing?" How could that be?" Gao Yunjing feigned laughter to divert her attention while straining to break free, and with a decisive action, he pressed the call button. As the sound of the call button echoed, Gao Yunjing cast a triumphant glance at Luo Baiyue. "I suggest you leave promptly, otherwise, the repercussions of being expelled will be quite unpleasant." Even though he knew that pressing the button would yield no real assistance, he feigned a show of authority to avert Luo Baiyue's suspicion. In the past, whenever Gao Yunjing wore that smile, it signified that Luo Baiyue had once again been bested, and her grip on him tightened instinctively. A sharp intake of breath from Gao Yunjing startled Luo Baiyue, reminding her that she was now the one in control, having been reborn. With this realization, she found herself amused rather than frustrated by Gao Yunjing's expression. Releasing her hold on him, she perched on the edge of the bed, one leg crossed, a playful smile gracing her features. "What if I choose not to leave?" "Not leaving?" Gao Yunjing's eyes widened in disbelief. Here she was, intruding into the room of a paralyzed individual for 3 years, engaging in idle chatter with him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gao Yunjing fell into silence, grappling with the absurdity of Luo Baiyue's actions. Had she left her wits behind in the future when she was reborn? An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him. He had thought that upon being reborn, he would seize control of everything. Yet, he never anticipated that this very rebirth would unravel into confusion, with Luo Baiyue becoming the sole variable in all his plans. The efficiency of the First People's Hospital in Xinjiang is commendable. It wasn't long before several nurses, pushing an array of equipment and medications, burst into Gao Yunjing's ward in a hasty manner. Witnessing this scene, the nurses exchanged glances, silently communicating their confusion. Nurse A remarked, "What's going on?" Nurse B queried, "Who are you asking?" Nurse C added, "Didn't Luo Baiyue specifically request to see Gao Yunjing?" "What now?" "Neither of them is speaking. What should we do?" Nurse D expressed, "I have no idea." Nurse A suggested, "Wait, don't you think there is something amiss between the two of them?" Nurse B inquired, "Are you implying that this is a family matter?" Nurse C responded, "It certainly seems like it." Nurse F interjected, "Shouldn't we prioritize saving a life?" Nurse D retracted, "I have no idea." Nurse A concluded, "Perhaps we should step back for now." The nurses nodded in unison, preparing to leave the ward with their supplies. In a desperate bid to fit the role, Gao Yunjing cried out, "Help! Can't you see there is someone here? Who shouldn't be?" The nurses froze momentarily, then exchanged glances again. Nurse A mustered the courage to look at Luo Baiyue, seeking her opinion. "Go get a bowl of kanji and bring it back." "All right." Following this, all the nurses turned a deaf ear to Gao Yunjing's cries and methodically exited the ward. Gao Yunjing, filled with despair, looked at Luo Baiyue and lamented. "Who exactly are you?" "I am," Luo Baiyue replied with a radiant smile, tilting her head, "your betrothed whom you have yet to meet." Chapter 4. Are you planning to murder your fiancé? From a moment of her rebirth, Luo Baiyue began contemplating how to handle Gao Yunjing, recognizing him as an exceedingly dangerous and deranged individual. Such a person, once endowed with power and authority, becomes unstoppable. Only someone of his ilk possesses the ruthless means to eradicate the deities of this world. Humanity is inherently a weak and compromising species, yet the madman is not. Observing the tearful youth lying on the hospital bed, Luo Baiyue acknowledged her selfish motives in this matter. She harbored feelings for Gao Yunjing. It is a sentiment that would be hard for anyone to believe, even Gao Yunjing himself, as there was no rational basis for her affection. Perhaps it stemmed from her former life of monotonous cultivation, dedicated to safeguarding humanity, which had plunged her into a dull ocean. At times, she felt akin to a soul trapped in a steel coffin, submerged in the depths of the sea, aware yet powerless to resist. Until the moment she joined forces with Gao Yunjing for the first time, when the formidable god of the wind, He Moyan, threatened them. Alone, she could not withstand the onslaught. Just as peril loomed, Gao Yunjing intervened, and to this day, she vividly remembers the spear that pierced the darkness, breaking through the blockade of the wind. The image of the young man, clad in black, standing tall, was as striking as the bright sun to her eyes. Even as he appeared to be a figure emerging from the depths of night, it was a peculiar sensation, much like a stone dropped into still waters, insignificant yet capable of stirring ripples. Thus, she found herself unwilling to eliminate this somewhat refined youth before her. "Are you planning to kill your fiancé?" Gao Yunjing pointed to the icy blue mist swirling behind Luo Baiyue. His eyes reflected a fragile plea, as he discerned the traces of pity within her light chestnut gaze. Although he was unsure why Luo Baiyue, his adversary, exhibited such compassion, he understood he must exploit her displayed empathy. Otherwise, he was certain she would not allow him to remain a variable in her future. Gao Yunjing's acting prowess was remarkable. His true thoughts lay buried deep within his eyes, imperceptible to Luo Baiyue. "No," Luo Baiyue raised her hand, and the cascading blue mist dissipated without a trace, as if it had never existed. The first layer of crisis had been averted. Gao Yunjing recognized that even if Luo Baiyue chose not to kill him now, the day would not pass as if nothing had transpired. In other words, from this moment forth, the narrative of his past life would begin to be rewritten. How will you prove our engagement? In a bid for self-preservation and to gather more information, he opted for a proactive approach. Luo Baiyue, undeterred, was well prepared. She tossed a brittle, yellowed piece of paper onto Gao Yunjing's hospital bed. This paper, unable to maintain its original form, curled up as if resembling a frail old man nearing the end of his days. Gao Yunjing picked up the paper, its color reminiscent of twilight, with some areas already showing signs of damage. The moment he grasped it, it emitted a rustling sound as he scrutinized the fading ink. The contents were straightforward. He merely glanced over it until his gaze fell upon the final words: Gao Yunjing, Xinjiang City. His hand trembled slightly, and his pupils constricted as the paper quivered in his grasp, producing a crisp sound. He found it challenging to articulate his current feelings, an intricate and ineffable emotion. Gao Yunjing felt as though this world were a colossal game, with him as the player, yet it harbored numerous hidden storylines. In his previous life, he had focused solely on the main quest, neglecting too many side narratives. He looked up at Luo Baiyue, who sat before him, revealing for the first time a look of bewilderment. It seemed he did not fully comprehend this world. Noticing Gao Yunjing staring blankly at her, Luo Baiyue tilted her head and smiled brightly. "I have come to fetch you, my fiancé." At this moment, they had yet to become adversaries, and Luo Baiyue felt no reservations. She wished to express her feelings. Since everything had been reset, she would not allow history to repeat itself. "Excuse me." Gao Yunjing interrupted her thoughts, speaking with a hint of apology. "Could you please step out for a moment? I need to collect my thoughts." For 3 years of paralysis, the People's Hospital of Xinjiang had only administered glucose to Gao Yunjing to sustain his basic vital signs, neglecting everything else. Thus, he could be aptly described as having hair flowing like a waterfall, with his naturally cascading black locks obscuring his murky gaze. The majority of his fair face was concealed within the dark tresses, as if he were unwilling to expose his true self to anyone. Gao Yunjing had long hidden in a shadowy corner where light could not penetrate, allowing moss to cover his body, never daring to embrace the light. Somehow, as Luo Baiyue gazed through the strands of hair directly at Gao Yunjing, she fleetingly saw the spirited youth from years past. They appear to be the same person, yet distinctly different. Ultimately, Luo Baiyue nodded and exited the ward, leaving Gao Yunjing alone in the opulent yet empty room. Once she departed, he promptly closed his eyes, feeling the fervent blood of the divine surge within him. His memories began to resurface gradually. In his quest for rebirth across the boundless expanse of the pristine white ice wasteland, Gao Yunjing found himself bereft of countless memories and cognitive abilities. This unfortunate state rendered him less akin to a being resurrected than to an innocent newborn. His current endeavor was to traverse the fragments of his memories, striving to reclaim the essence of his former self. Countless shards of recollections surged forth like tumultuous waves, ephemeral yet resplendent, only to dissolve into tranquility. Upon reopening his eyes, He beheld a pair of distant, profound orbs that seemed to stretch into infinity. In that moment, the harbinger of the apocalypse had returned. Gao Yunjing removed the syringe and began to contemplate a method of unraveling his predicament. It was evident that Luo Baiyue, like himself, had also been reborn. The good news was that she appeared to harbor no animosity towards him. However, the bad news was that she had positioned herself directly at his rebirth point, thereby thwarting his subsequent plans. Knock, knock, knock. A series of clear knocks resonated, and Luo Baiyue's melodious voice, akin to tinkling wind chimes, floated through the heavy door. I have brought you kanji. May I come in? Chapter 5, Ultimately. Hearing her voice, Gao Yunjing turned his gaze towards the door. The hospital bed was situated in the farthest corner of a room, approximately 7 meters wide and 10 meters long. Beyond this space lay the bathroom, guest room, and living room, with a heavy aluminum alloy door serving as the final barrier to vision. A slightly deranged smile crept across Gao Yunjing's fair and refined visage. Since you have graciously come to me, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, reverting to a timid, startled state as he shyly uttered, "Please come in." With a click, the sound of metal moving echoed as Luo Baiyue entered, holding a blue and white insulated lunchbox. She could have entered at any moment, for this deluxe hospital room was financed by her own means, yet she still sought his consent. Your health is not in good condition, and having gone 3 years without sustenance, your stomach cannot tolerate greasy foods. Therefore, consuming some plain kanji would be preferable for you. Luo Baiyue's voice was gentle as she placed the insulated lunchbox on the bedside table. Her skin was flawlessly pale, resembling the most exquisite porcelain in existence. As she spoke, she unscrewed the lunchbox and retrieved a blue capsule from her spatial ring. After opening the capsule, she poured out the light blue liquid contained within. The concept of a spatial ring is familiar to those who enjoy reading novels. It possesses an immense internal space while occupying a minuscule area in the real world. Some scholars posit that spatial rings serve as a nexus connecting the three-dimensional world to the four-dimensional realm, attributing their vast inner space to this connection. Gao Yunjing, however, dismissed such notions as nonsense. The material of the spatial ring is suspended stone, which has been infused with the blood of the god of space, Qi Wei, after his demise, thereby distorting the internal space and resulting in its enlargement. Gao Yunjing's gaze fell upon the kanji brought by Luo Baiyue. The light blue liquid from the capsule had fully integrated into the kanji as she gently stirred it with a spoon. The entire bowl of kanji transformed into a beautiful, clear pale blue, yet it appeared decidedly unappetizing. Goodness, has no one informed you that such a cold hue as blue fails to stimulate one's appetite? His lips twitched slightly. I mean, if you're going to poison me, at least be subtle about it. Poison? Luo Baiyue glanced at him in surprise, quickly grasping the implication behind his words, and found it rather amusing. She lifted the insulated lunchbox, delicately scooping a spoonful of kanji and bringing it to his lips. And what of it? I shall personally feed you. You are the first man in this world to receive such treatment. Her smile was pure, akin to the pristine snow blanketing the icy wasteland. Gao Yunjing was acutely aware that it was not poison, but rather an A-grade class 3 potion, abbreviated as A3. Its purpose was to swiftly replenish the energy depleted from his body and to mend his weakened physique. He had not anticipated that Luo Baiyue would even consider his 3-year paralysis and consequent frailty. Observing her immaculate smile, he hesitated not, swallowing the exquisite kanji from a spoon in one swift motion. Knowing it is poisoned, why would you still consume it? Luo Baiyue inquired, astonished. She could not comprehend why Gao Yunjing, believing the kanji to be tainted, would willingly partake of such a perilous trap. If it is poison, then so be it. Gao Yunjing shrugged nonchalantly, his voice languid. Under the peony, one dies, yet remains dashing as a ghost. With such a beautiful girl feeding me kanji, why would I refuse? He cast a sidelong glance at her, noticing her earlobes flush crimson, and a faint blush graced her fair cheeks. Was she shy? A tempest of emotions surged within Gao Yunjing's previously tranquil heart. Could it be that Luo Baiyue harbored feelings for him? This was inconceivable, yet her expression unmistakably conveyed shyness, prompting him to meticulously reflect on every encounter they had shared. However, no matter how he pondered, their meetings had either transpired at the negotiation table or upon the battlefield. The most favorable instance he could recall was when he had mocked her during her lowly moments while sheltering beneath an umbrella. Surely, the qualities that endear a girl to a boy should reside in romantic settings, perhaps atop a Ferris wheel, within a cinema, or at an aquarium. The closest instance he could recall that mirrored a romantic connection was when he had whimsically brought her home and prepared dumplings for her. At that time, Steam rose from the pot on the stove, enveloping the room in warmth and humidity as she rested on the sofa, propped up on her delicate hand while watching him. Aside from that, Gao Yunjing struggled to recall any semblance of emotional entanglement between them. Hey, can you see how intimate it is for a girl to feed a boy? Wouldn't that make anyone shy? Even if I am your fiancé, it shouldn't be enjoyed to such an extent. Luo Baiyue approached him, thrusting the bowl of congee into his hands. Enough. You eat first. I have assessed your health, and there are no issues. You may be discharged. I will go arrange the paperwork for your release. With that, Luo Baiyue turned and fled the room. Once outside, she retrieved a carrot-shaped voice recorder. Today is the year 942 AD. I encountered Gao Yunjing for the first time at Xinjiang People's Hospital. How delightful. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low, painting the clouds a sanguine hue. Gao Yunjing sat dazed on the hospital bed, enveloped in golden light. The insulated lunchbox still radiated warmth, and the congee remained comforting. To expedite the restoration of his bodily functions, he had no choice but to suppress his lack of appetite and consume it voraciously. His skeletal structure began to shift imperceptibly. Muscle fibers underwent transformation, and his body emitted faint sounds. Void Spirit bestowed not merely extraordinary abilities, but also the sanctifying essence of divine blood upon humanity. Those who have been sanctified by divine blood often exhibited bodily functions that diverge from the norm, whether in bone density and hardness, tendon flexibility, or muscular robustness. All were significantly enhanced. The strength of an individual indicated the volume of divine blood coursing through their veins. The more profound the sanctification, the mightier the physical attributes. Ultimately, Gao Yunjing consumed every last bit of congee, and his physique was no longer the frail and emaciated shell it once was, but rather had transformed into a robust and well-nourished form. He peeled back the blue and white striped hospital gown draped over him, scrutinizing the changes in his physique. His muscular lines were robust, yet they vanished entirely beneath clothing. When he clenched his fist, an overwhelming force surged within, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche gathering in his palm. He cast aside the white blanket that covered him and stepped out of bed. The moment his feet made contact with the solid wooden floor, his legs buckled. His body had been paralyzed for too long, refusing to heed his commands. However, the body enhanced by divine blood was inherently different. Gao Yunjing swiftly regained control over his form. He opened his long and sturdy arms within the confines of the hospital room, resembling an eagle soaring through the heavens. He inhaled the air with a near-greedy fervor, exclaiming with a sigh, I have finally returned. Chapter 6. You must know how to drive, right? He approached the window and stretched, basking in the long-lost warmth of the sun as it filtered through, with the only anomaly being the unexpected presence of Luo Baiyue. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Gao Yunjing gazed down upon the low-rise buildings below, the general ward of Xinjiang City People's Hospital, the place he had inhabited for 3 years. The afterglow of the setting sun gently descended, and from his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the entire hospital. Cafeteria, dormitory, parking lot, all of it shrouded beneath his obscure gaze. He relished standing above, looking down, as it bestowed upon him a sense of omnipotence, an assurance that everything was within his grasp. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned away from the monumental window and approached the wardrobe in the bedroom. The white metallic frame, adorned with transparent glass, displayed a collection of garments within. The premium ward of Xinjiang City People's Hospital thoughtfully provided clothing of various genders and sizes in the wardrobe, to spare patients from departing in nothing but hospital gowns. However, there was nothing extravagant to be found. No luxury items or renowned brands, merely ordinary clothes. After all, those who could afford to stay here were either wealthy or noble, and the wardrobe was merely for decorative purposes. Gao Yunjing was not particular. He casually selected a few garments to don and approached a full-length mirror. The reflection revealed a youth with pale skin, lacking luster, instead exhibiting a faint pallor that seemed to meld with the plush hooded shirt he wore. A pair of exceedingly simple white trousers completed his ensemble. He curiously examined himself from various angles and had to concede that this outfit suited him perfectly, radiating a sunny disposition. Just then, the door chimed. His discharge paperwork was complete. Take off that hospital gown and prepare to leave. Luo Baiyue's voice chimed like a wind chime, breezing into the room. Upon seeing Gao Yunjing, she froze in place, their gazes intertwining. Gao Yunjing smiled faintly. What? Can't you recognize me in this guise? Not only did she fail to recognize him, but Luo Baiyue could hardly fathom that he possessed such a gentle and sunny demeanor. In that moment, standing in the golden light of the setting sun, the scattered rays illuminated his features, imbuing him with an aura of warmth. He wore a loose, white loungewear ensemble, resembling a neighborly younger brother, brimming with vitality. In her memory, Gao Yunjing had always been clad in a stark black trench coat, donning black leather gloves with an icy, ruthless demeanor as he wielded a long gun to slay deities. Alternatively, he could be seen in a meticulously tailored black suit, adorned with delicate gold-rimmed glasses, elegantly holding a wine glass, engaging in jovial conversation at high-class banquets, only to depart with nonchalance after assassinating a political figure. Yet, she had never witnessed such a warm and sunny side of him. How could she not be momentarily stunned? After a brief lapse, she smiled. That outfit suits you quite well. Does it really? After the administration of the A3 serum, the youth's skin was no longer wrinkled, his eyes no longer deeply sunken, and his body no longer emaciated. His gaze regained its liveliness, and his physique returned to a healthy, normal state. However, his skin remained pale, which only heightened his delicate allure. Such a Gao Yunjing was unfamiliar to her. Luo Baiyue promptly turned away, touching her flushed cheeks, whispering to herself, No. How can I be so embarrassed? Has all my previous life gone to waste? They had known each other for over 100 years since meeting in 951. How could she blush and feel her heart race at the sight of his youthful self? Pull yourself together. Possessing two forbidden sequence spirits, Luo Baiyue wielded an extraordinary degree of control over herself, to the extent that she could manipulate the speed of her blood flow with mere thought. Under her conscious control, the flow of her blood began to slow, and her racing heart gradually returned to a normal rhythm. From initial excitement, she transitioned to a state of calm with remarkable speed. Yet, none of this escaped Gao Yunjing's perception behind her. The power bestowed by Yudhua was overwhelmingly potent, rendering even a simple divine blood baptism extraordinary. A sly, triumphant smile crept across his face. Luo Baiyue, you seem easier to deal with than in the last life. Of course it's true. She turned back to the youth, offering him a polite smile before facing away. The expenses from your years of hospitalization have drained your parents' inheritance. Your dilapidated neighborhood has gone 3 years without maintenance. It likely resembles a doghouse by now. Moreover, your phone, watch, and clothes are probably long gone, right? You find yourself homeless now, but given our betrothed status, I am willing to temporarily take you in. Come with me. Luo Baiyue was the first to exit the hospital room. Her parents' inheritance? Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow, as his memories in this regard were incomplete, clouded by the passage of time and his own reluctance to confront them. Thus, he recalled little, only a vague memory of his parents being military personnel, their demise resulting from internal corruption within Xinjiang City, leading to a crucial command decision being handed to a high-ranking offspring, which ultimately resulted in their casualties on the battlefield. This seemed to be one of the reasons he later embraced Yudhua. Yet, this hardly mattered now. What was paramount was how to eliminate Mayor Wang's son without alerting Luo Baiyue. His paralysis 3 years prior could not be entirely unrelated to Wang Hongfei, the mayor's son, who had undoubtedly orchestrated several assaults against him. Moreover, the most critical factor was that Wang Hongfei possessed the talent of Sequence 64, Snow Morning. Killing him would undoubtedly elevate his own wind and snow in turmoil to a new echelon. As he contemplated this, excitement coursed through Gao Yunjing, for he had been reborn, and he would not let any loose ends from his past life slip by unnoticed. Where is everyone? Hurry up and follow me. Luo Baiyue's voice echoed. Oh, coming. Gao Yunjing hurried to catch up with Luo Baiyue. With the discharge paperwork completed, they made their way smoothly to the underground parking garage of Xinjiang City People's Hospital. Luo Baiyue nonchalantly tossed the car keys to Gao Yunjing while she approached the luxurious Maybach. You could drive, right? Gao Yunjing looked at the unfamiliar keys in his hand, then glanced at the opulent Maybach before him. Luo Baiyue's rebirth truly seems to have left her wits somewhat diminished, doesn't it? As she settled into the car, a sudden realization struck her. Gao Yunjing had been in a coma since the age of 15 for a full 3 years, which meant he was now 18. How could he possibly drive? Chapter 7. Reconciliation with Suffering. Ha! Luo Baiyue stifled an awkward laugh to mask her embarrassment, hastily exiting the vehicle to snatch the car keys from Gao Yunjing's grasp. With a hint of contrition, she remarked, My apologies, I completely overlooked your previous condition. She clasped her hands together, bowing repeatedly in apology, presenting a rather comical sight. I shall make time to obtain a driver's license. After saying this, Gao Yunjing lazily ambled over to the passenger seat, opening the door and taking a seat inside. You mentioned it yourself, once you get your license, the driving duties will fall to you. Luo Baiyue's tone held a playful edge as she eagerly settled into the driver's seat. Gao Yunjing glanced at the somewhat exuberant Luo Baiyue and teased. What is it about having someone drive you that brings you such joy? Given your status, there must be no shortage of people eager to show for you. Indeed, there are many who would be delighted to drive me, But I have no desire to sit in their passenger seat, Luo Baiyue replied without turning to look at Gao Yunjing. I would find joy in being driven by others, for I wouldn't wish to occupy their passenger seat. However, if it were my fiancée, that would be a different matter. Gao Yunjing emitted a somewhat unnatural chuckle, unsure of how to respond to Luo Baiyue's enthusiasm. In their past lives, they had been bitter rivals, yet this time, Luo Baiyue had entirely altered her demeanor, leaving him bewildered. Their encounters had typically involved the clash of weapons. How could they now share a vehicle due to a mere marriage certificate? Furthermore, her inexplicable attitude perplexed him. If she was indeed reborn, why would she not seek to eliminate him? A substantial threat and nuisance beforehand? This surreal existence felt utterly absurd to him. At least say something in response. Are you going to let a girl keep trying to get close to you without a word? Is that fair? Luo Baiyue could no longer contain her exasperation towards Gao Yunjing, feeling as though the boy before her was an entirely different person from the one she once knew. Gao Yunjing, unable to endure her persistence, replied coolly, I still do not know your name, and I have been isolated for quite some time. Would you allow me a moment to adjust? I am Luo Baiyue. You may address me as you wish. Since you seem uninterested in idle chatter, I shall simply outline your forthcoming arrangements. Go ahead. I'm listening, he nodded, granting his tacit approval. Your talent is classified as Sequence 72, Winds and Snow in Turmoil, which is a high-risk, ethereal spirit. Moreover, you attained F-level strength 3 years ago, so I do not intend for you to repeat your studies. Today is February 26th, and the first day of school at Xinjiang High School is just around the corner. You will attend as a transfer student in your senior year. As for university, I have already made arrangements for you. Your high-risk classification is sufficient for you to attend the same institution as I. Additionally, you need to get a haircut. Would you prefer to choose the style yourself, or shall I? I'll defer to your judgment. Gao Yunjing felt inexplicably weary, as a tide of drowsiness washed over him, his voice growing fatigued. Even while driving, Luo Baiyue chose to carve out a moment to observe Gao Yunjing's condition. Upon realizing he was merely fatigued, she gently suggested, if you're tired, you may as well sleep. I'll arrange for a hairstylist to come to the house. All right, Gao Yunjing responded instinctively, his consciousness fading. Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the luxurious confines of the Maybach, the music soft as a gentle spring breeze. At the ferry, I fell in love with the thin snow in the mountains, the evening lotus. The sunset reddens the eyes, waiting for the morning bell to chat. The one in my heart is by the plum and willow, yet not by my side. Gao Yunjing abruptly broke free from the layers of fatigue enveloping him. This song had once been his favorite. How could Luo Baiyue possibly know? Or perhaps she too cherished this melody. Noticing Gao Yunjing's sudden awakening, Luo Baiyue's lips curled into a triumphant smile. This song was certainly not one she enjoyed. It was specifically selected for him. Soft music, after all, is more conducive to slumber. As for how she knew of Gao Yunjing's affinity for this song, that tale is rather lengthy. She had once faltered due to a problem with her talent, leading her team, the God-slaying squad, to fail in eliminating a recently awakened deity in time. That deity subsequently devastated 2 cities, and it wasn't until the sacrifice of 2 S-level powerhouses that Gao Yunjing arrived to slay the weakened god. The incident left her utterly shattered. The deaths of millions due to her oversight weighed heavily on her conscience. In the aftermath, she severed all ties, escaping to another city, Qingyu City. There, she sat by the roadside, hugging her knees and sobbing silently. On that day, it seemed she had triggered a romantic drama protagonist's special ability. The rain fell relentlessly with her sorrow. The downpour was heavy, splashing like beautiful, transient night blooming serious. Passers-by hurried by with umbrellas, their expressions indifferent to the girl weeping by the road. Endless despair engulfed her, akin to a fierce beast consuming a powerless little rabbit. The rain fell rapidly, drenching everyone, and she felt as though she might drown in the deluge. It was at that moment that a black umbrella appeared overhead, shielding her from the cold rain. You've come this far. Do you intend to abandon your desire to save humanity? Gao Yunjing's voice was deep and magnetic, as she followed him home in a daze. Faced with Luo Baiyue's growling stomach, Gao Yunjing could only helplessly offer to prepare her a meal of dumplings to comfort her. And it was during this time that he played this very song. The little white snake drenched in linen, yet Su Xian forgot his umbrella. The girl crushed the swing. The scholar failed for 10 years. Fate is always selective, and nothing comes to fruition. Hearing this, Luo Baiyue had once expressed her grievances to Gao Yunjing, lamenting that she had already suffered enough without having to listen to such melancholic music, wondering what he could possibly be thinking. Yet, his response lingered in her memory for a long time. Things never go as planned, and desires often go unfulfilled. Everything seems so sorrowful, but this music is not. Its essence is gentle and mild, devoid of excessive complaints, suffering, or sorrow. Instead, it embodies a reconciliation with hardship. Ironically, Luo Baiyue, deeply wounded and disconnected from the world, her parents, friends, and teachers unable to reach her, was sheltered by none other than her sworn enemy, Gao Yunjing, amid that torrential rain. To this day, she vividly remembers the boy clad in a black windbreaker, his fathomless gaze revealing warmth for the first time. It is indeed absurd that she found herself falling for her adversary. Chapter 8. Is it expensive? It has always been this price. Silently, the Maybach slides through the rainy night, arriving at the North District of Qingjiang City, at Baiyue Mountain Villa. Luo Baiyue, having driven all this way, finally reached her newly purchased residence. With a swift maneuver, she parked the car in the garage before gently waking the boy beside her. "We've arrived. Wake up." Gao Yunjing blinked sleepily, his face still clouded with drowsiness as he inquired, "What time is it?" Luo Baiyue glanced at her phone, noting the time was 6:30. "The hairdresser should be arriving soon. Let us get out of the car," she suggested. With lingering fatigue, Gao Yunjing drowsily opened the door and stepped out. Qingjiang City, situated in the northeastern region of the entire Yinhua Empire, was now enveloped in darkness on this February 26th, a time when spring and winter intertwined. A gust of chilling wind swept through, causing Gao Yunjing to shiver, and at that moment, the oppressive drowsiness that had ensnared him was blown away. It dawned on him what had transpired. He had fallen into a deep slumber in Luo Baiyue's car, utterly unguarded. Staring incredulously at his reflection through the car window, he grappled with disbelief. How could he have been so vulnerable as to sleep in someone else's vehicle? His brow furrowed. Could it be that the A3 agent Luo Baiyue had added to his porridge was problematic? Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to his body. The vibrant blood coursing through him revealed no signs of trouble. His brow knitted even tighter. Everything seemed fine, so why had he succumbed to slumber in her car? "Hey, why are you daydreaming? Come here." Luo Baiyue approached him briskly, seizing his hand without further ado and leading him toward the apartment building. To dispel his doubts, Gao Yunjing managed to smile, somewhat bashfully inquiring, "Is this your home?" Luo Baiyue replied, her tone casual, "It's just a small apartment." The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted it, having forgotten that the boy before her was merely an ordinary youth who had awakened after 3 years of sudden unconsciousness, not the spirited judge she had once known. His mental maturity had barely reached the age of 15. Even though Gao Yunjing was more precocious than most, he was, at most, 18 or 20 in mentality. Men at this stage of development are often prone to feelings of inadequacy, especially someone like Gao Yunjing, who possessed nothing at all. Predictably, she soon discerned a fleeting glimpse of inferiority and discomfort in his deep, dark eyes. The grip he had on her hand tightened slightly. At that moment, Luo Baiyue felt an overwhelming sense of self-reproach. How could I be so foolish? Even after being reborn, I still carry over the original persona of Gao Yunjing into the present. Unbeknownst to her, Gao Yunjing was savoring the warmth of her small hand. It was soft and inviting, and once held, it was difficult to relinquish. He found himself unable to resist this temptation. After all, they were ostensibly engaged. Was it so inappropriate to take advantage of the situation? Gao Yunjing was aware that his thoughts were rather twisted and perilous, yet after a century of solitude, he could hardly contain himself. Her petite, warm hand felt as if he could almost sense the delicate bones within. He was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Luo Baiyue wished to say something to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, but she found herself at a loss for comforting words. Just then, a gentle voice broke through. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Luo? If so, I am the private stylist you requested." Luo Baiyue cast a grateful glance at the hairdresser, who was dressed in an exquisitely tailored tailcoat and carrying a black toolbox. "Quickly now, let us get your hair sorted," she urged, pulling Gao Yunjing along into the building, the stylist trailing closely behind. The internal layout of the apartment momentarily distracted Gao Yunjing as he entered. The door opened directly into a bathroom, with the master and guest bedrooms flanking either side. The living room occupied most of the apartment, with a bar counter separating it from the kitchen, allowing anyone seated on the sofa to easily observe the kitchen activities. This layout was reminiscent of the apartments he had lived in during his previous life, when he had whimsically brought Luo Baiyue home. Inside the living room, a large floor mirror stood before Gao Yunjing, while Luo Baiyue reclined comfortably on the soft sofa, seemingly at ease. She had merely communicated a few requests to the stylist before disregarding him entirely. Gao Yunjing sat upright in a chair, permitting the stylist to manipulate his hair as he pleased. As the stylist spritzed water onto his hair, he chattered incessantly. "Sir, your hair quality is rather poor. Would you like me to recommend some conditioners?" Indeed, his hair was less than ideal, having suffered from prolonged neglect and sustained solely by glucose-based medications, resulting in dull, coarse strands. However, Gao Yunjing had little desire to engage with the stylist. Out of politeness, he responded, "No, thank you." The stylist, seemingly oblivious to the chill in Gao Yunjing's tone, continued his prattle, "Sir, with your handsome features, poor hair quality will diminish the overall effect of your hairstyle. A subpar style could adversely affect your entire image. I suggest you consider one of our conditioners. They are reasonably priced at 2,000 yuan per bottle. What do you think?" 2,000? Upon hearing the price, Gao Yunjing's brow furrowed involuntarily as he inquired, "I ascend to 2,000 yuan a bit excessive for a bottle of conditioner?" "Excessive." The stylist feigned surprise, covering his mouth in disbelief. "It's only 2,000 yuan. Whereas the exorbitance in that? This has always been the price. If you truly believe it's too high, perhaps you should reflect on your own circumstances." "Reflect on myself?" Gao Yunjing felt no astonishment. After living for over a century, what had he not encountered? The stylist likely assumed that residing in such an expensive, upscale area indicated that he was financially well off, hence the inflated pricing. Indeed, the stylist placed his hands on Gao Yunjing's shoulders, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "You should ponder whether you have genuinely taken care of your well-being over the years. Your girlfriend is so beautiful and accomplished. If you do not improve yourself, while your foundation is good, there will be little visible difference in the short term. However, over time, the disadvantages of neglecting your care will inevitably come to light." Before the stylist could finish, Luo Baiyue's icy voice interrupted, "I asked you to style his hair, not to chatter incessantly." Her chilling tone was akin to a breath of frigid air from a snow-capped mountain. The stylist trembled at her words. Hastily completing Gao Yunjing's hairstyle before grabbing his toolbox and making a hasty exit, his back filled with a sense of urgency and disarray. The reason was simple. He had sensed Luo Baiyue's murderous intent. In this chaotic and bloody era, the death of a stylist in the peripheral city of Qingjiang would hardly raise any alarms. Thus, he feared for his life. In this age, the deaths of ordinary people rarely warranted extensive police investigations, often resulting in unresolved cases. Gao Yunjing remained oblivious to all this as he stood before the large floor mirror, observing his new hairstyle. Looking at himself, he realized he actually appeared rather handsome. "Stop preening, take a shower and get some rest. You have school tomorrow," he reminded himself. Oh, Chapter 9. There should be a new desk here in 3 minutes. With a loud, grating creak, a boy dressed in a white casual outfit entered the room. He was strikingly handsome, with a sun-kissed appearance, though his delicate features wore an expression of indifference. This boy was none other than Gao Yunjing. Upon arriving at class 34 of his senior year, he wasted no time and headed straight to the rightmost seat in the second row. The appealing aspect of this position was its convenience for a swift exit after classes. The desks at the first high school of Qingjiang are crafted from polypropylene, a material notable for its excellent toughness, resistance to wear and corrosion, high temperature tolerance, and, most importantly, its affordability. Gao Yunjing, however, is not particularly discerning about the quality of the desks, as the impending college entrance examination in June means he will not be here for long. He sits on a blue stool, his right leg crossed over his left, idly toying with a butterfly knife he purchased from a vendor outside the school gates. Just before he left for school, Luo Baiyue had given him a substantial amount of cash, totaling 1,000 or 2,000 in small bills. The butterfly knife dances in his hand, fluttering up and down like a real butterfly. The blade is sharpened, but he pays it no mind. In this era, individuals are exposed to weapons from a young age, and Gao Yunjing, having lived over a century in his previous life, is no stranger to them. The butterfly knife, being easily portable and concealable, with high lethality and excellent performance, is an optimal substitute for a dagger, and Gao Yunjing is quite adept with it. However, this scene does not go unnoticed by the other students in the class, who whisper amongst themselves, "Wow, is that the new transfer student? So handsome. Indeed, he is attractive, but he has taken Huang Da's position. Once Huang Da returns, he'll probably be beaten and thrown out of school. What a pity for that fair-skinned young man." "A pity? Then why don't you save him?" "What nonsense. If I could take on Huang Da, would I be lamenting here?" All the murmurs reach Gao Yunjing's ears, not because he has a penchant for eavesdropping on others' privacy, but because his senses have become extraordinarily acute following his baptism by divine blood. Moreover, despite their hushed tones, their pitch is anything but low. But who exactly is this Huang Da? Gao Yunjing strains to recall any memories of a person named Huang with notable prowess from his scant recollections of Qingjiang. Never mind, if he can't remember, then it's best not to dwell on it. He likely lacks significant strength anyway. Suddenly, a door slams open with a resounding crash, revealing a thin young man dressed in bean shoes and a tight red Wangzai outfit. wearing a baseball cap and chewing something indistinguishable. He strides toward Gao Yunjing with the gaunt appearance of a skeleton. Hey, who allowed you to sit here? Don't you know this is Huang Da's territory? If you know what's good for you, scram. Gao Yunjing finally raises his gaze to the gaunt figure before him, unable to suppress a smirk at the absurdity of it all. No, I'm telling you to leave. Don't you understand? The self-proclaimed Huang Da angrily points at Gao Yunjing, cursing, do you know who I am? Em Huang Daniel. Believe it or not, with just one call, I can make your life miserable. Get lost. Gao Yunjing replies coldly. How dare you? Huang Da, enraged, stretches his limbs in a grotesque manner, slamming his hand down on the desk in front of Gao Yunjing with a loud bang. He then twists his neck, forcing eye contact with Gao Yunjing. A sinister expression on his face. You're asking for it. Tired of the repeated provocations, Gao Yunjing is disinclined to waste words. His eyes sharpen as he raises the hand holding the butterfly knife, thrusting it forcefully toward Huang Daniu's hand. With immense strength, the knife effortlessly pierces through Huang Daniu's palm, embedding itself deep into the blue plastic desk. Huang Daniu screams in agony, the pain causing his legs to buckle as he collapses to the ground. The onlookers murmur among themselves. Wow, this newcomer is incredibly swift. Indeed, I didn't even see him draw the blade. Then I just saw Huang Da's hand get pierced. If you ask me, that was a well-placed strike. Huang Da has been bullying others, relying on his rank in the 245th sequence, and now he's getting his comeuppance. Hey man, don't say that. If this newcomer doesn't deal with Huang Da, and he hears you want to be safe? All the chatter flows into Gao Yunjing's ears as he maintains a stoic expression, observing Huang Daniu kneeling between the desks in the aisle. The taunts ring out. A mid-tier spirit, and yet so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? I was wrong. Big brother, I'm sorry. Huang Daniu, now weeping, recognizes the stark disparity in their strengths. Gao Yunjing could easily have thrust the butterfly knife into his temple, ending him in an instant. This exemplifies the difference in power. Although Huang Daniu had been brash and domineering, his true skill lies in flattery and reading the room. Now, faced with the reality of his inferiority, he chooses to beg for mercy. Gao Yunjing, uninterested in wasting time on this skeletal figure, grips the butterfly knife embedded in the desk and yanks it out forcefully. Huang Daniu emits another cry of despair as the blade slices through his bone, the sharp edge scraping against it as it is withdrawn, a pain unimaginable to most. Gao Yunjing pays no heed to Huang Daniu's plight, but instead meticulously wipes the bloodied knife clean on him. In 3 minutes, there must be a new desk here. He commands, his tone cold and authoritative, reminiscent of an ancient emperor issuing a decree. Trembling, Huang Daniu finally manages to stand, enduring the excruciating pain. All right, I'll get you a new one right away. With that, Huang Daniu grabs 2 unfortunate souls from the back row. Damn it, can't you understand? Hurry up and get a new desk for the big brother. The 2, chastised, comply silently, lifting the damaged desk away to replace it with a new one. Meanwhile, Huang Daniu slinks away, head bowed, like a defeated mutt, inhaling the faint scent of blood in the air and feeling the fearful gazes of those around him. Gao Yunjing smiles. This is the world he remembers. Chapter 10. I am his fiancé. The class bell rings, but Huang Daniu has yet to return, likely off to the infirmary or even the hospital for his hand. The teacher enters the classroom, noting the lingering scent of blood, but, accustomed to such sights, proceeds to the podium to begin the lesson. In this world, violent incidents and deaths are commonplace, especially in a non-key high school in a marginalized city. Survival hinges on one's strength. The weak, if they perish, are of no concern to anyone. His desk mate arrives only after the teacher has begun, and as the girl settles beside him, Gao Yunjing comprehends why Huang Daniu was so adamant about claiming this spot. The girl next to him possesses exquisite features. Even in oversized school uniforms, her alluring figure cannot be concealed. Without any deliberate embellishment, she resembles a lotus flower emerging from the water. In terms of appearance, Luo Baiyue pales in comparison to this girl, though it may also be that Luo Baiyue herself is not exceptionally striking. Both he and Luo Baiyue can be considered a handsome pair, but when compared to those of extraordinary beauty, they indeed fall short. In his past life, both Luo Baiyue's cousins, her aunt's daughters, were more striking than she. In a sea of handsome men, those who could rival Gao Yunjing's striking appearance were as numerous as fish crossing a river, yet it was the imperial-like aura that surrounded Gao Yunjing that truly captured attention, rendering others somewhat inferior in comparison. When Chu Hanjian glanced at the seat beside her, she was startled to find that the once obnoxious figure, whom she had come to disdain, was no longer present. In her memory, no matter where she sought refuge, that insufferable individual would always find a way to intrude. She contemplated reprimanding him, but the formidable backing he possessed dissuaded her from taking action. She was entirely certain that even in the absence of his direct involvement, his mere presence had been enough to intimidate that bothersome individual into retreat. Those with high-risk virtual spirit bloodlines could resonate with one another, allowing the strong to identify their peers amidst a vast crowd. Of course, if another chose to conceal themselves, they could remain undetected. However, the man before her showed no signs of restraint. With a composed demeanor, Chu Hanjian extended her hand towards Gao Yunjing, smiling brightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. Your new desk mate?" "No, thank you," Gao Yunjing replied lazily, as he recalled no incidents involving this woman beside him. This indicated that despite her own high-risk virtual spirit, she would likely hold little significance in the future. What value was there in knowing someone of little consequence? Expertly, he retrieved his phone, connected to Bluetooth, donned his wireless earbuds, and rested his head upon the desk, drifting into slumber. The equipment he possessed had all been provided by his exceptionally wealthy fiancée. Who would have thought that the harbinger of the apocalypse had now fallen to a life of dependency? How delightful! Chu Hanjian's hand lingered in the air, her expression awkward, and ultimately, she could only manage a couple of forced chuckles before retracting her hand. As the boy's face was fully exposed to the girl's gaze, Chu Hanjian froze in place. "Brother?" She yearned to inquire if Gao Yunjing remembered her, but he had already succumbed to sleep atop his desk. The instructor, noticing Gao Yunjing dozing, chose to turn a blind eye. In their school, teachers were merely required to fulfill their designated tasks. Who cared about how students behaved? Though Gao Yunjing rested his head on the desk, he was not genuinely asleep. Instead, he pondered how to eliminate Wang Hongfei. The latter, a member of Sequence 64 known as Snow Morning, also belonged to the high-risk virtual spirit category and was an upper-tier spirit. Additionally, he had diligently trained for 3 years and had reached C-grade strength. As an F-grade novice, Gao Yunjing found it quite challenging to contend with him. The best strategy he could devise was to attain D-grade strength within 2 months, coinciding with a large-scale testing training on May 2nd in Xinjiang City. The survival test would take place in the nearby Luoyang Mountains, and as long as he could provoke a beast tide there, he could momentarily sever the connection between the proctors and the examination. Following that, he merely needed to set a few traps to deplete Wang Hongfei's strength or engage him directly, leveraging his body that had been tempered through the baptism of gift and take. Alternatively, the least favorable option would be to eliminate more foes over the next 2 months, devouring virtual spirits to enhance his own power. Various thoughts occupied his mind as he endured the monotonous lecture, during which Chu Hanjian attempted to engage him in conversation. Regardless of how deeply he could sleep, Gao Yunjing knew he couldn't afford to lose an entire day to slumber, especially given that contemplating his next course of action with his current feeble abilities would yield little benefit. Bored, he found himself exchanging idle words with Chu Hanjian. After all, she was also a high-risk virtual spirit. With a bit of cultivation, she could potentially serve as an ally. Through their dialogue, Gao Yunjing learned that Chu Hanjian's spirit belonged to Sequence 84, known as 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Forms. If she were to defeat the earth deity, Quirino, and subsequently bathe in his divine blood, evolving into heavenly movement of all forms, she could become a significant asset to him. However, for now, the most advantageous course of action would be to eliminate her and consume her spirit. Yet, there was a time constraint on devouring high-risk virtual spirits. Under the current gift and take, he could only consume one within 6 months. Furthermore, this position was intended for Wang Hongfei. A melodious chime echoed through the air. The synthesized electronic voice announced the end of class, teachers and students. "Thank you for your hard work." Upon hearing the dismissal bell, Gao Yunjing swiftly departed, disregarding the ongoing conversation with Chu Hanjian. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped him as he stretched his stiff limbs, strolling through the campus. His objectives were clear. First, he would procure the ingredients to provoke a beast tide, and then find a KTV to discreetly concoct potions. Excellent. It was settled. As he ambled leisurely, he suddenly froze in place. At the school gate stood a woman in a white dress, waving at him from beside a black Maybach. Luo Baiyue. What is she doing here? Before he could process the situation, Luo Baiyue had already approached him. "Why'd you come to pick me up?" she asked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "Am I not allowed to?" Observing her demeanor, Gao Yunjing felt words caught in his throat. He wanted to tease her, but hesitated. "Classmate Gao, could we exchange WeChat?" Chu Hanjian's voice was as delicate as a fragile kitten, and any ordinary person would have felt compelled to turn around at such a charming tone. Absolutely a beauty. Yet, Gao Yunjing remained unmoved, still contemplating the utility of Chu Hanjian. He had little inclination to engage with her. Finally, Chu Hanjian reached Gao Yunjing, but her gaze fell awkwardly upon Luo Baiyue as she inquired, "And whom might this be?" "I am his fiancée." Chapter 11. Don't make a fuss, behave. Luo Baiyue immediately linked her arm with Gao Yunjing's, fully aware of his indifference towards her, yet unconcerned. After all, she was not unattractive, and having lived together for years, it was only natural that even a typical male would eventually soften. However, the unexpected appearance of Chu Hanjian posed a significant issue. Firstly, Chu Hanjian's beauty was a considerable advantage for any normal adolescent male. Secondly, the two were clearly classmates, and Gao Yunjing would remain in school for at least 3 to 4 more months, a duration ample enough for feelings to develop. Thus, she needed to assert her position promptly, and the best approach was to clarify her identity, delivering a direct blow to Chu Hanjian. Luo Baiyue at that moment resembled a protective pup, disregarding any notions of propriety as she clung tightly to his arm. While she might not stand out among exceptionally attractive individuals, she was undeniably formidable and possessed a captivating physique. His arm could distinctly feel the warmth of her touch. A bemused smile crept across Gao Yunjing's face. Luo Baiyue's current demeanor was unexpectedly amusing. Being a woman herself, Chu Hanjian could sense the hostility emanating from Luo Baiyue, the reasons for which were all too apparent. With a sheepish smile, she clarified, "Miss, you misunderstand. Classmate Gao is new here, and I was merely hoping to exchange contact information to include him in our class group." Luo Baiyue regarded Chu Hanjian with a scrutinizing gaze. "Is that truly the case?" "Baiyue, don't look at others like that. It's impolite." Gao Yunjing interlaced his fingers with Luo Baiyue's, addressing Chu Hanjian, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't think it's necessary." Subsequently, he took Luo Baiyue's hand and led her towards the Maybach Park to the campus entrance. The poor girl, despite her sufficiently tall and alluring figure, was whisked away by Gao Yunjing as if she were a mere quail. With remarkable ease, Gao Yunjing settled into the passenger seat, while Luo Baiyue reluctantly occupied the driver's seat, muttering softly, "You call me impolite, yet you leave without so much as a farewell, and I fail to see how you exhibit any semblance of courtesy." "What did you say?" Gao Yunjing inquired, catching her quiet complaints despite the absence of any formal cleansing of emotions. Even the tumultuous winds and snow were sufficient for him to hear her murmurs. "I said, after the college entrance examination, you should swiftly obtain a driver's license." "Understood," he replied, simultaneously extracting a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully preparing to light it. Just as he lifted the lighter, a wave of frigid air extinguished the flame. Luo Baiyue, her delicate hand emanating an aura of cold, commanded, "No smoking." "Oh." Gao Yunjing conceded somewhat glumly, realizing that the temperature of Luo Baiue's eternal ice domain was enough to utterly destroy the cigarette. Without the indulgence of smoking, he reclined against the seat, resting his head on his hands, and asked, "So, why did you come to pick me up? What else could it be?" Luo Baiyue retorted tersely, "Shall we check what clothes you still have to wear?" Without her prompting, he nearly forgot that he only possessed the attire he had worn while exiting the People's Hospital in Xinjiang City. Propping his chin on his hand, he gazed at the focused Luo Baiyue with a playful smile, his tone laced with a hint of affection. "You care for me so much?" Hearing his somewhat playful intonation, Luo Baiyue's heart trembled fiercely. "Brother, in our past life, you spoke to me just like this. Do we really need to fight for so long?" Steadying her tumultuous emotions, she thought, "Who else would I care for if not you?" As a reward, Gao Yunjing removed the Bluetooth earphones from his ears and placed them into her delicate, petite ears, saying, "Please enjoy the music." The enchanting melodies captivated Luo Baiyue's senses. The twilight poured into her vision like an incoming tide, painting the maple forests in hues of crimson that stretched to the horizon. The Ferris wheel below continued to spin, its rotations seemingly tireless. Luo Baiyue managed a wry smile, thinking, "My goodness, who listens to such gentle music while driving?" Her calling him my dear struck Gao Yunjing's heart like a swift blade. She refers to me as my dear? He could not resist glancing at the driving Luo Baiyue. The girl, tall and upright in the driver's seat, wore a serene expression akin to snow, adorned with a gentle smile. She even extended a hand to ruffle his hair. "What did you just call me?" he asked incredulously. "Don't tease, my dear," Luo Baiyue replied in an exquisitely soft tone, even taking a moment to touzle Gao Yunjing's hair. The term "my dear" sent electric shivers coursing through his heart. When did she become so adept at flirting? Gao Yunjing fell silent. Even over a century of experience could not prepare him for such a scenario. Luo Baiyue, too, remained quiet, having merely heeded her cousin's advice that an alluring, mature woman could wield significant influence over a less emotionally mature young man. Yet, Her cousin had not elaborated on any other matters. You two are enveloped in such an ambiguous atmosphere, and neither of you speaks a word? A resounding voice echoed in Gao Yunjing's mind. The voice of the world was akin to that of an old man with a magic touch, albeit this entity could slumber for years. Instantly, Gao Yunjing calmed his mind to converse with the world will. Ah, a rare visitor. Me? The voice of the world will sounded somewhat muddled. I haven't been asleep for long, have I? Not for long, but why awaken during such a moment? What does it matter whether I wake or not? In any case, you can't handle this ambiguous tension, so it's better to chat with me. Oomph. Gao Yunjing scoffed disdainfully. With a beautiful girl beside me. Why would I waste time talking to you? Well, she's indeed a beautiful girl, but based on the memories you shared with me. It seems she pursued you for over 60 years, right? Your relationship is not merely contentious. It is one of mortal enemies. Are you certain you two can reconcile? Leaning back in the seat, Gao Yunjing idly played with a butterfly knife, engaging in casual banter with the world will. This incarnation of Luo Baiyue feels different. Indeed, the world will affirmed, adhering to its philosophy of accepting without understanding. However, it soon posed a question, but are you sure Luo Baiyue won't once again pursue you, for humanity's sake? A long silence followed, as Gao Yunjing grappled with how to respond to such a query. He understood that Luo Baiyue was not one to be swayed by romantic notions. Should he reveal his intentions to annihilate the existing world, she would likely weep and drive a sword into his chest. She had always possessed her own convictions. Chapter 12. The Doomsday Arbiter worn out by shopping. Having lived for over a century, Gao Yunjing was no fool. He could surmise the reasons behind the shift in Luo Baiyue's attitude. In her eyes, he was a survivor of societal injustices, perceiving the current human societal structure as utterly corrupt. Thus, she had chosen to resort to violence, forcefully dismantling the existing human society. Now, however, Gao Yunjing was merely a man who had awoken from a 3-year slumber. Nothing had yet transpired. Luo Baiyue wished to remedy this, to help him rediscover the warmth of the world, believing that only then could he abandon his thoughts of obliterating humanity's current societal framework. This could be likened to a nurturing process from the very roots. Such a notion was easy to deduce, yet Gao Yunjing consistently resisted acceptance. The reason was simple. If only Luo Baiyue had been reborn, it would indeed resemble a tale of redemption. He might genuinely come to recognize human society again with her companionship. But accompanying Luo Baiyue was the former Doomsday Arbiter, Gao Yunjing. This ensured that her aspirations would inevitably falter. He would not alter his resolve to dismantle the old societal structures. Their ideological discrepancies would remain irreconcilable. What are you daydreaming about? We've arrived, Luo Baiyue said, playfully pinching his left cheek in a tone of affectionate admonition. During Gao Yunjing's moment of contemplation, Luo Baiyue had already driven them to the largest shopping center in Qingjiang City, Yunding International. As they entered the shopping center, Luo Baiyue had a clear objective, leading Gao Yunjing directly to the couple section. This would suit you perfectly, she exclaimed, pointing to a black trench coat. Gao Yunjing glanced up. The coat featured a simple design, composed of pure black fabric, devoid of excessive embellishments, giving it a clean and sharp appearance. Upon touching it, he noted the high-quality material. The price tag read 34,000. Gao Yunjing had little comprehension of such monetary values in his previous life. The Arbiter was part of an organization akin to an assassin's guild. Corrupt officials often engaged in exorbitant contracts to eliminate one another, and through this, Gao Yunjing had profited immensely, spending freely without concern for costs. After all, these corrupt officials were never short of money and always had enemies but lacked someone to eliminate them, and the Arbiter happened to be just the solution. Thus, the last time Gao Yunjing had checked the prices was while grocery shopping. Aren't these prices a tad exorbitant? Luo Baiyue brandished her bank card before Gao Yunjing, proclaiming, "The wealthy lady is not short on funds to adorn you. Let this young lady indulge." Observing Luo Baiyue's extravagant demeanor, Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle, playfully inquiring, "So extravagant? How do you expect me to repay you?" Well, Luo Baiyue pretended to ponder profoundly for a few moments, then pinched his face, saying, "You can repay me in kind." The sales associate, witnessing the flirtatious banter between the two, wisely chose to stand aside and not intrude. Although the couple was modestly attired, their extraordinary aura was palpable. Just standing beside them, one could feel an almost imperceptible authority, a manifestation of higher beings naturally exerting dominance over those of lesser status. It was evident that these two young individuals were gifted with advanced ethereal spirits. An ordinary sales associate wouldn't dare to interject. "Let's go with this set. And also take that matching couple's outfit." Gao Yunjing, being well-versed in the art of pleasing Luo Baiyue, knew exactly what to do to make her happy. Even though circumstances might later compel them to clash over certain matters, he still wished for them to relish this harmonious moment. All right. Luo Baiyue handed her bank card to the sales associate, who had been patiently waiting, and completed the transaction. The instinct to shop is woven into the very DNA of women, and Luo Baiyue was no exception. Gao Yunjing initially thought they would merely pick up a couple of garments, yet Luo Baiyue eagerly led him on a spree throughout the entire shopping center. Oblivious to the true value of money, whenever she encountered something appealing, she would whip out her bank card and buy. The number of shopping bags in Gao Yunjing's hands steadily increased. Who would have imagined that a formidable harbinger of the apocalypse would find himself reduced to the role of a mere shopping laborer? Eventually, Luo Baiyue halted at a bubble tea shop within a shopping center. While she approached the counter to order, Gao Yunjing chose to lounge on a chair. Watching the scene unfold, Luo Baiyue found it rather amusing. The so-called Sword of Damocles, the harbinger of the apocalypse, had somehow found himself in such a predicament. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow and straightened up, scanning the second floor of the shopping center. He then relaxed his brow and approached Luo Baiyue, stating, "I need to use the restroom. Wait for me here." With her affirmative response, Gao Yunjing did not linger, swiftly exiting the bubble tea shop. However, he did not head toward the restroom, but rather toward the coffee shop concealed in a corner. "Brother, that new arrival is no pushover. Shall we retreat?" Boss Huang urged the towering figure seated across from him. He, too, was troubled. Being inherently weak, suffering a defeat was one thing. But recognizing the strength of the man before him was another matter entirely. Those who sought to save face often proved to be the most foolish. Strength was paramount. If one's might was insufficient, dire consequences awaited. The burly man occupying the main seat cast a sidelong glance at Boss Huang, grumbling. "One must heed their master, even when striking a dog. Besides, my ethereal spirit boasts a rank of 194, King of Elephants. Do you truly believe I would lose? Moreover, my brother is Wang Hongfei." Before Boss Huang could respond, a voice calm and unperturbed interjected with such confidence, "What are you doing hiding here?" Unbeknownst to them, Gao Yunjing had stealthily positioned himself behind the burly man, yet he refrained from immediate confrontation. The Yunjing International Shopping Center, after all, was the largest in Xinjiang City. With tight security, engaging in combat under the glaring daylight was simply inappropriate. "Follow me to the restroom." "Fine, let us go. Who is afraid of you?" The burly man, incensed, rose to follow Gao Yunjing towards the restroom, as it was the most suitable place for a clandestine altercation. This was an unspoken rule. Restrooms had sparse occupancy, and as long as one handled things discreetly, no unnecessary troubles would arise. Boss Huang glanced around helplessly before he heaved a resigned sigh and followed suit. Upon reaching the restroom, Gao Yunjing regarded the towering figure before him and grinned. "Today, as shopping has left me quite fatigued, and my mood is rather foul. You injure my subordinate, and my mood is equally foul." The burly man drew a broad blade from his sheath, declaring, "Today, I shall leave you without one of your arms." "How does that sound? Let us see if you possess the capability," he retorted. The burly man swung his Y-blade, creating an impenetrable curtain of steel directed at Gao Yunjing. Gao Yunjing merely scoffed disdainfully, extending his hand through the blade's veil and placing it firmly upon the man's shoulder, applying pressure downward. With a thud, the burly man collapsed to his knees. Gao Yunjing wasted no time, directly summoning his ethereal spirit. Boss Huang, feeling his legs weaken, crumpled to the ground, watching the brutal scene unfold. After a full 5 minutes, the burly man ceased his contorted struggles. Gao Yunjing retrieved a butterfly knife and lightly tapped it against the man, who instantly disintegrated into a fine powder. It was only then that Gao Yunjing turned his gaze towards the prostrate Boss Huang, stating, "I have no time to deal with you. You know how to handle the aftermath." "Why, yes, I understand," Boss Huang stuttered, his voice trembling with fear. Satisfied, Gao Yunjing nodded and began to exit. Halfway through, he suddenly turned back to Boss Huang. "Brother, grandfather, what do you intend to do?" Having just witnessed the shocking scene, Boss Huang was utterly terrified, his heart racing as if he were facing the grim Reaper himself. "Nothing much. Tomorrow, bring me a Glock 17, along with Qingyun flowers, falling silver grass, and Xingfuling." After stating his demands, Gao Yunjing handed Boss Huang a piece of paper. "It contains what I require. Bring it to me at school tomorrow." Chapter 13. "You will do this, one TU? Why are you back so soon? It's only been a few minutes?" Gao Yunjing naturally picked up the shopping bags resting on the chair, noting that it was getting late and time to head home. Luo Baiyue bit her lip, ultimately suppressing her doubts. "All right, let us go." Watching Gao Yunjing's tall figure lead the way, her emotions were complicated. Every aspect of his design was masterfully crafted, leaving no flaws to exploit. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Luo Baiyue was inherently a dual possessor of the two great taboo ethereal spirits, or rather, she was a confluence of two supreme deities. Although she sensed no trace of bloodlust from him, nor any signs of killer, she understood that murder was murder, and her perception extended to the restroom. Gao Yunjing was never the person she had envisioned. He might have returned, but he could also embody this chillingly cruel disposition. If he truly had returned, Luo Baiyue was uncertain how to confront the ensuing events. Conversely, if he had not returned, then his cunning was indeed terrifyingly profound. Why aren't you leaving yet? I'm here. I crave wontons. Wontons? Gao Yunjing looked at Luo Baiyue in surprise, glancing at the time on his phone. At this hour, are there still places in Xinjiang City selling wontons? What time is it? 7 o'clock. It's quite impossible. In the current environment, to live safely, one must avoid the streets after dark, ensuring their stores are securely closed. Otherwise, in the shadows, the malice of humanity reveals itself, and one can never predict what might occur. But I truly desire them. Luo Baiyue's voice was soft and melodious, trailing off like an enticing kitten. However, the shop is already closed. Oh dear, can you not do it? She was being coy, seeking to gauge Gao Yunjing's attitude towards her. If he were the Gao Yunjing of her memories, he would undoubtedly claim he could do it for the sake of performance. Yet, based on her understanding of him over the past 15 years, she knew he would be quite guarded around her and would never act entirely at ease. All right. I can't argue with you. I'll do it for you. Luo Baiyue's heart sank. The likelihood of his return had increased. The night loomed like a ferocious beast, devouring everything in its path, while the streetlights wrested some areas from its grasp. The Maybach glided over the elevated bridge, traversing the vibrant cityscape. They returned to their shared abode. Gao Yunjing was exceedingly pleased with his performance, having noticed nothing amiss. Upon arriving home, he headed straight to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator, revealing meat, vegetables, eggs, shrimp, and seaweed. He rummaged through the cupboard and found flour, then opened the spice cabinet to discover oil, salt, and all the necessary seasonings. Noticing the little girl slumped on the sofa, he couldn't help but tease, "Are you setting a trap for me?" The little girl wriggled like a worm on the couch, eventually laboriously making her way to its edge, resting her delicate hand against her fragrant cheek. "I don't care. You promised me. Play me a song, then." "All right." Her voice was soft, like the gentle tinkling of silver bells in a spring breeze. At the ferry crossing, love blossomed among the thin, snow-capped mountains and the late-blooming lotus. The sunset reddened the horizon. She longed for the dawn's bell to engage in conversation. Her beloved lingered by the plum and willow, yet was not by her side. His phone, generously endowed by Luo Baiyue, had long since recorded her fingerprint, and she had no qualms about prying into his privacy. As she tirelessly searched for their chat history, Gao Yunjing found himself inexplicably amused. "Stop looking. I only have your contact information." With a haughty posture, Luo Baiyue crossed her arms and feigned generosity. "Fine, you passed this time. Hurry and cook." "All right. I truly cannot deal with you." Gao Yunjing extracted 2 kitchen knives and began to chop the meat, filling leisurely. Once the filling was ready, he seasoned it with salt for a base flavor, then stirred it clockwise, gradually incorporating the prepared scallion ginger water and mushroom water. After the mixture absorbed the liquids, he added egg whites, white pepper, diced mushrooms, sesame oil, and a touch of starch, mixing it thoroughly. With the filling complete, he commenced kneading the dough. The amount was just right for 2 bowls of noodles, and he added a small amount of warm water to begin the process. After 5 to 6 minutes of kneading, the dough became smooth. Gao Yunjing then placed the dough in a bowl to rest for about 15 minutes. During this time, he began preparing the broth for the wontons, requiring a separate base flavor. He took 2 white porcelain bowls and added shrimp skin, seaweed, egg strips, chopped green onions, light soy sauce, and a hint of salt and sesame oil. With the preliminary tasks essentially completed, only the wrapping and cooking of the wontons remained. Suddenly, a thunderous roar illuminated the dark sky, as a torn piece of paper was mercilessly shredded in the night, and heavy rain quickly engulfed the entire Xinjiang city. The sound of the rain harmonized with the soft, melodious music. Luo Baiyue remained perched on the edge of the sofa, resting her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the busy Gao Yunjing. He worked with remarkable organization, managing everything single-handedly without a hint of panic. The dough had rested sufficiently. Gao Yunjing took it out, kneading it for about a minute before creating a large hole in the center and gradually expanding it. Eventually, the dough transformed into long noodles. He pinched off small lumps of dough, rolling them into rounded balls. This step prompted Luo Baiyue, who had been idly watching, to finally join in. She bounced into the kitchen, her elegant hands picking up a small lump of dough, which she twirled in her palm until it formed a smooth sphere. Seeing her assistance, Gao Yunjing picked up a rolling pin to flatten the dough. He placed the dough on the board and gently pressed it down, shaping it into a small, thick circle. With one hand steadying it, he rolled the pin with the other, and soon a wonton wrapper as thin as a cicada's wing was ready. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, and before long, all the wonton wrappers were produced. Gao Yunjing expertly laid out the wrappers, filled them, and after a few straightforward motions, a wonton was set on the board. The little girl, who loved to be idle, chose to abandon her efforts at this point, stealthily slipping away to wash her hands in the bathroom before returning to lounge on the sofa. The air was thick with warm, humid steam, and gentle music played in the background as a light drizzle fell outside, accompanied by the charming girl who kept him company. For reasons unknown, Gao Yunjing found himself contemplating that this was not such a bad situation after all. Go boil some water. Oh, reluctantly obeying the command. Luo Baiyue rose to heat the water. The wontons were quickly wrapped, and Gao Yunjing placed them into boiling water. Once they floated to the surface, he retrieved them and placed them into the pre-prepared bowls. He then ladled a small amount of the broth from cooking the wontons into the bowls before carrying 2 white porcelain dishes to the dining table. Dinner is served. Coming. Chapter 14. The Kept Pretty Boy. Brother, here are the herbs you requested. Huang Laoda placed a large plastic bag of herbs on Gao Yunjing's desk. Although packed in a sizable plastic bag, Huang Laoda was considerate enough to separate each type of herb into smaller bags. He then leaned in conspiratorially. Brother, this is the Glock 17 you wanted. Gao Yunjing casually accepted the Glock 17 pistol that Huang Laoda had brought, appreciating its excellent performance as it was his favorite model. After being reborn, he had spent all his time with Luo Baiyue and had no opportunity to acquire another gun. So he had to rely on Huang Laoda for such matters. Satisfied with the familiar herbs and gun, Gao Yunjing nodded in approval and instructed Huang Dainiu. Find a quiet spot in the school restroom. All right. Huang Dainiu promptly dashed out of the classroom. Wait. Gao Yunjing's cool voice halted the hurried Huang Dainiu. What's wrong? The smoke odor in the restroom must be completely eliminated. There cannot be a trace left. Huang Dainiu wore a troubled expression as he looked at Gao Yunjing. Brother, that's a bit difficult. The restroom at Xinjiang City's #1 high school had long been a favored spot for male students to smoke, and over the years, the smell had permeated every corner. Completely eradicating it was no simple task. Yet, Gao Yunjing did not spare him a glance, speaking in a flat tone. I need it by the end of the first class. Hurry. But, before Huang Dainiu could finish his sentence, Gao Yunjing had already drawn the Glock 17 he had just received from him, expertly chambering around. Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, Huang Dainiu finally fell silent and scurried off to find a solution. Who would have thought that the once-renowned Gao Yunjing would turn out to be a henpecked husband? The previously silent Chu Hanjing suddenly interjected with a jest. Was I ever that famous? Gao Yunjing had forgotten many events from before he was 15. After all, 100 years is a long time, enough to forget much. Chu Hanjing, unaware of Gao Yunjing's inner thoughts, assumed he was merely joking with her. Certainly, if it were not for Wang Hongfei's snow lament, you would undoubtedly be the foremost genius of Xinjiang City among the virtue spirits of Sequence 72, winds, and snow. Back then, a throng of wealthy young masters would incessantly surround you, and among your peers, you were the undisputed leader. Gao Yunjing seemed to recall certain events from his past, yet they appeared to bear no significance. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, preferring to retreat into slumber, unable to bear the weight of reminiscence. Observing Gao Yunjing asleep at the table, Chu Hanjian felt an indescribable pang of sorrow. Has my brother truly forgotten me? Or does he simply wish to avoid mentioning my existence? Luo Baiyue reclined on the sofa, curled up in a small corner like a cat, furiously typing on her keyboard. You must trust me. I have genuinely sensed the awakening of a deity here. Luo Baijiang interjected. Sister, we also detect the aura of divine resurgence in our vicinity. And moreover, we are situated in a secondary city of national significance, which is of greater consequence. The Yunhua Empire categorizes cities into 3 tiers. The central city, singular in existence, at the heart, the secondary cities, which number 4 and encircle the central city, and finally, the 3rd tier marginal cities, of which Xinjiang City is one. Such cities are perpetually on the brink of obliteration, yet equally capable of rebirth. They serve as pawns in crucial moments, and as nurtured wards in times of tranquility. Hence, no one would choose to pursue the divine presence in the context of saving a marginal city. Luo Baiyue felt a sense of helplessness. The god of frost and snow, upon awakening, would possess sea-level power. Regardless of the situation, the god remains a deity. Undertaking a decapitation mission alone could entail considerable risk, and she yearned to persuade her team to accompany her on this endeavor. Please believe me, I have thoroughly examined Anchang City. It merely exhibits ordinary earthly anomalies, not signs of divine resurgence. And Changjin replied, Baiyue, it's not that I am unwilling to believe you, but according to our detailed analysis, Anchang City is indeed the more plausible site for divine awakening. And Changjin continued, could you meet us first? If we do not detect divine resurgence here, we shall accompany you to Qingjiang City. Xiaozian chimed in, exactly. Regardless of the circumstances, Qingjiang City's priority should come after Anchang City. Please, you must trust me, Luo Baiyue implored. Anchang City truly poses no threat. Luo Baiyue countered, sister, why can't you trust us just this once? Are we a group of experts to be deemed inferior to you alone? He conceded, it cannot be denied that you, with dual forbidden spirits, are stronger than us. But this does not justify your disregard for our insights. Luo Baiyue retorted, then trust yourselves and go see if Anchang City truly harbors the awakening of a deity. With a final exclamation, Luo Baiyue angrily hurled her phone to the ground. Damn it, Luo Baiyue. No wonder Gao Yunjing ultimately killed you. It was one thing to sing a different tune alone, but to incite others' dissenting sentiments was unbearable. She could hardly endure it. The matter of reincarnation could not be divulged to them. These individuals, having preconceived notions, deemed Qingjiang City unworthy of attention. Were it not for the immense suppressive force the gods exert over lower-tier virtue spirits, and the fact that only the 36 forbidden spirits could slay gods, who would bother with these fools? Luo Baiyue felt herself on the verge of a breakdown, her hair disheveled as she sat on the sofa. At that moment, the door swung open, and Gao Yunjing, clad in a black trench coat, entered. Who has upset you to the point of throwing your phone? Luo Baiyue gazed blankly at the figure before her. He was tall and imposing, casting a long shadow merely by standing there. His eyes, pure as obsidian, remained unfathomably deep, perpetually concealing his thoughts. In a fleeting moment, Luo Baiyue felt as if the spirited Judgment Day executor of her memories had returned. Speak up if something is bothering you. Why sulk in silence? Gao Yunjing's tone was gentle, akin to a warm spring breeze caressing willow branches. And no, it's nothing, Luo Baiyue hesitated, unwilling to disclose the news of the deity's resurgence. She suspected that Gao Yunjing might have experienced reincarnation, albeit with most of his memories lost. Should he be compelled to confront the matter of slaying gods, he would likely regain those memories, and soon after their reunion, she would be faced with the harrowing task of slaying him. Gao Yunjing took Luo Baiyue's smooth, pale hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. As a kept man, it is paramount to alleviate your benefactor's worries, is it not? Chapter 15. I accompany you. Hearing Gao Yunjing's words, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but chuckle. How has my fiancé lowered himself to such status? Gao Yunjing, unreserved, reclined on the sofa, half lifting his gaze to her, his voice deep and husky, laden with allure. Am I truly your fiancé? My sustenance relies entirely on my fiancé's generosity. One could hardly argue against the label of a kept man. Luo Baiyue playfully cupped his face. Oh, darling, how could you be a kept man? You are to be my husband. The tender expression on her youthful face struck Gao Yunjing's heart, causing an unexpected jolt of emotion that left him momentarily disoriented. What troubles you? Shouldn't you confide in your future husband? Well, it wouldn't seem matter to share it with you. Besides, I can handle on my own. Regardless, Luo Baiyue remained resolute in her decision not to reveal the news of the divine's awakening. Even if the god of frost and snow were feeble upon revival, he would still possess sea-level strength. In contrast, the current Judgment Day executor, Gao Yunjing, held a paltry F-level strength. Even if the god of frost and snow would not awaken for another 3 months, what could he possibly achieve in that time? Moreover, he lacked the formidable virtue spirits he once commanded. Presently, his only spirit was the hazardous sequence 72 virtue spirit, winds and snow, which directly descended from the god of frost and snow. Calculating the circumstances, even were Gao Yunjing to possess a level strength, he would still be incapable of defeating the god of frost and snow. There is still. Before Gao Yunjing could finish, he was interrupted by Luo Baiyue, who, in a playful manner, clung to his arm. If you truly wish to alleviate my worries, go cook something. I'm on the verge of starvation. Observing her demeanor, Gao Yunjing realized that further inquiry would be fruitless. Luo Baiyue would not divulge her secrets. He rose, ruffling her hair. Speak, what do you wish to eat? I desire steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower ducks, roasted chicks, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, sauce chicken, and cured meat. Gao Yunjing quickly interrupted her lengthy list, chuckling in exasperation. If you want that entire feast, don't bother seeking me. I cannot provide such a spread. Then anything will do. As long as you make it, I shall love it. Very well, I shall prepare the meal. Watching Gao Yunjing's retreating figure, Luo Baiyue's thoughts grew increasingly complex. Yunjing, do you not feel that our relationship is developing rather rapidly? Have you truly returned? If so, Luo Baiyue's eyes, glistening like water, transformed into pure ice blue at that moment. Then I shall have to bind you to my side. Unbeknownst to Gao Yunjing in the kitchen, he had unwittingly revealed his hand as he pondered the future while preparing the meal. Currently, his strength was insufficient. He must slay Wang Hongfei by may to elevate his virtue spirit. As for taking down lower-tier virtue spirits, that was a matter of lesser importance. The creature he had slain yesterday, from which he obtained a virtue spirit, could not be deemed entirely useless. One could only say it bore no utility. The essence of the void spirit primarily lies in the enhancement of power. However, the body that has undergone the baptism of the gift and deprivation cannot be altered by an average void spirit. Thus, he must hunt those who possess high-risk void spirits to elevate his own strength. Consequently, Wang Hongfei is destined for demise. As for the reason behind Luo Baiyue's melancholic demeanor, it requires no conjecture. It is merely the impending resurrection of the Frost and Frost God, a truth her comrades refused to accept. In a past life, Anchang City underwent a bizarre transformation, leading everyone to suspect the potential awakening of a deity, yet was merely a commonplace phenomenon of nature. Just as the populace began to relax, the Frost and Frost God of Qingjiang City revived. Initially, Luo Baiyue, with her sea-level prowess, could contend with it as part of the god-slaying team. Alas, fate had other plans. On the very next day following the resurrection of the Frost and Frost God, a frigid current surged from the north, sweeping across the mountain ranges and infusing the deity with immense power. Thus, the Frost and Frost God ascended to B-level strength, rendering Luo Baiyue's team incapable of resistance, leaving them all grievously wounded. Eventually, 2 A-level human warriors were dispatched to suppress the Frost and Frost God, and it was only after Luo Baiyue's ascension to B-level, 2 weeks later, that she was able to vanquish the deity. This time without fail, Gao Yunjing must slay the god at the moment of its revival. The opportunities he missed in his previous life, he intends to reclaim this time. Dinner is served. Luo Baiyue cheerfully approached the dining table, but as she was about to indulge, she noticed Gao Yunjing seated across from her, gazing intently. Why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face? They had cohabitated for a while now, and it was unusual for him to fixate on her so. Can you slay a god alone? Upon hearing this, Luo Baiyue's hand, poised with chopsticks, froze, memories flooding back, accompanied by a surge of trepidation towards Gao Yunjing. Although he had always treated her well, the fearsome reputation of the Judgmenter of the Apocalypse was not unfounded. He succeeded in all his endeavors. He was an insurmountable mountain, an invincible foe, and the dread he instilled was indelibly etched in the hearts of many. Even now, despite holding the upper hand, an inexplicable fear enveloped Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing tossed her phone onto the table, remarking that she should have shattered it entirely rather than leaving a trace of her chat history visible. The screen, now resembling a spider's web, displayed conversations between Luo Baiyue and her team. She sighed in relief, realizing that the person she feared had not yet returned. Your teammates do not believe you. I know. Luo Baiyue's head hung low. She had presumed her authority would compel her team to place unwavering trust in her. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap, revealing that no one was willing to believe her. It was not that they were unwilling, but rather that Anchang City was deemed a more worthy pursuit than Qingjiang City. Can you be certain the deity will indeed revive? I can. The young woman responded listlessly. Her head bowed, but no one wishes to believe me. So, you intend to go alone? Precisely. Gao Yunjing furrowed his brows, his voice rising in admonishment. What can you achieve alone? No matter how talented you are, that is a god. A living deity. I cannot refrain from going. Luo Baiyue retorted. The Frost and Frost God is set to awaken, and when that happens, a potent cold current will sweep here. The implications of this cold current on a recently awakened Frost and Frost God are self-evident. However, no one is willing to accompany you. It is too perilous and not worth the risk. After our college entrance exams, let us leave Qingjiang City and discuss matters thereafter. Not a chance. Luo Baiyue replied resolutely. I will not depart. Sighing in resignation, Gao Yunjing lamented. If my fiancée refuses to leave, then, as her fiancé, I cannot abandon her either. His expression turned serious as he looked at Luo Baiyue, his dark eyes shining like the sun. I will accompany you. Chapter 16. I knew you couldn't bear to let me perish. No. Luo Baiyue firmly rejected him. Gao Yunjing absolutely cannot confront the Frost and Frost God. That is my steadfast boundary. Even if the frost and frost god successfully revives and unleashes the cold current, the devastation wrought upon Xinjiang city would be limited. However, should Gao Yunjing lose control during this critical period, the title of Judgmenter of the Apocalypse is not one to be taken lightly. Presently, Luo Baiyue had come to believe that Gao Yunjing had most likely reincarnated, albeit with fragmented memories. He had forgotten far too much, and as long as he could be kept in check, he would be relatively safe. Yet, should he come into contact with a god and regain his memories, the consequences would be dire. Nurturing him as she was now was already a significant risk. Is it so that what you say must be so? Gao Yunjing's arms crossed over his chest, his gaze opaque and his voice low, resembling a whisper from a demon. My fiancé, let's make a wager that I will be present when you slay the god. Can't you listen to me? Luo Baiyue's voice trembled with apprehension in the face of Gao Yunjing's assertiveness. She found herself unable to resist. During the incident involving Luo Baijiang's demise, she had attempted to negotiate a peaceful resolution with Gao Yunjing. In that dimly lit room, they had sat across from each other at a table, Gao Yunjing mirroring this very demeanor. Luo Baijiang had indeed met his end. From that moment forward, the terror of Gao Yunjing had been etched into the minds of all, earning him the moniker of the Sword of Damocles. It is not that I am unwilling to heed your counsel. Your solitary venture is fraught with peril. Having someone alongside you would ensure greater safety. Luo Baiyue countered defiantly. The source of the blizzard stems from the frost and frost god. How can you confront him? Where there is a will, there is a way, Gao Yunjing replied slowly, deftly placing a piece of braised meat into Luo Baiyue's bowl. I have some understanding of deities. Besides, you mentioned a frost and frost god will not revive for another 3 months. We can observe the situation during this time. His voice, cultured and amiable, was laced with an undeniable pressure that rendered resistance futile. Luo Baiyue fell silent. In matters of god-slaying, he indeed surpassed her expertise. The meal continued in this oppressive atmosphere, with neither uttering another word, for they both recognized that further discussion would be futile. I am full. All right, you rest while I wash the dishes. Sure. Gao Yunjing responded nonchalantly before retreating to his room. It is not that I doubt you, but your current power is undeniably weak, and the frost and frost god is particularly advantageous against you. How can you expect to slay a god? I understand your concerns for Luo Baiyue's safety. Yet the dual taboo void spirit is sufficient for her to vanquish the frost and frost god. Currently, you possess only the gift and deprivation. The gift and deprivation only enhances your physical form, provided it does not prey upon other void spirits. You do not comprehend the gift and deprivation. I do not comprehend. The tone of the world consciousness is incredulous. The gift and deprivation was solely my creation. Are you suggesting I do not understand it? Gao Yunjing sat upon his bed, his dark eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The gift and deprivation is capable of directly devouring living beings. Indeed, the gift and deprivation can achieve this. However, it necessitates that the victim offers no resistance, and the process is excruciating. Those with weaker wills are likely to perish. Ah, Gao Yunjing suddenly chuckled lightly. I wager my willpower is strong enough. What are you planning to do? The divine blood belonging to Yudhua began to boil within Gao Yunjing's body, surging forth and engulfing the divine blood of Fengxue Piaoyao. Have you lost your mind? Forcing the consumption of Fengxue Piaoyao at this stage will provoke a frenzied backlash. Although Yudhua is a taboo spirit, its strength is ultimately feeble. It cannot exhibit its characteristics in the F level. Fengxue Piaoyao, despite its weaknesses, is still a high-risk spirit, capable of a desperate counterattack that should not be underestimated. Such a reckless maneuver could lead to fatal consequences with the slightest misstep. The two streams of divine blood engaged in a fierce battle within Gao Yunjing, relentlessly warring against each other, wreaking havoc upon his body. While Yudhua was formidable, it had yet to consume any spirits, akin to a tiger recently liberated from its juvenile state. Fengxue Piaoyao, although not as powerful as Yudhua, possessed a formidable inherent strength characteristic of a high-risk spirit, resembling a well-developed wolf. Both sides wielded significant power, putting Gao Yunjing in a precarious position. The temperature within the room began to plummet, a thin layer of frost forming upon Gao Yunjing's brow, his lips turning a deep shade of blue. You lunatic! Are you willing to risk your life? If this situation continues to develop, Gao Yunjing's body will ultimately be torn apart by the two forces. Only a madman could inspire such dread. Surprisingly, Gao Yunjing was not rendered speechless by the cold. You are not mistaken. The source of Fengxue Piaoyao is, after all, the god of frost and rime, and it will not harm him. However, you have overlooked one critical detail. Possessing Yudhua means I also qualify as a deity. only by allowing Yudwa to consume Fengxue Piaoyao, where the latter belongs solely to me. Should a single flaw emerge, you shall perish. A madman does not fear death. Gao Yunjing ceased to heed the world's consciousness and focused entirely on manipulating the divine blood of Yudwa to consume Fengxue Piaoyao. Despite his control, the counterattacks from Fengxue Piaoyao remained fierce, a thin layer of frost already forming on his body. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his will. Yet his physical decline did not deter him. Yudwa's assault persisted with vigor. Bang! His door was forcefully kicked open, and the coldly composed Luo Baiyue stormed in. Just moments ago, she had sensed the indoor temperature beginning to drop. The long winter had passed, and the temperature ought not to plummet further. Realizing something was amiss, Luo Baiyue, with her eternal ice domain, could immediately discern the source was Gao Yunjing's room. Suspecting trouble, she disregarded propriety and forcefully kicked open the door. However, upon surveying the room, she found nothing out of the ordinary. When her gaze fell upon Gao Yunjing on the bed, she immediately leaped onto the bed and embraced him. This is bad. Why is this guy's spirit starting to riot? Without time for further thought, Luo Baiyue chose to prioritize saving him. Otherwise, the power of a high-risk spirit in turmoil could easily obliterate its owner. The power of eternal ice domain erupted, absorbing the bone-chilling aura emanating from Gao Yunjing. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing felt the strength of Fengxue Piao significantly diminish. As if he had anticipated this, he opened his eyes. The familiar visage met his gaze. He smiled knowingly. I knew you couldn't bear to see me perish. Chapter 18. Sleep. Back in her room, Luo Baiyue tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her heart racing. Gao Yunjing was a living embodiment of madness. Observing the events prior to his 15th year, it was evident that this youth inherently possessed a hint of madness. Now that he had tasted the swift acquisition of power, he had become someone who reveled in strength. Luo Baiyue feared that Gao Yunjing might be utterly unaware of moderation. He was a proud individual, yet his current sustenance depended entirely on a fiancée he had never met. He would not settle for the status quo. He would seek ways to augment his strength to provide for himself, thus allowing his heart to find peace. Luo Baiyue rolled around in bed, then abruptly sat up, slapping the bed. Why? When did he become such a source of worry? Her gaze lingered on the open door. The two rooms faced each other, and initially, both she and Gao Yunjing would close the door at night. However, after tonight's events, Luo Baiyue firmly insisted that Gao Yunjing leave the door open. Although she understood that he would likely remain subdued for a while following this incident, her unease lingered. Her eyes fixated on the ajar door. Her expression a mix of conflict and hesitation. Meanwhile, Gao Yunjing too was restless. The side effects of forcibly using Yudwa to consume Fengxue Piaoyao resulted in his divine blood continuously boiling. He was mentally alert, and even lying on the soft bed, weariness eluded him. After consuming Fengxue Piaoyao, his level had surged, and the strength of Yudwa advanced rapidly, leaving the plan to hunt Wang Hongfei in May unscathed. Gao Yunjing was still secretly devising strategies to confront the god of frost and rhyme, while Wang Hongfei, a mere NPC, required little consideration. As he pondered, he suddenly felt the bed beside him soften, sinking slightly. He opened his eyes, his dark pupils melding with the surrounding gloom. Yet the night vision bestowed by the divine blood rendered him capable of seeing clearly. Thus, he beheld the serene, sleeping visage of a young girl. How had she come here? Luo Baiyue lay with her eyes tightly shut, as if in a deep slumber, clad in pink Hello Kitty pajamas, unwrapped by a blanket, resting beside him. Gao Yunjing cautiously extended his right hand, poking her cheek twice. The texture remained soft and tender. It seemed he had stumbled upon something amusing. Without hesitation, he began to poke and prod at the girl's figure. Luo Baiyue was, of course, not asleep. However, with both of them wide awake, it would be too awkward to make eye contact. Thus, she chose to feign sleep, though she had not anticipated Gao Yunjing's idleness to this extent, poking her face endlessly. Unable to endure any longer, she let out a soft whine, sleep. And to prevent her face from being subjected to further torment, she turned away, presenting Gao Yunjing with her back. He gazed at her silhouette, contemplating for a long moment. She had willingly offered herself, and he could not be blamed. So, without hesitation, he reached out with his long, powerful arm, encircling her delicate waist. With a gentle tug, the girl was drawn into his embrace. Luo Baiyue did not wish to resist. But the disparity in strength between a taboo spirit and a high-risk spirit was immense, and she was a level above him. If she were to fight back, she feared injuring Gao Yunjing, yet a mere token resistance would not suffice against him. Thus, Luo Baiyue helplessly slid into Gao Yunjing's arms. The girl's form was exceptionally soft, like a puddle of water, warm and comforting, akin to a hand warmer, with a subtle fragrance lingering about her. Gao Yunjing recognized that Luo Baiyue did not have a habit of wearing perfume, and there was none in her home. This was her natural scent. However, it was not quite as exaggerated as described in novels, with notes of milk or strawberry. Luo Baiyue's physique exudes a faint and ethereal fragrance, reminiscent of the delicate plum blossom. Holding the little girl in his arms, Gao Yunjing felt an unparalleled comfort, nestled upon the soft bed, draped in a velvet coverlet, embracing the fragrant and tender child. Had he known that cradling Luo Baiyue would bring such solace, he would have seized her in his previous life, sealing her ethereal spirit and keeping her as his cushion. Luo Baiyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a male before. Even in her past life, her physical interactions with Gao Yunjing had never been this close. His body was unlike any male form her cousin had described. His frame was somewhat cool, akin to a gentle, refreshing breeze, yet the point of contact where his arm encircled her waist radiated warmth. The aura surrounding Gao Yunjing diverged from his refined and tranquil appearance, possessing an invasive quality, reminiscent of the biting cold winds from the north. The warmth of his breath cascaded over her neck, making Luo Baiyue feel as though ants were crawling on her skin, igniting an intense itch. "I know you're not asleep." Gao Yunjing's voice, cool and gentle, resonated clearly in the hushed confines of the room, making it nearly impossible to ignore. "What are you doing?" Luo Baiyue stammered nervously in response. Unperturbed by her anxiety, he tightened his embrace, drawing them even closer, with only a thin layer of nightwear separating them. Luo Baiyue could distinctly perceive the rhythmic movements of Gao Yunjing's body as he breathed. His hand rested on her smooth, unblemished waist, and as her breaths quickened, so too did the rise and fall of her abdomen. "Don't be nervous. You were sitting on my lap just a moment ago. Wasn't that more intimate?" "Shut up." Luo Baiyue's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Gao Yunjing's teasing words were intolerable. How could she endure such antics? After all, she was the affluent patron supporting him. "Don't be angry. I merely wanted to inquire why you found your way to my bed. What do you think?" The girl huffed, her tone petulant, still wary of his impulsive tendencies and his reckless use of blood ignition. The mere mention of this incident ignited her fury. She was not particularly powerful, yet he insisted on maintaining his pride. Not only did he choose to challenge her, but he also resorted to employing blood ignition, a forbidden technique. With the enhancement of D-level ethereal spirits, her control over herself had improved, and she knew that using blood ignition would not result in death. "So, what are you trying to convey?" Luo Baiyue's voice was laced with irritation, and Gao Yunjing could even see her cheeks puffing up in indignation. He understood that if he continued speaking, it would likely lead to his demise. All right. I promise you I won't engage in such dangerous acts again." "Really?" "Indeed." Chapter 17. Because I trust you. Gao Yunjing suddenly pulled Luo Baiyue into his embrace, the soft, jade-like warmth enveloping him. Yet he found himself unable to focus on anything else. His actions were solely aimed at aligning himself more closely with Luo Baiyue, facilitating her absorption of the cold energy within him. Throughout the encounter, Luo Baiyue did not resist. Instead, she tightened her grip around his waist. The two remained locked in a close embrace, while Gao Yunjing's entire being was consumed by the fierce battle between Yudhua and Fengxue Piaoyao, facing imminent disaster. Fengxue Piaoyao was akin to a cornered wolf, a desperate tiger launching a series of frenzied counterattacks. The formidable cold energy surged wildly, causing even Yudhua, which had held the offensive position, to retreat. Gao Yunjing's body temperature continued to plummet, and the chill in the room grew increasingly intense, with frost forming on the tiled floor. Lying in Gao Yunjing's embrace, Luo Baiyue furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, even if an ethereal spirit were to go berserk, it should not possess such overwhelming resistance. Yongheng Bingyu could barely balance Fengxue Piaoyao, and this felt less like an ethereal spirit's uprising and more like a life-or-death struggle, with Fengxue Piaoyao recklessly unleashing all its power without regard for the consequences. "Bear with it. I will fully activate Yongheng Bingyu to help suppress Fengxue Piaoyao," she whispered, leaning closer to Gao Yunjing's ear. After speaking, Luo Baiyue closed her eyes, remaining seated on his lap, with his head nestled against her graceful neck. Their movements were intimately entwined, yet neither felt the slightest hint of embarrassment. With the full force of Yongheng Bingyu unleashed, Fengxue Piaoyao utterly lost its capacity to resist, allowing Yudhua to devour it without opposition. The cold energy emanating from Gao Yunjing dissipated, and the air within the room began to warm, the thin layer of frost on the ground gradually melting away. Luo Baiyue attempted to rise from Gao Yunjing's embrace, only to find him firmly holding her slender waist, preventing any significant movement. At this moment, Gao Yunjing was engaged in the concluding phase of the process. Although Fengxue Piaoyao had been subdued and rendered incapable of resistance, his internal situation was a chaotic mess. Any external disturbance could potentially trigger a chain reaction. Thus, the girl could only remain on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck to prevent herself from falling. With Fengxue Piaoyao stripped of its ability to resist, its divine blood was wholly assimilated by Yudua. The effect of consuming a high-risk ethereal spirit was immensely powerful. Gao Yunjing's divine blood surged within him, his strength explosively escalating, the divine essence cascading over his sinews and bones. Every inch of his flesh and sinew began to ravenously absorb the power contained within the divine blood, an almost insatiable hunger swelling within him. And his aura began to soar. D-level. Gao Yunjing's eyes flew open, his voice tinged with exhilaration. I have reached D-level. With just 3 more months, C-level is within reach. Are you pleased? Luo Baiyue, seated in his embrace, felt her temper flaring, effortlessly pinning him back onto the bed. The purest ice blue hue lingered in her eyes as she leaned over him, her tone laced with a chilling intensity. Want to take a look at what you've done? How dare you forcibly ignite your blood? Who gave you the audacity? Blood ignition, as the name suggests, involves igniting the divine blood within one's body. This act temporarily forces the potential of the divine blood into overdrive, enhancing the user's strength. For those harboring high-risk, ethereal spirits, the effects are even more pronounced. A successful ignition could yield a significant boost in power or elevate one to a higher realm. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Once ignited, the powerful divine blood can lead to catastrophic consequences if not properly controlled, resulting in death. From Luo Baiyue's perspective, the state Gao Yunjing had recently found himself in could only be attributed to the blood ignition technique. With just a moment's contemplation, Gao Yunjing grasped Luo Baiyue's meaning. It was essentially the same. Forcing the assimilation of a high-risk, ethereal spirit at his weakest was not much different from utilizing blood ignition. No, there's a distinction. He countered. Using blood ignition doesn't necessarily mean death, but at this moment, forcibly consuming a high-risk ethereal spirit is tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, he was gambling, wagering that Luo Baiyue would unhesitatingly save him, betting that she could not bear to see him perish now. The little girl sprawled atop him, her brows furrowed and her face puffed in indignation, eliciting an unexpected urge to laugh from Gao Yunjing. He reached out to ruffle her hair. It's all right. I'm still alive. And that is only because of me. Without my assistance, wouldn't you have perished long ago? Heh. Gao Yunjing chuckled lightly. It is precisely because I trust you that I believe you would not let me die. The truth is, you indeed did not allow that to happen. You. This statement struck Luo Baiyue with the precision of a well-aimed arrow, piercing her vulnerable spot without a hint of deviation. The person who once instilled fear in her was now smiling and expressing gratitude, and such a sentiment was utterly irresistible. The young girl's body was soft. Though she appeared tall and assertive, an embodiment of a true cool girl, when held in his embrace, she felt delightfully plush. Luo Baiyue's figure was remarkable, and as Gao Yunjing cradled her, it felt akin to acquiring a rare treasure. He had no desire to let go. Oh, how did I not realize in my past life how comfortable it was to hold Luo Baiyue? I find myself wishing to nurture her. But now I am the one being nurtured. A brilliant smile adorned Gao Yunjing's face. Regardless of circumstances, in 3 months, I shall be able to assist you. You. Luo Baiyue had just begun to reprimand him, but the words lodged in her throat. Was this not him? A fiercely self-reliant individual, utterly unwilling to be a burden to anyone, even at the cost of his own life, striving to keep pace with everyone else. He had always been like this. Matters of wealth and existence were trivial to him, easily cast aside when necessary. Gao Yunjing. Oh, Gao Yunjing, how am I to regard you? Very well. It is getting late. You should retire for the night. Gao Yunjing bid farewell with great reluctance, aware that Luo Baiyue's face was flushed crimson. He feared that if he held her a moment longer, the young girl might faint. Understood, you should also rest early. The warm, soft girl departed from his embrace, leaving Gao Yunjing feeling a pang of loss. What a splendid pillow she made. Just like that, she slipped away from his arms. As he watched her slender figure retreat, a sudden realization struck him. He seemed to have developed an excessive attachment to Luo Baiyue. This was not a favorable omen. The discord between them was irreconcilable, and ultimately, sword would be drawn. Sighing, Gao Yunjing shook his head dismissively. What was happening to him? Why should a destroyer of all things be concerned with such trivialities? Truly perplexing. Chapter 19. Young Master Wang requests your presence. Gao Yunjing lay languidly atop his desk, pondering who could possibly sleep soundly with a fragrant, soft girl nestled in their arms. Regardless of whether others could manage it, he certainly could not. In the dimly lit room, his eyes were wide open, while Luo Baiyue slumbered peacefully in his embrace. He had intended to use her as a pillow, yet as slumber overtook him, he had inadvertently become her cushion. Who could have predicted that beneath the facade of a cold, aloof, cool girl lay a soft, delicate creature clad in Hello Kitty pajamas, clinging to him without letting go? Luo Baiyue's development was indeed impressive. Gao Yunjing had nearly lost his mind last night. It must be said, occasionally embracing the young girl was indeed pleasurable. But attempting to sleep while holding her left him utterly unable to do anything else. He might as well return to his former profession as an assassin to earn some pocket money. As he rested his head on the desk, half asleep, he felt a gentle nudge. Groggily, Gao Yunjing opened his eyes. What is it? Chu Hanjing, looking somewhat concerned, remarked, Yunjing, why don't you pay attention in class? You've been sleeping here every day. Won't you fall behind on your studies? Schoolwork? How does that concern someone who relies on his fiancée's connections? Regardless of whether he studied or not, with Luo Baiyue and a high-risk spirit backing him, wouldn't he admission to the universities of the Empire of Yinhua be a mere formality? He waved his hand dismissively, his voice somewhat slurred. No need. My fiancé has arranged everything for me. I've already been pre-admitted. With that, he disregarded Chu Hanjing and resumed his slumber, observing the boy sprawled across the desk. Chu Hanjing felt a bittersweet pang. Indeed, his fiancée was Luo Baiyue, and he himself was a high-risk spirit. What need had he for these inconsequential lessons? Shadows danced across the desk as time slipped away unnoticed. In his dreams, Gao Yunjing perceived a persistent buzzing, as if a fly were incessantly droning nearby. The once tranquil environment transformed into a cacophony. Awakened by the noise, an unnameable fury ignited within him. He slammed his hand against the desk, sitting upright, and coldly declared, "Can't you be quiet?" The raucous atmosphere fell silent at Gao Yunjing's reprimand, all eyes turning towards him. It was then that he noticed a poised young man standing before his desk. The youth, sporting a smile, extended his hand. Gao Yunjing, do we meet again? Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young man, and coldly replied, Who are you? The other did not seem perturbed by Gao Yunjing's frosty demeanor. Instead, he responded politely, No worries, it is only natural you do not recognize me. The young man suddenly leaned closer, locking eyes with Gao Yunjing, and spoke deliberately, I am Wu Hao, a spirit of sequence 169, Crimson Flame, a former subordinate of yours. Gao Yunjing's eyes widened in realization as he looked at Wu Hao. Observing Gao Yunjing's expression, Wu Hao wore a satisfied smile. Not familiar, I see. The youth revealed no hint of anger, maintaining his humble and gentle demeanor. It's quite all right. I am merely here to convey a message. Young Master Wang requests your presence at Jushin Pavilion after school. I refuse. Gao Yunjing's rejection was remarkably decisive, catching those around him off guard by the speed of his refusal. Why? A flicker of impatience crossed Gao Yunjing's face. Was it necessary to explain? There was already an inherent conflict between them. For him to now seek an invitation for a meal was clearly an ill-intentioned ploy. You are quite right, Wu Hao acknowledged with a nod, then shifted the conversation. However, do you possess the authority to refuse? Given your current capabilities, I could easily drag you to Jushin Pavilion. Wu Hao, do not overstep. Chu Hanjing interjected, standing between the two, unable to bear the tension. She feared that Gao Yunjing, in a moment of impulse, might clash with Wu Hao. Although Gao Yunjing was extraordinarily gifted, Wu Hao was no slouch either, having diligently trained for 3 years while Gao Yunjing had been incapacitated. Wu Hao was already on the brink of sea level. The two were not even in the same league. Wu Hao showed no fear of Chu Hanjing. After all, he came bearing the name of Wang Hongfei, and apart from Gao Yunjing, no one else had the right to confront this matter. Chu Hanjing, I understand you have a close relationship with him, but that does not grant you the right to be reckless. It would be wise not to interfere, lest you provoke young Master Wang's displeasure. You are being excessively domineering, and do you not permit me to stand up for justice? Chu Hanjing was undeterred, for some things could inspire courage in a person. Seated upon his chair, Gao Yunjing observed the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow. Had he once shared a close bond with Chu Hanjing? Prior to the age of 15, his life was devoid of notable events, or perhaps it could be said that it lacked the vibrancy that characterized his existence thereafter, leaving him with scant memories. Gao Yunjing, you must comprehend that aside from yourself, no one possesses the authority to make decisions in this matter. Although Chu Hanjian is formidable, he was not as powerful as you in the past. Moreover, with Wang Xiao in the picture now, I expect a satisfactory response from you. I am merely acting on behalf of another, with no alternatives at my disposal. Your capabilities are of no concern to me. Gao Yunjing rose languidly, stating, "Let us do this. You and I shall engage in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. However, if you lose, this matter shall be subject to my will." Are you certain? Wu Hao's expression grew peculiar. He sensed that the situation was far from simple. For Gao Yunjing was not a reckless individual. Why would he propose such terms that offered Wu Hao no advantages? If you continue to prattle, my response shall be one you do not desire. The weak shall never comprehend the strength of the strong. In the face of one who possesses the power of Yudhua, one must either surpass him by several realms or share a similar forbidden spirit. Yet, given the circumstances, as long as he chose not to reveal himself, no one could ascertain the extent of his strength. The thought of Wang Hongfei's methods filled Wu Hao with trepidation, leaving him unable to ponder deeply. After all, he was merely a messenger, lacking any significant status. He had no alternative. Gritting his teeth, Wu Hao resolved, "I accept." Chapter 20, "Then I must come to retrieve you." Does that not add a bit of excitement? Excitement? Wu Hao furrowed his brows, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "Brother Gao, this is not gambling. Why would we require stakes? How is it not gambling?" Gao Yunjing retorted without mercy. "A man who has been in a coma for 3 years challenging you. A student of 3 years is not a gamble. You need not duel with me. Why not meet Wang Hongfei directly?" Gao Yunjing taunted, "In these 3 years of coma, was I the one who was foolish, or were you? To fight me is a gamble. Is meeting Wang Hongfei not a gamble as well? Are you truly so afraid of failing the task he assigned you?" Wu Hao wished to avoid further ado. "Speak, what do you desire?" "I require Xianjing and the blood of fire-type beasts. Surely, those are within your capabilities?" As the divine beings awakened, the bloodlines of the beast tribes also returned to their ancestral roots, and the mythical beasts of your had re-emerged. However, these beasts did not pose a significant threat to humanity, as their bloodlines were exceedingly thin and severely degenerated. Few could harness the powers of the beast gods, and they merely constituted a large number. "Very well, as long as you agree to meet with Wang Xiao, even without a fight, I shall ensure these items reach your hands." "That will not suffice." Gao Yunjing finally stood up, his tall stature casting a domineering shadow over Wu Hao. "Not only do I want these items, but I also refuse to meet Wang Hongfei." With that, he strode directly from his seat toward the schoolyard, where a martial arts platform was situated, essentially a constructed stage. Its purpose was to alleviate internal conflicts. Fighting in such a place was hardly considered an issue, yet it was necessary to prevent any collateral damage to bystanders, hence the creation of the martial arts platform. Gao Yunjing stood upon the elevated platform, gazing at Wu Hao across from him, and declared, "From what you say, it seems we once shared a connection, although I cannot recall it. However, I am willing to extend you a courtesy. Concede now and deliver the items I require into my hands, and I shall spare you this time. Otherwise, I am known for my ruthlessness. You should be well aware of this from our past." Wu Hao certainly understood the severity of Gao Yunjing's methods. Truthfully, he was reluctant to engage with his former elder brother. Yet he had no choice. Wang Hongfei's orders had been given, clearly intending to intimidate Gao Yunjing. Compared to Gao Yunjing, Wang Hongfei's methods were even more ruthless, compounded by the fact that Wang Hongfei's father was the mayor of Qingjiang City. In a nation that would rather not meddle, the mayor of a city held the highest position, akin to a local emperor. The laws here were dictated by the mayor's decree, allowing Wang Hongfei to operate without restraint, earning a reputation for his merciless brutality. Wu Hao, naturally, dared not defy Wang Hongfei's will. "It appears that you still wish to fight me." Gao Yunjing shook his head in resignation. Why seek to bring suffering upon oneself? "Brother Gao, you have been in a coma for so long. I should still possess some confidence in dealing with you." Wu Hao drew a Tang Dao from the weapon rack, the weapon in which he excelled. The forbidden spirit infused into the Tang Dao ignited it with flames, a fierce blaze that seemed capable of distorting the very fabric of space. Yet, this display elicited a mere scoff from Gao Yunjing, who regarded it with disdain. Youthful exuberance often led to incorrect applications of forbidden spirits. To coat a weapon in flames on such a grand scale was the height of folly. The correct approach would be to compress the flames and detonate them upon attack. Wu Hao paid no heed to Gao Yunjing's thoughts, charging forward with the Tang Dao in hand. Ultimately, Wu Hao was merely a Durank, while Gao Yunjing, possessing a high-danger forbidden spirit, was an insurmountable foe. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a dazzling ice blue, and a biting chill swept through the air. The howling winds pierced the very marrow of one's bones. The gust lifted his cloak, its erratic black fabric resembling an incarnation of the night as he extended a hand, summoning a long spear of ice amid the frigid gale. It was then that Wu Hao sensed something amiss. Was Gao Yunjing's power exceeding expectations? His flames were forcibly contained within a certain range, unable to expand. The entire martial arts platform was engulfed in a howling frost, a thick layer of ice already forming upon the ground. His strength was evidently not lacking. Gao Yunjing finally ceased concealing his rank, and with the emergence of the high-danger forbidden spirit, Chu Hanjian recognized Gao Yunjing's level. Donc, how had he achieved this? Just days after awakening from his coma, he had leaped from F rank to D rank? Though Wu Hao lacked a high-danger forbidden spirit, he was no fool. He had witnessed Gao Yunjing at F rank and could hardly reconcile that with the current terrifying presence. Gao Yunjing has leveled up. You have reached D rank? Wu Hao inquired, testing the waters with his attack. Indeed, Gao Yunjing replied, as the howling winds swept across the entire playground. The crowd observing the spectacle erupted in disbelief. Impossible. You have only just awakened for a few days and can achieve a breakthrough? Surely you jest. If one could ascend a major realm in just days, Wang Hongfei would have reached S rank long ago. Unlike the spectators below, who reveled in the misfortunes of others, Wu Hao faced Gao Yunjing directly and felt the overwhelming pressure. He believed that Gao Yunjing was not deceiving him. Silence. Gao Yunjing's voice, cold and foreboding, resonated with the howling winds. At this moment, the temperature throughout the school plummeted below freezing. This was still Gao Yunjing intentionally controlling frosty gale. Had he unleashed his full strength, the assembled crowd would have long since turned into ice sculptures. Gao Yunjing's gaze shifted towards Wu Hao. Regardless of your thoughts, standing here, let us proceed with the confrontation. Without waiting for Wu Hao's reaction, he thrust his frost spear, which trembled and then shattered into countless resplendent ice shards. With a single hand, Gao Yunjing gestured towards Wu Hao, and the exploding ice shards seemed to possess a sentience of their own, immediately soaring towards him. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, Wu Hao found himself devoid of any confidence to resist. The chasm between the high-tier and mid-tier ethereal beings was insurmountable. In the face of absolute power, all resistance was rendered futile. To his astonishment, however, the razor-sharp ice fragments halted mere inches from Wu Hao. A useless coward who does not dare to fight back should just leave, Gao Yunjing declared before calmly departing the arena. As the school bell rang, Gao Yunjing made his exit in a brisk manner, being the first to leave. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked nearby. The rear door swung open, revealing a youth seated within, who patted the seat beside him as if inviting Gao Yunjing to join him. The young man flashed a smile, half-jokingly remarking, "Since you chose not to come, I shall have to come fetch you." Chapter 21. Companionship in Dining and Play. Wang Hongfei. Gao Yunjing had anticipated that Wang Hongfei would not relent, but he did not expect his old friend to act so swiftly, waiting for him right at the school gate. Noticing Gao Yunjing's pause, Wang Hongfei smiled. "Is it not permissible for old friends to reminisce? My apologies, my fiancé is quite strict, so perhaps we shall save our reminiscences for another day," Gao Yunjing replied. Wang Hongfei chuckled lightly, surprised to find that Gao Yunjing could also be under the thumb of a fiancé. Why can't he be? Luo Baiyue's voice, as cold as the harshest winter, enveloped the vicinity as she stood beside Gao Yunjing in a matching black trench coat. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, seemed poised to pierce Wang Hongfei. What is wrong with him being under his fiancé's control? Indeed, there is nothing wrong. Wang Hongfei maintained his gentle smile, but then shifted his tone. However, Gao Yunjing, your actions seem rather inappropriate. I recall your relationship with Chu Hanjing was well known. Well known? Gao Yunjing's expression grew cold, the temperature at the school gate plummeting. Then please enlighten us as to what our relationship was. Gao Yunjing was confident that there had never been any romantic ties between him and Chu Hanjing, despite his hazy memories before the age of 15. Yet, if there had been something ambiguous, he would surely have remembered. If he did not take the initiative now, the young lady would certainly not let him off lightly upon returning home. Luo Baiyue's attitude towards him was unmistakable control. Even if one day she were to learn of her rebirth, she would still opt to exert control over him, for it was the best way to handle the situation. This meant that Luo Baiyue could potentially transform into a Yandere at any moment. The notion of a Yandere, while romanticized in tales, is perilous. One must never fall under the gaze of a Yandere. For now, he could only strive to suppress Luo Baiyue's tendencies. What relationship is there to discuss? Wang Hongfei was undaunted by Gao Yunjing, maintaining a warm smile, as if greeting an old friend. A nostalgic glint flickered across his handsome face. You were once considered a paragon of aloofness towards women, yet here you are, surrounded by a young lady. Wang Hongfei's gaze shifted to Luo Baiyue. Miss Luo, don't need to specify who this young lady is? No need. Chu Hanjing's voice cut through the throng, reaching the group. She regarded Wang Hongfei with a frosty demeanor, stating coldly, I do not comprehend your intentions. If you seek to sow discord between Gao Yunjing and his fiancée, I assure you, I am the last person you should involve. Our relationship is indeed well known. Chu Hanjing did not look at Wang Hongfei or Gao Yunjing. Her focus was on Luo Baiyue. Sister-in-law, I'm technically half a sister to Gao Yunjing. Huh? This unexpected revelation left Luo Baiyue momentarily stunned. She had never heard of Gao Yunjing having a sister, nor had he ever mentioned such a person in their previous lives. My father was a gambler, and my mother was an alcoholic. They sold me, Chu Hanjing recounted. One sought money for gambling, the other for drink, which led to my being sold. Though I was sold, my life did not improve, as my ethereal spirit had not yet awakened. And I was taken to a place known as Human Paradise. It was merely a facade. On the surface, it appeared to be a high-end restaurant and bar, but in reality, it was engaged in illicit activities. As a girl sold to such a place, the nature of my work there is all too evident. Fortunately, I was still young, and they only made me perform menial tasks. However, after I once stood up to a customer, they beat me severely and discarded me. It was during that time that I met Gao Yunjing. He took me to the hospital and cared for me. When I asked how I could repay him, he replied that it was merely a small act of kindness. Yet, upon learning he had no family, I insisted on being his little sister. A bittersweet smile emerged from Chu Hanjing, albeit strained. But he does not require me. As she recounted her heart-wrenching tale, her demeanor remained remarkably composed, only faltering slightly at the end. A hazy, fragmented memory began to resurface in Gao Yunjing's mind. Indeed, there had once been such a person by his side. However, the rampant corruption among officials in Xinjiang and the compensation benefits for his parents' deaths had barely reached him, rendering him as good as orphaned. Gao Yunjing had to rely on various means to survive, and the idea of adding another individual, just as helpless as himself, was utterly untenable. Thus, he had been unwilling to acquiesce back then, no matter the circumstances. Chu Hanjing's icy gaze fixed on Wang Hongfei. What more do you wish to say? You should not say anything more. He ought to leave. Luo Baiyue's voice was frigid as she pulled Gao Yunjing with her back to her Maybach. Drive. With Wang Hongfei's command, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided away into the distance, bringing the incident to an abrupt close. The young lady in the Maybach regarded Gao Yunjing with a teasing smile. It seems our esteemed Gao has a rather extensive acquaintance and has certainly endured a fair share of experiences. Despite her sardonic tone, Gao Yunjing felt little inclination to engage. While Luo Baiyue could indeed shield him from Wang Hongfei, the more frequently they interacted, the more their conflicts would become apparent to all. If he were to eliminate Wang Hongfei, he would surely be implicated as a suspect, regardless of the absence of evidence. Even if he could extricate himself from suspicion, he feared that Luo Baiyue, not being a fool, would eventually discover the truth of his rebirth. I'm speaking to you. Is this your attitude? Feeling tired? I shall take a nap, Gao Yunjing declared, closing his eyes. What are you tired for? Luo Baiyue could no longer contain herself, lunging towards Gao Yunjing and leaning in close to his ear. What should I do? I also desire your attentive care. As the delicate girl nestled against him, Gao Yunjing wrapped his arms around her fragile waist to prevent her from slipping. His tone held a hint of amusement. You wish for my attentive care? Indeed. The meticulous care provided by Gao Gij is something that this fiancé longs for as well. Luo Baiyue's tone was affectatious, her voice trailing off as she playfully pouted. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his hand gently brushing along the slender curve of the young girl's back. What more care do you need when I accompany you for meals, playtime, and slumber? Chapter 22. My disturbingly superior techniques. I don't care. I want the same attentive care that Chu Hanjing offers, the little girl insisted, displaying a completely unreasonable demeanor as she clung to him, nestled against his chest, her small face buried in his embrace. The warm, moist breath that emanated was infused with a sense of comfort. Must we truly indulge in that kind of care? Absolutely. Very well, but that means there will be no sleepovers, he retorted. On what grounds can you deny me that? Luo Baiyue raised her face, now flushed to the hue of a ripe tomato, and declared fiercely, I am your fiancé. Whatever she enjoys, I shall enjoy. Whatever she does not, I shall have as well. Such possessiveness from a young girl? Gao Yunqing's tone brimmed with affection, realizing only now how amusing Luo Baiyue could be. Regardless, I demand to have everything she has, and everything she lacks, I shall possess too. Besides, apart from me, you shall have no other women. On what basis do you assert that? How dare you even ask? The young girl raised her small fist, playfully striking his chest. If I merely whisper that you are my fiancé, Who would dare to harbor designs upon you? All right, let us head home. Sensing his innate spiritual weapon, the crimson flame black dragon spear, slipping from his grasp, Gao Yunjing quickly shifted the topic, attempting to dislodge the girl from his lap. However, she was unwilling to relent, remaining draped over him, with only a layer of fabric separating them. Lifting her head, her bright, innocent eyes were fixed upon him. You must promise to care for me attentively. Observing this scene, Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle, pondering if Luo Baiyue was perhaps aged vinegar. Once the jar is overturned, the sourness would permeate the entire Yunhua Empire. All right, I concede. I will yield to your whims, my little vinegar jar. Now that's more like it. Satisfied with his affirmation, the young girl finally vacated his lap. Her delicate, fair hand rested atop his head as she beamed at him. Remember, only someone who loves you as I do would feel jealousy. The rest are merely villains. Seeing Luo Baiyue's demeanor, akin to a charming seductress luring an unsuspecting child, Gao Yunjing found it hard to suppress a smile. Did she not realize how endearing she appeared when she playfully called a baby? It must be said, her mature demeanor, coupled with such affectionate address, was undeniably disarming to any man. Most importantly, when she acted coy, Gao Yunjing found himself utterly defenseless. He was truly captivated by her charms. Do you know what your words are termed in academic circles? For a fleeting moment, Luo Baiyue's hand stiffened before her cool, yet somewhat alluring voice inquired further. What is it called, baby? Brainwashing. Upon finishing, Gao Yunjing suddenly laughed, his gentle features resembling a blossoming plum flower, his voice imbued with mirth. But as long as it's you, my little vinegar jar, I rather enjoy it. The sleek black Maybach sliced through the night, illuminated by the warm glow of streetlights. Soon, they arrived at their cozy abode. Since you seem to relish in my little vinegar jar, then tonight I shall train you. Train me? Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an underlying implication in her words. Despite Luo Baiyue's forwardness, it was she who had always been shy. Hence, he doubted the training would pertain to anything he was anticipating. Luo Baiyue, aware of Gao Yunjing's misgivings, blushed and retorted, You lecher, what are you thinking? Thinking of having 5. Not a single one. I won't bear any. 2 would suffice, a pair of twins. I said no, not even 1. Gao Yunjing opened the car door and approached the young girl, his long, slender fingers lifting her delicate chin. What you say holds no weight. I will show you who truly calls the shots. Gao Yunjing felt a pang of regret as he faced the wooden sword in his hand and the determined Luo Baiyue before him. The spacious living room had been cleared, creating ample space for their training. With a wooden sword in hand, Luo Baiyue appeared valiant, her voice brimming with confidence. This swordplay training, this is my domain. Watching the wooden sword and the eager girl display her skills, Gao Yunjing couldn't help but smile bitterly within. Did she truly wish to alter his demeanor? Previously, his preferred weapon was the spear, the king of all weapons, difficult to master yet immensely powerful. And now, Luo Baiyue had handed him a sword instead. Was she attempting to change even his favorite weapon? Hey, are you even watching? I am. Then come closer. What do you intend to do? Although he questioned her, Gao Yunjing obediently stepped forward. Let us exchange a few moves. Luo Baiyue swung her sword toward him with determination. Is this really necessary? Gao Yunjing replied with a calm smile, blocking her strike with an audible clash. The previous attempt was merely a test. Being able to deflect it wasn't particularly impressive. With a fierce shout, Luo Baiyue unleashed a flurry of attacks, her sword cutting through the air with the ferocity of tiger. I told you there's no need. Gao Yunjing remained steadfast, his sword seeming to possess a life of its own, an extension of his arm as he deftly parried her blows from an unexpected angle. Stop talking. Luo Baiyue intensified her assault, executing each fundamental sword technique with fluid grace, her wooden sword transforming into an indomitable weapon of legend. Don't forget, what was my source of income before I turned 15? Gao Yunjing remained unyielding, his wrist flicking with agility, the sword dancing like a nimble butterfly, successfully deflecting her fierce attacks. How is this possible? Luo Baiyue was taken aback. The intensity of her swordplay was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Indeed, she acknowledged Gao Yunjing's exceptional talent, which could not be measured by ordinary standards. However, throughout the exchange, he stood unwavering as a rock, not budging an inch. Merely relying on his upper body strength, he managed to counter her relentless onslaught, clearly revealing that Gao Yunjing was a swordsman with skills well beyond his years. Quite impressive. But do not forget who I am. With her words, Luo Baiyue altered her attack pattern, transforming her formerly methodical strikes into a fluid and dynamic assault, akin to a torrential downpour on a stormy night. Her attacks were ferocious enough to sweep away everything in their path, even in his previous life. Gao Yunjing had never been Luo Baiyue's match in swordsmanship. Moreover, He had to conceal his true strength, refraining from revealing his full capabilities. It was too long before Luo Baiyue managed to disarm him of his wooden sword. How about it? Ready to concede? Luo Baiyue lifted her chin with pride, a smirk adorning her face. Indeed, you are quite formidable, Gao Yunjing conceded as he approached her. However, I possess a technique even more astonishing. What technique? In a surprising twist, Gao Yunjing swiftly lifted Luo Baiyue in a princess carry, whisking her away to the bedroom and tossing her onto the bed. Hee hee, my disturbingly superior technique is even more powerful. Chapter 23, A Life Borrowed for a Moment. The following day, Gao Yunjing entered the classroom with dark circles under his eyes. Looking utterly disheartened, he lamented his own inadequacy, recalling how, as soon as he collapsed onto his bed the previous night, a single punch from a young girl had brought him down. Yunjing, what is wrong with you? As his desk mate, Chu Hanjing was naturally the first to notice Gao Yunjing's panda eyes. Hearing the concerned tone of Chu Hanjing, Gao Yunjing merely waved his hand dismissively and rested his head on the desk, seeking to return to slumber. Suddenly, he felt a gentle poke. Without a doubt, it was Chu Hanjing. Though he was slightly irked at the interruption of his rest, he remembered how she had come to his aid the day before, and, with a good-natured sigh, lifted his head to reveal his bruised eye. I'm quite tired. If you have something to say, please keep it brief. A chill sensation enveloped him as he opened his half-closed eyes to see Chu Hanjing delicately holding a small container of white ointment. She was carefully applying the salve around his eye. Noticing his surprise, Chu Hanjing blushed slightly and said, Today is the 100-day declaration. I thought it wouldn't be appropriate for you to go out looking like this, so I wanted to help you out a bit. No need. Gao Yunjing's reaction was vehement as he straightened up and pulled out a tissue from his pocket, wiping away the ointment. Given his physical prowess and remarkable self-control, the bruise was trivial. He had only left it there to elicit sympathy from the young girl, hoping to gain some advantage. Seeing his strong rejection, Chu Hanjing lowered her head, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry. Sorry? What do you have to apologize for? Gao Yunjing was taken aback, glancing sideways at her. I merely kept it for the sake of garnering sympathy to gain an advantage over Luo Baiyue. If I truly wished to remove it, I wouldn't need this ointment. Noticing Chu Hanjing remained silent with her head bowed, Gao Yunjing felt a hint of exasperation. Given her demeanor, it was indeed strange that he had not taken advantage of her when he had the chance. All right, I'm not holding it against you. Just let me have some rest. Gao Yunjing activated the blood within him to dissipate the bruise around his eye and returned to resting his head on the desk. As for Chu Hanjing, he had no desire to concern himself with her any further. The once bustling classroom fell into a hushed silence, with no one daring to voice their thoughts, only casting curious glances before quickly averting their eyes. Chu Hanjing watched the boy slumped at the desk, pondering if she was indeed too foolish. Meanwhile, Luo Baiyue sat on a sofa, phone in hand, listing a series of medicinal herbs and beast materials. The sacred beings are entombed where the gods rest. There, one will encounter the god's servants, assimilated by the divine and stripped of reason. They will protect the remains of the divinity at any cost. The strength of these servants is formidable, as they no longer need to supply energy to their minds, resulting in their powerful physiques. The internal structure of the divine tomb is vast and intricate. The god of frost and wind is the offspring of the wind god and ice goddess, belonging to a lower tier of supreme deities. All such tombs share a common trait. The remains are interred at the deepest point. The god's servants scatter throughout the tomb, yet the layout resembles a labyrinth. Currently, Luo Baiyue's strength is only at level C. Given the signs of divine resurgence in Anchang City, she cannot request any external aid and must rely solely on herself. To ensure the process of slaying the god goes flawlessly, she must proceed with utmost caution. The materials she ordered are all fire-related, specifically designed to counter the god of frost and wind. She intends to concoct a fire powder aimed at weakening both the god servants and the deity. The most effective means would be a special bullet known as Fire Pill, created by Gao Yunjing in his past life. However, its creation is exceedingly complex, requiring the divine essence and blood of fire-type spirits, along with Xian crystal. The essence and blood can only be possessed by those with fire-type spirits. As she surveyed the materials listed and the plan she had drafted from memory, Luo Baiyue smiled. Divine One, my first battle since my rebirth begins now. Simultaneously, Gao Yunjing decided against further sleep, opting instead to escape the school during the 100-day declaration. Each day after school, he was picked up by Luo Baiyue, leaving him no time for solitary activities. Thus he seized this opportunity to sneak out. Although Huang Daniu had always been there to assist, some matters were best handled personally. To slay the god, he needed to concoct Fire Pill, which required a catalyst to initiate the synthesis of other components. The best catalyst would be a fire-type spirit. After days of investigation and understanding, he had pinpointed his target, the leader of the poison snake gang in Xinjiang City, the green flower snake. Classified as sequence 164 green flame. He had to act quickly to eliminate the green flower snake before returning to school, for time was not on his side. Inside a bar, a burly man sat in a booth surrounded by a throng of drunken revelers, pouring liquor down their throats as if it were water. The man clutched a half-clad woman in his arms, her pale skin glistening under the neon lights, exuding an alluring charm. "Ha ha!" the man bellowed with laughter, lewdly groping the woman, who responded with soft moans, lazily draping herself over him. "Big brother. Ha ha ha." A scrawny man rubbed his hands together with a lascivious grin. "I want to have some fun too. Damn, I love leftovers." The burly man cursed, tossing the woman aside and seizing a waitress. Her clothing was violently torn apart, yet she could only submit to his whims, too afraid to resist. Known on the streets as the green flower snake, he possessed sequence 164 green flame and held a mid-tier spirit with sea-level strength in Xinjiang City, a lawless territory where he could act with impunity. The entire bar was his domain, and all the women within were his playthings. Beneath the booth lay more half-clad women, their milky skin exposed, victims of the green flower snake's unpredictable temper. In this place, they were not regarded as human, for they possessed no power and were relegated to the lowest tier of existence. The scrawny man, rewarded by the green flower snake, dragged a woman barely clad in underwear to a dark corner, where they began a disgraceful act. Bang! The bar's door was forcefully kicked open. A handsome young man in a black trench coat stepped in, his expression as cold as the glaciers of a high plateau. "Who? What do you want?" The green flower snake roared in fury, rising to his feet and snapping the waitress's neck with a casual motion, leaving behind only hollow eyes where life once thrived. "I'm not here for anything, just borrowing your life for a moment." Chapter 24. The Bar Battle. The youth's voice echoed like the chilling winds of a glacier, imbued with an icy intensity. "Do you think you can kill me?" The Qinghua snake's tone dripped with disdain, as he had arrogantly dominated the gray underbelly of Xinjiang City for years. Never had anyone managed to take his life. Rising to his feet, he drew a long knife from his spatial ring, bellowing, "Which fool dares to challenge me today? I shall chop you into pieces for my drink." Gao Yunjing, however, had no desire to engage in discourse with such societal refuse as the Qinghua snake, despite the fact that his own past actions had been far more detrimental to society. The howling cold wind surged into the bar through the shattered door, momentarily rousing those enslaved by their primal desires. They ceased their debauchery, kicking the women aside, brandishing cleavers with murderous intent. Sharp ice blades danced around Gao Yunjing's long, slender hands, effortlessly carving 5 elegant parallel arcs with a single sweep. The ice blades seemed to come alive, surging forth like frenzied hornets, voraciously claiming the lives of all who dared to stand. "Damn it! Let me show you how I'll end you today." The Qinghua snake erupted in fury upon witnessing his comrades fall in droves. He swung his long knife and charged forward. Faced with the Qinghua snake, Gao Yunjing finally chose to temper his previously unabashed arrogance. The Qinghua snake was a formidable C-rank, having engaged in countless skirmishes with rival gangs, and though he lacked formal training, he possessed substantial practical experience. This marked Gao Yunjing's first foray into a battle beyond his level since his rebirth. In an instant, a long sword manifested in his hand. In the confined space of the bar, a spear would offer no advantage, and he was not foolish enough to wield one. The sword danced gracefully, imbued with the essence of wind and ice spirits, as Gao Yunjing summoned the wind spirit to enhance the blade. This infusion allowed his strikes to be executed with astonishing speed, akin to a tempest. The Qinghua snake, seasoned in clashes with other gangs, immediately recognized that this seemingly frail youth was not to be underestimated. Blue flames flickered around the blade as the Qinghua snake accelerated his assault, the intensity of the flames growing with each swing, soon engulfing the area before him in a sea of fire. The fierce azure flames distorted the very air, waves of heat crashing upon Gao Yunjing. He could even smell the scent of charred flesh, an aroma born of the Qinghua snake's blue flames incinerating the fallen. He ceased using the wind spirits, knowing it would only amplify the fire's ferocity. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a pure icy blue. The howling wind stilled, and snow began to fall, voluminous snow. As it accumulated, he gathered it into a serpentine form of ice and snow, imbued with an eerie chill, and directed it straight at the Qinghua snake. The frigid aura instinctively warned the Qinghua snake of impending danger, prompting him to abandon his offensive and cocoon himself within a protective barrier of azure flames, indifferent to the fate of his subordinates, mere expendables to him. The pristine ice serpent charged towards the Qinghua snake's fiery shield, melting upon contact. The melting snow diminished the blue flames, which soon waned significantly. Yet the ice serpent was nearing its limit. Gao Yunjing deftly drew his Glock 17, loading it with practiced precision and aiming at the Qinghua snake's flickering shield. Just as the ice serpent reached its conclusion, the fire shield flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The Qinghua snake's form became visible, and without hesitation, Gao Yunjing fired. The resounding gunfire echoed through the bar, and several bullets struck the Qinghua snake, inflicting severe injuries, yet he remained alive. Even the weakest of blue flames was a mid-tier spirit, ranked at 164. The copper shell of the bullets had been disfigured by the intense heat upon contact, significantly diminishing their impact. Without a moment's pause, Gao Yunjing continued his barrage, suppressing the Qinghua snake's flames while retrieving a spare magazine from his spatial ring, prepared to reload at any moment. The Qinghua snake realized that his protective flames were dwindling. He could not afford to persist in this manner, or he would surely perish. He summoned all his flames, frantically channeling his spirit, conjuring a blue fireball that surged toward Gao Yunjing with the force of a tempest. Upon reaching a certain proximity, the blue fireball erupted, scattering countless azure sparks like a torrential downpour across the bar. The fragments of blue flame hurtled towards Gao Yunjing like meteors. But his reaction was remarkably calm. Thick ice walls rose before him. To maintain his firepower, he sacrificed tight defense, allowing ice spikes to rise from beneath him, encasing him within a small, icy prison. Unfazed, Gao Yunjing stood within, firing furiously, emptying his magazine in rapid succession. His reloading speed was impressive, never exceeding a 2-second interval. The blue flames collided with the ice spikes, exploding into a flurry of smaller azure flames. He remained indifferent, enveloping himself in a thick layer of ice to repel the fire. This garment was a gift from Luo Baiyue. He had worn it that very morning, and any damage would surely attract her attention. Thus, he had to protect this attire at all costs. As the bullets continued to rain down, the Qinghua snake struggled to sustain his fiery defense. Suddenly, a blossom of crimson erupted, a beautiful yet grotesque sight. It was a bullet that had not been singed by the protective flames. The Qinghua snake's end had arrived. The cacophony of gunfire finally ceased within the now silent bar. Gao Yunjing lowered his gun, his hands slightly reddened from the recoil. The bar lay in hushed stillness, all of the Qinghua snake's underlings having perished in the wake of their battle. The Qinghua snake lay sprawled on the ground, akin to a discarded sack. The underworld king of Qingjiang City had fallen. Yet, in Gao Yunjing's eyes, these events held little significance. What mattered were the blood and heart of the Qinghua snake, which were the most crucial elements he sought. He hastily approached the corpse of the Qinghua snake, retrieving a butterfly knife from his pocket to sever the major artery. The Qinghua snake, as formidable physique, still clung to life. Blood gushed forth, and Gao Yunjing swiftly produced a quartz vial from his spatial ring, an item specially prepared by Huang Daniu. As the blood filled the vial to the 2/3 mark, Gao Yunjing gripped the butterfly knife, extracting the most vital components. Throughout this process, his actions were methodical and unhurried, akin to a masterful surgical procedure. Once he had secured everything he required, he casually picked up a lighter from the bar and ignited it, tossing it onto the Qinghua snake's corpse. The remnants of the fire spirit's divine blood ignited upon contact with the flames, transforming the bar into an inferno. Only a solitary figure slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 25. Today is your birthday. Yunjing, where did you go during the daytime declaration? In the quiet study hall, Chu Hanjian whispered. Gao Yunjing glanced at the time, realizing there were still 20 minutes until class ended. To pass the time, he chose to respond to the inquiry. I went out for a stroll. I haven't explored much since I've been accompanying Luo Baiyue. Oh, which university do you plan to attend? Yinhua University. Yinhua University stands as the most prestigious institution within the entire Yinhua Empire, nestled in the heart of the metropolis, Yinhua City. It is a sanctuary for the nation's brightest talents and elites, boasting an unparalleled educational framework and the most rigorous training programs. Most notably, the high-risk, ethereal entities, seldom found elsewhere, are abundant at Yinhua University, including even the forbidden ethereal beings. If he aspires to cultivate Yudhua, he must inevitably enroll in Yinhua University. It was also in Yinhua City that he realized his true power, hunting down prodigies and subsequently slaying deities, ultimately becoming the harbinger of the impending apocalypse. Unbeknownst to him, the night had fully descended, and the time for dismissal had arrived. Gao Yunjing hastened back to the Maybach of Luo Baiyue with remarkable speed. He never carried a backpack from school, or rather, He had never taken one to school at all. He flung open the car door and threw himself inside. Ah, what a comfort it is! Gao Yunjing reclined on the passenger seat, resting his head on his hands, languidly uttering, "Drive on, driver." Observing Gao Yunjing, who was almost like a pet cat he had nurtured, Luo Baiyue was a loss for words. In terms of outcomes, he was undoubtedly far superior to his previous incarnation. Yet, in terms of sentiment, there was a nagging feeling that this nurturing endeavor was somewhat of a failure. Gao Yunjing had grown increasingly audacious, frequently taking advantage of her, whether out of sheer boredom or necessity. "Why aren't we moving yet?" Noticing the car had yet to start, Gao Yunjing opened his previously shut eyes and asked, "Goodness, have you been particularly fatigued these days? Why you seem so sluggish?" This was a question that had long been buried in the depths of Luo Baiyue's heart. Gao Yunjing attended school merely to laze about, never bringing books, making it impossible for him to study. At home, he practiced swordsmanship with her for a brief while, and then prepared a meal. To be honest, she found herself envying Gao Yunjing's laid-back lifestyle. "Yes, quite fatigued," Gao Yunjing said, taking advantage of the moment to lay his head on the young woman's lap. Her legs were long and smooth, mirroring her softness, accompanied by her unique, subtle fragrance. The texture of her skin was tender and silky, akin to the finest jade. During this period, his favorite pastime was reclining on her lap, relishing the rare tranquility. "What could possibly be exhausting?" Luo Baiyue remarked, starting the Maybach and departing from school. "Every day, I accompany you for meals, play, and even sleep, wholeheartedly striving to please you, my affluent lady. How could I not be weary?" Gao Yunjing feigned hardship, yet in reality, he relished it immensely. Comfortably sprawled on the young woman's graceful legs, half closing his eyes, he felt no obligation to concern himself with anything. As for winning Luo Baiyue's favor, that was a jest. He was already secretly devising plans on how to keep her by his side once he exposed his rebirth. As the city lights flickered to life, the enveloping darkness of the night had descended upon the world, with warm yellow street lights illuminating patches of brightness. The Maybach, gleaming with radiant lights, navigated through the bustling urban landscape, while Gao Yunjing lay quietly on her lap, akin to a slumbering feline. Luo Baiyue had never considered refusal. She merely drove while tenderly resting her hand on Gao Yunjing's head. The joy of this nurturing relationship was undeniably comforting. In the bustling city, a myriad of vehicles formed long lines, with traffic lights dutifully regulating the flow. The vibrant city center sparkled with dazzling neon lights, the polished steel forest brimming with enticing desires. Luo Baiyue quietly piloted her beloved car, observing the city's orderly operation, while Gao Yunjing resembled a peacefully slumbering cat. There were no burdens of humanity's future, no impending slaughters of resurrected deities, nor any familial intrigues. There were no deceitful interpersonal relationships. Everything felt so natural and serene. With Gao Yunjing, she never felt the need to conceal her true self. She was simply a young woman who loved to be pampered, and Gao Yunjing genuinely enjoyed her affections. At times, she found herself pondering if one day the dread harbinger of the apocalypse, Gao Yunjing, truly returned. Reckless and indifferent to laws, dismissing everything in this world, would he personally bring an end to the deities and terminate this chaotic era? Gao Yunjing would become the Damocles sword looming over the guilty, invisible to all. Could she relinquish the burdens that had long been intertwined with her existence? Could she leap into Gao Yunjing's embrace, like the most ordinary of young women? Perhaps in that moment, Gao Yunjing would hold an umbrella, standing in the dark rain-soaked night, extending his long, powerful arms to envelop her. Then, he would take her home, back to their modest abode, where he would personally prepare a bowl of wontons. She would sit on the sofa watching him, as the air filled with the dampness of steam and melodious music flowed through the room. Seizing a moment during a traffic light, Luo Baiyue glanced down at the sleeping Gao Yunjing on her lap. In slumber, he appeared so tranquil. His features not sharp but rather gentle and refined, reminiscent of scholar. His brows and eyes were delicate and warm, and his smile was like a refreshing spring breeze. Yet he exuded an air of undeniable dominance. Like a born emperor, even his softest words concealed an irresistible firmness. In his past life, Gao Yunjing embodied such a persona. He was a refined gentleman, nurtured by a noble upbringing. However, once he took action, he transformed into a ruthless, iron-fisted ruler, devoid of reason, focusing solely on outcomes. Had she altered his fate in this life? She was uncertain, for Gao Yunjing's childhood did not appear particularly joyous, and his nature seemed set. Yet before her, he never revealed that piercing brilliance that was hard to behold, only gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. The Maybach quietly traversed the road toward a high-end restaurant. The gathering of a mortal's pavilion. Upon parking, Luo Baiyue gently roused the slumbering Gao Yunjing resting on her lap. Wake up, sleepyhead. Gao Yunjing rubbed his bleary eyes. His voice muffled. Are we home? Not yet. Luo Baiyue elongated her tone, seemingly teasing him. Then where are we? The gathering of a mortal's pavilion. The gathering of a mortal's pavilion? Gao Yunjing shook his head, shaking off his drowsiness, and asked in confusion, Is there some important occasion today? Why are we here? No. Luo Baiyue replied with a smile in her eyes, feigning mystery and lowering her voice. Today is a very important day. What day? Gao Yunjing's curiosity deepened. To his knowledge, today was not a holiday in the Yinhua Empire, nor was it Luo Baiyue's birthday. What else could it be? Silly. Luo Baiyue extended a slender, delicate finger to poke his forehead, her tone playful yet slightly reproachful. Today is your birthday. Chapter 26. The Tipsy Young Lady. Seated in the resplendent, exquisitely decorated private dining room for two, Gao Yunjing still found it hard to believe that today was his birthday. He had long forgotten when he last celebrated a birthday. Or perhaps such occasions had never held significance in his life. He possessed no recollection of it at all. The setting was the topmost single room of the gathering of a mortal's pavilion, the finest venue for conversation in the entire Qingjiang city, aside from a few special locations. Beside the dining table stands a grand floor-to-ceiling window, through which one can gaze down at a broad and tranquil river. The vibrant hues of neon lights reflect upon the water, transforming the serene surface into a tapestry of colors that shimmer and dance as the river flows quietly. This is the Qingjiang, the primary tributary that courses through the heart of Qingjiang City, responsible for the transportation industry of the entire urban landscape. And it serves as the city's source of water. The city derives its name from this very river. From this vantage point, one can overlook the expansive Qingjiang and the bustling thoroughfare, where meticulously organized wide roads resemble the veins of the city. The ceaseless flow of traffic on these arteries is akin to a relentless stream of lifeblood, continuously sustaining the city's operations. Even in this era, the main thoroughfares of Qingjiang City remain congested, showcasing the resplendent prosperity of the virtual spirit age. Yet, this prosperity is built upon the suffering of countless individuals from the lower echelons of society, as the city's opulence thrives on the very lifeblood of its underprivileged. The virtual spirit age epitomizes power. No matter how advanced modern technology becomes, it remains impotent against the terrifying taboo spirits. Even the most perilous S-class spirits elude control, resulting in the powerful acting with impunity, disregarding the law, while no one can hold them accountable. The formidable spirits may enhance productivity and efficiency, yet they do nothing to improve the conditions of the marginalized. Gao Yunjing observes the opulent decor of the magnificent Jushin Pavilion, and through it all, he perceives the countless souls who have perished unjustly. However, this bears no significance to him. Ultimately, everything is destined for destruction, and the fates of others hold no concern for him. Today marks his birthday, the first he has celebrated in many years since his parents' demise. And it is also the first occasion that the young girl has planned for him. Today, Gao Yunjing intends to indulge himself in the revelry of extravagance and excess. Luo Baiyue lifts the carefully selected bottle of wine, signaling to him, Romanicani, I believe you will enjoy this. Romanicani is crafted from the world's most difficult to cultivate grape, the Pinot Noir, yielding an exceedingly scarce annual production and commanding a high price. However, in his past life, Gao Yunjing was never particularly fond of this wine, not due to financial constraints, but rather because he found the entire category of such wines unappealing. The essence of this wine lies not in its flavor, but in the display of status and identity. In contrast, he has no particular preference for any wine. Yet today feels different, for it is a gift from the young girl. He raises his glass and remarks, Next time, please refrain from such extravagance. I cannot discern the quality of the wine. As long as I am with you, that is sufficient. Such eloquence. How many young girls have you deceived? He muses, bemused by the playful young girl. Before the age of 15, he lacked the means to deceive, and after turning 18, it seems she is the only one he can charm. Oof. The young girl huffs in a feigned aloofness, raising her glass once more. Happy birthday. Thank you. Happy birthday. Such simple words. Yet Gao Yunjing feels a certain enchantment, her voice imbued with a playful charm, piercing straight to his heart like a sword. Perhaps this seemingly ordinary day is not so bad after all. Bring in the dishes. Bring in the dishes. With a wave of Luo Baiyue's petite hand, the door to the private room swings open, and a procession of servers enters, bearing the culinary delights. Just as the servers set the dishes on the table, they are interrupted by Gao Yunjing's raised hand, signaling, no need for explanations, simply serve the dishes and leave. Faced with such an unreasonable patron, The server can only endure and swiftly exit the room. Soon, all the dishes are laid out. Most of the cuisine ordered by Luo Baiyue is Chinese, paired with the expensive Romani Kani, creating a rather incongruous fusion of East and West. However, aside from a few initial sips of the Romani Kani, the two have not touched it again, opting instead to enjoy their meal and engage in light conversation. As time passes, the city in darkness begins to sparkle ever more brightly, the night growing purer, while the bustling streets finally start to exhibit a hint of relaxation. Gao Yunjing finishes his meal early and remains seated, his gaze fixed on the young girl, reluctant to part from her presence. Noticing her set down her utensils, he inquires, "Finished?" Luo Baiyue responds softly, retrieving her bag and rising her feet, "Let us go home." As Gao Yunjing settles into the car, he leans against Luo Baiyue's lap, inhaling the unique fragrance that envelopes her. Once again, he finds himself overtaken by drowsiness. While waiting at a red light, Luo Baiyue glances down at the young man, resting on her lap. The kaleidoscope of lights dances upon his youthful face, half illuminated and half cloaked in shadow. Upon returning home, Gao Yunjing feels someone embrace him from behind. Turning, he sees the young girl, her cheeks flushed crimson as she clings tightly to him. Although they have not consumed much of the Romani Kani, their inexperience with such wines has led them to drink other spirits instead. This has resulted in Luo Baiyue, whose tolerance is already low, now being quite inebriated. In truth, she ought to have been intoxicated long ago, but she had been using the divine blood within her to stave off the effects. Although no one dares to confront her for drunk driving in this world, the consequences of such recklessness can be dire. A single accident could land them both in the hospital, even if they escape with their lives. Now that they have finally returned home, Luo Baiyue, no longer wishing to restrain herself, relinquishes her internal resistance against the inebriation. Her body, naturally soft, grows even more pliant in her drunken state, leaving her nearly sprawled against him. With no other choice, Gao Yunjing gently carries the young girl to the sofa. Even in her inebriated state, Luo Baiyue remains restless, akin to a clingy cat, desperately trying to burrow into his embrace. Naturally, Gao Yunjing cannot refuse the young girl who has so willingly offered herself to him. With a swift motion, he gathers her into his arms. Luo Baiyue nestles against him, her fair face slightly flushed and undeniably alluring. Breathing in the cool, crisp scent reminiscent of the northern winds emanating from Gao Yunjing, her intoxication gradually shifts to drowsiness. As the young girl drifts in a slumber against him, Gao Yunjing himself begins to succumb to sleep, his eyes half closed. Goodness, the sultry voice of Luo Baiyue, akin to a commanding presence, resonates as his phone rings, stirring him from his drowsiness. He props himself up and answers the call. "Hello, brother. Could you step outside for a moment?" Chapter 27, Brother, Happy Birthday. Few people possess his contact information, especially since he has refrained from reaching out to anyone following his awakening. The only females who fit this description, aside from the young girl in his arms, are limited to one other person, Chu Hanjing. Gao Yunjing furrows his brow, puzzled as to why Chu Hanjing seeks him at such a late hour. Seemingly anxious to avoid any misunderstandings, Chu Hanjing hurriedly explains over the phone, "This is not about stirring up trouble between you and your sister-in-law. It will only take a few minutes. Just step outside. I'm waiting downstairs at your apartment building." Considering it would only take a few minutes, and despite sensing that Chu Hanjing may harbor some interest in him throughout their school days, Gao Yunjing, drawing from his years of experience in navigating relationships, concludes that there is no romantic entanglement. He senses a reliance from Chu Hanjing, akin to that of a subordinate to a superior. Thus, without further contemplation, he decides to acquiesce. "Very well, I shall descend now." After ending the call, Gao Yunjing intended to rise and fetch his clothes to head downstairs, only to discover that Luo Baiyue had wrapped herself around him like a sloth. Her long, supple legs encircled his waist, while her delicate arms embraced his neck, rendering Gao Yunjing entirely ensnared by her limbs. Attempting to free himself, he quickly realized that Luo Baiyue possessed remarkable strength, and his current capabilities were insufficient for escape. Faced with this predicament, he resolved to awaken the slumbering Luo Baiyue. If that proved futile, he would have no choice but to decline Chu Hanjing's invitation. Little vinegar jar, wake up, wake up." He called out several times to the sleeping girl, but received no response. With a sigh, Gao Yunjing concluded that he would have to resort to a particular tactic. His slender, white fingers slipped through the opening of her clothing, targeting her most sensitive waist. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Luo Baiyue retaliated with a fierce punch, knocking Gao Yunjing to the ground. Although it stung, he regained his freedom, dusting himself off. And in a bid to prevent the now-awakened girl from feeling neglected, Gao Yunjing deliberately retrieved a life-size plush bear and placed it in her arms. Only then did he grab the black trench coat hanging on the rack and hastily descend the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Chu Hanjing standing beneath a streetlight, her white dress illuminated by the warm glow. The exquisite beauty of her gentle demeanor was accentuated by the soft light, rendering her appearance even more delicate. It must be said that, in terms of looks, Luo Baiyue could not compete with Chu Hanjing. As Gao Yunjing emerged, he noticed a flicker of joy in Chu Hanjing's eyes, prompting her to approach him briskly. As she opened the stairway door, their eyes met, and she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his dark circles. "What is so amusing?" Gao Yunjing inquired, bemused by her laughter. Did he appear that ridiculous? Noticing his perplexed expression, Chu Hanjing replied teasingly, "Brother, have you been misbehaving with your sister-in-law again?" TSK. Gao Yunjing clicked his tongue in mock discontent, half-jokingly retorting, "Can it really be considered mischief between a married couple? Regardless of whether it is or not," Chu Hanjing said, withdrawing a beautifully wrapped rectangular gift box from her messenger bag and extending it toward him. "Brother, happy birthday." Her petite hands clutched the elegant box tightly as she presented it to him. He stared in disbelief, for aside from Luo Baiyue, it was surprising that anyone else would remember his birthday. Gao Yunjing gazed at Chu Hanjing with incredulity. The clarity in her eyes and the gentle smile gracing her face radiated warmth. The soft, golden light cast upon her seemed to illuminate her serene countenance, akin to a pure spring that silently nourished a weary heart. It was easy for Luo Baiyue to discern his birthday. Her background allowed her to unearth such information with a mere inquiry. However, Chu Hanjing was different. If she truly wished to know, it would only be through past celebrations he had held. The major issue was that after the tragic demise of his parents due to the corruption of unscrupulous officials, Gao Yunjing had ceased to celebrate birthdays altogether. During that period, he had been desperately impoverished, barely scraping by. The compensation for his parents' deaths had been embezzled, and the assets they left behind had been forcibly seized by so-called friends. As a child, he had to work as a laborer just to survive, later engaging in dubious enterprises until life began to stabilize. But by then, he had long lost the inclination to observe birthdays. Thus, the fact that Chu Hanjing remembered this day left Gao Yunjing utterly astounded. Noticing his silence and his reluctance to accept the gift, Chu Hanjing pouted slightly. "Brother, this gift isn't expensive. You don't need to feel indebted." Gao Yunjing detested owing favors. If someone gifted him something he couldn't refuse, he would invariably find a time to reciprocate. Chu Hanjing knew her brother well enough to understand his instinctive denial of her kindness. "Thank you," he finally managed, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Despite having weathered countless trials, he was not devoid of emotions. The members of the judges he had formed bonds with in his previous life held significant places in his heart, such as the ever-contradictory Lin Xiaoke, the cool yet warm-hearted financial backer Lu Qingqing, and the exceptionally fortunate Yi Yang, among others. Gao Yunjing felt a connection with each of them, and naturally, one would be moved by someone remembering their birthday. "How did you come to know my birthday?" he inquired. "I once read a diary you discarded to appease the school. It contained your birthday," she replied. "Huh? Such a thing exists?" Gao Yunjing genuinely had no recollection of it. "Enough," Chu Hanjing sighed in exasperation. "You should return quickly before your sister-in-law wakes up and gets jealous. Goodbye, brother." With a wave, she briskly departed from his line of sight. Gao Yunjing held the gift in his hands, suppressing his curiosity to open it. He had been away long enough that Luo Baiyue, clutching the lifeless plush bear, might awaken and sense something amiss. As he pushed open the door to his home, he found the small girl completely enveloped by the enormous plush bear. Upon hearing the door creak, she lifted her head, her rosy cheeks glowing, and teased, "Goodbye, brother." Chapter 28. The Moth That Has Never Seen the Light. The girl nestled in the embrace of the plush bear, her large, watery eyes fixated on him, her soft voice trailing like a gentle current through Gao Yunjing. He removed his oversized trench coat and casually hung it up, placing the intricately crafted gift from Chu Hanjing on the coffee table. Settling onto the sofa, he seized the girl from the bear's clutch, and she made no resistance, allowing him to hold her close. His long fingers brushed against her delicate, peach-like face. His tone playful. "What has got you feeling jealous?" "You tell me," Luo Baiyue retorted, playfully pinching his waist. Despite not having undergone any formal training, Gao Yunjing's physique remained robust and firm, akin to stone. However, that did not deter Luo Baiyue. Her slender fingers exerted just enough pressure, rendering his solid muscles powerless against her grip. Her control was exquisite, neither overly painful nor lacking in efficacy, ensuring Gao Yunjing was brought back to awareness. Burying her head against his chest, Her soft voice lingered as she said, Gao Yunjing, do you have no shame? I traveled all the way from Yinhua City to Xinjiang to find you. I've taken care of your every need, acting as your little wealthy benefactor, indulging you endlessly. Yet, you left me on the couch while you went off to who knows where. The pungent aroma of vinegar permeated the air. Are you truly nothing more than a petty vinegar pot? The man's voice was deep and magnetic, resonating in the dimly lit room like a fine brew that had undergone a lengthy fermentation. No, Luo Baiyue lifted her delicate face, which had been buried against his chest. Her tone mingled with a hint of pride. I am aged vinegar of a century. Gao Yunjing was well aware that Luo Baiyue was not genuinely jealous. She was merely tipsy, the alcohol provoking her playful antics. Yet what could he do? She was his little girl after all. He could only indulge her whims. Luo Baiyue resembled an affectionate cat, clinging to Gao Yunjing with all her limbs, her small face continuously rubbing against his body, embodying a playful kitten. I am aged vinegar of a century. Would you ever disdain me? Never. Gao Yunjing sincerely replied, I truly do not understand why I am so fond of you. Do you possess some kind of magic? Why do you feel like a blazing fire, while I am but a moth that has never seen the light? Luo Baiyue's voice dwindled to a whisper, almost imperceptible. Reclining on the sofa, Gao Yunjing had already succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness, his eyes half closed in a haze of sleep. The warm breath of the little girl in his embrace brushed against him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. How could he fathom why Luo Baiyue liked him? Gao Yunjing also pondered why it felt so natural for two long-standing adversaries to be together. Their lives interwove seamlessly, and at times, he felt as though they had known each other for an eternity. It was as if they had been married for ages. Long enough for their hair to show strands of gray as the sun set in the west. The little girl nestled in his arms fell silent. The only message she conveyed was the warm air of her gentle breaths, confirming that she had drifted into slumber. Gao Yunjing, too, could no longer keep his beautiful eyes open, surrendering to the depths of sleep. The days following the birthday flew by swiftly. Gao Yunjing had fully assimilated the essence of winds and snow. His daily routine consisted of attending school and slacking off. At home, he practiced swordsmanship with Luo Baiyue for a while, prepared meals, and continued to lounge about. Then came the time for cuddling. Time passed like a fleeting horse, or a trickling stream, and before long, it was May. All schools in Xinjiang City began to buzz with activity, for the upcoming comprehensive examination loomed near. The closest assessment before the college entrance examination. This was a test of survival skills, a city-wide examination. Gao Yunjing had begun to feel a thrill. His strength had reached the pinnacle of D grade, and by devouring Wang Hongfei's virtual spirit, he was certain to attain C grade. In doing so, all his prior disadvantages would be completely eradicated. The school bus designated for transporting students to the examination area had already arrived. The homeroom teacher of Class 4 the senior year entered the classroom, clapping his hands, and the crisp sound ushered in silence. The teacher, a tall, slender elderly man, though aged, still possessed sharp, piercing eyes akin to a hawk. His voice, though not loud, resonated steadily across the quiet classroom. Today marks the citywide examination, and it is your final test before the college entrance examination. I shall refrain from saying much more. The content revolves around wilderness survival testing. There is but one rule: no killing. If you understand, step outside now. In an instant, the classroom was filled with the sounds of desks, chairs, and floors scraping against one another. Brother, your strength is still insufficient. You must be cautious of Wang Hongfei. Chu Hanjing's voice was laced with concern. It was well known that Wang Hongfei and Gao Yunjing were not on good terms. The last time, Wang Hongfei had intended to assert his dominance over Gao Yunjing. But unexpectedly, Luo Baiyue had intervened, complicating the matter. Although Wang Hongfei had since vanished from sight, Chu Hanjing knew that given Wang Hongfei's nature, he would never settle for the status quo. The upcoming citywide examination was the perfect opportunity for him to take action. Gao Yunjing turned to look at the worried Chu Hanjing and offered a radiant smile. Do not worry, I will certainly evade him. As long as you think that way, I am at ease. At that moment, when no one was watching, Gao Yunjing revealed an exhilarated and manic smile, whispering in a tone only he could hear, Wang Hongfei, your first offering of nutrients has arrived. The school bus provided was a typical large yellow vehicle, capable of carrying about 52 passengers. Just as Gao Yunjing was about to step onto the bus, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Come here, let me give you a ride. He turned back in surprise to see Luo Baiyue, clad in a neat beige trench coat, casually leaning against her Maybach. Upon noticing him glance her way, Luo Baiyue raised the car keys in her hand with a playful flourish. Why are you here? Why couldn't I be? Luo Baiyue smiled. How could my darling be crammed in with so many people? And with so many gathered, The environment inside the bus must be quite noisy, right? My darling prefers tranquility. I cannot bear the thought of you being disturbed. Gao Yunjing promptly took his place in the designated passenger seat, his gaze fixed intently on her. Luo Baiyue was well aware of his intent. She chuckled softly and opened the driver's door, and sure enough, the next moment, Gao Yunjing was sprawled across her lap. His voice brimmed with contentment. Let us depart, my fiancée. Chapter 29, Strategizing, Part 1. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, bending the grass in a graceful bow. The air was infused with the fresh fragrance of flora. A wide, rushing river stirred up waves, shimmering like silver under the sun. With a faint mist hanging in the air, Gao Yunjing spread his arms wide, embracing the vastness of nature, his eyes closed as he savored the essence of the wilderness. The pre-examination chatter from the city officials was washed away by the serenity of the surroundings. Though he relished his life with Luo Baiyue, he was still constrained in many ways, unable to do as he pleased. It was only during these moments that he experienced a rare sense of freedom to act as he wished. Gao Yunjing S. Defined fingers withdrew a glass vial from his pocket, containing a fine, reddish powder as delicate as dust. This was the concoction he had secretly created in the restroom, blood-boiling powder. This substance would awaken the ancient bloodlines within the demon beasts, and, as the bloodlines surged, their rationality would be consumed. In simpler terms, it could incite a beast tide. Wang Hongfei's status was not to be underestimated. To eliminate him without drawing suspicion or leaving a trace, everything needed to be executed covertly. Such occurrences were unlikely to happen in Xinjiang City. Yet the citywide examination would take place on a desolate expanse beyond its borders. In this scenario, even the most stringent security measures could encounter unforeseen incidents. Of course, under Mayor Wang's typically cautious approach, the likelihood of an accident was minimal, and a cold smirk crept across Gao Yunjing's lips. If the chance of a natural mishap was exceedingly low, then it was time to orchestrate an incident. However, newly arrived at this location, he was in no rush to unleash the blood-boiling powder to provoke a beast tide. The powder was remarkably lightweight, akin to dust. With just a breath of wind, it could swiftly cover an entire area. Thus, Gao Yunjing had no concern that it would take too long to incite the beast tide and hinder his plans. What he needed to do was to observe all the terrain zones, seeking out the most advantageous landscape that would shield him from the impending beast tide. Thus, the young man clad in a black trench coat commenced his aimless exploration. The sky was engulfed in a suffocating darkness. The pale moon's glow diminished as if devoured, while the stars huddled together for warmth. The night air grew chillier, thick with humidity. A dark sword hog lay lifeless, its sinews severed, collapsing onto the soft, muddy ground. Nearby, a boy wielding a butterfly knife meticulously dissected the succulent flesh of the hog. Not far off, a bonfire blazed with bright orange flames, casting a warm, fervent light that dispelled the cold, oppressive night. Gao Yunjing, while roasting by the fire, focused intently on dismantling the now defenseless hog, a pot suspended over the flames. Scattered on the soft earth were various jars and containers that reflected a warm, shimmering glow in the firelight, seasonings he had brought along. The survival test permitted the use of space rings, provided they did not contain high lethality weapons, as the primary threat stemmed from the ferocious, spectral beasts. As for sustenance, his body, having undergone the baptism of divine blood, possessed an astonishing resilience to hunger and cold, enduring half a month without sustenance with no adverse effects. However, his benefactor, a petite wealthy lady, could not bear the thought of him lacking provisions. Her visit before his departure was specifically to deliver many essentials he required. This included the seasonings he had driven into the soft earth and the iron pot that rested atop the bonfire. As for ingredients, the petite wealthy lady had not considered that Gao Yunjing would struggle to find food. He was hardly a man incapable of procuring sustenance. Yet, she worried that he might find it difficult to eat food unseasoned. Thus she brought along all the seasonings from her home. The butterfly knife danced skillfully in Gao Yunjing's hands, his technique exquisite and graceful, akin to performing a sophisticated surgical procedure. The hog was swiftly dismembered, and with absolute brute strength, he pressed the butterfly knife against the hog's ribs, the veins in his arms bulging. Under the tremendous force, the knife scraped against the bone, producing a harsh, grating sound as the ribs were cleaved into manageable pieces. The neatly arranged ribs were placed atop the pot lid, and Gao Yunjing rose, striding confidently to the riverbank to cleanse the blood from the bones. The crystal-clear water was tinged with a faint pink hue, flowing steadily with a determination that would not return. The traces of blood were quickly diluted by the vast river, vanishing without a trace. Once assured that the ribs were free of blood, Gao Yunjing returned them to the pot lid before placing them into the bubbling cauldron. The gentle warmth of the fire cast a delicate golden hue upon his refined, indifferent features as he grasped the seasoning bottles embedded in the ground. With a serious demeanor, Gao Yunjing moved with precision, his countenance radiating an alluring vitality. After establishing the basic flavor profile of the broth, he rose once more, cradling an array of vegetables, green plants abundant in these mountainous regions. He returned to the clear, sparkling river to continue his vegetable washing endeavor. Gazing up at the abyssal darkness of the night sky, Gao Yunjing noted its pure, unadulterated blackness, an impenetrable void. The evening breeze was sharp and cold, slicing through the air like a chilling blade, causing him to instinctively draw back his neck. After a full day of exploration, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the entire mountain range. His next task was to adeptly utilize his wind-type ethereal spirit to disperse the boiling blood powder into the designated area, infiltrating the nostrils of the beasts. This would incite chaos among the creatures in various regions, ultimately leading the target of his ambitions, Wang Hongfei, to the precise location he required, the peak of Yuhui Mountain, the highest summit in the Luoyang mountain range. Once the blood powder had fully dispersed and sent the beasts into a frenzy, Yuhui Mountain would provide him with ample elevation to isolate the creatures, allowing him to execute his plans to perfection. The river's water grew increasingly frigid as Gao Yunjing completed his vegetable preparation. Skillfully, he drew forth the butterfly knife once more, using the pot lid as a cutting board, and began to slice the vegetables with meticulous precision. The orange flames of the bonfire licked hungrily at the base of the pot, where the water had reached a boiling point and the aroma of meat wafted along the riverbank. When the moment was right, Gao Yunjing added the prepared vegetables into the pot all at once. The sudden influx of cold produce caused the temperature of the broth to plummet, momentarily preventing it from reaching its previous boiling state. Nevertheless, he continued to stir the pot with his butterfly knife, confident in his culinary skills. As he adhered to a meticulously crafted plan, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips, one that radiated youthful sunshine yet bore an underlying chill. Wang Hongfei, you must not disappoint me with the grand gift I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 30, The Setup, Part 2. A room reminiscent of a grand screening hall was adorned in opulence, teeming with a crowd of impeccably dressed dignitaries. Their gazes were predominantly fixed upon a colossal display screen, segmented into numerous smaller monitors, each showcasing a different candidate. The audience, seated in the screening hall, resembled deities overlooking the earth, while the examinees appeared as mere ants scurrying about, oblivious to the scrutiny from above. The elite of Xinjiang held dominion over all, perched in the highest seats of the hall upon plush leather sofas, attended by exquisitely beautiful service staff. The waitstaff bore silver trays laden with their desired extravagant beverages and the finest cigars, readily available for their amusement. Yet one individual stood apart from the rest, seated in serene solitude, untouched by the company of others, not for lack of interest, but because none dared approach her. Throughout the proceedings, her expression remained impassive, her gaze unwavering as it pierced through the crowd with an icy demeanor, akin to the harsh winds of winter. Luo Baiyue sat there calmly, her eyes sharp and focused like a sword, fixated intently on Gao Yunjing. The dim lighting of the room, save for the hazy glow from the central screen, rendered it impossible for anyone to discern her thoughts, nor would anyone dare inquire. In her presence, even the most boastful officials fell into a profound silence. She followed the movements of the figure on the diminutive screen, and it must be said that Gao Yunjing's psychological fortitude was extraordinarily formidable. Alone for the first time in the vast mountain range, most would feel a degree of anxiety. However, Gao Yunjing exhibited no signs of tension whatsoever. He moved through the terrain like a leisurely traveler, observing the surroundings before turning to venture onward to the next destination, as if every vista held paramount significance to him. As night descended, while most sought refuge from the encroaching darkness, Gao Yunjing unhurriedly hunted a dark sword hog and subsequently began to prepare soup. Compared to others, he seemed overly calm and laid back, yet this demeanor appeared to be his true essence. It was only with this composed and unflappable man that she felt a sense of familiarity. After savoring the broth simmering in the pot, Gao Yunjing effortlessly made his way to a secluded cave, where he waved his hand to encase the entrance in frost. His silhouette vanished from the display screen. Inside the cave, Gao Yunjing ignited a fire, laid down a thick layer of dry straw, and reclined to rest. However, he did not truly succumb to slumber. The moment he settled down, the warm fire was extinguished. The heavy, oppressive frost sealed the cave, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. His vision was momentarily obscured, and Gao Yunjing gradually sank into a meditative state. His sense of smell also briefly dulled under his volition. Following that, he silenced his hearing. Gradually, he consciously closed off all 5 senses. At this moment, Gao Yunjing's perception was at its peak. The divine bloodline unique to the wind spirit surged within him. The prospect of searching for Wang Hongfei alone would be exhausting. The only viable method was to channel the spirit, but his current strength was insufficient. So he focused all his attention to wield the spirit. The winds of the night became his eyes, swirling throughout the mountain range. And Gao Yunjing's awareness expanded across the terrain. He discerned individuals hiding in trees, caves, and even those who had burrowed into the ground. The moonlight cast a silvery glow, delineating the shadows of the trees, and Gao Yunjing's perspective encompassed the entire mountain range, rendering everything visible to him. Nothing could obstruct his sight. The position of Wang Hongfei was quickly revealed to him. Wang Hongfei had been astute enough to select a cave where a warm, blazing fire dried the dampness in the air. Figures busily chopped wood, added to the fire, prepared food, and got ready to cook. Wang Hongfei sat atop a thick layer of straw beside the fire, surrounded by his subordinates collected over the years. The flickering flames illuminated half of Wang Hongfei's face, revealing a countenance of shifting emotions, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. His long, handsome brows knitted together as he icily inquired, "Have I not found Gao Yunjing yet?" One of the cooks, startled, stammered a reply, "Not yet. Are you all useless?" Wang Hongfei's voice suddenly escalated, his body leaning back, his face obscured by shadows. No one could discern his expression, nor did anyone dare to meet his gaze. Such was the authority of a superior. All activity ceased as they awaited his reprimand in silence. After a prolonged pause, only Wang Hongfei's resigned wave of his hand responded to them, his tone devoid of any trace of anger. "Very well, we shall search again tomorrow." All heads bowed as they resumed their tasks, while Wang Hongfei, hidden in the shadows, wore an expression devoid of any emotion. This was a necessity for someone in authority, to conceal one's feelings, whether joy or anger. He had previously failed in this regard, leading many to favor the seemingly weaker Gao Yunjing. Wang Hongfei's approach to such matters was straightforward. If the problem could not be resolved, one must eliminate the source of the problem. Thus, Gao Yunjing found himself brutally attacked on his way home, leaving him unconscious for 3 years. Initially, everyone presumed Gao Yunjing had perished, but he had not. He merely existed as a vegetable. However, this posed no issue, as 3 years was ample time for Wang Hongfei to amass power, becoming a being capable of effortlessly crushing Gao Yunjing. Yet, what no one anticipated was that Luo Baiyue, a top talent from Yanhua City, was in fact Gao Yunjing's fiancée. Even more astonishing was that Luo Baiyue did not come to break off the engagement. Instead, she brought Gao Yunjing to her home for close protection. Wang Hongfei's hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, radiating an aura of power. He could not comprehend why. In terms of lineage, he outstripped Gao Yunjing by leagues. In terms of strength, he was vastly superior. In terms of appearance, he was not significantly different. But why? What was the reason? He was unsure, yet Wang Hongfei knew what needed to be done. Concealed in darkness, no matter how warm and blazing the firelight, it could not illuminate the obscurity of his face. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing in the cave sat upright, his dark, tranquil eyes opening, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From his return, he produced a lighter and tossed it into the spot where the fire had once burned. With a loud bang, the lighter exploded. The ensuing heat reignited the fire, casting a warm, bright glow that dispelled the darkness within the cave, illuminating Gao Yunjing's chilling smile. "Do not fret, Wang Hongfei. We shall meet tomorrow." Chapter 31, The Ambush, Part 1. Lying atop the warm, thick straw, Wang Hongfei abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, which, instead of being veiled by drowsiness, now brimmed with vigilance. He scanned the surroundings, discovering that all his subordinates lay on the ground, lost in slumber. In that moment, he had no time to ponder. Wang Hongfei kicked the nearest man awake with irritation. This individual was his trusted aide, Sequence Spirit 135, Radiant Thunder. The drowsy figure blinked awake, about to speak, but was met with Wang Hongfei's low, chilling voice. "Speak softly." He rarely adopted such a tone, and the aide looked up in surprise at Wang Hongfei, who appeared tense, like a beast whose territory had been encroached upon. Even the slowest to comprehend would have realized the gravity of the situation, prompting him to rouse the others nearby. Thus, in a chain reaction, all gradually opened their eyes, only to find their leader's serious expression. None among them were fools. They gathered quietly. "Brother, what do you sense?" "Shoo." Wang Hongfei raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then closed his eyes, shutting off his vision. He chose to employ the same method as Gao Yunjing had the previous day. Silencing the senses, he did not currently need to enhance those he required. After a lengthy pause, he spoke softly, the sound of chaotic footsteps, the incessant wails of battle. Wang Hongfei's eyes flew open, his voice low and stunned. It is a beast tide. What? How is that possible? His subordinates gasped in hushed tones at the revelation. Cheng Tian furrowed his brows, incredulity lacing his voice. Brother, are you certain you are not mistaken? During the citywide competition, the municipal government would surely conduct thorough inspections. Among the crowd, only Cheng Tian dared voice such a question. He was Wang Hongfei's most valued confidant and the second strongest in combat. Upon mentioning this topic, Wang Hongfei's expression turned scornful, his voice dripping with disdain. You expect to rely on those bureaucrats? They are merely indulging themselves. Do you truly trust them with such matters? Having grown up among these corrupt officials, Wang Hongfei understood their true ineptitude. What then shall we do? Hearing Cheng Tian's question, Wang Hongfei's gaze darkened, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his features as he surveyed those present. Only I can hear the beast tide's roar. This signifies that it is still far from us. Immediately divide into several small teams and retreat in multiple directions while the beast tide has not fully erupted. If possible, regroup back in this cave after the beast tide subsides. As a loyal subordinate, Cheng Tian naturally harbored no objections to Wang Hongfei's decision, which was also the reason why the inherently suspicious Wang Hongfei placed his utmost trust in him. Let me take a weaker team, Cheng Tian began, but his words were abruptly cut off by Wang Hongfei's icy voice, his gaze as dark as the abyss. Cheng Tian, you will accompany me. The others will form their own teams. No one found Wang Hongfei's unilateral decision to alter Cheng Tian's plans inappropriate. Only Cheng Tian looked at Wang Hongfei in astonishment. The others' understanding of Wang Hongfei was limited to his tyrannical, dictatorial nature and his ruthless, unyielding demeanor. However, only Cheng Tian, who had spent the most time with Wang Hongfei and shared the closest bond, understood why Wang Hongfei unexpectedly wanted the two strongest individuals to team up. It was because, regardless of who accompanied him, the worst outcome would remain unchanged. Wang Hongfei had not told everyone the whole truth. He was undoubtedly withholding information. Yet Cheng Tian could utter not a single word. The warning in Wang Hongfei's sidelong glance was unmistakable. Soon, all teams were allocated, and Wang Hongfei stood beside Cheng Tian, waving his hand. Let's move out. The vast cave that had just been filled with numerous individuals vanished without a trace in an instant. Within the forest, Cheng Tian and Wang Hongfei sprinted at breakneck speed, with all obstructing branches and vines ruthlessly cleaved by Wang Hongfei's violent demeanor. Cheng Tian cast a worried glance at Wang Hongfei, hesitating to voice his concerns, but all his subtle movements did not escape Wang Hongfei's keen observation. Suddenly, Wang Hongfei halted, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed on Cheng Tian. Speak, what do you wish to ask? His voice bore no trace of emotion, calm as the depths of an unfathomable well. Realizing he could not conceal his secret from Wang Hongfei any longer, Cheng Tian resolved to ask directly, Brother, those people will die, right? I don't know. It's a matter of luck, Wang Hongfei replied. So they will die, Cheng Tian affirmed with unwavering conviction. Wang Hongfei's expression remained unchanged, reflecting his true nature, his eyes betraying a chilling detachment. Given your understanding of me, you should grasp why I must act this way. Allow me to reveal what I have sensed. The beast tide is not as distant as I claimed. Its numbers have reached an absurd level. With just our strengths, we cannot protect anyone. In the face of such a vast beast tide, the Xinjiang city government will not provide timely rescue. If we wish to survive, we must rely on ourselves. Bringing along such a burden will not only fail to alter their inevitable demise, but might also lead to our own demise. Wang Hongfei spoke with fervor, as though a politician passionately delivering a compelling address. Cheng Tian lowered his head deeply. He knew well that everything Wang Hongfei said was correct. Yet he was not the heartless politician Wang Hongfei embodied. The thought of so many vibrant lives careening towards an irreversible fate under his watch filled Cheng Tian with an indescribable guilt. Choices must be made, Cheng Tian. Wang Hongfei retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the dazed Cheng Tian. What we are doing is merely for self-preservation. It is inevitable. This world is as it is. Morality has decayed, and humanity is distorted. A plume of smoke escaped Wang Hongfei's lips, coiling like a white ribbon, gently suspended around him. I offer you a choice, Cheng Tian. You may turn and leave now, to reveal the cruel truth to those people. I will not stop you. The decision is yours. Cheng Tian pressed his parched lips together. He could not do it, he could not share the grim fate that awaited others. If you cannot answer, then follow me, Wang Hongfei said, disregarding Cheng Tian any further and continuing to dash through the forest. Concealed within his sleeve was a folding knife, poised to strike like a venomous serpent ready to seize its prey. Chapter 32. Encirclement, Part 2. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying pink powder that illuminated the sky like a resplendent aurora, casting an enchanting glow over the forest. Although it was daytime, the setting sun was tainted by the red powder, creating an illusion of twilight. The beasts resting on the ground slowly opened their eyes, their pupils now a menacing crimson, brimming with the desire for bloodshed. More and more beasts awoke, rising to their feet, their blood-red eyes forming a sea of crimson light. The air filled with dangerous growls. And a massive tiger, resting upon a rock, opened its eyes, its sturdy limbs supporting its immense frame. Streams of air swirled around its nostrils, and its exhalations surged forth like a tidal wave, a low growl emanating that momentarily quelled the beast horde. But soon, the tiger's golden-red eyes morphed into a deep crimson, its muscular body rippling in perfect lines. With a thunderous roar, the tiger released a sound that reverberated through the mountains, causing the entire beast horde to tremble. The tiger descended from its rocky perch, the morning sun casting a radiant glow upon its pristine white fur, shimmering like flowing crystal. A single horn atop its head glinted with chilling brilliance, while its three tails stood rigid like iron rods, each movement stirring the howling winds. The entire beast horde followed in lockstep behind the tiger. They were a legion of slaughter. Far in the distance, Gao Yunjing slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his aching temples. Manipulating the virtual spirit for extended periods was a taxing endeavor. Moreover, in order to thoroughly monitor Wang Hongfei, he had utilized the virtual spirit to push the wind to every corner of the mountain range, while systematically dispersing the boiling blood among the various beast groups. Based on his calculations, Wang Hongfei would likely reach the peak of the Luoyang Mountains in about 4 hours, and Gao Yunjing needed to make preparations. After maintaining a single posture for too long, his limbs felt stiff, and rising appeared akin to a struggle against invisible bonds. Arriving at the cave entrance, he assumed a stance and unleashed a punch, causing the heavy, icy barrier to vanish without a trace. Gao Yunjing retracted his reddened fist, murmuring to himself, "The virtual spirit is indeed effective." As the beast tide erupted across the Luoyang Mountains, the central monitoring room screens began to flicker intermittently. The officials who had just been engaged in light-hearted banter now fell silent. "Mayor Wang, shouldn't you provide an explanation for this situation?" Luo Baiyue's voice echoed throughout the monitoring room. "Miss Luo, the Luoyang Mountains are a desolate region. The consequences of forced monitoring mean that any slight disturbance will cause the surveillance footage to falter. However, there is no need for concern. The Luoyang Mountains have been meticulously inspected by government personnel multiple times, ruling out any potential threats." Mayor Wang's response was calm and measured. He was certainly unperturbed. Having personally surveyed the area, there could be no issues. The commotion must have been a ruse orchestrated by Hongfei to eliminate Gao Yunjing, especially since Luo Baiyue was aligned with Gao Yunjing. In the public eye, should Gao Yunjing meet his end, the repercussions would be dire. However, should an unforeseen beast tide occur, the unfortunate demise of Gao Yunjing would bear no relation to them. Luo Baiyue fell silent. Her desire to rush into the Luoyang Mountains to uncover the truth was palpable. Yet, during their journey, Gao Yunjing had confided in her, in the privacy of their car, that this grand competition would undoubtedly bring about unexpected events. He urged her not to be anxious, not to overthink, and to await the results with quietude. Gao Yunjing had foreseen what would transpire. Soon, the flickering images on the display screen began to falter, transitioning into monochrome static. Ultimately, after revealing the final image, all vanished into oblivion. Luo Baiyue could only catch a glimpse of Gao Yunjing's enigmatic smile. Was he actually smiling? That smile appeared gentle and sunny, yet to Luo Baiyue, it conveyed an indescribable peculiarity. It resembled the mask of a jester, both frenzied and graceful, imbued with a compassionate pity. A long blade sliced through the air, radiating a chilling light that permeated the forest as a colossal monkey collapsed helplessly before Wang Hongfei. The monkey bore numerous wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed, nor did the air carry the scent of blood. Cheng Tian stood silently nearby, refraining from intervening during Wang Hongfei's escape. For Wang Hongfei feared that a single burst of his overwhelming thunderous power would obliterate the beast's body, unleashing a gruesome stench that would swiftly alert the frenzied horde. Thus, Wang Hongfei, personally engaged, wielding his formidable icy aura to inflict wounds while simultaneously staunching the flow of blood. Wang Hongfei sheathed his pristine long blade and stood still, calming his erratic breath from the exertion. "We must go." He suddenly sensed an ominous presence and, with a fierce shout, ceased his rest and began to flee with all his might. The ground trembled ominously beneath them, and Cheng Tian's complexion turned ashen. He sensed the terrifying beast tide approaching at an alarming speed. It appeared that those brothers who had fought alongside them had perished, and Cheng Tian internally sentenced those of weaker strength to their doom. Desperately, he too fled. At the forefront, Wang Hongfei unsheathed his blade, swirling it around him as the swirling snow transformed into razor-sharp instruments. One after another, the frenzied beasts fell before him, yet more undaunted creatures surged forth. Cheng Tian brandished his weapon, a formidable 2-meter-long halberd. With a flourish, he stirred the winds, as faint purple lightning twisted around him, the crackling sounds harmonizing with the thundering footsteps of the beast tide. Boom! Cheng Tian's devastating strike cleared a swath of the horde, filling the air with a pungent, charred aroma. "Well done, Cheng Tian," Wang Hongfei exclaimed, elated at the temporary respite from the beast tide, and began to gather his strength, channeling his essence to its fullest. A gigantic dragon composed of snow manifested, and the temperature plummeted. With all his might, Wang Hongfei swung his blade. The dragon roared in fury, its immense power momentarily halting the beast tide as the snowy dragon descended, transforming into a cascading avalanche. The beast tide found itself unable to advance further. "Let's go," Wang Hongfei bellowed again, leading Cheng Tian through the icy, snow-laden forest. Suddenly, a tremor echoed from the left, as the beast tide kicked up a storm of gray-yellow dust, obscuring the sky. Perched atop a cliff, Gao Yunjing observed every movement of the mountain range. This grand gesture from Wang Hongfei could not be evaded. Chapter 33. Encirclement, Part 3. The relentless waves of beasts, akin to an unending tsunami, were sufficient to shatter the spirits of most. However, Wang Hongfei was no fool. He promptly adjusted his mentality and thrust his long blade fiercely into the ground. In the instant the beast tide surged toward them, a brilliant white erupted from the earth, swiftly forming an inverted circle in the sky. The frenzied beast collided with its apex, dazed and disoriented, but the ones behind, heedless, charged forward. The tide momentarily fell into disarray, yet this did not signify that the snow wall's defense was adequate. Wang Hongfei seated himself cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut. The snow that comprised the wall began to flow like a white river, continuously replenishing towards the primary assault of the beast tide. "Cheng Tian, channel your essence fully. The moment I falter in maintaining defense, you must attack," Wang Hongfei ordered urgently, his voice rapid-fire like a machine gun. Upon receiving the command, Cheng Tian gripped his halberd and assumed a stance, his eyes transforming into a pure blue-purple hue, arcs of electricity dancing around him. The crackling sounds resonated incessantly, like a roaring river of lightning coursing down the halberd. Cheng Tian's hair stood upright. At that moment, he resembled a god of thunder, exuding a powerful and lethal aura. As Wang Hongfei sensed that the defense was on the verge of collapse, he abruptly opened his eyes, drawing his long blade with gravity. 3 seconds remaining. 3. The relentless assault of the beast tide echoed against the snow wall, dominating the soundscape, as Cheng Tian's body crackled with lightning, coiling around him like a viper. 2. The snow wall became stained with the beast's crimson blood, and Cheng Tian could see the faint tinge of red. Wang Hongfei was enveloped by ribbons of white snow. 1. The snow wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the crazed beast charged in heedlessly, only to be met with the violent thunder and howling avalanche. In that fleeting moment, when Wang Hongfei intercepted the tide, he turned to flee. Under such circumstances, a direct confrontation was impossible, and accumulating strength was the only path to survival. Witnessing Wang Hongfei's seemingly self-serving escape, Cheng Tian was unperturbed. This was the true nature of Wang Hongfei's selfishness. The two raced onward, the howling wind rushing past their ears, exchanging not a single word. They ran, frantically ran. Only by ascending to a higher vantage point could they ensure their safety. Alas, it seemed an invisible hand was manipulating the beast tide from the shadows. And Wang Hongfei once again sensed what he dreaded most. A cloud of dust obscured the sky, as if a tsunami connecting heaven and earth had descended, painting the gray-yellow sky with despair, the ground quaking, and the forest trembling. The beast tide appeared to be endless, surging from all directions. Wang Hongfei and Cheng Tian exchanged glances, both reading the fatigue etched in each other's eyes. after exerting themselves to channel their essence twice to repel the beast tide. Their strength had diminished considerably. In this moment, the approaching beast tide was akin to adding frost to snow. "Brother, what shall we do?" What else could they do? A flicker of malevolence crossed Wang Hongfei's bottomless dark eyes as his long blade gleamed with a chilling light, swiftly dispatching the oncoming beasts. "Kill. As long as we slay enough, they will regain their senses and retreat." This was their sole strategy. They had no time to devise any elaborate plans against the beast tide. Once again, they pushed their essence to its limits. Any misstep could spell doom for them. The best course of action was to endure the beast tide with their bodies, strengthened by divine blood. Chung Tian refrained from idle chatter, as he wielded his long spear with a fluidity that summoned the very forces of wind and thunder. The beasts surging towards him were torn asunder by the spear's overwhelming might. The relentless onslaught of the frenzied creatures left colossal trees shattered in their wake, and the ground bore deep, gaping wounds. This was an embodiment of sheer devastation. Wang Hongfei, drenched in the searing blood of the beasts, wielded his long knife with an even greater ferocity, his eyes gradually transforming into a pure white, a manifestation of the divine blood being awakened. This transformation not only augmented his ethereal strength in the short term, but also enhanced the resilience of his physical form. Seizing the moment, two serpents entwined around Wang Hongfei's legs, while a tiger lunged, its claws poised to strike his back. In this critical moment, Wang Hongfei remained unflinching. He positioned his knife behind him, deflecting the tiger's savage attack. Yet, the tremendous force behind the blow was too great, and he could no longer suppress the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth, sending him stumbling forward. Alarm bells rang in Chung Tian's mind as he witnessed this scene. Wang Hongfei surpassed him in every regard. Should Wang Hongfei fall, the burden of the beast tide would rest squarely upon him. Thus, he disregarded everything else, calling forth his ethereal essence once more, conjuring a resplendent lightning dragon that carved a path of destruction through the throng of beasts. At that moment, Wang Hongfei seized the opportunity, turning to unleash a concealed dagger from his sleeve, striking the lunging tiger in the throat. The hot blood of the tiger splattered across his face. But Wang Hongfei was beyond concern for such trivialities. He summoned his ethereal force to transmute the serpents binding his legs into ice, shattering them with a mere exertion of strength. Raising his long knife once more, a fierce glint danced in his eyes as he gazed upon the now cowed beast tide. Nearly half of the creatures had been slaughtered by the duo, and with Chung Tian's breathtaking strike and Wang Hongfei's blood-soaked visage radiating menace, the tide had lost its will to fight. Given his limitations, Gao Yunjing, despite harboring myriad ideas and an assortment of peculiar concoctions in his mind, could ultimately only brew the low-grade blood-boiling powder. Although this potion could incite a temporary bloodlust in the beasts, it was insufficient to seize the initiative. Confronted by Wang Hongfei, who stood drenched in blood, armed with a steel knife, and exuding an aura as chilling as a predatory tiger, the beasts gradually regained their senses, retreating cautiously before turning to flee. As the beast tide receded, Wang Hongfei exhaled a sigh of relief, stabilizing himself with the knife planted firmly in the ground. The recent peril had indeed been grave. The tiger's ambush had thrown his internal energy into disarray. However, Chung Tian's powerful strike had evidently quelled the beast tide. As long as he projected an aura of overwhelming strength, there was a high probability that the beast would be deterred, and indeed, that proved to be the case. The divine blood coursed through his veins, mending his body, while he forcefully sealed the wound on his back to staunch the bleeding. Relying on his formidable healing abilities, Wang Hongfei steadied himself before approaching Chung Tian, who lay weakened on the ground. Chung Tian's condition was markedly worse. After expending his ethereal essence 3 times in quick succession, he had reached his limits. Moreover, he had only recently forced himself to break through to C grade with the aid of potions prior to the competition. Soon, the two found refuge in a cave, and after some time spent recuperating, Wang Hongfei's wounds began to scab over. Chung Tian had also regained about 50 to 60% of his combat prowess. With a worried glance at the narrow sky outside the cave, Chung Tian remarked that the beast tide seemed to be waning, suggesting they should venture out. "All right," Wang Hongfei replied, but before he could finish, a menacing low growl echoed through the dark, empty cave. A pure white tiger emerged slowly from the shadows, exuding an air of majesty. Its immaculate fur shimmered as if oiled, glistening with a crystalline brilliance. Most notably, a long, sharp horn protruded from its forehead, where one would typically find a symbol of royalty. Its 3 tails moved like steel rods, producing a sound akin to the slicing of air. The unicorn crystal tiger. At this moment, Wang Hongfei felt his composure teetering on the edge of collapse. The unicorn crystal tiger was regarded as the most fearsome beast within the entire Luoyang mountain range, capable of wielding both light and lethal powers. Its body as resilient as steel, truly a perfect assassin warrior with no apparent weaknesses. The unicorn crystal tiger, exuding an aura of superiority, bore no signs of wear. It was evident that it ruled this forest. Yet, its once golden yellow eyes now glowed with a sinister crimson hue, indicating that it too had succumbed to the influence of the beast tide. Although beasts affected by the tide might lose their sanity, they invariably experienced a surge in power. Escape was no longer an option. The two of them, even together, could not outrun the unicorn crystal tiger. "Let's engage," Wang Hongfei declared with calm resolve, his towering figure standing at the cave's entrance as he unsheathed his long knife, positioning it before him. "I will take the lead while you provide support." With that, his eyes transformed into a brilliant white, and his black cloak billowed around his muscular form. The long knife became a torrent of blades, surging forth like a tsunami towards the unicorn crystal tiger. In response to the onslaught, the unicorn crystal tiger let out a thunderous roar, its muscles rippling as its body gradually turned a blood-red hue. This was the tiger's special ability, Slaughter, which temporarily enhanced its attack power and agility. Wang Hongfei's ferocious strike was effortlessly deflected by the tiger's paw, as Cheng Tian's spear lunged forth like a dragon, breaking the surface of water, aiming directly at the unicorn crystal tiger. Once again, the unicorn crystal tiger displayed its extraordinary prowess. It evaded Cheng Tian's powerful thrust with a nimble dip of its body. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hongfei focused intently, his long knife striking like a falling star, piercing into the tiger's forelimb. However, the impact was mitigated by the tiger's unnaturally robust physique, halting the blade's advance before it could penetrate deeply. "Damn creature," Wang Hongfei cursed, raising his voice. "Let us combine our strength and incapacitate its forelimb." Cheng Tian did not respond verbally, but instead thrust his spear simultaneously towards the tiger's forelimb. As their combined might surged forth, even the tiger's formidable body could not withstand the assault. The long knife's gleaming white blade began to embed itself within the beast. A blinding, indescribable brilliance erupted, radiating intense heat, as Wang Hongfei and Cheng Tian, both grievously injured, were flung away, unable to resist the force. Wang Hongfei collapsed to the ground, each slight movement sending stabbing pains through his body, likely indicative of fractures. Cheng Tian fared little better, as a unicorn crystal tiger extended its blood-red tongue, lined with barbs, to lick its whiskers. Tigers, by nature, are brutal creatures, often relishing in the torment of their prey. And now, with the two of them rendered powerless, they were like fish on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Observing the leisurely approach of the unicorn crystal tiger, a flicker of determination ignited in Wang Hongfei's eyes as he resolutely addressed Cheng Tian. "Both of us are in dire straits. Let us not concern ourselves with the consequences. We must unleash our ethereal essence with all our might and fight with abandon." "Agreed," Cheng Tian replied without hesitation, channeling his essence recklessly. The ensuing storm of lightning spiraled out of control, the erratic arcs searing his body. Despite his flesh being charred black by the electricity, he gritted his teeth, the mingling divine blood seeping from his wounds. The unicorn crystal tiger seemed to sense the dying struggles of its prey, accelerating its speed and charging forth with the force of tempest. With a maw reeking of blood, it lunged at Wang Hongfei. The malevolence and ferocity in Wang Hongfei's eyes were unmistakable as he frantically compressed his heart, unleashing a torrent of divine blood, momentarily restoring his arm. He then seized Cheng Tian, hurling him directly into the gaping jaws of the unicorn crystal tiger. Completely unprepared, Cheng Tian was bitten in half, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, however, Wang Hongfei had no time to ponder the fate of Cheng Tian. He grasped his long sword, which had been his companion for so long, and hurled it with all his might into the tiger's maw. As the unicorn crystal tiger's mouth gaped wide, the sword effortlessly penetrated its massive form. A violent force detonated from within, followed by a deafening explosion, and the unicorn crystal tiger collapsed, powerless on the ground. Its insides had been utterly ravaged. As Wang Hongfei had channeled all the power of the void spirit into that strike, the creature's frail innards stood no chance of withstanding such an attack. As he beheld the lifeless unicorn crystal tiger, Wang Hongfei finally exhaled in relief, leaning against the rocky wall of the cave, his battered body propped up. His gaze drifted to Cheng Tian's corpse, which remained unblinking, and his expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Clap, clap, clap. Slow yet resonant applause filled the air, rhythmic and deliberate. A tall figure emerged from the light at the cave's entrance, his features obscured by the brilliance. All that was discernible was his black trench coat and the black leather gloves adorning his hands. Young Master Wang, you have truly presented me with a splendid performance. The man's voice was laced with amusement, his tone leisurely and unhurried, yet dripping with barbed mockery. Who are you? Wang Hongfei's voice was weak. Having endured a long flight from danger, he was now reduced to a state of exhaustion. Who am I? Does young Master Wang not know? The man stepped forward, the light revealing his refined features. Gao Yunjing. Wang Hongfei's pupils trembled, his previously impassive countenance finally betraying a flicker of emotion. Indeed, it is I. Satisfied with Wang Hongfei's fearful expression, Gao Yunjing nodded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Tell me, young Master Wang, if I were to kill you now, do you think anyone would find out? Wang Hongfei struggled to raise 5 fingers, his voice steady. 50 million for my life. That's unacceptable. 100 million. Is young Master Wang truly so wealthy? Does a mayor really possess such fortune? Are you feigning ignorance? Wang Hongfei could no longer contain his impatience. 200 million for my life. From this moment on, I will make no trouble for you. You may seek me out if needed. And how am I to trust you? A recording. I have a voice recorder in my pocket. You can take it out, and I will record whatever you wish to say. Will that suffice? Gao Yunjing flashed a bright, cheerful smile, his voice light and clear. It's a deal. Chapter 35. The Decisive Kill. Wang Hongfei spoke the truth. Indeed, there was a black voice recorder in the pocket of his coat. After retrieving it, Gao Yunjing took his time, playing with the recorder in his dexterous hands. His leisurely demeanor did not mirror Wang Hongfei's urgency, who impatiently urged, "What are you doing? Record. Patience." Gao Yunjing leaned against the stone wall, looking down at Wang Hongfei with an air of superiority. "I don't think it wise to record as you suggest. You see, your current state can hardly be described as half alive. You are, in fact, teetering on the brink of death. If I were to save you and you were to perish midway, wouldn't Mayor Wang be inclined to eliminate me? Even with this recorder, they would only claim I coerced you. After all, the evidence would simply indicate that I was the last person you saw before your demise, leaving the cause of your death shrouded in mystery. What do you want?" Facing this overwhelming power, Wang Hongfei had no choice but to capitulate. He could feel his physical condition deteriorating, and without timely medical attention, he would surely face dire consequences, a fate he was unwilling to accept. Quite simple. Gao Yunjing picked up a stone, gently crushing it into fine granules. "Just like this stone, we need to find a fitting cause of death. What sort of cause would be deemed suitable?" Gao Yunjing gestured towards the lifeless body of Cheng Tian, severed in two, proclaiming, "Wouldn't that be the perfect cause?" "I understand." Wang Hongfei's voice was heavy with a profound sense of loneliness and desolation. Faced with the choice between life and death, he had no option but to relinquish everything for the sake of survival. "I'm glad you comprehend." Gao Yunjing pressed a button, activating the recorder. Wang Hongfei's feeble voice emerged. "I am Wang Hongfei. During the citywide competition, I was attacked by a beast tide. In order to safeguard the remaining forces, I chose to disperse with several others. Alongside me was Void Spirit Sequence 135, Yao Le. After several skirmishes with the beast tide, we ultimately escaped to a cave. There, we encountered a unicorn crystal tiger with at least sea-level strength. In a critical moment of life and death, we exerted all our strength and eventually killed the unicorn crystal tiger. However, Cheng Tian was gravely injured, his body nearly severed in two, in a desperate bid for survival. He set his sights on my A3 medication. But now, his condition renders any medication ineffective, yet I have noticed his gaze towards me has shifted. If you discover this recording, it will serve as my dying words. Cheng Tian killed me in his quest to survive." Wang Hongfei wished to say more, but his parched lips betrayed him, rendering his voice silent. He cast a hopeful glance at Gao Yunjing. Gao Yunjing maintained his warm smile, generously extending his arm in welcome to young Master Wang. Wang Hongfei was beyond caring for Gao Yunjing's demeanor. He was on the brink of collapse, and if he did not replenish soon, he would surely perish here. He deftly extracted a vial of blue liquid from the inner lining of his coat, flicking the cap off with his fingers. The dazzling and vibrant blue liquid flowed into his mouth, and his injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The divine blood surged forth like a torrent, yet Wang Hongfei had no intention of slaying Gao Yunjing, for he lacked the strength to do so. The A3 medication could only provide temporary recovery, failing to restore his full combat capabilities, while Gao Yunjing remained largely unscathed, struggling to stand upright against the stone wall. Wang Hongfei kept his long sword unsheathed. His former adversary, Gao Yunjing, was renowned for his ruthless nature. How could he afford to let his guard down? With his basic physical abilities restored, Wang Hongfei did not linger, but stumbled hastily towards the cave's exit. At this moment, he dared not look back. A single misstep could provoke Gao Yunjing, the once living embodiment of death, to change his mind. If that were to happen, he would truly meet his end. With the recording device in hand, even if Gao Yunjing were to kill him, it would raise no suspicion among others. Gao Yunjing strolled over to Cheng Tian's corpse, picking up the long spear that had been discarded nearby. It was Cheng Tian's pride, crafted from a blend of precious materials, including purple goldstone, blue steel, and lorsha. Even without deliberately invoking the ethereal spirit, merely grasping this weapon and gently swinging, it would summon the sounds of thunder and wind. Delicate, densely packed arcs of electricity would dance around it. Alas, the master willing to invest a fortune in its creation has perished here. No one dares to claim this long spear. Gao Yunjing caressed the spear as if it were not a mere weapon, but a beloved he could not forget. Murmuring softly to himself, the treasured artifact, shrouded in dust, was as desolate as its master, both refusing to close their eyes in eternal slumber. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Wang Hongfei making a dash for the cave entrance. Now was the moment to unleash its final power for vengeance. The spear slipped from his grasp, slicing through the air with a series of sonic booms. Its blue-purple lightning infused with ferocious might, resembling an enraged dragon. The flickering arcs of electricity thickened like serpents, the power of the thunder becoming uncontrollable, akin to a rampaging beast unleashed. The sharp, elongated spear effortlessly pierced Wang Hongfei's chest. His broken body swayed like a leaf caught in the wind. Struggling to turn back, his eyes filled with disbelief and the fury of betrayal. He attempted to voice something, but found himself rendered mute. The terrifying force of the thunder obliterating his body in an instant. Only a modicum of adrenaline sustained his life, merely prolonging the inevitable. Clapping his hands in ecstatic delight at this expression, Gao Yunjing resembled a child who had finally acquired the coveted candy. Splendid. Perfection. That is the very expression. Wang Hongfei, still clinging to life, gazed with his typically emotionless, abyss-like eyes, the sole connection to the world around him. His inky black gaze gradually filled with rage. Yet this only fueled Gao Yunjing's excitement further. He wore a look of rapture, as though he had indulged in an opiate. Indeed, it is precisely so. My gratitude goes to you, young Master Wang. Without your rich, emotional fluctuations, should anyone discover your corpse, they would surely sense something amiss. Gao Yunjing wandered back and forth, filled with admiration, as if an artist entranced by his own creation. Ultimately, Wang Hongfei's eyes lost their luster, becoming vacant. He was dead. A powerful force surged into Gao Yunjing's being. However, Yudhua was no longer the initially feeble spirit. The strength of Shuai was swiftly subdued. Gao Yunjing dared not refine it immediately. He must wait, for his divine-killing bullet had yet to arrive. Chapter 36, Flamme done. The quantity of boiling blood was limited. To encircle Wang Hongfei, Gao Yunjing spared no expense, invoking the entirety of the Luoyang mountain range. Thus, the beast tide could not persist for long, and it was now nearing its end, allowing those of considerable strength to emerge. Gao Yunjing retrieved his phone from Cheng Tian, deftly inputting a complex series of codes that rendered the lock screen utterly ineffective. He skillfully located the contacts of several others and began sending messages. Cheng Tian, hurry to the cave on the west side of Luoyang Mountain, 150m up the slope. My brother and I are waiting for you. Qin Haoan, received. Baiyue, received. Luo Baiyue, received. After returning the phone to its rightful place, Gao Yunjing exited the cave to begin preparing the formation necessary for refining the bullets. Such things were ubiquitous. The Yinhua Empire referred to them as formations, while the Western Empire of the Divine Lord called them alchemical arrays. Despite the varied nomenclature, they were essentially intricate diagrams adorned with peculiar symbols, ignited by some bizarre powers. Gao Yunjing cautiously extracted paint from his inner garments. A fine powder composed of all the herbs purchased by Huang Danian, augmented by the divine blood contributed by the Qinghua serpent. A gentle breeze failed to dissipate the pervasive scent of blood. Countless beast carcasses lay strewn across the desolate land. The acrid aroma of charred flesh filled the air as one man drew arcs with his hands, the intense heat instantly saturating every corner of the space. The beast's pelts were burned through, leaving gaping charred holes, the flames receding, with only 3 figures remaining standing. Luo Tianyu, be more cautious next time. A young woman lightly fanned her nostrils, attempting to dispel the lingering burnt odor. Luo Tianyu cast her a disdainful glance, retorting coldly, Qin Haoan, mind your status and refrain from pointing fingers at me. What? Are you questioning me, Luo Tianyu? Qin Haohan narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes, a dangerous aura radiating from her, causing the temperature in the air to spike. Both of you silence. A youthful boy, whose appearance was notably juvenile, admonished the quarreling pair. Despite his cherubic visage and soft, non-threatening voice, this seemingly innocent boy could silence the two who were at odds with just a single rebuke. Baiyue's expression turned frigid. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the two. For the last time, if there's another argument, I shall be the only one to meet the boss. The two tall figures bowed respectfully. Understood. Gao Yunjing straightened, one hand on his waist, the other wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead, relieved to have completed the drawing. The formation consisted of 3 circular arrays encircling a central one. He gazed up at the mountain's base, where shadows from the trees loomed thickly, the gentle breeze stirring the dense foliage like a massive, verdant cloud. The tumult of the beast tide continued unabated, the rising clouds of dust attesting to the chaos below. Estimating the strength and time of the 3, Gao Yunjing murmured in a voice audible only to himself, "It's nearly time." Indeed, at the very moment his words fell, the wind carried the message he desired. Confronted with 3 mid-tier fire elemental spirits, Gao Yunjing had no intention of engaging directly. He turned and gracefully departed, knowing that once the formation was activated, these 3 would be unable to escape. The obstructing trees were violently uprooted. Baiyue's youthful face appeared as if cloaked in frost, his gaze scanning the surroundings. It finally settled on a cave slightly to the left. There it is. Follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 dashed toward the cave. The instant they approached, radiant crimson light surged from the ground, cascading layers of red curtains that enveloped them. What is this? Luo Baiyue shouted, exerting all his strength to break free, only to find the red light akin to a mire. The harder he struggled, the deeper he sank. Silence. Qin Haohan, remaining relatively composed, conjured a fireball in her delicate white hands. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, yet the 3 remained ensnared within the red barrier, which seemed devoid of substance, the fiery flames unable to consume it. Calm down. Baiyue, striving to maintain his composure, surveyed the mountainous terrain and called out, I know you're watching, so state your terms. Our boss is Wang Hongfei, the mayor's son of Qinjiang City. Whatever you desire, women, riches, speak up, and we shall meet your demands. Regrettably, all that greeted them was the eerie silence of the mountains. Suddenly, a crimson object emerged, pulsating rhythmically with a sound like a drum. Luo Baiyue squinted, nearly crying out in terror. It was a heart still beating, even after being severed from its body. Countless minute crimson threads pierced through the flesh of the 3 individuals, surging towards their pulsating hearts. At that moment, a sound akin to a breaking wind echoed, and a pristine crystal flew toward them. It then erupted above their heads, shattering into 12 larger fragments. The hearts continued to thump powerfully as the tiny crimson threads flowed into them, and the 12 shards plunged forcefully into the hearts. Gradually, the blood-red threads emanating from the 3 began to enter the hearts, subsequently coursing into the 12 larger fragments. The 3 could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded. Those were not mere threads, they were their very blood. Devoid of divine blood, their strength would wane rapidly. They fought desperately against their fate, yet their efforts were futile, leaving them to witness their own blood flooding into the 12 bullet-like shards. Just as they felt death looming, those 12 fragments became entwined with crimson threads, suddenly halting their absorption. At that moment, the 3 were rendered speechless, clinging to a flicker of hope. However, despair soon enveloped their gazes. The divine blood did not cease its flow. Instead, it enveloped the 12 fragments, igniting into fierce flames that consumed them. Gao Yunjing silently observed from above, indifferent to the fate of the 3, for what truly mattered was the bullets capable of slaying deities. Soon, they lost everything, their divine blood transformed into lifeless husks, their final expressions marred by anguish and despair. Yet, Gao Yunjing felt not an ounce of pity, for he knew the capricious nature of these 3 had led to the demise of countless others. He drifted gracefully to the scene, the 12 flames extinguished, revealing 12 impeccably crafted bullets, resembling crystals, suspended in the air. Gao Yunjing reached out to claim the 12 bullets, his gaze shifting downwards as the swirling dust settled. The beast tide had come to an end. Chapter 37. Termination of the examination. The beast tide finally subsided, and the central display screen resumed its monitoring function. However, all officials in Xinjiang City held their breath, rendered speechless by what they witnessed, a scene forever etched in their memories. Wang Hongfei was pierced through the body by a long spear from behind. Even from dozens of meters away, They could sense the overwhelming wrath emanating from the mayor, perched above. How could Mayor Wang maintain his composure upon witnessing the death of his most cherished son? His grip tightened around his cup, the immense force causing spiderweb-like cracks to form. With a sharp crack, the precious blue and white porcelain cup shattered in his hands. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a few words: examination, terminate, issue, a problem. Luo Baiyue gazed at the screen in disbelief. Wang Hongfei had perished just like that, seemingly without cause. Though there was no apparent connection to Gao Yunjing, she felt an unsettling disquiet. Before their departure, Gao Yunjing had locked eyes with her, his gaze too calm and collected, uttering words that echoed prophetic. Do not be anxious, do not overthink, await the outcome in silence. Yet, the crime scene was impeccably orchestrated. A mere glance would reveal the truth of what transpired. The personnel in the central monitoring room scattered in disarray, and Luo Baiyue rose, her eyes catching a final glimpse of Gao Yunjing. The tall youth concealed himself in a cramped corner of a narrow cave, his scholarly face bearing an inexplicable weariness, reminiscent of a wounded rabbit. Once everyone had departed, Mayor Wang sat alone in silence, lost in thought and sorrow. An endless wave of grief surged forth, engulfing him like an overwhelming tsunami. He, who wielded the power of life and death over Xinjiang City, was the embodiment of law and will in this era. Yet, his pride and joy, his only offspring, had been slain. Despite possessing everything, he remained in the dark regarding the identity of his son's killer. Chung Tian, a mid-tier figure among the ethereal ranks. To think he could slay one endowed with high-risk ethereal powers was folly. Just how weakened must Wang Hongfei have been a fall to Chung Tian? Yet, based on the evidence at the scene, who else could it be? Gao Yunjing? Surely. That was absurd. Though he possessed high-risk ethereal powers and was indeed formidable, he remained at D-grade, and half of his ethereal powers belonged to Wang Hongfei. The notion of him killing Wang Hongfei was implausible. Confusion and helplessness, emotions typically distant from a ruler, descended upon the esteemed mayor of Xinjiang City. In a fit of rage, he seized whatever was at hand, hurling it at the colossal display screen as if shattering it would somehow resurrect his beloved son. The cacophony of destruction resonated for an eternity. When he finally ceased, even the grand redwood round table had been cast aside in his fury. The display screen lay in tatters, its central fissures resembling gaping chasms. It teetered precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Finally, with a resounding crash, the screen plummeted, shattering into fragments. Gazing at the chaos around him, he suddenly rose, his expression composed, his demeanor reminiscent of the grounded earth itself. He transformed back into the authoritative ruler he was, though a hint of indescribable madness lingered behind his steady gaze. Hongfei, you shall not die in vain. Just as Luo Baiyue reached the exit, a towering figure enveloped her, and in the next moment, she was tightly embraced, the weight of Gao Yunjing pressing down upon her slender shoulders. The delicate flares of her nostrils quivered as she was enveloped by his chill, akin to the northern winds. I am so tired, Gao Yunjing murmured, burying his head in the graceful curve of her swan-like neck, reminiscent of a spoiled puppy seeking comfort. Let us return home and rest. Forget about the college entrance examination. With me by your side, you can go wherever you wish. Oh, Gao Yunjing feigned surprise, meeting Luo Baiyue's sparkling eyes filled with mirth. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to my affluent sister. His smooth tongue elicited a light laugh from Luo Baiyue as she took his hand and led him toward the parking lot. Gao Yunjing offered no resistance, obediently following Luo Baiyue back to the car. Upon entering, he felt the temperature drop sharply within the vehicle, continuing to plummet. Turning his head, he encountered a pair of brilliant ice-blue eyes. Luo Baiyue's gaze revealed no compassion, only a chilling indifference. Speak, what have you kept from me? Her voice slithered like an icy serpent, causing the hairs on Gao Yunjing's body to stand on end, his heart igniting like a detonated nuclear bomb. What did she know? Having formed a vague suspicion in his mind, Gao Yunjing decided to probe cautiously. He adopted an expression of wounded innocence, his face painted with sorrow. As he began to retrieve items from his spatial ring one by one, Luo Baiyue felt equally uncertain. If Wang Hongfei's death had no connection to Gao Yunjing, then what did his words before the competition mean? If Wang Hongfei's demise is indeed connected to Gao Yunjing, then such a meticulously orchestrated plan, a cunning scheme shrouded in deception, and a death scene that appears both plausible and logical. All of this seems to bear the hallmark of a seasoned criminal mastermind. Does Gao Yunjing possess such formidable prowess now? As various items are laid out, Luo Baiyue casts her gaze downward, and before her lie a series of books, 100 home cooking recipes, 100 simple breakfasts, 100 easy lunches, culinary illustrated guide. Why are all these volumes centered around culinary arts? Luo Baiyue's elegant brows furrow in skepticism as she raises her gaze to Gao Yunjing, who continues to rummage through the collection with an air of feigned innocence. This time, the titles have shifted. Fundamentals of Western Cuisine, How to Prepare French Dishes, Comprehensive Guide to Western Ingredients and Their Properties. A moment of silence envelopes Luo Baiyue. Could it be that she has misjudged him after all? Yet, the inconsistencies and enigmas remain unresolved. With nothing else left, Gao Yunjing sorrowfully produces a Glock 17, presenting it to Luo Baiyue. She accepts the handgun, expertly detaching the magazine to find it filled only with standard brass bullets. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Luo Baiyue still harbors doubts. After all, one must be cautious in a world where the future harbors an impending apocalypse. It is said that one should possess the vigilance of 800 eyes, each crafted from the essence of awareness. With a voice feigned to be icy, she inquires, "Is Wang Hongfei's fate in any way connected to you?" To her astonishment, Gao Yunjing nods in affirmation. "Indeed, it is connected to me." Chapter 38, Childhood Memories. Connected? Luo Baiyue gazes at Gao Yunjing, whose demeanor is nonchalant, shock washing over her. "You admit it? Why not?" His tone, indifferent, conveys the gravity of a matter that should be trivial. He relaxes against the chair's back, yet exudes an aura of undeniable intensity. Suddenly, he turns his head, his gaze piercing like a bullet. "Luo Baiyue, you don't genuinely believe I am a good person, do you?" She finds herself momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with the stark contrast in his demeanor. One moment he is the wounded, innocent rabbit, and the next, he assumes the role of an emperor seated upon a towering throne at the world's end. "Do you know how I lived before?" Gao Yunjing smiles, a sardonic twist to his lips, though it is unclear whom he mocks. "I can't even recall the age at which my parents passed away. The officials of Xinjiang City care little for the lives of the underprivileged. Do you know how they died?" He turns away, closing his eyes as he settles into what he deems a comfortable position, beginning to speak in a slow, deliberate manner. The current mayor is a second-generation official. Over half of his recorded achievements are fabricated. In his youth, he commanded a battle, the report claiming a flawless defense, inflicting heavy damage on the beasts with minimal casualties on our side. But in truth, that battle mobilized over half of Xinjiang City's police and border forces, along with the Special Handling Bureau. Under normal circumstances, such a massive deployment would effortlessly repel a beast tide. However, our young Mayor Wang was merely a child then, lacking even the courage to face the dark, surging tide of beasts. And just like that, my parents perished. Logically, there should have been compensation after their deaths. Yet those officials pilfered every last bit. Alongside me, over 140 children toiled as child laborers to sustain our lives. Child laborers are the most vulnerable to exploitation. We worked over half our time without receiving wages, and even when we did, it was pitifully low. Among us was an older boy named Yang, who took care of me. Without him, I certainly wouldn't have survived. Yet Yang died. Gao Yunjing's tone remains calm. But Luo Baiyue can sense the undercurrents of profound desolation beneath his tranquility. Her heart clenches inexplicably. Is this the society she once fought so hard to protect? She was aware of the corruption in governance, yet felt powerless in this apocalyptic era, where mere survival and the establishment of a human city are monumental tasks. Though she once believed humanity's sins did not warrant death, the unyielding monument of her convictions begins to tremble within her heart. Gao Yunjing continues to recount his sorrowful childhood. "Back then, our wages as child laborers barely sufficed to keep us fed, even at the most meager level. There were days when none of us received any pay. As hunger gnawed at us, Yang secretly pulled me aside, slipping me a bun while others were distracted." Gao Yunjing extends his long, elegant fingers, his voice heavy and deliberate. "Just that one bun cost Yang his life, while I, the coward, survived." His gaze meets Luo Baiyue's, those beautiful eyes dark and unfathomable, akin to a bottomless abyss. "Do you know when I first experienced the sensation of being full? It was when I had just awakened to my spiritual essence and was taken away by others. They clothed me in an expensive, tailored suit and served me a lavish meal, one I can guarantee I had never tasted before. It was my first experience of fullness, the sensation of being so stuffed that I felt as if oil might spill from my throat. Their condition was that I must kill someone." "You killed?" Gao Yunjing lifts his seemingly indifferent gaze, and within those once unfathomable depths, Luo Baiyue discerns a distinct note of mockery. "What other choice did I have? Do you think the ones who took me would have spared me?" She embraces him tenderly, her delicate, fair hands brushing gently across his broad back. Gao Yunjing offers no resistance, allowing himself to lean against her lap. After completing the task, they rewarded me, and for the first time, I walked into a restaurant with my head held high. The servers, who had previously treated me with disdain, greeted me with smiles. It was then that I grasped the true power of money and influence. His clear eyes bore into hers, his voice soft yet laced with bitterness. But what good is that? Spiritual essence is not something a mere child can wield. Thus, I continued to survive through murder. And it was during this time that I encountered Chu Hanjing. For reasons unknown, I felt compelled to save her. So I took her to the hospital and covered her medical expenses. It wasn't much, considering Chu Hanjing had already awakened her spiritual essence and had decent physical attributes. Gao Yunjing buries his head against Luo Baiyue's smooth, elongated leg. I can hardly fathom how I managed to navigate life in a stupor. Later, as my spiritual essence further awakened, I was admitted to school under special consideration due to my high-risk abilities. At that time, I was powerful and ruthless. Soon, I gathered a group of wealthy young men who lavished money upon me, expecting me to stand up for them when the moment arose. Do you know? The card they casually handed me represented a sum I could never earn through countless murders. At that moment, I understood this world is utterly rotten. Gao Yunjing's voice shifted from a monotonous tone to one filled with fervor, his words resonating with conviction. In that moment, I resolved to eradicate every corrupt official in this world. I seek justice for the innocent parents who perished in vain. Iyerntu Afenge Yanggu, who succumbed to starvation, leaving no kin behind. To my astonishment, Luo Baiyue uttered not a word, merely caressing Gao Yunjing as though soothing a frightened cat. The vehicle was enveloped in an unexpected silence. After a protracted pause, Luo Baiyue broke the stillness, saying, "I will accompany you." "What did you say?" Gao Yunjing abruptly lifted his head, astonished as he regarded Luo Baiyue. His reaction was understandable. He had never anticipated such words from her. Shouldn't she have been the one to admonish him against resorting to violence? With a serious expression, Luo Baiyue gazed at the bewildered youth, enunciating each word deliberately. "I will accompany you." Chapter 39. Will you abandon me? Faced with Luo Baiyue's unwavering demeanor, which betrayed no hint of jest, Gao Yunjing found himself at a loss for how to respond. He had envisioned countless scenarios, even contemplating how he might react if Luo Baiyue were to turn on him. Yet none of those possibilities materialized. Her unexpected shift left him bewildered. He hesitantly returned to resting on Luo Baiyue's lap and posed a question. "What if this corrupt official were your most trusted relative? That person is you." Luo Baiyue's voice was calm and gentle, reminiscent of poetic recitation. For reasons unknown, Gao Yunjing turned to face her. She, too, lowered her gaze and offered him a faint smile. The piercing blue of her eyes had softened to a light, delicate brown. Resembling a gentle deer hidden deep within an uncharted forest, her tender gaze flowing like a serene stream. Her light brown irises were pure and unblemished, reflecting the shadows of clouds against the sky. Gao Yunjing was transported back to their first encounter in the year 951. In his previous life, the developments had been anything but smooth. He had fled from Wang Hongfei's relentless pursuit. He had recklessly consumed everything in his path, regardless of its strength or compatibility. Consequently, issues arose with his powers, which were fundamentally discordant, tormenting him for an extended period. The only solution lay in consuming spirits with stronger compatibility to alleviate the internal conflict. It was at that banquet where he first encountered Luo Baiyue. The young girl was unlike anyone else. She had not even adorned herself with the slightest makeup. Sitting there in utter boredom. Strangely, as he approached her, the tumultuous energy within him began to subside. Thus, he engaged her in earnest conversation. And perhaps due to the stark contrast between their personalities and surroundings, they found joy in their exchange. It was during that encounter that Gao Yunjing discovered Luo Baiyue possessed a remarkable ability to quell the turmoil within him, which is why he was drawn to her time and again. That night, the gentle, unassuming moonlight filtered through the dense branches, resembling remnants of snow. Within Luo Baiyue's brown eyes lay a reflection of the entire world. Now, within those same eyes sat a refined and youthful boy. His emotions stirred. He straightened himself, no longer reclining on her lap, but leaning back against the luxurious leather seat. He could portray 1,000 personas, embodying a myriad of emotions, be it the dreamlike prince all women fantasize about, or the aloof, detached CEO. He could even assume the role of a mature and reliable brother. Yet, he could never portray himself. He found it impossible to confront Luo Baiyue's unmasked gaze. He simply could not. When Yanggu had shared that bond with Gao Yunjing, he had left behind a cowardly version of himself. Such is the essence of humanity. Those who excel at acting often seek to conceal something. Gao Yunjing had always played the role of a powerful and indifferent judge of the apocalypse, striving to hide the weakling within. The formidable figure who had strategized effortlessly during the city-wide competition, injuring the brightest talent of Xinjiang City before even making an appearance, had vanished, leaving only a coward too afraid to confront his own feelings. Observing Gao Yunjing's tall frame curled up on a leather seat, Luo Baiyue said nothing. She merely started the car. The Maybach awakened like a slumbering beast, its engine roaring with a fierce growl, its sleek body cutting through the night like a blade. Neither of them spoke. Luo Baiyue was at a loss for words, having never witnessed this vulnerable side of Gao Yunjing, so lost and forsaken. Like a wounded cub, abandoned by the world. She hesitated to offer comfort, as her emotions tended to simmer slowly, always hesitant. Did someone as proud and self-satisfied as Gao Yunjing even require consolation? Being inherently inarticulate, she found silence the best choice in that moment. Her intuition urged her not to remain quiet. Tentatively, she ventured, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a bit down all of a sudden. Speak out if something is troubling you. I am here for you. Luo Baiyue extended her hand, wishing to grasp Gao Yunjing's. In that instant, he did not hesitate, reciprocating her gesture and clasping her hand. Fixing his somber gaze upon the focused Luo Baiyue, he rasped, "Will you abandon me, no matter what I become?" The young girl shot him a playful glare. "If I wanted to abandon you, why would I seek you out? I mean, regardless of how I change. Will you still stand by me? Why ask such questions?" Luo Baiyue did not respond directly, feeling a twinge of guilt. She could not face the implications of his query. If Gao Yunjing were to revert to his former self, she might still be compelled to grasp tightly onto her sword. A smile of understanding suddenly flitted across Gao Yunjing's face as he released her hand, turning his gaze toward the vibrant cityscape outside. Some truths need not be voiced. Much like the opulent city beyond, where everyone comprehends the shadows lurking beneath the glamour, yet no one dares to speak of them. Gao Yunjing found himself inexplicably displeased with his current self, feeling weak. Only the weak concern themselves with the fear of abandonment these past days. With Luo Baiyue by his side, he had grown accustomed to embracing the identity of the weak. It was truly loathsome. The pair remained silent until they returned home, where Luo Baiyue finally gathered her thoughts, eager to resume their earlier conversation. However, this time, Gao Yunjing was disinclined to continue. After a brief wash, he retreated to bed, leaving Luo Baiyue perplexed about the source of his melancholy, compelling her to acquiesce. Thankfully, he did not refuse her soft embrace, holding her tightly. As night descended, silence enveloped the world. The window remained ajar, the night air cool as water, rousing Luo Baiyue from a deep slumber as she discovered the space beside her empty. Startled, she bolted upright, scanning the room. Soon, she spotted the tall figure that should have been in bed, standing on the balcony. The moonlight cast simple strokes across the floor, outlining his silhouette. Gao Yunjing was clad in a black loungewear, the crisp, chilling wind stirring the hem of his garments. A solitary white dove gracefully approached from the distance, its feathers immaculate and pure, resembling pristine rice paper immersed in ink. The dove obediently perched upon his broad shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against his cheek. Shortly thereafter, it took flight with a slender object, reminiscent of a pen, disappearing into the depths of the night. Luo Baiyue, who had been secretly observing from the shadows, suddenly felt a chill coursing through her, as if an icy breeze had surged directly to the crown of her head. It was then that she noticed the young man, his gaze fixed intently upon the glass table beside him. The reflection of his profound eyes was unmistakably directed at her. Chapter 40. Be good, don't move. She had been discovered. How could this be? However, Gao Yunjing did not afford Luo Baiyue the luxury of contemplation, striding over with his long legs. He encircled her delicate waist with one arm, pinning the fragile girl against the wall. He leaned down, burying his face in her smooth, flowing hair. His voice low and husky. "How did you wake up? Guess?" Luo Baiyue retorted defiantly, swiftly maneuvering to pin Gao Yunjing against the wall, elevating her long, porcelain-like leg to completely restrict his movement. The two were so close that Gao Yunjing could hear the rapid thrum of her heartbeat. Yet at that moment, he was not inclined to perceive her actions as flirtation. The strength emanating from her delicate hands sent a twinge of pain through him. In her light brown eyes, there was an unmistakable air of interrogation. "Don't you think our relationship has progressed rather too naturally?" Luo Baiyue's voice lost its usual chill, instead carrying a teasing tone. Yet beneath her tender demeanor, Gao Yunjing sensed an underlying frost. Doubts had evidently arisen within Luo Baiyue, stemming from details he had never previously acknowledged. They had known each other for too long. Even when feigning, many things would naturally be overlooked. "You've returned, Gao Yunjing. Very well. I concede you are not as foolish as I presumed." Having been recognized, Gao Yunjing no longer wished to maintain the facade. His strong hands gripped her soft, jade-like wrists with such force that it elicited a soft gasp of pain from Luo Baiyue. Unyielding, she retaliated in kind, their wrists entwined like two intersecting serpents, neither willing to relinquish their hold, though the reality was far from it. It was a form of close combat, akin to a grappling maneuver. This was the first confrontation since their rebirth, with Luo Baiyue clearly holding the upper hand, while Gao Yunjing was firmly subdued. Yet, he skillfully defended against her advances, leveraging his extensive technique to thwart her every move. Beneath the enchanting veil of night, Luo Baiyue discerned the faint smile adorning Gao Yunjing's face. It was a smile that appeared warm, but was laced with mockery, a familiar sight that had once led her astray countless times in her previous life. An inexplicable bitterness surged within her, and with a hint of defiance, she said, "So, you were deceiving me all along? This was merely an act?" Despite their fierce struggle, Luo Baiyue maintained a surprising calmness in their exchange. In response to her query, Gao Yunjing smiled and replied, "Not quite. I genuinely enjoy sleeping while holding you or resting my head on your lap. Hey, have I ever mentioned that S rather perverse?" Seeing that the banter was leading nowhere, Luo Baiyue swiftly withdrew a long sword that had been hanging on the wall. The sword's smooth surface glimmered ominously in the night, and she lunged at him with a precision that resembled a dancing dragon. Gao Yunjing reacted swiftly, pivoting to evade her strike, drawing another sword with a quip. "Playing this rough? This is a residential building, not some sprawling villa." Luo Baiyue hesitated to employ her ethereal abilities, while Gao Yunjing similarly refrained, knowing that as long as they avoided using such powers, they were on even ground. The clash of their swords was a blur of motion, and within moments, they had exchanged hundreds of strikes. Gao Yunjing's true swordsmanship was formidable, while Luo Baiyue's every move was precise and lethal, targeting vital points. The spacious room soon descended into chaos, with the coffee table askew and a chunk of the bar separating the kitchen and living room severed. Scattered debris bore witness to their fierce skirmish. Several of Luo Baiyue's strikes aimed for Gao Yunjing's face, but he deftly dodged, displaying remarkable reflexes. Both had endured the trials of forbidden ethereal forces. Their physical prowess showed no significant disparity in the early stages. Without relying on ethereal abilities, Gao Yunjing proved to be an exceptionally challenging opponent. More critically, their familiarity with one another meant that Gao Yunjing could anticipate Luo Baiyue's next moves. In the short term, a victor could not be discerned, though Gao Yunjing would ultimately lose. However, Luo Baiyue could not afford to prolong the encounter. She was unaware of when Gao Yunjing had returned to life, how long he had been plotting, or what hidden cards he held. "Right now, you're no match for me. Yield your sword. Considering our marital ties, I might spare your life." Luo Baiyue realized that it was not only she who had returned from rebirth with a sense of superiority, but Gao Yunjing too. His swordplay shifted fluidly, and in an instant, he closed the distance between them. As he rushed toward her, Luo Baiyue scoffed, "What can that possibly achieve? You'll find out now." Gao Yunjing made no effort to defend against her next strike. Instead, he opened his arms, attempting to embrace her. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Luo Baiyue hesitated. And it was precisely during this brief interval that Gao Yunjing seized her firmly, toppling them both onto the sofa behind him. Luo Baiyue found herself seated upon his lap, her slender waist ensnared by his powerful arms. Their current position was undeniably intimate, with Gao Yunjing burying his face into the graceful curve of her neck, inhaling her scent as if he were petting a cat. "Let go!" Luo Baiyue exclaimed sharply, attempting to rise in defiance, only to discover a hard object pressed against her temple. Gao Yunjing's voice was languid and opulent. "Be good, don't move." His tone was rich and magnetic, akin to a cat teasingly beckoning. If not for the Glock 17 gun resting against her head, they could have appeared as a loving couple. Gao Yunjing sensed that the girl in his embrace was not entirely compliant. Tightening his grip seemed to merge their beings. His voice, low and enticing, hinted at a lurking danger. "What you have here is not a brass bullet, but a flame Dan capable of slaying even a deity. At this close range, if it were to accidentally discharge with a resounding bang," the gun fired, causing Luo Baiyue to flinch in fright. Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle maliciously. "Oh, Luo Baiyue, are you truly this afraid of me? Because I genuinely believe you could blow my head off with a single shot." The girl's tone was earnest, her expression grave. In truth, Luo Baiyue was aware that Gao Yunjing would not kill her, no matter the circumstances. "Luo Baiyue, I believe we can have a conversation. Put down your weapon. Right now, you're the one holding me hostage." Chapter 41. Inexplicable. "Do you believe there is anything we can discuss?" The voice of Luo Baiyue was icy and laced with sarcasm, She never thought that two individuals with such stark ideological differences could find common ground. In times when we shared a mutual objective, we had engaged in negotiations numerous times. Yet, never before had you pressed a gun to my temple. The mocking undertone in the young girl's voice was palpable, yet Gao Yunjing appeared oblivious, his face mere inches from Luo Baiyue's. Do not say such things. I am no match for you now. Should I invoke the void spirit, I would barely last 2 minutes, so caution is warranted. If you wish to converse, lower your weapon. Luo Baiyue's voice was cold and unequivocal. Very well. Surprisingly, Gao Yunjing actually lowered the gun that had been aimed at Luo Baiyue's temple, resting his head obediently on her shoulder. Can we speak now? What is it that you truly desire? Although Gao Yunjing had indeed relinquished his weapon, Luo Baiyue was reluctant to escalate the situation further. Firstly, in such a densely populated residential area, any confrontation could easily result in collateral damage. Secondly, she did not trust that Gao Yunjing had relinquished all his contingencies. Abandoning her chance for survival would be exceedingly reckless. I no longer wish to engage in violence with you. Gao Yunjing's voice carried a hint of plaintiveness. It was undeniably exhausting. Huh? Luo Baiyue let out a disdainful scoff. Do you truly expect me to believe your words? Why should I not? He tightly embraced the soft girl in his arms, the fragrant scent of Luo Baiyue enveloping his senses. For a century, I have been relentlessly pursued, fleeing, seeking opportunities to slay gods. This existence has been unbearably exhausting. His embrace tightened, and through the thin fabric of her nightgown, Luo Baiyue could feel the warmth radiating from Gao Yunjing. In truth, I had already been reborn by the time you sought me out at the hospital. Everything that followed was merely part of the ruse. Upon hearing this, Luo Baiyue displayed little reaction. The previous events had long since sown seeds of doubt within her. Yet, cohabiting with you has been profoundly comfortable and effortless. A luxury I have not experienced in over a century. Comfortable? Luo Baiyue turned to meet his gaze, her striking phoenix eyes reflecting nothing but cold mockery. You've been anything but at ease. You secretly crafted the Flame Dan and orchestrated Wang Hongfei's untimely demise. You are indeed a busy man. And as for ease, do you not find your own words to be ludicrous? Living behind a mask that does not belong to you and claiming it is easy? Gao Yunjing, how long do you intend to play this game? You have already exposed the secret of your rebirth. Shouldn't we be at each other's throats? Holding her in his arms, uttering such tender words, what is your true intention? In the dimly lit environment, only a sliver of moonlight filtered through the glass, casting shadows on the ground, making it impossible for either to discern the other's expression. One could only surmise their feelings from the icy, sarcastic words exchanged. Have you always believed that this has been a performance on my part? What else could it be? Gao Yunjing felt a sharp pang in his heart, an indescribable sensation spreading within him. He found himself at a loss for how to articulate this feeling. A profound sorrow enveloped him. What did she truly perceive him to be? Despite Luo Baiyue sitting obediently on his lap, not resisting, and his arms encircling her soft waist, he felt as though he were clutching nothing but grains of sand or a puff of air. Suddenly, he grew rough, his long, powerful hands forcibly capturing Luo Baiyue's delicate face, compelling their eyes to meet. He tightened his embrace around her waist, as if determined to fuse their beings into one. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Luo Baiyue could discern the depths of Gao Yunjing's dark, profound eyes, which were intertwined with a myriad of complex emotions. Sadness? Pain? Longing? Affection? Luo Baiyue could not articulate it. Gao Yunjing's gaze reflected an array of emotions, so vast it seemed to eclipse his original sentiment. Yet this time felt distinct, as if the emotion emanated from the very depths of his being, illuminating the darkness like the dawn, rendering escape impossible. Luo Baiyue, I must earnestly convey to you that in our past life, there was not a hint of pretense. And so, Luo Baiyue's voice remained frigid, a mocking curve gracing her lips. You wish to converse? Then lay down all your weapons, including your void spirit, and remain quietly by my side. Can you accomplish that? I cannot. After a prolonged silence, Gao Yunjing replied quietly, I cannot accept a life devoid of power, as insignificant as dust. Will you choose to believe that I can change? I do not. Luo Baiyue's cold rejection was swift. At that moment, she resembled a hedgehog, protecting herself with sharp quills, making it impossible for Gao Yunjing to approach without injury. She curled up tightly, displaying her sharp defenses. Their current posture was imbued with an undeniable intimacy. Yet the biting words shattered the atmosphere. Luo Baiyue, your reaction is excessively intense. In your presence, I am compelled to be so. We can truly have a meaningful conversation. Setting aside our mutual obstinacy, I am genuinely weary. A century may seem scant, Yet is ample time to endure the ravages of life. What could we possibly discuss? I am willing to heed your command, to become the sharpest sword in your hand, while you tenderly care for this blade. How does that sound? Gao Yunjing's voice was hoarse and low, each word tugging at the already fragile strings of Luo Baiyue's heart. Was she truly angry? Not quite. She simply did not know how to confront the situation. With a century of animosity between them, how could they navigate the days they had spent intertwined? If you embrace the person I once was, your words may indeed breach my defenses. In the soft glow of the moonlight, Gao Yunjing beheld the girl in his arms. Her lips a luscious crimson, swaying like a rose in the wind, constantly teasing the remnants of his dwindling rationality. Without hesitation, Gao Yunjing closed his eyes and kissed her. The moment their lips met, Luo Baiyue's face flushed crimson. Her delicate hands repeatedly struck against Gao Yunjing's broad shoulders. Was he out of his mind? How could he still harbor romantic feelings after all the biting sarcasm? As he tasted her soft, cool lips, Gao Yunjing firmly grasped Luo Baiyue's head, deepening the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released the girl, who was nearly breathless. Do you still doubt the authenticity of my feelings for you? This is our first encounter across 2 lifetimes. Are you insane? The moment she was freed from his grasp, Luo Baiyue sprang up and unceremoniously shoved Gao Yunjing out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Leaning against the door, she covered her flushed face with her hands. Everything felt inexplicable. This entire situation, Gao Yunjing's sudden revelation of his rebirth, their confrontation, and now this kiss, remained a chaotic puzzle in her mind, leaving her utterly bewildered about the nature of their evolving feelings. Her heart raced with an unprecedented rhythm, akin to the resounding drums of a tumultuous battlefield. It seemed that something within her had shattered the chains of convention, breaking free from the confines of her family's prison to soar into the skies. Chapter Nevenketu, Akish. Gao Yunjing, expelled from his home, dazedly touched his lips. Akish. Everything that transpired this evening was inexplicably surreal. Yet one thing was certain. The revelation of rebirth had exposed that Luo Baiyue indeed harbored no resolute intent to kill. Otherwise, with a mere flick of his power, he could have been obliterated within 2 minutes. Yet Luo Baiyue refrained from such an act. Was it for the sake of the residents in that building? Preposterous. Allowing him to grow would mean nurturing a being that once contemplated the annihilation of human society. Did Luo Baiyue truly lack discernment in distinguishing the gravity of the situation? As for the current predicament, it appeared that Luo Baiyue was merely sulking. After all, time was abundant, and he was unafraid of failing to placate her. Gao Yunjing extended his hand and knocked on the door, lamenting, "Oh, Luo Baiyue, do you truly wish for me to wander aimlessly?" A huffy voice, tinged with indignation, resonated from behind the door. How can a mighty judge of the apocalypse struggle to secure a mere dwelling? Indeed, he could not. Gao Yunjing, lacking any semblance of dignity, leaned against the door, weeping as if in sorrow. Alas, I am but a kept man, sustained by my fiancée. Shameless. Luo Baiyue's voice was tinged with exasperation. How could he dare utter such words? What is there to be ashamed of? Gao Yunjing, adhering to the principle of shamelessness in the face of audacity, retorted, "Do I possess the financial means myself? The funds expended are all thanks to your support, which amounts to being kept. The marriage contract explicitly stated in black and white that we were betrothed. After all, open the door, open the door." Faced with his relentless verbal onslaught, Luo Baiyue ultimately succumbed and opened the door, her expression a tempest of anger. "What on earth do you want?" Gao Yunjing, his demeanor now composed and devoid of the earlier insolence, replied leisurely, "I merely wish to discuss matters. I believe we should improve our relationship." "What is there to improve? Could you please soften your tone?" "No." Gao Yunjing wore a warm smile, nodding, "It seems I cannot afford to be overly gentle." In the next heartbeat, a black handgun was drawn from his waist and pressed against Luo Baiyue's forehead, his voice low and laced with menace like a serpent's hiss. "Now, I demand negotiation. What if I refuse? Then it shall be a fight to the death." Gao Yunjing's expression turned impatient as he forcefully grasped Luo Baiyue's hand, thrusting the fateful gun into her grasp. He then raised her hand to his own forehead, challenging, "Come now, pull the trigger and end my life. Rest assured, this gun is loaded with fiery bullets. One shot will surely kill me." Luo Baiyue met his gaze, a dangerous glint emanating from her eyes. "Do you think I lack the courage?" "You do lack the courage." Gao Yunjing's tone was unwavering. Even with the lethal weapon pressed against him, he displayed no hint of fear. "On what grounds do you presume I would falter?" A haughty confidence emerged on Gao Yunjing's refined visage. "No one can contend with you two except for me. I possess dual forbidden powers. How dare you claim I am incapable? Luo Baiyue's temples throbbed, as if a serpent were straining to break free from its confinement. Very well. Gao Yunjing spread his arms, feigning indifference. I now present you with two choices. Either pull the trigger and kill me, or lower the gun and continue living as engaged partners. You, Luo Baiyue, incensed by his brazen demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Was this some form of coercive marriage proposal? Her hand, once steady, began to tremble as she could no longer bear the weight of the gun, ultimately flinging it onto the sofa in frustration. With a huff, she turned her back and retreated to her room. Left standing at the door, Gao Yunjing bore no resentment, a self-assured smile gradually spreading across his face. Everything was returning to the trajectory he had envisioned. Luo Baiyue certainly would not kill him. From the very beginning, he had gambled on the notion that she would weigh the consequences and refrain from taking his life. Thus, he acted without reservation, audaciously so. For the truth was that Luo Baiyue had never intended to harm him. Otherwise, given his current prowess, she could have easily seized the gun from him. As for the bullets in that gun, they were certainly not fiery ones. Should Luo Baiyue deviate from his expectations and actually wrest the firearm from him? Bang! Bang! 2 fiery bullets would render her flesh incapable of withstanding the force. And what of his slight frame? The first 2 rounds in the handgun were merely blanks, insufficient to be lethal even to an ordinary person, let alone him. Logically, after firing twice and realizing their ineffectiveness, one would typically abandon the current weapon for another. Therefore, Gao Yunjing reached for the Glock 17, discarded on the sofa, removing the magazine. Within the tightly packed brass cartridges lay transparent, crystalline bullets, interspersed with delicate strands of red, resembling twisted projectiles set ablaze. Following the blanks were the fateful fiery bullets. As for now, Gao Yunjing glanced at the closed door from the corner of his eye, removed his black trench coat, and hung it on a nearby hook. In the kitchen, he skillfully donned a pink apron adorned with Hello Kitty, opening the refrigerator. Before long, the kitchen was infused with a rich aroma of food, a scent that seemed to possess sentience, wafting through the kitchen, across the living room, and into Luo Baiyue's room. It appeared as though Gao Yunjing had become addicted to cooking. The gas stove blazed with a vibrant blue flame, the sizzling sounds of stir-frying echoing relentlessly. On the other side of the wall, Luo Baiyue, catching the fragrant scent, recognized exactly what Gao Yunjing had prepared: dompa pork, chicken soup, gobeira, and stir-fried lettuce, all her favorites. The young girl curled up in a corner of the bed, clutching her Hello Kitty blanket, softly grumbling, "How dare he use food to tempt me? Truly despicable. I, Luo Baiyue, would rather starve to death than step out of this room to accept even a morsel from him." Resolute in her decision, she covered her head with the blanket, attempting to shield herself from the enticing aroma of the food. Meanwhile, Gao Yunjing remained relentless in his culinary endeavors, seemingly unwilling to cease until the refrigerator was emptied. The scent of his cooking grew increasingly potent, meticulously tailored to her preferences. Luo Baiyue touched her flat stomach, recalling how she had barely eaten in the days leading up to Gao Yunjing's competition. Although her divine blood had enhanced her physique, enabling her to endure without sustenance for weeks, it did not shield her from hunger. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Chapter 43. Breaking Free from the Abyss. Gao Yunjing's voice was gentle and refined, devoid of the earlier brashness when he had the gun pressed to his head, nor the pitiable demeanor of having been cast out from his home. "Come out for dinner. As an apology, I have prepared all your favorites." "No," she retorted. "I am Luo Baiyue, a peerless genius blessed with dual forbidden powers. Would you truly stoop so low as to partake in his meal?" The bright lights illuminated the dining area, though it hardly merited the title of a restaurant. It was merely a table awkwardly squeezed into the far end of the kitchen. Nevertheless, this environment did little to deter Luo Baiyue, who sat opposite Gao Yunjing, devouring her food with fervor. He was well aware that this young lady possessed a rather discerning palate, only relishing the culinary creations of a select few. In Xinjiang City, apart from Gao Yunjing, the only other cook to satisfy her taste buds was Luo Baiyue herself. With the citywide competition underway, he found himself unable to prepare meals for her. As for Luo Baiyue, after witnessing the beast tide, her heart was undoubtedly tethered to his safety. She hardly had the disposition to cook for herself. Thus, he had intentionally prepared a feast far more abundant than usual, having steamed 4 bowls of rice alone. Not to mention the array of dishes spread across the table: a whole roasted duck, a complete pig trotter, a leg of lamb, and various beef ribs among the main courses. Yet, under Luo Baiyue's insatiable assault, it rapidly dwindled to mere remnants. Observing the young lady, who just moments ago had indignantly refused, now relishing her meal with gusto, Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Unfazed by his smirk, which could be interpreted as mockery, Luo Baiyue thought to herself, why starve anyone when I can indulge myself? Finish this, and let this insufferable fellow go hungry. Gao Yunjing lifted a glass from the table to sip water. A seemingly mundane act transformed into one of elegance in his hands, akin to savoring the finest whiskey. However, the Hello Kitty apron he wore clashed with his otherwise dignified demeanor. Suddenly, he leaned across the table, casting a pitiful gaze at Luo Baiyue, who was tidying up after dinner. Finished? Good. Can we discuss matters now? Luo Baiyue reclined against the tall, broad-backed chair, one hand resting on her not-so-flat abdomen as she waved her other hand dismissively, feigning bravado. Speak. What is it? How about we join forces this time? He suggested. Fear not. I have no intentions of annihilating human society. Instigating a counterattack from all of humanity would hardly favor me. Luo Baiyue raised an intrigued eyebrow, encouraging him to elaborate. There are numerous commonalities in our alliance. Firstly, we both seek to slay the gods. Secondly, we share a profound dissatisfaction with the current societal structure of humanity, which urgently requires reform. Thirdly, we both find ourselves fighting alone. I have yet to locate individuals from my past life, and your team does not seem to harbor much trust in you. This incident appears to stem from mere disagreements within your team, but what of the future? Would you entrust your life to a group that does not fully believe in you? Presently, I too find myself in a similar predicament. Aside from you, there is no one I can trust implicitly. We can only rely on one another. His tone took on a melancholic note, resonant like a mournful poem recited with rhythmic pauses. Luo Baiyue chuckled, albeit somewhat strained, as she felt the weight of the atmosphere. Oh, come now. You speak as if we are kings in this world. Kings are meant to walk their paths alone, are they not? Indeed, we are what they refer to as natural-born rulers. Gao Yunjing abruptly halted, lifting his gaze to Luo Baiyue. His jet-black eyes, akin to an abyss, revealed glimmers of cold solitude, reminiscent of an abandoned young creature, forlorn and vulnerable. Yet, before we ascend to true kingship, we must find warmth in each other's company upon that lonely throne. Luo Baiyue could hardly bear the sudden gravity and poignancy of Gao Yunjing's demeanor. All right then, tell me specifically what you intend to do. Gao Yunjing adeptly composed himself, quickly reining in the tide of sorrow that had threatened to overflow. The sole reason I found myself betrayed and hunted by humanity in my past life was due to my ignorance of politics. You possessed immense power, yet you were akin to a well-maintained firearm, only wielded at critical moments. As for the identity of those who fell in the bloodshed, they were of no concern to you, nor could the gun itself afford such considerations. Thus, this time, we must penetrate the upper echelons of politics and gradually seize genuine authority over humanity. Luo Baiyue nodded in agreement, albeit hesitantly. But I am not well-versed in political maneuvering. I am aware, Gao Yunjing replied, his tone composed as he sat upright in his chair. At times, Luo Baiyue had to concede that Gao Yunjing seemed to possess an innate political acumen. Seated, he exuded an air of dignified seriousness. His methods were resolute, reminiscent of ancient emperors, impervious to dissent. Leave the political affairs to me. Your role is to provide assistance at critical junctures. As for contending with these cunning old foxes, allow me to handle that. Gao Yunjing's gaze drifted away from Luo Baiyue, instead focusing on the pitch-black sky, his voice somber and steady. And one final point. This pertains to the establishment of our alliance. Speak candidly. What do you wish for me to provide you? Luo Baiyue was acutely aware of Gao Yunjing's intentions. In their previous negotiations for alliances, he always sought a favor from her before acquiescing. This request is simple. Gao Yunjing turned slightly, revealing a gentle smile. What is it? You. Lecture. Beneath the endless expanse of the inky sky, a couple of pure white birds seamlessly merged into the darkened heavens. A magnificent edifice towered in the heart of the city, overlooking all within the steel jungle, akin to a sovereign surveying its domain. Atop the building was a grand terrace, featuring an octagonal pavilion. An imposing middle-aged man sat there, silently sipping tea. Beside an exquisite blue and white porcelain tea set lay a black recording pen. The recording pen activated, unveiling long-buried information. My name is Wang Hongfei. During the citywide competition, I encountered a beast tide, and to safeguard our remaining forces, I chose to disperse with several parties. After a significant pause, the voice within the recording fell silent. It appeared Wang Hongfei's demise had reached a resolution. Yet, how could a murder case conclude with merely a recording pen? If the pen had been removed, traces should remain at the scene. Why were there no other footprints amidst the chaos? Mayor Wang sipped his fine red tea, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a low, mournful voice emanated from the recording pen. Icy and chilling. Mayor Wang. The souls you condemned have returned from the depths of hell. Chapter 44. The Manjusaka, swaying in the wind. Souls I condemned? The typically composed Mayor Wang could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet and hastily dialing a number. His swift actions betrayed a sense of panic and disarray. After a series of beeps, the call was finally answered. Before the voice on the other end could utter a word, Mayor Wang interrupted. Chani, you must immediately check the graves of the soldiers who perished 12 years ago at the Hero Memorial. Has anything amiss occurred? The person on the other end sounded as though they had just awakened, their voice still groggy, but unable to suppress the torrent of anger that followed. Enough, Wang Zhixin. Just how terrified are you? It has been 12 years. Why do you keep me here as a mere caretaker? Now, in the dead of night, you dare to call me, insisting that I inspect that graveyard. Wang Zhixin, if you are so terrified of ghosts, what compelled you to make those choices in the first place? If you place such faith in the supernatural, why not visit a temple to offer incense and prayers? Wang Zhixin paid no heed to the fury emanating from the other end of the line. His tone was urgent as he incessantly urged, hurry, hurry, hurry. I insist you go and see right now. Chun He, do not forget, you played a part in this too. I know, roared Chun He from the phone. I'm going to check. Don't hang up. Wang Zhixin quickly implored. Understood. Chun He's voice dripped with impatience, followed by the rustling of clothes and the jarring sound of a wooden chair scraping against the floor. After a flurry of chaotic noises, the heavy thud of a door slamming echoed, succeeded by hurried, erratic footsteps. The phone line was filled with the howling wind, intertwined with Chun He's labored breaths. Damn it, why is the wind so fierce tonight? Is it windy where you are? Wang Zhixin furrowed his thick brows. He was perched atop the highest landmark in Xinjiang City. Logically, this should be the windiest spot, yet it was not. The breeze here was mild, and the surroundings were eerily still. Yes, it's extremely windy. I even suspect someone has summoned a wind spirit. If it weren't for your late-night call compelling me to come here, I would. Chun He's tirade abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of wind and rustling leaves on the other end. What's wrong? Speak. An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over Wang Zhixin as he quickly departed the octagonal pavilion, advancing towards the edge of the building, gazing westward. There lay an expansive cemetery, vast and imposing, its neatly arranged tombstones resembling silent soldiers awaiting inspection. Silence, solemnity. This was where he had made his debut in politics 12 years prior, orchestrated by his forebears, commanding all the forces of Xinjiang City to withstand a tide of beasts. In theory, he should have stood in the command center, surveying the battlefield as every upheaval, issuing concise orders. Ultimately, the onslaught was successfully repelled, and he would have gained renown. However, events did not unfold as anticipated. Faced with the surging wave of beasts, he faltered and fled. It was Chun He who had fervently urged him to escape. Thus, due to the commander's cowardly retreat, over half of Xinjiang City's fighting force perished in vain. After fleeing the battlefield, he and Chun He sought refuge in a karaoke venue, indulging in revelry and using alcohol to numb their shame until they were found by his family, awakening to return and command the battle. Yet, the grim reality remained. Countless innocents perished due to his timidity. This was the thorn embedded in Wang Zhixin's heart, the nail driven deep within. Consequently, upon assuming power, he invested heavily in constructing the cemetery for those who had fallen, appointing Chun He as its caretaker. Chun He's tone now lacked the earlier fury, instead sounding as if he were a house without a foundation, precarious. Before each tombstone stood a cluster of red spider lilies. Wang Zhixin felt a chilling wave course through him, as if ice had formed in his veins. Chun He inspected the cemetery every morning and noon. If there truly were a large display of red spider lilies before the tombstones, Chun He could not possibly be unaware. This implied that this vast array of blooms had been arranged in a single afternoon. The whirring of a rapidly spinning helicopter blade ushered in a gust of wind, a thick, oval beam of light piercing the darkness, illuminating the cemetery. This was the helicopter Wang Zhixin had dispatched 3 minutes prior. Under the helicopter's glaring light, he discerned that every tombstone indeed bore the red spider lilies Chun He had mentioned. These were the vividly crimson flowers that bloomed on the banks of the river Styx, said to grow voluntarily around its waters, offering solace to wandering souls. They also symbolized death, known as the flowers of the other shore. Now, vast swathes of red spider lilies had taken root before the neatly aligned tombstones, were it not for the absence of a proper river. Wang Zhixin might have mistaken this place for the underworld. The mountains and fields were awash in crimson, the lilies swaying in the breeze as if bidding farewell to departed souls. The usually composed mayor felt his limbs grow cold, a sensation of complete loss of control washing over him. The red spider lilies danced like an unparalleled performer against the night's perfect backdrop, the soldier-like tombstones serving as mere accompaniment. On the other end of the line, Chun He's furious voice erupted. Wang Zhixin, you must know something, don't you? You never concern yourself with the cemetery. Why, today of all days, do you frantically call me to inspect it? For heaven's sake, speak. Chun He's once robust tone twisted under the weight of his fury, like a caged lion poised to pounce. Wang Zhixin swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he gathered his thoughts to speak slowly. Today, I received a voice recorder delivered to me by a white dove. Upon thorough examination, I found it to be an ordinary, unremarkable device. Thus, I lowered my guard and activated it, only to hear the last words I dreaded most. It contained a confession recorded by Wang Hongfei before his death, a string of statements that sounded hastily concocted. You and I both know that Wang Hongfei was murdered. The only traces left at the scene pointed to him and Chang Tian. Yet, this recorder, which should have been at the crime scene, has mysteriously vanished, as if an unseen ghost had spirited it away. Enough! Enough! Chen Yi clearly had no patience to hear Wang Zhixin's tale. He impatiently interrupted. Get to the point. I'm unsure how to articulate this. Wang Zhixin's expression betrayed his uncertainty. Just listen for yourself. The recorder was activated once again. The chilling, haunting voice, reminiscent of a wandering spirit, resonated as if reciting an otherworldly poem. Mayor Wang, the ghosts you condemned to death years ago have escaped from hell. However, Luo Baiyue firmly declined the request to share a bed. Although he did not need to embrace Luo Baiyue, the insatiable yearning within him remained, akin to a cat's incessant scratching. After completing his morning routine, Gao Yunjing emerged, nonchalantly sporting a tousled hairstyle and clad in a black silk nightgown. Approaching the refrigerator, he spotted a yellow sticky note affixed to the top before he even opened it. Gao Yunjing reached up to retrieve it. Today, I am visiting an old friend in Xinjiang City and may not return for the entire day. Take care and stay at home. Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing curled his lip in mild derision, muttering under his breath, since when did you have friends in Xinjiang City? He tossed the note aside carelessly, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved a slice of toast, slathering it with blueberry jam to commence his breakfast. After a simple meal, Gao Yunjing returned to his room, donning his ever-constant black trench coat and casually grabbing the sword perched on the wall. Once adequately prepared, he stepped out dressed in his dark striped coat, a pure silver ring gleaming on his finger, exuding a polished demeanor. As he opened the door, a chilling gust of wind surged through the narrow entrance, violently rushing into the room. Through the doorway lay an expanse of pale ice walls tinged with icy blue, causing the room's temperature to plummet several degrees. Before him stood an enormous ice wall, emanating wisps of white vapor, as if the room had been fitted with a colossal air conditioner. Seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of the ice barrier, Gao Yunjing pressed his hand against it, quickly discerning its precise dimensions. This formidable and thick layer of ice encased the building in all directions, yet within the confines of these walls, not a soul could be found. The ice's density was akin to ancient glacial formations, impossible for Gao Yunjing to breach with either his ethereal or corporeal strength alone. It was evident that, in all of Xinjiang City, only Luo Baiyue possessed the capability to execute such a grand undertaking. The reasoning behind it was equally simple. Today marked the day of the frost and wind god's resurgence. In his previous life, during the beheading operation of the frost and wind god, Gao Yunjing had been nothing more than a frightened wretch fleeing in all directions, thus oblivious to the exact timing of the god's revival. His long, slender fingers glided across the icy surface. Are you still unwilling to let me slay the deity? I fear that should I strip the divine of its power, it would disrupt the delicate balance between us and pose a renewed threat to humanity. A mocking smile graced his lips as he retrieved the Glock 17 hidden at his waist, the magazine long emptied by Luo Baiyue. He had no doubt about this. So he opened the magazine, only to find the bullets that should have been tightly packed missing, leaving it barren. Clenching his fist, he struck his abdomen with a sudden force, the dull thud resonating as his hand came to rest on the shoe cabinet, bending over to cough violently. He opened his mouth wide as if to expel something, his fist continuing its assault on his midsection. Finally, a long strip wrapped in butter paper was expelled, prompting Gao Yunjing to dash to the restroom to purge himself thoroughly, afterwards fervently washing his hands. Only when everything was pristine did he pause, his gaze falling upon the opened butter paper, revealing 2 bullets lying side by side. A total of 11, with another encased in brass nestled in the Glock, successfully tricking Luo Baiyue. Each bullet sparkled like crystal, transparent yet adorned with countless twisted patterns, resembling dark red flames in fervent combustion. Flamidan. On the night of his rebirth revelation, to safeguard himself, Gao Yunjing had disclosed the existence of the Flame Dan. If Luo Baiyue sought to thoroughly restrict his movements, she would undoubtedly seize the Flame Dan. However, there was no way Luo Baiyue could ever anticipate Gao Yunjing. The Flame Dan was wrapped in butter paper, forcibly swallowed, and concealed within his abdomen, ensuring that Luo Baiyue would never discover it. Gao Yunjing adeptly loaded the bullets into the magazine, then aimed at the formidable, frigid ice wall outside the door. Yet, he suddenly lowered the weapon, sprinting to the entrance to relocate the shoe cabinet, then shifting the sofa and coffee table against the wall. Once satisfied that the entrance was devoid of obstructions, he raised his gun once more. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated. Yet the thick ice shell remained unbreached, albeit a considerable hole was created, revealing jagged shards of ice within. The dark red patterns of the flame Dan now laid bare, bubbling like molten lava. As the ice wall shattered, a frigid gust swept into the room, causing a thin layer of frost to form beneath Gao Yunjing's feet. The entrance was strewn with shattered icicles and debris. This shot alone, had it connected, could have severely injured even the recently revived deity of ice and snow. Yet it failed to penetrate the thick ice barrier. Gao Yunjing felt a twinge of astonishment. He could hardly fathom how many times Luo Baiyue had fortified the ice layer to attain such strength. It must be said, the once naive girl he had toyed with had indeed matured, managing to ensnare him without his awareness. Given Luo Baiyue's current power, if she wished to create such a formidable ice layer, she must have sacrificed an entire night of sleep. No longer hesitating, Gao Yunjing aimed his pistol and fired 2 more shots, this time unleashing even greater force. The entire room filled with rapidly evaporating water vapor. The once spacious living area instantly consumed by a blanket of white, shards of ice from the explosion splattering across Gao Yunjing's body. The hissing sound of colliding heat and cold reverberated continuously, until a gust of wind rushed in, quelling everything. Gao Yunjing glanced towards the entrance. The aluminum door frame had warped from the violent explosion, and the thick, pallid ice layer had finally been breached. Without uttering a word, Gao Yunjing cooled his pistol, stowed it at his waist, and strode away with purpose. Chapter 46, Slaughtering the God, Part 2. The verdant trunks obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only rays akin to falling rain to pierce the ground. Towering mountains, resembling the spines of prehistoric beasts, encircled a clearing in their midst. Geographically, if these massive mountains formed an enclosure, the open space within would be termed a basin, while a smaller variant would be called a sinkhole. Xinjiang City evidently lacked the capacity to boast such grand mountains. It was merely a vast sinkhole. However, the environment below was exceedingly harsh, overrun with weeds and inhabited by various monstrous creatures, rendering it a place seldom visited. Yet today, an uninvited guest arrived, a slender young girl clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, a long sword at her side. Her light brown eyes sparkled with reminiscence as she wandered, pausing intermittently, seeming to circle in place, searching for something. Time had elapsed too long for Luo Baiyue to recall the entrance to the tomb of the Frost and Wind God. Had Gao Yunjing been present, he might have leveraged his profound understanding of deities and his peculiar ethereal abilities to locate the entrance. Yet, Gao Yunjing had been left behind in her home the previous night. She ought to consider herself fortunate that Gao Yunjing had overlooked the details, thus exposing his rebirth identity. This provided her with a valid reason to have them sleep apart. Otherwise, if they had shared a bed, no matter how lightly she moved at night, Gao Yunjing would undoubtedly awaken to thwart her efforts. The residence, encompassing every direction, has been entirely vacated by her purchases, after which she fortified the heavy layer of ice throughout an entire night. At this moment, Luo Baiyue dares to wager that Gao Yunjing can only pace helplessly within the confines of his home. As for the weapon capable of shattering that formidable ice shell, it has long been retrieved by Luo Baiyue. It must be said that Gao Yunjing concealed the flame Dan remarkably well, employing a clever ruse wrapped in brass. After much wandering, Luo Baiyue finally stumbled upon an extraordinary tree, its stature towering excessively compared to the others. The dark green canopy spread outward like a colossal parasol, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight streaming from the cerulean sky. All surrounding trees involuntarily bowed beneath its height, as if it were a sovereign basking in sunlight, receiving the reverence of its vassals. Yet this was abnormal. Given the same soil, illumination, precipitation, and temperature, how could such disparate heights of trees arise? There could only be one explanation. This towering tree concealed an unknown secret beneath its roots. Perhaps it was a site of murder and burial, or maybe a spill of unregulated fertilizer. or even a grave of a deity. A deity's tomb, regardless of its nature, is still a sepulchre, a resting place that necessitates countless divine attendants to guard it. However, such beings, endowed with formidable power through divine favor, must first experience death. Only those who have perished can forcibly accept divine baptism without succumbing, and the deceased divine attendants serve as the finest fertilizer. After roughly determining the location, Luo Baiyue wasted no words. The burial site of the deity lay deep below the surface, and she certainly could not excavate it all the way down. Instead, she opted for a simpler and more efficient method, detonation. Although triggering an explosion in such a densely vegetated area was evidently unwise, Luo Baiyue was confident in her ability to control the repercussions of the blast. The wind, which should have been blocked by the thick foliage, roared once more as her light brown eyes transformed into a pure, icy blue. Layer upon layer of pale ice accumulated, forming a semi-closed circle. The ice continued to stack until Luo Baiyue's complexion turned ashen, her brilliant icy blue eyes reverting to a light brown. Without hesitation, she retrieved a small grenade from her spatial ring. It was a custom-made device, appearing as a diminutive grenade that seemed to lack any significant power. Yet its true capacity could collapse a skyscraper with ease. Luo Baiyue did not hesitate. After activating the grenade, she tossed it directly beneath the tallest tree. Boom! With a sound that echoed through the mountains, a tremor followed, and the towering flames and dense gray smoke erupted like a tsunami. The terrifying force generated a wave of heat that surged relentlessly towards the heavy ice layer she had prepared. The thick, black-gray smoke quickly filled the semicircular area, obscuring all visibility, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur. The pale ice layer began to dissolve in layers, transforming into a gentle stream that rushed towards the flames at the tree's center. It was unfathomable to consider the catastrophic disaster that would have ensued had Luo Baiyue not prepared the ice layer in advance to contain the explosion's effects. A full 3 minutes passed before the terrifying force finally subsided. Luo Baiyue opened her calm eyes to survey her surroundings. The ice had effectively mitigated the explosion's most immediate shockwave. The flames, resembling a raging dragon, were also shielded by the heavy ice shell, now burning only around the stout trunk. The shockwaves produced by the heat energy had dissipated entirely, and the thick ice layer could no longer endure, crumbling into pieces. This scene, akin to an apocalyptic disaster, was merely routine for Luo Baiyue, who commanded an abundance of water to extinguish the flames. She hurried towards the gaping hole blasted beneath the robust tree, a terrifying cavity visible for dozens of meters, all thanks to the grenade's tremendous impact. A chill enveloped Luo Baiyue, ultimately coiling into a magnificent inverted river of icy blue. This represented an absolute zero chill that she unhesitatingly released into the opening, fully aware that it might hasten the awakening of the frost god. Yet, there was no alternative. Her time was limited. She needed to swiftly eliminate this deity and return with Gao Yunjing to Yunhua City, the safest haven she knew. The reason was simple. Gao Yunjing had not forgotten his thirst for vengeance. Recently, the news had been dominated by a trending topic concerning the Martyrs Cemetery in Xinjiang City, which had overnight become overrun with vibrant red spider lilies. It was evident that such extensive work could only be accomplished by someone with mastery over wind-type spirits, a feat that no one else in the entire city could achieve as proficiently as Gao Yunjing. He would undoubtedly seek revenge, and the method would naturally involve slaying this deity, stripping it of its power, and then wreaking havoc at the Xinjiang City Government Center. However, Luo Baiyue feared that if Gao Yunjing's power increased, the delicate balance between them might be disrupted, jeopardizing the newly formed alliance. Though feelings may exist between them, they must not interfere with their respective positions. Drawing her longsword, Luo Baiyue cautiously descended, soon spotting a tall, silver-white gate standing before her. This was the entrance to the deity's tomb. Her hand clenched silently, for the true battle was about to commence. Chapter 47, Slaying the Deity, Part 3. Placing her hand upon the door, intricate and mysterious patterns began to materialize on the pure silver surface, pulsating rhythmically as if a heartbeat was supplying blood to a body. This marked the initial step in unlocking the deity's burial site, requiring sufficient power to shatter the restraints left by the divine. Luo Baiyue's pupils instantaneously transformed into brilliant icy blue, her dark hair billowing in a windless dance. As the temperature within the space gradually dropped, a thick layer of frost began to form on the silver door. With a forceful push, the door creaked open, emitting a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine. Stepping inside, she found the tomb's interior encased in heavy ice, with howling winds flowing like a ceaseless river, the smooth ice surface reflecting her silhouette. 3 diverging paths appear before her, adorned with intricate ancient patterns carved into the ice, leading into 3 darkened passages. Each bore an impenetrable darkness, yet the carvings within exuded an air of solemn grandeur. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Baiyue chose the leftmost ice tunnel, guided by her memories from a previous life that would lead her directly to the resting place of a deity. As she proceeded, she was surrounded by exquisitely crafted ice sculptures, the darkness not as oppressive as it seemed. On either side of the walls, elegant candelabras extended outward, but rather than red flames flickering atop conventional candles, blocks of pristine snow emitted a pure and untainted light. This place appeared immaculate, a realm untouched by dust. The monotonous echo of her footsteps intertwined with the howling wind, creating a singular sound, ethereal yet lonely. At last, a figure emerged, shattering the tranquility. Its form was indistinct. A humanoid figure of towering stature, draped in a flowing cloak of pure white, with a mask devoid of color, seemingly fused to its face. Long strands of snowy hair cascaded to the ground, creating a striking contrast against the immaculate backdrop. The divine attendant appeared pristine and holy, akin to an ethereal sprite amidst the snow and ice. Yet, only Luo Baiyue was aware that this seemingly sprite-like being had lost all semblance of sentience. Reduced to a mere automaton, the divine attendant's objective was singular and ruthless, to obliterate all that ought not to exist. Beneath layers of pristine white garments, its hands had morphed into grotesque claws. The speed of the divine attendant was astonishing, swift as a gust of wind. In an instant, its pallid claws, radiating a ghastly luminescence, were upon Luo Baiyue. With a resounding clang echoing in the air, the divine attendant collapsed, its twisted, sharp claws severed cleanly, its neck split without a drop of blood spilling forth. Luo Baiyue remained vigilant. A solitary divine attendant was hardly a threat, especially one of approximately F-rank strength. However, this locale was rife with divine attendants. Soon, a multitude encircled her, each draped in snow-white cloaks, their pure white masks erasing all trace of facial features. Their collective aura surged forth, comprising various ranks, F, D, C, and beyond, igniting a flicker of murderous intent in Luo Baiyue's light hazel eyes. Just as Gao Yunjing had proclaimed, sometimes the true terror in a graveyard was not the deities, but rather the incessant, tireless onslaught of divine attendants, their numbers seemingly limitless. Drawing a Glock 17 from her waist, she fired with precision. Bang! Bang! The chest of a divine attendant was blasted, leaving a gaping cavity from which melted water dripped. To combat these beings, Luo Baiyue's bullets were specially crafted. The brass casings encased explosive powder that erupted like fireworks. They emitted no anguish cries, only the sharp whistling of wind, their unique signal of communication. Luo Baiyue understood she could not linger. If the divine attendants amassed, even with her specialized weaponry, death would merely be a matter of time. Her primary target remained the god of frost and wind. Once the deity perished, the divine attendants would lose their source of power and thus cease to exist. Resolute, she aimed her Glock at the nearest divine attendant, firing several shots to momentarily suppress it before swiftly venturing deeper into the tomb. The divine attendants, regaining their wits, surged forward, their snow-white attire and rapid movements rendering them spectral apparitions. As Luo Baiyue sprinted ahead, the divine attendants pursued relentlessly, a torrent of white. Unfazed by the deluge of divine attendants, Luo Baiyue remained composed, occasionally turning to shoot and repel them. Yet, lost in her retreat, she had forgotten her precise location amidst the labyrinthine paths of the divine tomb. Frustrated, she lightly tapped her forehead. Oh dear, Luo Baiyue, what are you thinking? You've forgotten the route. She had no awareness of her current position, while behind her, an overwhelming throng of pure, white divine attendants had successfully gathered. A fierce glimmer ignited in her light hazel eyes. Drawing her sword, she unleashed a radiant, ice-blue blade that swiftly encased the foremost divine attendant in frost. No longer willing to delay, she resolved to obliterate the labyrinthine tomb that had ensnared her. With a resigned sigh, she lamented her need to conserve energy. Her eyes transformed into a dazzling ice blue, and the ice around her began to melt. Charging forward, she collided with the ice walls, which parted instinctively. She was the true, uncrowned sovereign of this realm, impervious to harm, as all obstacles yielded before her. The relentless divine attendants behind her were buried and hindered by the thick layers of ice. The flowing divine blood heightened Luo Baiyue's perception of her surroundings as she placed her hand upon the icy surface. The ethereal essence surged forth, revealing all that lay within her sight throughout the tomb. At last, the resting place of the deity was no longer a secret. Her eyes sparkled with a detached coldness. All fragments of ice, shattered or unbroken, melted in that moment and reformed around her, creating a luminous, straight pathway leading directly to the resting place of the god of frost and wind, with the divine attendants firmly obstructed by the impenetrable ice. Gripping her Glock in her left hand, she carefully positioned her sword in her right, proceeding cautiously step by step. The expanse of the divine tomb was vast, its emptiness echoing within the chamber, soaring nearly 20 meters high and stretching hundreds of meters wide, resembling the base of an ornate vase. The amalgamation of pure white and ice blue exuded an air of opulence. The casket of the god of frost and wind lay atop the highest tier of grand platform. With utmost care, Luo Baiyue ascended the steps. The exertion of forcing her way here had already diminished her strength. Cautiously, she advanced step by step toward the intricately carved casket. Suddenly, a tempest surged within the cavernous tomb, and after a moment of eerie silence, the casket emitted a piercing sound before slowly shifting aside. To her surprise, an ant awaited her arrival. Chapter 48, Slaughter of the Gods, Part 4. The voice that emanated was ethereal yet desolate, seemingly bearing the weight of millennia of solitude, awakening to find itself in utter emptiness, an accumulation of profound disappointment. The youthful figure within the frost-laden casket rose, his features exquisitely handsome, akin to a flawless gem, meticulously sculpted by divine providence. In this realm, where temperatures plummeted to -40 degrees, the youth's complexion remained rosy, his skin delicate and smooth, reminiscent of a newborn. His brow bore a gentle serenity akin to a tranquil pool of water. In comparison to Gao Yunjing, who also possessed a demure elegance, this youth, emerging from the icy casket, exuded an even greater allure. With an air of languor, he cast a casual glance at the ever-watchful Luo Baiyue. With a languid stretch, he extended a hand, each finger resembling finely crafted green onions. His tone was calm and gentle, yet imbued with an unmistakable condescension. "Ah, since you are the first to welcome my awakening, I shall grant you the opportunity to become my attendant." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the expansive chamber. It was not merely 3 shots, but the last 3 bullets remaining. After firing, Luo Baiyue did not immediately opt to reload. Instead, she drew her sword and aimed for the neck of the god of frost and wind. The deity frowned, raising his elegant hand, from which a chilling aura emanated, summoning an ice wall to shield him. The brass casings of the 3 bullets melted under the intense heat, transforming into 3 fiery serpents that surged forth. Upon colliding with the ice-blue wall, the serpents shattered into a burst of flames before emitting a single cry of anguish, resulting in a powerful explosion. The god of frost and wind, startled, withdrew his hand, revealing a palm as delicate and fair as a woman's, now marred by charred burns. Facing the radiant sword light, he merely sidestepped effortlessly. However, Luo Baiyue, who had once allied with Gao Yunjing to slay a significant portion of the divine pantheon, was not one to be trifled with. As her sword missed its mark, she twisted mid-air, delivering a powerful sidekick to the god of frost and wind's waist. Unprepared, he was sent tumbling from a high platform. The god, desecrated by a lowly ant, felt the flames of vengeance surging within him, threatening to engulf the world. Regaining his footing on the vast ice surface, the god of frost and wind's voice remained as tranquil as water, yet seethed with unbridled fury. "Who are you?" Luo Baiyue seized the opportunity to swiftly change the magazine of her pistol, buying time as she remarked, "What is the matter? Do you not recognize me, Klaus? How audacious for a despicable race to dare utter the name of a deity." Klaus raised both hands high. The wind swirling in the space around him erupted with a sharp, explosive roar, responding to this once revered divine being. "My most loyal servant, your supreme deity has returned to the world. Now, welcome me." Each word resonated with profound authority, the winds howling more piercingly in response. Yet beyond that, there was no further reaction. Klaus, momentarily bewildered, lowered his hands and glanced around, confusion evident in his azure and white eyes. "Do not waste your efforts, Klaus. This place, where you have long slumbered, is now under my dominion." Having finished reloading, Luo Baiyue swung her longsword and charged once more. "Since you seek death so fervently, I shall bestow upon you the release you desire." Klaus hesitated no longer, having just re-emerged. He was unable to break through the terrain altered by Luo Baiyue in such a short time. With a single wave of his hand, several massive ice pillars, revealing their icy sharpness, surged forth with tremendous speed towards Luo Baiyue, propelled by the wind. Without a flicker of emotion, Luo Baiyue raised her pistol and fired thrice, shattering Klaas's assault. As a deity, Klaas recognized the unfavorable situation and opted not to confront Luo Baiyue directly. Instead, he continuously employed his mastery over the winds to evade her fierce onslaught. Luo Baiyue harbored no anger. This was a game of hunt, and only the patient hunter would ultimately prevail. Moreover, she possessed a powerful trump card, Yindan. Given the right opportunity, a single shot would leave the god of frost and wind severely wounded, if not dead. I grant you one final chance. Submit at once, and I may overlook your transgressions. Klaas, already adorned in tattered white robes from multiple gunshots, bore blood of a pure white hue, rendering the damage nearly invisible. Regrettably, the response to his sincere invitation was met with Luo Baiyue's merciless bullets. A flicker of anger finally crossed Klaas's face. With a sweeping gesture of his snow-white sleeves, he commanded, "My servants, tear her apart." The sound of shattering crystals echoed through the space as the ice walls could no longer withstand the nearly frenzied assault of the divine servants. They surged forward, while the god of frost and wind, Klaas, remained serenely seated atop his coffin. Luo Baiyue's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that these mindless divine servants would be so formidable. Facing the white tide, she could only wield her longsword, cutting through the air with a chilling brilliance. The power of ice grew ever more terrifying as the countless divine servants, merely illuminated by her icy radiance, transformed into splendid ice sculptures. Bullets broke free from their brass casings, morphing into twisted, menacing fire serpents that detonated upon contact with the throng of divine servants, erupting in a shower of crimson flowers. Although the number of divine servants was vast, Luo Baiyue's pace of slaughter was equally swift. Seated atop his coffin, Klaas could no longer contain himself. He rose, conjuring a pale, frost-laden dagger that appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed at the artery in his wrist. Pure and unblemished, akin to milk, as divine blood gushed forth. "My servants shall accept the power I bestow upon you. Fight in my name." The divine servants surrounding Luo Baiyue, sensing the scent of blood, surged toward the lofty platform. The pristine divine blood cascaded down the steps, and the servants, resembling humble mice, pressed their faceless visages against the ground. In their fervor to claim that symbolic essence of power, the divine servants began to claw at one another, their sharp, twisted claws tearing through layers of white robes, mercilessly stabbing into their comrades' bodies. The once unblemished garments of the divine servants fluttered, fragments swirling like a blizzard. Klaas stood upon the platform, his once rosy and radiant visage now pallid, yet he extended his wrist, allowing the snow-white blood to drip freely. The first to acquire the divine blood began to mutate. Their initially humanoid and slender forms twisted, growing larger. Ice shards pierced through their fitted white robes, exposing bare skin. Their featureless, pure white faces cracked open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The divine servants, once upright, transformed, ultimately becoming monstrous creatures that crawled upon the ground. Klaas smiled, pointing towards Luo Baiyue. "Go forth, my dear children, and rend her asunder." Chapter 49. The Slaughter of Gods v. The ghastly scene before Luo Baiyue elicited not a shred of discomfort. This was merely the god of frost and wind. The true horror had been when she had allied with Gao Yunjing against the god of blood. The twisted, lizard-like divine servants roared as they charged at Luo Baiyue. "Begone!" A cold command echoed throughout the cavernous tomb, as a sharp, elongated ice spike jutted forth from the smooth, mirror-like surface. The fortunate divine servant who first tasted the divine blood was impaled by the pale ice spike, suspended in midair. The divine blood surged within Luo Baiyue, the ethereal power resonating and amplifying throughout the tomb. Countless slender, sharp ice spikes emerged from the protruding steps. The grotesque, writhing divine servants, caught in a fray of mutual destruction, were pierced through by the sudden onslaught of ice spikes, their pale blood dripping slowly to the ground, bursting into white blossoms. Such a violent means of slaughter? Klaas maintained his amused demeanor, clapping his hands languidly as the shrieking winds severed the ice spikes. The fallen corpses of the divine servants were instantaneously devoured by the living ones that surged forth, feasting upon the remains. Those who consumed the corpses felt their strength invigorated. "I regret to inform you, Klaas, that today you must perish here." More elongated, sharp ice spikes fused together, twisting into the form of an ice-blue dragon, its maw opening wide to unleash a wave of consumption and carnage. Watching the ice dragon wreak havoc below, Klaas grew intrigued, remarking in a playful tone, "Oh, Has it already learned to manifest its ethereal essence into beastly form? This ethereal spirit is quite the fascinating entity. The swirling winds, laden with pristine frost, coalesced into a massive white serpent, engaging in a desperate battle with the ice blue dragon. The ice dragon clearly held the upper hand, even with all its might. The white serpent merely slowed the dragon's slaughter. Yet at that moment, the divine servants unified in their cessation of combat. They had completed their metamorphosis, each resembling roaring hounds that slipped past the ice dragon and serpent's clash. With bared fangs, they charged at Luo Baiyue, nimbly evading the ice spikes that erupted along their path. Luo Baiyue found herself encircled once more by the divine servants. Her dazzling ice-blue eyes surged with determination as she extended a finger. The thick, pale ice layers cascaded like a thunderous tsunami. Even those divine servants imbued with divine blood were transformed into exquisite ice sculptures in that instant. Luo Baiyue's complexion paled slightly. Though her power was formidable enough to dispatch these divine servants, it did not mean she remained unscathed. As she beheld the dying divine servants, Klaus felt no sorrow. Instead, he threw back his head and howled with wild laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing, truly amusing. Klaus lowered his azure and white eyes, and upon awakening, he found himself encountering such an intriguing being, truly a remedy for his melancholy. A tempest swirled around Klaus, while the immaculate, pure white snow was simultaneously swept away. Luo Baiyue was acutely aware of the immutable law of immobility during transformation, and with a swiftness that was akin to a thief in the night, she swiftly replaced the magazine and fired her weapon. The searing flames instantaneously elevated the temperature of the tomb, transforming the mirror-like, pristine ice surface into a slick, rippling expanse. The ice was melting. If the previous shot resembled a fiery python, then this one was akin to an enraged dragon ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Trailing a lengthy crimson tail, the fire dragon descended with an aura that threatened to incinerate the world, and Klaus, caught in the maelstrom of the tempest, sensed an anomaly. Below, the white colossal python, engaged in a fierce struggle with the ice dragon, recklessly surged forward, using its snowy form to shield against the flames of retribution. Faced with this sudden resistance, the power of the fire essence ruthlessly pierced through everything in an instant. The towering white serpent was evaporated in the overwhelming sea of flames. Observing the bizarre strength of the fire essence, Luo Baiyue gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is this thing truly so formidable? Has Gao Yunjing undergone another upgrade? In the next moment, a massive white hand reached out, capturing the raging fire dragon in a single, forceful grasp. The tempest and frost gradually settled, revealing Klaus's slender, delicate figure. He was clad in resplendent, pure white armor, a construct of near-perfect fluidity, adorned with intricate, elaborate patterns. Every essential component was tightly woven into this armor, rendering it a paragon of perfection, while the eyes beneath his helmet glimmered with ferocity. The captured fire dragon continued to resist obstinately, but as the pressure from that alabaster hand intensified, its struggles began to wane. Although Luo Baiyue was somewhat taken aback by the power of the fire essence, she understood that attempting to slay a god with merely one essence was akin to a child wielding a sword in a futile attempt to assassinate a general, even if that general had shed his armor. Bang, bang, bang. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the freshly loaded bullets were once again expended by Luo Baiyue. The bullets, expelled from the chamber, carried with them a ferocious force. Klaus's eye twitched as he extended a hand to effortlessly intercept all the bullets. It wasn't particularly difficult to do so, but being struck by one of those projectiles would inflict a pain akin to scalding oil poured upon the skin. Klaus could still feel the searing sting of the wounds inflicted upon him by Luo Baiyue's gunfire beneath the armor. Just then, the previously suppressed fire dragon erupted violently, flames engulfing the entirety of the tomb in an instant. The warm yellow flames illuminated the dark, cold atmosphere. The descending fire, akin to a rain of arrows, compelled Klaus to retract his hand. Even with the armor encasing him, his hand sustained burns, and the outermost layer of the armor began to char and blacken. Klaus regarded Luo Baiyue with a look of curiosity. This individual seemed to consistently conjure intriguing phenomena. In the next moment, a longsword surged with an extreme chill and a sharp offensive, ascending toward the platform. Klaus, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a great sword. Gripping it with both hands, he performed a reverse slash, the howling wind supplementing his strength, while the pervasive frost instilled a terrifying intimidation. Although Luo Baiyue's assault was fierce, it was not devoid of logic or relentless in pursuit. Upon acutely sensing the imminent threat behind her, A long sword appeared at an unexpected angle to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, she drew her pistol again, aiming it at Klaus to fire. Such a close-range assault left Klaus no room for evasion, and he could only endure the impact of the seemingly venomous bullets upon his body. The exquisitely intricate armor initially provided some defense, yet it was ultimately shattered by the subsequent 2 shots. The first round of their confrontation concluded. Luo Baiyue held the advantage, yet the excessive exertion left her panting heavily in place. Seizing the opportunity, Klaus transformed his dual-wielded sword into a spear, hurling it forth with the force of wind and thunder, striking true. Although Luo Baiyue managed to block the spear at a critical moment, the overwhelming power still propelled her from the elevated platform. Chapter 50, The Slaughter of Gods, Part 6. Klaus stood atop the platform, his gaze disdainfully assessing the fallen Luo Baiyue, his voice cold and mocking. "You, such a feeble human, dare to aspire to slay me?" Luo Baiyue, sprawled on the ground, lifted her head to reveal a smirk of derision, lamenting her own weakness while simultaneously feeling the pain from the wound she had inflicted. "Klaus, do you truly consider yourself some exalted deity?" Luo Baiyue's words rang true. At this moment, Klaus's once magnificent and costly armor had become tattered and riddled with holes. The flames continually scorched his exposed wounds, the pain penetrating to the marrow, relentlessly diminishing his combat prowess. Yet, he remained unfazed, extending his hand once more to grasp the air, conjuring a long spear into his grasp, and he descended the steps at a leisurely pace. His gaze was filled with mockery, resembling a hunter who had ensnared his prey but was in no hurry to end her life, instead relishing in the torment. Observing Klaus's ostentatious demeanor, Luo Baiyue offered a faint, weary smile. "Klaus, don't say I didn't warn you. Villains who indulge in theatrics and delay often meet the swiftest demise." "Oh," Klaus feigned shock, standing still and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. This is my eternal resting place. The fact that you, an insignificant ant, could enter here is already astonishing. Do you truly believe there is anything left?" The vast emptiness of the tomb echoed with every word, and even the once numerous divine attendants had been thoroughly dispatched by Luo Baiyue's full-force assault. This grand tomb seemed to contain only Klaus and Luo Baiyue. Suddenly, Klaus shifted his tone, beginning to extol Luo Baiyue. "I must admit, you, this human, are indeed quite formidable. If you had brought along another capable human to assist in distracting the divine attendants, perhaps today you could truly slay me." In that moment, he relinquished the haughtiness of a deity, resembling a benevolent leader conversing with the common folk, albeit still gazing down from a lofty height. In response to this praise, Luo Baiyue smiled sweetly. "Individuals like you often find that just as they are on the brink of success, their hubris leads to complete failure. But I am not human. I am a god, the supreme deity." Klaus advanced step by step, brandishing his spear. "Let me see what this feeble human can still conjure." Before he could finish his words, a deafening explosion echoed from above, shattering large ice blocks that cascaded down, delicate ice shards fluttering like falling snow. A dark figure plummeted from above, wielding a long sword that radiated dazzling light. The opponent's body moved with an exquisite grace just before landing. They kicked out with their foot. Klaus was knocked down by the overwhelming kinetic force, kneeling on the ground. The sword, as sharp as it was, pierced Klaus as easily as cutting through tofu. Gao Yunjing, holding a Glock, pressed the weapon against Klaus's neck and fired. The deep, resounding gunfire reverberated, while the voice of the worlds will echoed in his mind, growing increasingly irksome. Yes, just like that. Strike his spine, then blow apart his heart. Gao Yunjing executed his actions with a deft precision, a single shot piercing through the heart of Klaus, followed by 3 more, each aimed at severing the god's spine in various locations. The seamless choreography of his movements, even amidst the brutality of the slaughter, was aesthetically pleasing to behold. The once mighty god of frost and mist was reduced to a state of humiliation, pinned to the ground by a long sword, kneeling as death approached. The 4 flames, positioned in different directions, utterly obliterated this once exalted deity. Luo Baiyue stood transfixed, witnessing this scene unfold in less than a minute. The elevated god had been transformed into a lifeless corpse. In the art of god-slaying, Gao Yunjing was undeniably a master. Having just vanquished the god of frost and mist, Gao Yunjing suddenly raised his gaze, aiming his weapon at Luo Baiyue. His eyes were deep and enigmatic, like the dark curtain of night, obscuring the emotions hidden within. Coldly, he remarked, "Luo Baiyue, you still do not trust me. The reason you confine me within these walls is your fear that, after slaying the gods, I might acquire their powers, thus upsetting the balance between us. You fear you cannot restrain me, You dread the potential for my annihilation, do you not? Luo Baiyue offered no retort. Gao Yunjing understood her better than anyone else. They had faced each other too many times in their previous lives, fighting side by side on countless occasions. Gao Yunjing possessed an innate ability to perceive the hearts of others, and Luo Baiyue, by nature, struggled to conceal her true self. Luo Baiyue, I am not an ice block. Gao Yunjing's steady voice betrayed a hint of tremor. Why can you not believe that I can change? Luo Baiyue hesitated, unsure of what to argue. After all, she was the one who found it difficult to trust Gao Yunjing. Faced with his probing questions, she simply lowered her head, resembling a schoolchild chastised by a teacher. Can you not react at all? Gao Yunjing's tone brimmed with impatience. Whenever issues arose, Luo Baiyue would fall silent, as if rendered mute. What about those who were unaware of my rebirth? Why must you remain silent now? I was wrong, the young girl finally spoke, her voice soft and lacking in confidence, so faint that it would easily be overlooked if one were not attentive. Gao Yunjing disregarded the lifeless class, taking a seat upon the frosty steps, his gaze coolly assessing the remorseful Luo Baiyue. For reasons unknown, his mood shifted to one of sudden irritation. These minor issues should not have provoked such anger. Yet, Luo Baiyue's reaction was infuriating. Could she not simply embrace him and indulge in a moment of tenderness? Where was her ability to charm? Why must she bow her head like a student who has erred? At that moment, Luo Baiyue, who had been submissively accepting her fault, seemed to have an epiphany. Timidly, she lifted her eyes to gauge Gao Yunjing, then cautiously approached his side. At this juncture, she cast aside all notions of propriety. Having already shared a bed with him, having been held like a pillow for days on end, before Gao Yunjing could react, Luo Baiyue nestled into his embrace, akin to a devoted puppy seeking its master's affection. I was wrong. Please do not be angry, all right? The girl's voice trailed off, her hands encircling his neck. Their gazes locked, her light brown eyes brimming with a desire to appease. Do you not wish me to be upset? Indeed. Gao Yunjing smiled broadly, the ice in his expression melting away, softness appearing between his brows like a tranquil pool of water. His pitch-black eyes revealed a deep-seated fondness. He intertwined his fingers with Luo Baiyue's delicate, pale hands, maintaining his smile while speaking earnestly. Then let us forge a blood pact. Chapter 51. Are you satisfied? A blood pact. Upon hearing this term, Luo Baiyue's soft form trembled involuntarily. The blood pact was Gao Yunjing's most renowned method from their previous life, where both parties swore an oath using their divine blood as a source. This approach meant that if either party betrayed the other, their blood would boil and burn until the traitor was consumed entirely. In their past life, the reason Lin Xiaoke, a rebellious subordinate of Gao Yunjing, had never succeeded in slaying him was precisely due to the balance enforced by this blood pact. It was the most stringent means of controlling another. Luo Baiyue had witnessed many who had been recruited, only to perish due to the blood pact, their divine blood boiling within them, leading to a slow and agonizing death. The bodies of those who had suffered this fate were dissected by forensic experts, revealing that they had been seared by their own scalding divine blood. With such a harrowing precedent, fear gripped Luo Baiyue. The young girl timidly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled and trembling. What if we can't do this? Of course we can. Gao Yunjing maintained a warm smile, resembling a caring older brother. Really? Luo Baiyue's face lit up with surprise, her expression brimming with delight as she looked up at Gao Yunjing. However, the next moment, she froze, unable to move, as a hard object pressed against her waist. Undoubtedly, Gao Yunjing's Glock. The flames he possessed had evidently not been depleted. The initial flame was merely a ruse. She dared not gamble on how many flames he had left. At this proximity, just one could spell her doom. How surprising that you refuse such a simple request. Perhaps you harbor no feelings for me? Gao Yunjing's tone was flat, as though discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the ferocity in his eyes mirrored that of a ravenous wolf. Luo Baiyue understood that if she could not present something of genuine value to reassure Gao Yunjing today, they might very well be discussing where to bury her. Gao Yunjing buried his head in Luo Baiyue's thick, lustrous hair, his lips brushing against her dainty ear. Luo Baiyue, I do not wish to part with you in pain. Then let's forge a blood pact. Realizing she had no choice, Luo Baiyue acquiesced to Gao Yunjing's demand. That is correct. In the next instant, Gao Yunjing forcefully pressed her head down, kissing her without reservation. Luo Baiyue's pupils dilated as she struck at Gao Yunjing's sturdy back, attempting to halt the kiss. However, regardless of how fiercely she struggled, Gao Yunjing held her tightly, deepening the kiss with an increased pressure on the back of her head. In the desolate silence of the grave, white and blue formed a monotonous backdrop. The lavishly crafted steps bore witness to the god kneeling, pinned to the ground. Pale blood trickled slowly down the length of the sword, while the steps above were littered with the dismembered bodies of divine attendants, their lifeless forms adorned with bloodied ice spikes. The howling wind carried a sharp sound. The prevailing tones were sinister and cold. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her lips, a rich, metallic sweetness flooding her mouth. Luo Baiyue, somewhat resentful, smacked Gao Yunjing. If you wish to kiss, do it properly. You dog, why must you bite? In defiance. She retaliated, sinking her teeth into his lips, their crimson blood mingling within their mouths. A peculiar sensation began to spread within her, as if her power was undergoing some extraordinary transformation, enhancing her control over the ethereal. She quickly realized that this kiss was not merely Gao Yunjing taking advantage of her. The body within him began to simmer uncontrollably, and Gao Yunjing felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him. There are myriad ways to forge a bond through blood. Any agreements he had with ordinary members were akin to master-servant contracts. Any hint of betrayal would invariably lead to death. However, he himself was not so constrained. The contract he had entered into with individuals like Lin Xiaoke and Lu Qingqing were of equal standing, embodying absolute parity. Yet, the covenant forged with Luo Baiyue was entirely different. Their divine blood intertwined in a profound entanglement, a bond of shared fate. Should one party perish, the other would instantaneously sense it, and they remained bound by equal status, inherently restricted by their contract. In such circumstances, the paramount importance lay in the exchange of divine blood, for it was the mutual convergence of their most vital source of power that would engender an unbreakable spiritual connection, regardless of the distance between them. Simply put, it resembled quantum entanglement. The divine blood of Yudhua was inherently aggressive and devouring, while the precious divine blood of Tianshui and Eternal Ice Domain would undoubtedly tempt Yudhua. This was the very reason for the incessant boiling within him, as Yudhua instinctively resisted. Gao Yunjing instinctively tightened his embrace around the young girl in his arms, their bodies pressed closely together. For the sake of ease in navigating the forest, Luo Baiyue donned a form-fitting black outfit, its only distinguishing feature being its thinness. Gao Yunjing, in stark contrast, wore a simple white shirt accompanied by a black trench coat that Luo Baiyue had gifted him. While Luo Baiyue was considered tall among women, Gao Yunjing had experienced a dramatic increase in height and physical capabilities following the baptism of divine blood. The confident figure of Luo Baiyue appeared almost delicate in his embrace, her slender form enveloped by the oversized black coat. The warmth and softness nestled against him made Gao Yunjing acutely aware of the delicate girl in his arms, both of them clad in somewhat insufficient attire. At this moment, their embrace bore little distinction from that of two individuals in pajamas at night. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Luo Baiyue gasped for breath, her body rendered weak as she lay against Gao Yunjing. Are you satisfied now? Of course I am, Gao Yunjing replied, rising to his feet and lifting the limp Luo Baiyue in a princess carry, his long strides leading them away from the divine tomb. Luo Baiyue, nestled against him, made no attempt to resist. His earlier fervor had nearly rendered her breathless. How did you find this place? She asked, feeling like a small quail in his arms. Is it really so difficult to locate? Gao Yunjing responded confidently, navigating the labyrinthine corridors of the divine tomb without hesitation at any fork in the path. Observing this, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but tease, "You're like a headless fly, careening about. Just don't end up killing the deity and getting trapped here." Gao Yunjing chose not to engage with her jest, but instead inquired, "Now that we've vanquished Klaus, shouldn't we take our leave? Aren't you planning to take the college entrance examination? We ought to seek out Lin Xiaoke." Chapter 52. Not disdainful. Once Gao Yunjing leisurely exited the divine tomb, darkness had descended, and heavy clouds obscured the moonlight. The pitch-black night, coupled with the winds howling like wailing ghosts, rendered this overgrown area even more eerie and sinister. Cowering in Gao Yunjing's embrace, Luo Baiyue felt a twinge of fear, shrinking closer like a frightened quail. Amused, Gao Yunjing lowered his gaze, a smile dancing upon his lips. "Are you really afraid of ghosts? You've known that all along," Luo Baiyue replied, shooting him an exasperated glance. It was truly vexing of him to ask. Faced with the somewhat pouting young girl, Gao Yunjing shrugged nonchalantly. "What is there to fear? You personally vanquished those ghosts. It feels different," Luo Baiyue protested, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. "What is so different?" Gao Yunjing remained unconcerned, rolling his eyes. "You dared to draw your sword against the divine. Yet you tremble in this supernatural ambience. What is there to be afraid of? In terms of sharp retorts, Luo Baiyue readily acknowledged that even two of her could not match Gao Yunjing's wit, so she opted for a bold declaration. Puffing up her cheeks, she declared defiantly, "Yes. I am afraid. So what? You're stuck with me now, and there's no escaping it." "Not at all," Gao Yunjing replied, his tone laced with affection, akin to the blazing sun at noon, unabashedly warm. In the face of such an alluring Gao Yunjing, Luo Baiyue's emotions surged like a bear that had found honey. "Brother, who taught you to be so charming? As a bachelor for nearly a century, how could he possess such flirtatious prowess?" "Luo Baiyue, your face has turned crimson." "Oh, I know, she replied impatiently, burying her flushed face against his chest while softly muttering complaints about how, no matter how familiar they became, she was still a girl who had never been in love. "Wasn't it perfectly normal to feel shy? Has anyone ever told you that your blush is quite endearing? All right, enough." Luo Baiyue could hardly withstand Gao Yunjing's bold advances, playfully swatting his broad shoulder. "Where'd you learn all this? Is there even a need to learn?" Gao Yunjing remarked, observing the young girl with her flushed cheeks, continuously retreating into his embrace. "Isn't that adorable? Let us hurry. After dinner, we need a shower. Book our tickets and head to Yanhua City tomorrow morning. If we're looking for Lin Xiaoka, we shouldn't waste any time." "Oh." Gao Yunjing carried the young girl towards the stationary Maybach at the sinkhole. This location was relatively remote, and without a vehicle, it would be quite time-consuming. The only means of transportation had initially been taken by Luo Baiyue, leaving Gao Yunjing to rely solely on foot to reach this place. Luckily, he passed by a motorcycle dealership where he casually purchased a Ducati Dragon, a sleek black bike with red accents. The engine boasted a parallel twin-cylinder, four-stroke, water-cooled design. At 400 cubic centimeters, it was a perfect blend of aesthetics and value. Priced around 12,000, the pocket money provided by the little wealthy girl was more than sufficient. After placing the young girl in the Maybach, Gao Yunjing returned to his Ducati Dragon. As the Maybach's window lowered, Luo Baiyue poked her head out. "Are you planning to ride that bike home?" Donning the helmet that came with the purchase, Gao Yunjing glanced at her. "If you still want me to rest my head on your lap, I might as well forego this bike." "Dream on." Luo Baiyue unceremoniously rejected Gao Yunjing's cheeky suggestion, retracting her head and starting the Maybach. The Maybach sliced through the night like a blade, speeding along the highway. "Why go so fast?" Gao Yunjing ceased his banter, twisting the throttle, as the Ducati Dragon roared to life, shooting forward like an arrow. After returning home and finishing dinner, Luo Baiyue steadfastly maintained her position, resolutely refusing to sleep alongside Gao Yunjing, darting back to her room like a rabbit. "So cautious?" Gao Yunjing remarked with a hint of exasperation as he collected the dishes after their meal. Approaching the sink while washing the dishes, he suddenly glanced up at the dark night sky, where occasional gusts of wind howled. A lewd grin spread across his delicate and refined face. "Ha, Luo Baiyue, you can't escape." As everything came to an end, the room was plunged into darkness. After finishing his shower, Gao Yunjing returned to his room. Yet he did not indulge in videos or novels. Instead, she closed her eyes, enveloped in the tranquil yet unyielding night sky, where a tempest raged. The howling wind echoing like the lament of a vengeful spirit. The air crackled with friction, producing a sharp, explosive sound, and the wind intensified, its voice transforming into a wailing cry, reminiscent of a tormented ghost weeping. Hiding in her room, Luo Baiyue wrapped herself in her Hello Kitty blanket, cowering in a corner of her bed. The wind darted through the towering buildings of the apartment, wrapping her in a chilling embrace of eerie howls. She felt as though the entire apartment was besieged by numerous grotesque phantoms, and the fear of these entities gripped her heart. The warm yellow light from the bathroom seeped through the door, where Gao Yunjing was bathing, accompanied by the soothing sound of running water, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Suddenly, with a click, the bathroom light extinguished and the sound of water ceased, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door opening. Gao Yunjing had finished a shower, which meant the comforting light that accompanied her would vanish, while the cacophony of the wind outside continued unabated. It seemed as if the malevolent spirits, emboldened by their triumph, were mocking Luo Baiyue, who cowered in her corner. Finally, unable to withstand the suffocating fear, she timidly called out, "Gao Yunjing?" The very source of her anxiety was none other than Gao Yunjing, who, having completed his bath, lingered at her door. As anticipated, Luo Baiyue had succumbed to her fear. Clearing his throat, he feigned indifference and inquired, "What is it?" "I am scared." "Scared? What is there to fear from a mere wind?" Luo Baiyue gritted her teeth in frustration. She was acutely aware of the ferocity of the wind outside. It was already June in Xinjiang, a northern city. How could there possibly be such fierce winds? After devouring the power of the wind and frost god, Gao Yunjing could conjure a typhoon with a mere flick of his finger. What was happening outside was clearly a ploy to compel her to sleep beside him. Indeed, she had never misjudged him. That conniving scoundrel. With a sigh, Luo Baiyue acknowledged that, given Gao Yunjing's disposition, it was futile to expect him to quell the wind outside. However, the atmosphere genuinely terrified her. Reluctantly, she conceded, Gao Yunjing, don't think I'm oblivious to the origin of this wind. If you don't wish to sleep with me, then keep your distance from my door. Chapter 53. I await the day you resolutely choose me. Having achieved his objective, Gao Yunjing had no intention of indulging in the macabre amusement of forcing Luo Baiyue to plead for their shared slumber. Suppressing the desires churning within him, Gao Yunjing conceded. Well then, I shall indeed come in. If you're not coming in, then leave. From behind the door, Gao Yunjing could sense the girl's anger, imagining that her fair, unblemished face had turned a shade of crimson. I'm on my way, he grinned, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, a white pillow hurtled toward him, accompanied by Luo Baiyue's lamenting voice. What a pity, you've mistaken the wrong person. Gao Yunjing caught the pillow that had struck his face, his gentle and refined features contorting into an expression of mischief. My little vinegar jar, I've arrived. Before Gao Yunjing could even climb into bed, Luo Baiyue had already cocooned herself in the blanket, rolling about until she resembled a spring roll. Gao Yunjing ascended the bed and pinched the little face peeking out from the blanket, bemusedly asking, What are you doing? Humph, Luo Baiyue retorted, prideful. My mother told me to be wary of you, foul man. Gao Yunjing's previously mischievous smile faltered. Hey, what is that about? Are you even wary of your fiancé? Should you be the one to be wary? Gao Yunjing scoffed. Do you want to compare how much I've changed since my rebirth? He shrugged nonchalantly. What is the difference? Look at yourself. You used to be cold and unyielding, with eyes that forever harbored a chilling distance, exuding an aura that repelled others. Listening to Luo Baiyue recount his former self, Gao Yunjing could no longer contain himself. Interrupting, Stop. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he added, I say, little vinegar jar, isn't it possible that I was simply too lazy to engage with anyone? Besides, I've never acted like that when I was around you, right? He continued, It's not a matter of me being like that now. Well, it's true. Once we collaborate, you're bound to pull a fast one on me. She retorted, You're a decent-looking person, yet you've stooped so low. I think you should wield a sword instead of gun. I'll just give you the nickname Scoundrel Emperor. Gao Yunjing, with a feigned expression of sorrow, lamented, Little vinegar jar, you can't say that about me. I've single-handedly managed such a grand organization. It hasn't been easy. You wouldn't understand. You're not the one managing the household. Stop right there. Listening to Gao Yunjing's theatrical complaints, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but interrupt him. Isn't the entire funding of your organization managed by Lu Qingqing? What does that have to do with you? But you mustn't concern yourself. After all, this organization is mine. Naturally, I must worry about it. Luo Baiyue could no longer contain herself, pulling out a pillow and throwing it forcefully at Gao Yunjing's delicate face. I can't argue with you. Time for sleep. With that, she turned away, facing the wall like a little worm. Then let us sleep. Gao Yunjing lay on his side, reaching over to embrace Luo Baiyue, who was wrapped like a spring pancake. What are you doing? She protested, struggling vigorously as soon as she found herself in his arms. Sleeping, he replied matter-of-factly. Then you go sleep somewhere else. Not possible. I can't sleep without a pillow to hold. How did you sleep in your previous life? Did you sleep with other women? Luo Baiyue expressed her strong dissatisfaction, wriggling like a little worm. Ahem. Gao Yunjing coughed a couple of times, clearing his throat, and began to explain earnestly, You see, it's like an addiction. If you've never experienced it, you wouldn't feel anything. I was a lifelong bachelor, never having held a girl in my arms, so naturally, I didn't have such thoughts. Are you saying it's my fault? How could I dare? Gao Yunjing immediately leaned in to rub his face against her tender, smooth cheek, like a pampered puppy. Sometimes I really don't understand your attitude towards me. Luo Baiyue's voice lost its usual wariness, revealing a deep sense of disappointment. What is there to misunderstand about my attitude? It feels like you're always just out of reach. In our past lives, we were clearly adversaries. Yet in this life, we can share the same bed. It feels so ethereal, almost unreal. Gao Yunjing released his hold on Luo Baiyue, lying flat on the bed, while she quietly ceased her struggles and leaned against him. What you're experiencing is a fear of loss. The same person brings you two vastly different experiences, making it hard for you to adapt. The little girl listened quietly, not adept at countering arguments, especially since she felt a twinge of self-loathing for her current self. On one hand, she was accepting of Gao Yunjing, yet on the other, she felt an overwhelming aversion. This dissonance felt as though it had split her into two. She despised her indecisiveness and yearned to understand her true feelings. Gao Yunjing, unusually serious, refrained from joking and earnestly helped her analyze the situation. Little vinegar jar, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. How much do you truly know about the Cloud Empire? They refer to their Empress of the Clear Moon as the guardian deity of humanity. Yet do you genuinely comprehend the land you have devoted yourself to protect? This question left Luo Baiyue at a loss for words. In her past life, she was indeed celebrated by many, but she remained ignorant of this territory. Her existence revolved around training, delving into the ancient divine lineage, seeking signs of divine resurrection, and leading her team, deemed the future stars of humanity, into the tombs of deities to slay the recently revived gods. Such a life was monotonous and dreary, akin to that of an ascetic in a temple. The weariness in Gao Yunjing's voice was palpable, gentle yet authoritative. Can we not live for ourselves this time? To hell with divine resurrection. Humanity's future. In my past life, can you assert that my actions bore no benefit for humanity's future? Yet, why did I still meet my demise? Was it not at the hands of those treacherous politicians? Listen to me. We have finally been granted a chance to make a new choice. Do not let the burdens imposed upon you weigh you down. They are but chains forced upon you. Gao Yunjing propped himself up, his dark eyes shining like the midday sun, piercing and intense. Luo Baiyue. This time I feel that a lifetime spent together as a couple would be quite splendid. What do you think? But there are many who excel beyond me. Chu Hanjing possesses beauty and grace. In terms of appearance and figure, I cannot compare to my cousin. In terms of talent, they are not far behind me either. Wrong. Wrong. Gao Yunjing's deep voice resonated clearly in the hushed darkness. You are gravely mistaken. I cherish you because you are Luo Baiyue, not because of your looks, your physique, your talent, or your lineage. Simply because of who you are. Luo Baiyue fell silent. Having lived for over a century, she had never encountered such fervent and candid affection. For a moment, she felt flustered and uncertain of what to say, choosing instead to remain silent. Gao Yunjing seemed to recognize this, halting his expression of feelings and lying back down. Luo Baiyue, I will not pressure you into making a choice. After all, the shackles of your past life are far too numerous, making it difficult for you to be as resolute as I am. But that is of no consequence. I, a leisurely person, have all the time in the world. I shall await the day you firmly choose me. Chapter 54. Two Honest Hearts. Wrapped in her quilt like a spring roll, Luo Baiyue extended her arms, encircling Gao Yunjing's neck, drawing herself closer until their faces touched. Her voice was soft, reminiscent of a mountain stream or a gentle breeze over a river. You know I'm slow to warm up and somewhat clumsy in matters of the heart. Aside from slaying deities, I hesitate in many other areas. At times, I even despise myself for having accepted you, yet still allowing my past to push you away. Luo Baiyue turned her gaze toward Gao Yunjing's remarkably handsome profile. Yet one thing she could admit was, I like you. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of passion surged, and a fervent, solid form lunged at her. Just as she opened her mouth, he kissed her. Gao Yunjing's actions, in stark contrast to his previous roughness, were tender. Luo Baiyue felt like the most precious porcelain in his hands. This kiss, both gentle and intense, consumed Gao Yunjing as he fervently sought her. Luo Baiyue's tightly clenched teeth were pried open. Unlike the previous times of passivity, this time she responded with some initiative, wrapping her arms around him, meeting him halfway, just as Gao Yunjing's remaining rationality was on the verge of being engulfed by desire. He finally regained his senses and ended the passionate yet fierce kiss. Do you dare to respond to me in such a manner? Are you not afraid that my primal instincts might take over? Luo Baiyue seemed to just emerge from the haze of the kiss, burying her blushing face in the quilt. A muffled voice emerged. I'm over 100 years old now. Witnessing this, Gao Yunjing found himself both amused and exasperated. On one hand, she was adorably shy. Yet on the other, she dared to utter such provocative words. Wrapped like a silkworm, Luo Baiyue began to roll about on the bed, the layers of the quilt peeling away like an onion. Her curvaceous form finally came into view, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, unable to meet Gao Yunjing's gaze. If you truly desire it, I could accept. Hearing the audacious words from the young woman, Gao Yunjing let out a light laugh, reaching into the quilt to pinch her cheek. Accept what? Being engaged does not equate to being married. Only then did Luo Baiyue timidly peek out, encountering Gao Yunjing's deep, inscrutable eyes that left one guessing his emotions. Such matters are best left until I marry you. Amidst towering edifices, atop a skyscraper that pierced the clouds, Wang Jixin stood silently at the rooftop's edge, gazing westward. The martyr cemetery had been sealed by him and his team, with helicopters patrolling day and night, casting enormous elliptical beams of light upon the ground. He had not dismantled the Manjusaka, as he firmly believed the perpetrator would return to behold his creation. Chun had fled back, unable to suppress his inner terror, too fearful to continue as the guardian of this martyr cemetery. Wang Jixin bore him no ill will. The situation was far too uncanny. Still no signs of abnormalities? A coarse voice called from behind Wang Jixin, belonging to a robust middle-aged man, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging. Clutching a bottle of Mao Tai, he relied on the high concentration of alcohol to quell his rising dread. Wang Jixin shook his head silently and replied, "Do you truly believe this is the work of ghosts?" "I find it hard to believe." Chun shook his head. "That martyr cemetery contains 40,000 tombs, aligned like an army. Even if it were the work of spirits, achieving such a feat in an afternoon seems improbable." Wang Jixin returned to his octagonal pavilion, retrieving a document and casually handing it to Chun-He, who wore a white short-sleeve shirt. "This is a unified investigation into all the families of those who died in battle. All potential avengers are listed here. Although there were 40,000 fallen warriors, the number of their descendants capable of seeking revenge was scant. The document contained very few names." Chun-He accepted it nonchalantly, flipping through it while complaining, "These individuals, at best, possess C-class abilities. Are you certain they qualify? Otherwise, do you genuinely believe that the vengeful souls of the fallen have returned?" Chun-He's expression turned peculiar. And just as he began to speak, a military helicopter roared overhead, the whirring of its rotors drowning out his unfinished words. The armed helicopter did not land, but opened its doors to lower a rope ladder, and a fully armed special operations soldier swiftly descended. He jogged to stand before Wang Jixin, reporting loudly, "Report. All is normal at the 3rd Martyr Cemetery in Xinjiang City." Wang Jixin nodded. "Return to your posts. Continue with the watch duties." "Yes." In the darkness, the helicopter's lights illuminated the top of the pitch-black building. Wang Jixin, clad in a sleek black suit, seemed to meld with the night. As the brief report concluded, the helicopter soared back above the martyr cemetery, accompanied by the rushing wind. "Wang Jixin, you must have your own speculations as well?" "Indeed. In light of your mention of the fierce winds that night, I harbor suspicions that someone has employed a wind-based spirit. For only such a force could account for the rapid planting of 40,000 red spider lilies. However, the ability to achieve such a feat in a brief span indicates that this individual possesses a remarkable mastery over spirits. A person of such caliber could easily eliminate both you and me." Wang Jixin cast a sidelong glance at Chun-He. The situation was shrouded in enigma, and all we could do was prepare ourselves and await quietly. Chun-He took another swig of the high-end Mao Tai in his hand, transforming the premium liquor into the essence of a cheap local brew. He waved dismissively, saying, "Let's wait then. What a hassle. How did I oversleep today?" Luo Baiyue hurriedly packed her belongings, grumbling about Gao Yunjing. Usually, she was the one who slept later than a rooster and rose earlier than a dog. Why had she awoken late today? Meanwhile, Gao Yunjing, still brushing his teeth and speaking with toothpaste foam in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Who knows? Finish brushing your teeth before you speak." Faced with Luo Baiyue's insistence, Gao Yunjing could only rinse his mouth and spit out the foam before replying. "Why are you so anxious? The high-speed train departs at 7:20, and it's only 6:55 now. We have little to pack. We have plenty of time." After making his point, Gao Yunjing ceased further chatter, returned to the room to swiftly gather a few articles of clothing, and then seized the key to the Maybach, pulling Luo Baiyue toward the door. Hey, you haven't even taken your driving test yet. Let me drive," Luo Baiyue interjected, trying to halt him. "With your driving skills, we might miss it," Gao Yunjing retorted casually, starting the Maybach. The car, which had been silent in the garage, roared to life, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it sped toward the train station. Chapter 55, Eyes in the Shadows. The majestic mountains rose in layers, their lush greenery exuding an ancient aura, punctuated by the occasional calls of distant monkeys, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. The pristine white high-speed train weaved gracefully among the mountains, akin to a dragon's agile form, effortlessly traversing even the most rugged paths. This was the most advanced high-speed train of the Yunhua Empire, named the Restoration, crafted entirely from precious blue-gold steel, a material known for its corrosion resistance, excellent toughness, and high strength. It could reach a maximum speed of 700 km/h and served as a vital artery for the entire Yunhua Empire, with each train employing the most advanced numerical control technology. Data regarding the train's speed, fuel consumption, and maintenance status was relayed to the Yunhua Transportation Bureau, as well as its current location and operational conditions. Without these high-speed trains, the cities of the Yunhua Empire would be isolated islands, utterly disconnected from one another. In terms of living arrangements, Luo Baiyue generously exercised her financial prowess. The two were residing in a top-tier private cabin on the train, guided by impeccably dressed staff. They arrived at a cabin among the train's limited 10. Gao Yunjing first noted the room number 07, and then surveyed his surroundings. The train was predominantly white, soaring to a height of 4 meters, with small windows positioned at the top. These windows were diminutive, reminiscent of ancient skylights, designed to ensure the structural integrity of the train. The glass used was uniformly composed of resilient composite materials. Sunlight streamed through the small upper windows, illuminating the cabin's pure white interior, maximizing light reflection and allowing for the greatest illumination from the smallest source. Once satisfied that all was well, Gao Yunjing dismissed the staff and retrieved a Glock handgun from his waist. With one hand gripping the door and the other firmly clutching the firearm, he regarded his vigilance with a hint of annoyance as Luo Baiyue rolled her eyes. "Brother, did you not claim to have abandoned your past life? Do you still fancy yourself a fugitive? You are now a legitimate citizen of the Yunhua Empire. Moreover, this cabin is booked in my name. Who would dare to harm me?" Her words jolted Gao Yunjing from his heightened alertness. Embarrassed, he holstered his weapon with a sheepish grin, exclaiming, "This is just muscle memory." "Then put away your muscle memory," Luo Baiyue retorted, pushing open the cabin door and stepping inside. The room was not particularly spacious, seemingly around 30 square meters, but it contained all the necessary amenities: a table, a sofa, a bathroom, and a bed. The overall aesthetic maintained the train's predominant white theme, with similarly small windows situated above. Luo Baiyue tossed her luggage onto the sofa and flopped onto the bed, exclaiming with pleasure, "Ah, bliss!" Unlike the indulgent young woman, Gao Yunjing's first act upon entering the private cabin was to close the skylight above. The pure, white, blue-gold steel slowly ascended to cover the window, plunging the cabin into complete darkness. A row of small night lights above flickered to life, casting a warm, gentle glow within. Nonetheless, Gao Yunjing was not yet satisfied. He located the light control switch and extinguished all sources of illumination. Observing his wariness, Luo Baiyue remained unfazed, reclining on the bed like a languid noblewoman from the last century. "Gao Yunjing, I've told you, no one would dare monitor a cabin booked in my name. Your actions are futile. Is that so?" Gao Yunjing's voice was calm and steady, yet tinged with a hint of coldness. He swiftly approached beneath the dining table and pulled out a minuscule white spherical object with ease. The corners of the table were connected by multiple white spheres, which Luo Baiyue had assumed were merely decorative and had paid no mind to. It was only after Gao Yunjing effortlessly extracted one that she became alert, rising swiftly yet delicately like a nimble cat. It was evident that Gao Yunjing could not have forcefully pried off the small white ball without her oversight. In the pitch darkness, both had acquired the basic ability of night vision, allowing them to discern the faint red light emanating from the tiny ball in Gao Yunjing's hand, flickering like a candle flame, swaying in a tempest. Had it not been for their exceptional vision in the absence of light, they might have overlooked this minuscule surveillance device entirely. Before Luo Baiyue could approach, Gao Yunjing's fingers deftly crushed the miniature surveillance equipment. "What are you doing?" Luo Baiyue exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with indignation at discovering that her own cabin had been monitored. In such circumstances, if she did not raise a ruckus at the Yinhua Transportation Bureau, it would be a disservice to her title as the Empress Qingyue of her past life. "Don't overthink it," Gao Yunjing replied coolly. "Do you genuinely believe this is the work of a pervert installing surveillance? Such inconspicuous methods, undetected even by you, indicate that this is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person." "What do you mean?" "I have stated before, in your past life, you were merely a pawn for them, a creature bred to combat the divine, and thus, you would never escape their watchful gaze. Then you mustn't have destroyed it." Upon learning the truth, Luo Baiyue felt not anger, but a surge of urgency. After all, having lived for over a century in her previous life, her psychological resilience had reached a considerable threshold. What weighed more heavily on her mind, however, was the potential consequences of heedlessly destroying the surveillance system, as Gao Yunjing had suggested. It would undoubtedly be akin to stirring up a hornet's nest. One must recognize that her current capabilities were not those of her past existence. She remained the dutiful child in her parents' eyes, not yet the revered guardian of humanity, the Empress Qingyue. She was still merely a student who had relied on connections to gain favor, rather than the apocalyptic judge that instilled fear in the hearts of many. "What are you afraid of?" Gao Yunjing appeared unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. The compactness of the private room meant that the sofa had taken on the role of seating. Casually, he sank into the sofa, assuring her that as long as she retained her utility, they would not harm her. The reason I destroyed the surveillance is that we cannot allow them to overhear our conversation. What do you wish to convey? At this moment, Luo Baiyue had shed her panic, now merely accustomed to relying on Gao Yunjing. It was essential to remember that he had once been the guardian of humanity. Raw power alone was insufficient, as some deities were foolish enough to roar at the world upon their revival. Yet others would bide their time, blending into the crowd and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Both of them sat on the sofa, tacitly choosing not to turn on the lights. It was only in the darkness that they could discuss matters best kept from the light. In chapter 56, the soul of a general, Luo Baiyue was destined to die. This much was clear to her. Luo Baiyue nodded, harboring no objections to Gao Yunjing's intention to eliminate Luo Baiyue. He was a perverse individual, obsessively infatuated with her, even contemplating her imprisonment. Most importantly, anyone who dared to express their romantic interest in her had been systematically eradicated by Luo Baiyue through despicable means. Furthermore, he was a coward with a dark heart, having betrayed the deities at a crucial moment, which crossed the line for Luo Baiyue. So this high-speed train journey to Anchang City is solely to eliminate Luo Baiyue? Gao Yunjing shook his head. I'm going to Anchang City to prepare a gift for Lin Xiaoke. What kind of gift? The soul of a general. The soul of a general? Luo Baiyue's delicate brows furrowed. Wasn't the abnormality in Anchang City due to irregular air currents? You are partially correct, but what caused the irregular air currents? What led to the anomalies in temperature, precipitation, sunlight, and humidity in Anchang City? The current calendar marked the beginning of the deity's revival, which brought disaster to humanity, spanning over 9 centuries. It was over 400 years ago that a general named Zhao perished there. Are you referring to Zhao Fusheng? Precisely. Gao Yunjing nodded approvingly, extending his hand to tousle Luo Baiyue's hair. You're quite clever. Let us stick to the topic. Luo Baiyue firmly swatted his hand away, her expression turning serious. I don't recall any souls of generals in Anchang City. The term soul of a general implies the essence left behind by commander after death. It is not a soul in the traditional sense, but rather a manifestation of the aura cultivated during their command. The strength and type of this aura correlate with the character of the individual. Gao Yunjing, feigning a pitiful demeanor after having his hand swatted away, diligently answered her queries. Do you remember the deepest part of that tomb? The figure clad in armor seated on the highest throne? Are you suggesting that this armored figure is the soul of a general? Indeed, that entity is classified as C-grade and is genuinely formidable, easily reaching B-grade strength. Obtaining the soul from it would be no simple feat. Isn't there one belonging to you? Gao Yunjing suddenly shifted to sit beside Luo Baiyue. The sofa was already small, and with Gao Yunjing's towering frame after the divine blood baptism, the remaining space dwindled rapidly. Why are you sitting so close? It's quite cramped. Luo Baiyue didn't outright reject the closeness, though the tightness was uncomfortable. It is indeed a bit cramped. Gao Yunjing wrapped his arm around her slender waist, effortlessly lifting her onto his lap. Are you really going to let this opportunity slip away? I'm here to help you break through. How can you doubt my intentions? Am I the type to take advantage of others? Are you not? Even in the darkness, their gazes remained bright, and Gao Yunjing could distinctly see the eye roll that Luo Baiyue gave while perched on his lap. Then do remove your hand from my leg. Surely, there is no need to touch my leg to facilitate a breakthrough. That is called interest. Do you understand? Gao Yunjing fully embraced the shameless spirit of seizing opportunities, determined to claim this advantage for himself. All right, enough of that. I want to argue with you, Luo Baiyue said, exasperated yet compliant, adjusting herself into a comfortable position against him. How do you plan to help me enhance my strength? You must have felt your power increase during the Blood Alliance. Haven to you? You transferred the power of the god of frost and storm to me? Luo Baiyue looked up at Gao Yunjing in astonishment. It was truly incredible that someone who pursued strength would willingly relinquish it. Clearly weary of her incredulous gaze, Gao Yunjing finally withdrew his hand from her smooth, pale thigh, flicking her forehead playfully. Please, don't perceive me as a greedy individual. You've practically become my pillow. How could I give you nothing in return? Then please refrain from using your hands. A faint blush crept onto Luo Baiyue's forehead, not from shyness but from the playful flick. Gao Yunjing didn't respond. Instead, he scooped her up in a princess carry and laid her on the bed, leaning down so their eyes met. What do you intend to do? Though her tone was questioning, it held a hint of softness, almost like a child seeking reassurance. However, Gao Yunjing had no intention of indulging in flirtation. His voice turned serious. I will transfer all the power of the god of frost and storm to you. But you should understand that this process involves usurping the divine authority of the god, which is not a natural endowment, but a cultivated one. The risks are substantial. Remember, If anything goes awry, push me away with all your strength and halt your divine blood flow. And you? Me? Gao Yunjing chuckled lightly. Your concern is more than enough. If you feel uneasy, just hold on to me, as you did before. Don't waste my goodwill. This strength was initially obtained to eliminate Wang Jixin, after all. Without giving Luo Baiyue a moment to inquire further, Gao Yunjing leaned down to kiss her, simultaneously biting her lip. At this point, Luo Baiyue had no choice but to acquiesce, biting his lip in return, their divine blood intertwining in their mouths. One essence brimmed with vitality, yet bore a hint of immaturity, while the other emanated a profound and lofty power, tinged with a sense of lethargy, yet undeniably noble. As the two divine bloods merged, it felt as though water had been poured into boiling oil, the tumultuous and seething forces clashing against one another. Gao Yunjing was tasked with expelling the god of frost and storm as power, while simultaneously suppressing the essence of Yudhua, a phantom comparable to an emperor possessing the power of life and death. Its might stem from an insatiable thirst for authority and greed. Now, Gao Yunjing was defying the rightful use of this phantom, relinquishing the divine power he had nearly grasped. Yudhua would not permit such betrayal. Its strength was uncompromising, akin to an ancient monarch who spoke with absolute authority. Even as the master of this ethereal spirit, Gao Yunjing strives to suppress the resistance emanating from his own body. Luo Baiyue's eyes widen in alarm as she senses the torrent of energy surging around Gao Yunjing, evidently on the brink of uncontrollable fury. What manner of spirit is this? It seems that even in such dire circumstances, it remains poised for an outburst. Can this truly be classified as a spirit? Though her mind is filled with incredulity, the pressing issue remains the need to quell the spirit's relentless turmoil. Recalling Gao Yunjing's earlier admonitions, she places her hands firmly on his shoulders and pushes him forcefully, only to find him staring at her with wide, intent eyes, his arms encircling her delicate waist. Understanding his unwillingness to relent, she resolves to embrace him tightly instead. On the disheveled white sheets of the bed, the two intertwine, resembling serpents engaged in an intimate dance. Chapter 57. The Bronze Tomb at long last. After what felt like an eternity, Luo Baiyue's body began to lose sensation, while the high-speed train had long since reached its destination. However, upon arriving, the train would cease its operations. A single high-speed train traverses the distance between two cities only once. Typically, to facilitate multiple journeys, several trains would be deployed. Yet their numbers remain limited, usually operating once in the morning and once in the evening. This is due to the precious nature of the materials involved, which necessitates careful maintenance. Each train is permitted only one journey per day, with subsequent hours devoted to upkeep. No one would intrude upon the intimate space of the two entwined figures. The once clashing divine blood has finally ceased its tumult, transforming from a fierce struggle into a tranquility akin to still waters. Luo Baiyue feels the power within her surging uncontrollably. B-class. It is worth noting that after reaching C-class, every subsequent breakthrough typically demands extensive accumulation of time, with some individuals taking decades to achieve it. This illustrates the arduous nature of enhancing one's strength. Yet, here she is, merely by sharing a kiss with Gao Yunjing and lying together for a day, effortlessly achieving a breakthrough. Once Gao Yunjing had completely channeled the strength of the god of frost and wind and subdued the spirit, his labors came to an end, leaving him utterly exhausted. Throughout the day, Luo Baiyue had been preoccupied with the merging of their divine essences, and as the curtain fell on their ordeal, both found themselves overwhelmingly fatigued. No one suggested seeking another room, as the high-speed train would not depart until 7:20 the next morning. During this interlude, the compartment truly belonged solely to the two of them. In the enveloping darkness, they exchanged a knowing smile before drifting into a deep slumber. In the shadowy, solitary corridor, bronze candle holders emanated a ghostly luminescence. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily in the silence, as the flickering candlelight illuminated half of a young man's handsome visage. With arched brows and starry eyes, he possessed striking features. Had he chosen to pursue a life as a gigolo, he would undoubtedly reign as the king of such a trade. Bai Jiang, have you sensed anything amiss? A warm, melodious voice, reminiscent of a mountain oriole, softly called to the brooding youth. No, Luo Baijiang replied, shaking his head. Ziyan, have you noticed anything? Xia Ziyan also shook her head. I haven't detected anything either. Luo Baijiang nodded in understanding, retrieving his phone from his pocket to locate the group chat, instructing everyone to gather at the starting point. After sending the voice message, he tucked his phone away and retraced his steps. The corridor, entirely crafted from bronze, featured candle holders shaped like various mythical beasts, vermilion birds, cloud horses, and fox spirits. Instead of candles, ethereal blue flames flickered in the holders, filling the air with a damp scent. Xiaozian quietly followed behind Luo Baijiang as they moved swiftly, soon emerging from the corridor into a grand hall. Towering bronze pillars held aloft an arched ceiling, adorned with intricately carved clouds encircling the monumental columns, while a bronze dragon appeared to shimmer amidst the clouds. Beneath the hall lay 9 passageways, from which Luo Baijiang and Xiaozian emerged, joined by others from the group. A total of 4 individuals stood, as the team originally comprised 5 members. Regrettably, team leader Luo Baiyue had insisted on her belief in the revival of deities in Xinjiang City, temporarily departing from the group. We have thoroughly explored this place, but alas, we have uncovered nothing of significance, spoke a tall, fair-skinned young man clad in a white trench coat, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of authority. And Changjin shifted his gaze to the previously silent Luo Baijiang. Baijiang, do you have any insights? I believe this is the tomb of Zhao Fuxing, Luo Baijiang asserted, and Changjin's expression softened, encouraging him to elaborate further. Gaining the elder brother's approval, Luo Baijiang began to expound his thoughts. This entire structure is composed of bronze, yet this primitive metal has long been abandoned. Yet here stands a magnificent bronze palace. He gestured toward the sculptures atop the bronze doors. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the extraordinary craftsmanship of the palace. The others followed the direction of Luo Baijiang's hand, observing the bronze doors intricately carved with representations of bulls, fish, serpents, and other creatures. Each carving a paragon of artistry, so vivid that even the finest hairs and scales were rendered in exquisite detail. While ancient bronze smelting techniques were undeniably advanced, they merely outpaced those of contemporary nations. The precision and quality of the carvings here suggest a possibility of modern production techniques, casting doubt on the notion that this bronze palace could have been constructed in antiquity. Furthermore, the pervasive moisture and chill within the palace denote a location deep underground, likely a tomb. Those familiar with burial customs would know that it is considered a grave transgression to seal a deceased individual with metal. While funerary offerings may include numerous metal vessels or coins, the entire tomb itself must not be made of metal, as it would imprison the soul of the departed, condemning it to eternal unrest. A cruel fate indeed. Must you continue to flaunt your knowledge? Please, get to the point, a sharp voice interjected, laced with impatience. The group turned their attention to the speaker, a striking woman with a graceful S-curve figure and captivating phoenix eyes, now filled with a chilling coldness. She was Luo Baifeng, the closest cousin of Luo Baiyue and the only one inclined to believe in her. Unfortunately, when Luo Baiyue convened a discussion about the revival of the deities, Luo Baifeng was preoccupied with family obligations, missing the entire affair. By the time she grasped the full context, orders had already been issued for the team to proceed to Enchang City. Reluctantly, she had joined the team in their current exploration. Though Luo Baijiang felt the sting of her sarcasm, he refrained from retorting, opting instead to condense his remarks. The bronze here could only be achieved by Zhao Fuxing through his ethereal spirit. Indeed, and Changji nodded. Zhao Fuxing's ethereal spirit, law of bronze, indeed possesses the capability to create such a monumental bronze palace. Yet here we remain, merely circling the same points. I believe I have discerned the way to proceed, Luo Baijiang declared with a mysterious smile, pointing sequentially to the 9 bronze doors. These 9 bronze doors should be derived from the principle of returning to unity, as indicated by their orientations. Upon closer inspection, several individuals realized that the 9 animals stood majestically, their lively eyes gazing up at the towering bronze dome. Are you suggesting that the entrance is above? And Changqing inquired tentatively. No, Luo Baijiang, feigning profundity, pointed towards the bronze dragon that was faintly visible amidst the bronze clouds. Hasn't anyone noticed that the amalgamation of these 9 creatures forms a dragon? At this moment, they finally looked up, realizing the majestic bronze dragon concealed within the clouds. The dragon bore an imposing demeanor, its head held high as it peered down from the clouds, its bronze-carved eyes exuding an aura of depth, authority, and grandeur. The direction the bronze dragon gazed upon was directly beneath their feet. Baijiang, are you implying that the entrance lies below us? Indeed. Chapter 58, The Bronze City. Luo Baijiang circled around the massive bronze ground beneath them, scrutinizing it meticulously, then crouched down, pressing his hands against the broad surface. The muscles beneath his garments bulged. Prominent veins, resembling fearsome serpents as an overwhelming force, surged through him. The bronze ground began to shift slowly, and after Luo Baijiang moved rhythmically 9 times, corresponding to the 9 animals, the long enigmatic bronze city finally unveiled its true visage. The bronze surface divided into 9 segments, retreating gradually to reveal a magnificent, towering city beneath. Viewed from above, the entire city was a harmonious array, each building meticulously aligned, with broad bronze streets capable of accommodating multiple vehicles side by side. And the soaring pavilions showcased the extraordinary craftsmanship of its creators. Excellent. The conundrum that has perplexed us for days has finally been unraveled, and Chongqing exclaimed, heavily patting Luo Baiyue on the shoulder. This time we all rely on you. I shall duly note your contributions. Now is not the time for accolades, Luo Baiyue interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with cold reality. It appears we cannot descend. Luo Baiyue acknowledged this predicament. Though they had discovered the Bronze City, their current position was directly above it. The tallest structure in the Bronze City was merely a 9-story pavilion, approximately 30 to 40 meters below them. Among those present, Luo Baiyue possessed the golden jade dragon elephant. To enhance physical strength, Luo Baiyue wielded the fire-based Crimson Inferno. Xiaozun utilized the assassination type, Thousand Phantom Shadows. And Chongqing commanded the thunder-based Divine Thunder of the 9 Heavens. Clearly, none of them had the capability to leap across such a distance. With the enhancement my spirit grants to my physical form, I should be able to jump down without issue, Luo Baiyue declared, standing and surveying the group. Wait a moment. I will leap down first and catch you all. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a rope. And Chongqing began rummaging within his spatial ring. Even if there's a rope, it may be futile. Luo Baiyue gestured towards the original bronze doors. Do you see any bronze sculptures suitable for securing the rope? This stumped Chongqing, who had just located the rope and fell silent. Honestly, you all are quite foolish. Luo Baiyue rolled her eyes and snatched the rope from Chongqing's hands. Are you all so ignorant of anything beyond your spirits? With the greatest strength, Luo Baiyue suggested. You hold onto the rope above while the others descend using it. Does it truly require being tied to an inanimate object? The rope was tossed back to Luo Baiyue by Luo Baiyue with irritation. The rope was notably thick and coarse. For an ordinary person without calloused hands, it would quickly chafe and injure their skin. However, Luo Baiyue was no ordinary individual, endowed with a forbidden spirit specifically for enhancing physical prowess. This rope felt remarkably soft to him. In the face of the elder sister's sarcasm and their own folly, Luo Baiyue chose to remain silently resolute, binding the thick rope around Luo Baiyue's slender waist. A long, mirror-like blade appeared in Luo Baiyue's hand. Remember, if any unpredictable danger arises, I will sever the rope immediately. You all should flee at once. If I do perish, ensure you apologize sincerely to Luo Baiyue. For questioning and undermining the captain is not the conduct of a true team member. With that, Luo Baiyue leapt down without waiting for any response. Her figure slender and graceful. As she descended, the thick rope resembled a delicate kite string, with Luo Baiyue as the kite dancing in the wind. She landed softly, making no sound, and the mirror-like blade ignited with fierce flames, the crimson fire radiating intense heat that even warped the air around it. Surveying her surroundings, the bronze city remained eerily silent, its structures arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, all crafted from bronze, including the trees lining the pathways, which appeared to be of the same metal, as if forged in a single, seamless process. The slender branches of the bronze trees intertwined, extending to the end of the bronze road. After walking a few steps and finding no immediate danger, Luo Baiyue tugged the rope tied around her waist twice, signaling that all was clear. The rope, tightly bound, was swiftly retracted, vanishing as if it were a dragon soaring through the clouds. Moments later, Xiaozun, also secured by the rope, descended gently, although her dagger lightly struck the surface of the bronze city upon landing. A resonating hum emerged from the metallic vibrations, initially subtle, but rapidly amplified by the vastness of the bronze city. At that moment, it felt as if the city itself were a colossal amplifier. Luo Baiyue, quick-witted, covered her ears, narrowly avoiding the cacophony that could have ruptured her eardrums. White Phoenix, this bronze city is rather peculiar. Its design seems intended to overwhelm outsiders with sound. I am aware, Luo Baiyue replied, a chilling glint emanating from her enchanting eyes. In an instant, she released her blade, which flew towards an ancient bronze tree. The blade, gleaming like a mirror and emanating extreme heat, sliced through the bronze tree effortlessly, silencing the persistent vibrations. Xiaozun finally had the opportunity to observe her surroundings, noticing that the severed bronze tree and its surrounding branches had been interconnected. Since all the branches were delicate and slender, their combined resonance had resulted in the incessant noise. All right, there is no longer any danger. Let them descend. Understood. Xiaozun, the youngest at merely 12 years of age, her childlike wonder drawing her closer to Luo Baiyue, gazed up at her with starry eyes filled with admiration. Sister Baiyue, how are you so formidable? You recognize my prowess? Luo Baiyue teased, playfully pinching Xia Ziyun's chubby cheeks. When Sister Baiyue suggested heading to Qingjiang City first, why didn't you support her? Sister Baiyue, please stop pinching my face, Xia Ziyun exclaimed, finally wriggling free from Luo Baiyue's grasp. Hands on her hips, puffing up indignantly. Sister Baiyue, you are unjustly accusing a child. Who is accusing you? It is the truth. All the experts calculated for 3 consecutive days before deducing that Chang'an City might witness a divine awakening. Clearly, it was Sister Baiyue who doubted us. How would you blame us? All right. Luo Baiyue's delicate hands once again caressed and kneaded Xia Ziyun, her voice gentle yet firm. You must remember, in matters concerning the resurrection of deities, calculations may not always reflect reality. Baiyue's divine blood is the most potent, at times. Her feelings are more authentic and reliable. Chapter 59, Journey Eastward. As the two conversed, and Changjin and Luo Baiyue successfully descended upon the Bronze City. Is it truly within human capability to achieve such intricate bronze craftsmanship? And Changjin marveled at the masterfully constructed bronze city before him. The craftsmanship was extraordinarily exquisite, so flawless that even the veins of the leaves on the ancient bronze trees were distinctly visible. The bronze pavilions were particularly remarkable. They appeared to be solid blocks of bronze molded and set, yet the doors, windows, and interior decorations bore no difference from the real thing. Were one to remove the bronze exterior, one could easily mistake it for an ancient city. This must have been a replica of the ancient city of Anchang, likely the true resting place of Zhao Fuxing. Luo Baiyue explored his surroundings. The grandeur of the ancient bronze city was overwhelming, with each structure achieving an unparalleled level of authenticity. In an instant, the group found themselves at a loss, despite this city being a mimicry of the ancient Anchang. Time had transformed it beyond recognition. Even a main thoroughfare had likely evolved, and historically, Anchang had always occupied a position of prosperity. Had it not been for the sudden resurrection of deities and the turmoil of monstrous beasts, the Yinhua Empire would still be thriving, and Anchang's status would rival that of the present-day Yinhua City. Thus, it was evident that Anchang had always been a vast urban expanse. Within such a monumental bronze city, the 4 of them felt like mere specks of dust, destined to be diluted in the vast sea. After a moment of contemplation, and Changjin voiced his hypothesis. As for the construction of ancient cities, their primary function likely centered around political authority. Hence, the very heart of the city should be where the local government resides. From a vantage point above, I discern that this street boasts the most grandiose construction. It must be the main artery of the city. Let us proceed along this thoroughfare to the Lord's residence. Perhaps there we can uncover the true nature of this tomb. Since there are no better alternatives at present, we might as well heed Nji's advice. Luo Baiyue, a man of action, took the lead. Upon hearing Changjin's well-reasoned analysis, he decisively laid out their course of action. I have no objections, Luo Baiyue concurred, finding the plan sound. I shall follow Sister Baiyue, chimed in the diminutive Xia Ziyun, lacking any authority to make decisions among them. Thus, the 4 traversed the main thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages, adhering to the ancient custom of regarding the east with reverence. As they journeyed eastward, the myriad bronze edifices dazzled before their eyes, further solidifying their belief that this was indeed Zhao Fuxing's tomb. The metallurgical techniques of the Bronze Age alone could not account for such marvels. There are no taverns or similar establishments here, Luo Baiyue remarked, his eyes alight with surprise. Indeed, and Changjin replied, thoughtfully, the delineation of this market district is starkly defined, typical of ancient architectural layouts. The absence of taverns indicates that we have departed from the trading hub. Let's continue onward. With a sweeping motion of her hand, Luo Baiyue took the lead, forging ahead to the east. The others exchanged glances, remaining silent as they dutifully followed their leader's pace. At last, a magnificent bronze palace loomed before them, its expansive courtyard and towering structures reaching for the heavens. The orderly arrangement was breathtaking. Even the grand bronze doors were adorned with intricate reliefs. Standing before these doors, the group felt like mere children, inexperienced and awestruck. The construction of this edifice suggests it is the main structure, and Changjin observed, scrutinizing the imposing doors. Despite his muscular build, Luo Baiyue found himself unable to budge the bronze doors, which stood resolutely like an insurmountable barrier. "Allow me," he declared, stepping forward with determination. Placing his hands upon the bronze doors, his light brown eyes shimmered with gold as his muscles tensed beneath his black shirt. his brawny arms straining as he confronted the immense weight of the bronze barrier. At a height of 6 meters and a thickness of approximately 20 centimeters, the door was a formidable challenge, even for one of his strength. Enough with brute force, Luo Baiyue interjected, drawing forth her sleek, mirror-like blade, the heat from it radiating into the air. Sister Baiyue, isn't that also brute force? Xiaoxian quipped timidly, like a small quail. What do you know? Luo Baiyue replied. If even Luo Baiyue cannot open it with sheer strength, it indicates that our approach is flawed. It is highly probable that we have overlooked a detail. This bronze city may have been constructed to a scale of 1/11th, and it is not the time for the government gates to be open. Hence, this enormous bronze door is likely locked. With a delicate hand, Luo Baiyue rested on Luo Baijue's shoulder, dismissing him with a wave, akin to shooing away a chick. She then inserted her reddened blade into the crevice of the bronze door and applied pressure. Indeed, she soon encountered resistance. However, for Luo Baiyue, this resistance was inconsequential. The divine blood within her surged, the searing flames coiling tightly around the blade. Gradually, as her sword descended, a crisp metallic sound resonated from beyond the door. At that moment, Luo Baiyue pushed with all his might, and the bronze door creaked open with a harsh groan, revealing the opulent bronze palace in its entirety. 12 colossal bronze pillars, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs, supported the palace's facade, encircled by a balustrade of 12 different animals. In the very center of the palace, the ground gleamed like a mirror, shimmering with radiant light, flanked by tables on either side, with a throne positioned above all the decor. As their gazes shifted to the throne, a ripple of intense reaction coursed through their calm eyes, akin to a drop of water plunging into boiling oil. There sat a figure upon the throne. Chapter 60, The Bronze Armored Man. The figure seated upon the throne was clad in intricately designed bronze armor, their towering physique emanating an air of unparalleled authority. The exquisitely crafted ancient Mingguang armor glimmered in the light, and a 4-foot-long bronze sword rested at the side of the throne. This figure resembled a sovereign from the heavens, as well as a general fighting amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood on the battlefield. Beneath the throne lay a heap of bones, stacked high like a mountain. The only peculiarity lay with the figure upon the bronze throne, seemingly shrouded in an air of secrecy, entirely enveloped in bronze. The mask and helmet were fused together, and his robust hands glimmered with a metallic sheen. Was this person alive or dead? Luo Baijue's voice trembled slightly. Perhaps we should depart. The young and impressionable Xiaoxian timidly hid behind the graceful form of Luo Baiyue. Only in Chongjing, mustering his courage, stepped forward a few paces into the assembly hall, where the mirror-like bronze floor reflected his tall silhouette. Bowing respectfully, and Chongjing addressed the figure. I, a junior, have unwittingly intruded upon your rest. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? In response, an oppressive silence ensued, the stillness stretching interminably as all present held their breath, eager to witness the highborn individual upon the bronze throne respond. Just as Chongjing was about to rise, a voice, aged yet powerful, finally broke the quietude. You have inadvertently stumbled into another's tomb? And Chongjing's demeanor remained unchanged, though his head bowed lower, his tone more reverent. I assure you, esteemed one, I harbor no ulterior motives. The anomalies here may have affected the city below, and I was sent to investigate. You speak with trepidation, came the calm yet gravelly reply from the figure upon the throne, akin to the sound of rough bark scraping against one another, sending chills down the spine. A bead of sweat, no larger than a pea, slipped from Chongjing's smooth visage, splattering upon the polished bronze floor with a sharp crack, dispersing into countless tiny droplets. Struggling to suppress his inner dread, he maintained a steady tone when addressing such an awe-inspiring presence. It is only natural for a junior to feel somewhat flustered in the presence of such formidable strength. Indeed, you possess a silver tongue, the figure on the bronze throne remarked, his tone devoid of warmth. You flatter me, esteemed one. Slowly rising from his seat, the bronze-clad figure's armor emitted a jarring creak as its components rubbed together, the meticulously polished surface glinting under an unknown light. Towering an imposing height of nearly 2.5 meters, the figure stood atop the steps of the Grand Assembly Hall, a commanding presence, casting an imposing shadow over Chongjing, who bowed in deference. Alas, intoned the bronze-clad individual, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. It is a pity that one who trespasses upon a tomb and disturbs the slumbering shall face no mercy. Each syllable bore a palpable sense of despair and oppression. Realizing the gravity of the situation, and Chongjing's legs tensed, propelling him away like a startled hare. In the next instant, A colossal bronze sword plunged into the very spot he had just vacated, driven deep into the ground with formidable force. Negotiations seemed futile, and Yunjing concluded, wielding a spear that shimmered silver and crackled with arcs of purple lightning. The bronze-clad individual descended the steps, exuding an aura of terror akin to a tempest. The bronze palace reverberated with a low hum, as if heralding the coronation of a sovereign. Charge! Upon realizing that negotiations had collapsed, Luo Baiyue unsheathed her sword without hesitation, the fiery blaze trailing like the hues of a setting sun. A conflagration erupted before Yunjing, engulfing the space in flames that surged towards the bronze-clad figure. Xia Ziyun, dagger in hand, melted into the shadows, akin to a panther poised in the treetops, ready to pounce upon its prey. The inferno cascaded upon the bronze warrior. Yet he advanced unperturbed, striding through the flames as if they were but a gentle breeze, reaching the spot where the immense sword lay embedded. The sword, measuring 4 feet in length and 5 fingers in width, was indeed a veritable giant. With both hands grasping the sword, the bronze figure wrenched it from the earth with a resounding clang, raising it high before delivering a devastating downward slash. The blade cleaving through the air as if it defied the very fabric of space, aimed directly at Luo Baiyue. The clash of metal rang throughout the grand hall as a long axe swooped in from the side, deflecting the trajectory of the colossal sword at a critical moment. Luo Baiyue, with an expression of indifference, wielded the axe with muscles taut and skin now tinged with a subtle golden hue, his eyes devoid of their usual light brown. Esteemed one, I beg your forgiveness. He spoke courteously, yet his actions were swift and decisive, the axe's might forcing the bronze-clad figure back with each powerful swing. And Yunjing, transformed into a faint purple specter, unleashed a cacophony of thunderous sounds within the hall as each thrust of his spear targeted the vulnerable joints of the bronze armor. The violent force akin to a wrathful dragon. Luo Baiyue, too, engaged fervently, her sword warping under the intensity of crimson flames that gradually darkened to black. At last, a blade forged entirely from black-red fire materialized, its scorching heat causing the temperature within the bronze palace to spike dramatically. As Yunjing and Luo Baiyue grappled with the bronze warrior, Luo Baiyue seized the opportunity to deliver a strike that marred the once pristine armor for the first time, leaving behind an unsightly black scorch mark. Witnessing his beloved armor marred, the bronze-clad figure's voice brimmed with fury, resonating like the toll of a great bell, echoing with chilling intensity. You shall all perish. You would do well to refrain from excessive chatter. Taking advantage of the bronze figure's momentary distraction, Yunjing released his spear, enveloped in crackling lightning. As it soared through the air, a dragon of thunder aimed directly at the bronze warrior's helmet. The protective mask proved ineffective against the force of the strike, shattering upon impact, sending fragments of bronze cascading like a torrential downpour. In that moment, the true visage of the bronze-clad warrior was revealed, halting the fervor of combat. Luo Baiyue, momentarily incredulous, touched her face, questioning, is this truly real? Chapter 61, Half a Bronze Face. Beneath the mask lay a human visage, yet its edges bore the marks of corrosion, slowly transforming into bronze. The features of the face were striking, exuding an aura of ruthless decisiveness, and while the gaze was subtly commanding, it was filled with authority. This face belonged to Zhao Fuxing. It was no wonder the group stood in shock. Zhao Fuxing had perished many years ago. All had assumed this bronze figure was merely a guardian conjured by Zhao Fuxing's spirit. Who could have imagined that the diligent custodian of this tomb was in fact its rightful owner? As the mask shattered, the bronze figure, seemingly averse to illumination, instinctively shielded his face with a hand gleaming in bronze. In the next heartbeat, another bronze mask appeared, devoid of features, save for 2 openings for vision. You should not gaze upon my face, just as you should not know that I still draw breath. You're still alive? Luo Baiyue's astonishment swiftly morphed into disdain. Zhao Fuxing has been dead for 423 years. By what right do you claim to be him? Must I provide proof of my identity without reason? Of course I must, Luo Baiyue asserted with an air of inevitability. Otherwise, why would the state issue you a birth certificate? At this moment, no one dared to provoke war lightly. Even with the combined efforts of Luo Baiyue and Yunjing and Luo Baiyue, they could not effectively contend with the bronze-armored figure. Even the adept assassin Xia Ziyun would likely find her efforts futile, as the formidable bronze armor absorbed most of the damage. Were it not for the presence of the top-tier meat shield, Luo Baiyue, and Yunjing might have fled long ago. Though I possess a silver tongue, I have no intention of granting you the opportunity to survive, Zhao Fuxing proclaimed, wielding his long sword with fervor, creating gusts of wind with each swing. The terrifying force temporarily subdued Luo Baiyue, while the bronze pillars of the palace began to stir, and a fierce dragon emerged from their midst, roaring towards Luo Baiyue and Chongjing. Concealed in the shadows, Xiaoyun gripped her dagger tightly, contemplating intervention to alleviate the pressure on her companions. Yet she understood the necessity of remaining hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. She crouched silently in the dark, her gaze fixed upon the trio as they endured relentless oppression. Each swing of the bronze figure sword was imbued with colossal force, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Even Luo Baiyue, renowned for his strength, dared not confront it head-on. And Chongjing's situation was dire. The entire bronze palace was forged from metal, and his lightning-based abilities posed a risk to his allies as well. He was forced to exercise caution, despite their bodies being superior to ordinary humans due to the baptism of divine blood. However, none could withstand the relentless onslaught of high-voltage electricity for long. He could only restrain himself, daring to utilize his powers only when attacking the bronze entity. The bronze dragon's unyielding assault left Chongjing with little opportunity for counteraction. As the tide of battle turned increasingly against them, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Luo Baifu's phoenix eyes, her divine blood surging within her. The blackened, twisted blade carved a sorrowful arc through the air, the searing heat compressed into a lethal line. The massive bronze dragon employed its bulk to suppress its foes, relying on its heavy scales to absorb incoming attacks. Yet, the sheer might of Luo Baifu's strike shattered the bronze scales, nearly fracturing the colossal creature's form. Instinctively sans signe danger, the bronze dragon recoiled, momentarily relinquishing its relentless pursuit of Luo Baiyue. In that fleeting moment, Luo Baiyue retrieved a formidable Colt Python revolver from her spatial ring. This handgun, renowned for its devastating power, was among the most lethal of its kind. Furthermore, it was loaded with special, enchanted ammunition known as executioner rounds, designed solely for annihilation. Bang! 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 A barrage of shots erupted, the bronze dragon's scales flying as it sustained massive wounds. The creature roared in agony, emitting only the sound of grinding metal before crashing helplessly onto the brilliantly reflective ground. At this juncture, Luo Baifu's arm trembled slightly, her ethereal form not being geared towards physical fortification, and the recoil from the Colt Python was immense. Yet, there was no time for respite. She steadied her breath and aimed the dark muzzle of her firearm at the bronze-armored figure that was suppressing Luo Baiyue. 2 thunderous gunshots rang out, rendering her arm completely numb, and even the Colt Python slipped from her grasp. Faced with the overwhelming force of those shots, the bronze-armored figure was compelled to evade. In that moment of evasiveness, Xiaoyun lunged from the shadows behind the armored entity, her dagger aimed with deadly precision at the base of its neck, targeting the spinal cord. Regardless of the creature's strength, control ultimately hinges on the spinal cord's connection to the nervous system. Severing it would render any being defenseless. Of course, exceptions exist, such as certain beings whose brains are directly connected to their spines. Even if severed, they could still retaliate using the portions that remain connected. This meticulously prepared strike was Xiaoyun's culmination of countless rehearsals, her dagger as sharp as a serpent's fang. With unwavering focus, she executed the fateful blow, slicing through the spinal cord of the bronze-armored entity. Deprived of its neural control center, the armored figure collapsed to the ground. Yet it still clung to its massive sword, struggling to maintain its stance. "Well done, Ziyun," Luo Baiyue exclaimed, relief flooding her. Her gaze darted to her trembling arm, then quickly returned to the battle. "Come, and lend me your aid." And Chongjing, who had been relentlessly battered by the bronze dragon, urgently called for assistance. He felt the most constrained. Were he to unleash his full power, the bronze dragon would be powerless against him. Yet, the metallic ground's potent conductivity prevented him from doing so. "Here I come." Luo Baijue's support was straightforward and forceful, unable to charge in. He seized the bronze dragon's tail with both hands. With a tremendous exertion of muscle, he hurled the creature away. "Wow, such brutality," and Chongjing remarked, unable to suppress a jest at the sight before him. The bronze dragon collided with the bronze-armored figure, the 2 pure bronze entities entwining like children seeking comfort. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The bronze dragon seemed to sense something and opened its mouth, from which a smaller bronze dragon emerged. With elongated, sharp claws, it lunged at the armored figure's back, tearing through the heavy bronze plating. The tiny bronze dragon then burrowed into the armored entity. Chapter 62, The Bronze Dragon Man. The armored figure, once kneeling and relying on its massive sword, rose anew as if infused with life, merging with the bronze dragon behind it. The structure of the armored figure began to shift violently. Its legs morphed into reptilian forms, while its bronze hands transformed into razor-sharp claws. The body gradually fused with the armor, which itself began to mutate, shifting from a gleaming suit into scales. The once featureless bronze mask elongated, its eye holes transforming into pupils. Long, dragon-like horns sprouted from the helmet, with a roar directed towards the heavens. The creature, now clad in heavy bronze scales, appeared no longer as an armored figure, but had transcended into something neither human nor dragon, resembling instead a bronze dragon man. The entire transformation transpired with astonishing rapidity. Before anyone could react, the armored figure had already completed its metamorphosis. Could this entity truly merge? A transformer, perhaps? Luo Baiyue's incisive sarcasm always arrived at the most critical junctures. Xiaoyun once again deftly blended into the shadows, preparing to execute her lethal ambush once more. However, it was evident that the bronze dragon man had no intention of granting her that opportunity. With a forceful clap of its enormous, fan-like claws against the ground, the entire bronze palace seemed to respond to the king's summons, quaking violently. The resounding shockwaves echoed like relentless ocean waves. Xiaoyun stumbled forth from the darkness, her doll-like face ashen, her slender and fragile form trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, this adversary was formidable. Baifeng had already lost one arm, and Ziyun's current condition was far from optimal, compounded by the fact that my ethereal spirit was unusable. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, and Changjin steadfastly steadied her mind, calmly analyzing the situation. Baijiang, you and I shall hold the rear. Baifeng, you take Ziyun and retreat first. At this point, Luo Baiyue would not resort to some tragic farewells. None wished to depart only to perish together in this place. As long as these two burdens could escape, Luo Baiyue and Changjin could act without restraint, inevitably finding a chance to flee. Luo Baiyue hastily approached the still trembling Xiaoyun, resting Ziyun's arm upon her elegantly long, swan-like neck. The two began their retreat. Yet the bronze dragon man was unyielding. It propelled itself backward with a powerful thrust, instantly transforming into a fleeting bronze specter that darted past and Changjin and Luo Baiyue in an instant, extending its elongated, lethal claws. Its ferocious gaze seemed intent on tearing the two asunder. With no other recourse, Luo Baiyue had no choice but to momentarily release her uninjured hand, allowing Xiaoyun to fall to the ground as she turned and struck with her sword. A slender silhouette of energy unexpectedly flew backward, while Luo Baiyue was impaled against a bronze column by immense force. A metallic sweetness filled her mouth as she could no longer suppress the crimson tide of blood that erupted forth. Beside her, Xiaoyun's eyes widened in horror at this scene, her pupils dilating as the blood within her surged tumultuously, momentarily staving off her trembling body. Once more, her dagger materialized, shadows swirling around it, as she aimed a fierce strike at the bronze dragon man's neck. This blow harnessed all of Xiaoyun's strength. The shadowy dagger transformed in an instant into a colossal longsword. The overwhelming aura surged forth, even eliciting a flicker of surprise from Luo Baiyue, whose face had remained impassive until now. Alas, such a formidable strike was feeble before the bronze dragon man, as it deftly pivoted, allowing the dagger to merely graze its shoulder blade. Before it could penetrate deeply, the bronze dragon man retaliated, swatting Xiaoyun away like a leaf caught in a tempest. Her body drifting down gently like snow, landing beside Luo Baiyue. Her apricot blossom eyes dimmed. She murmured, "Sister Baiyue, I have done my utmost." At that moment, Luo Baijiang's fierce attack finally arrived. His arm bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth, bringing down his axe with devastating force. The bronze dragon man merely reached out, seizing the weapon from Luo Baijiang's grasp and casting it aside, before plunging its claw into Luo Baijiang's body. Finally, with a dismissive flick, it sent Luo Baijiang sprawling, his abdomen, thighs, and arms punctured with gaping wounds that streamed blood profusely. In the next heartbeat, the bronze dragon man lunged once more, sending in Changjin flying with a single punch. At that moment, within the bronze palace, the only being still standing was the bronze dragon man, while Luo Baiyue and Xiaoyun huddled beneath the bronze column. Luo Baijiang, once clad in pristine white, was now drenched in crimson, his previously tranquil gaze now ablaze with rage. And Changjin, equally battered, had an arm dangling uselessly, likely broken, as he leaned against the spear, barely managing to maintain a half-kneeling position. The towering bronze dragon man loomed like a sovereign emperor, while the members of the squad appeared as mere insubstantial rebels. The bronze dragon man, with its elongated, massive claws, once again grasped the colossal bronze sword thrust into the ground. As the sword was lifted, A fierce glint flickered in the bronze dragon man's azure eyes, akin to a malevolent ghost flame, as it approached Luo Baiyue with deliberate strides. Ah, this intolerable woman. It mused, if it were not for her, I would not have to resort to such a formidable form prematurely. The bronze sword was raised above its head, wielding the power to cleave mountains and shatter the earth, crashing down with unyielding ferocity. Luo Baiyue, on the ground, felt his veins pulsate, his clenched fists turning pale from strain. With an unknown surge of strength, Xiaoxian forcefully pushed Luo Baiyue aside. The bronze sword embedded itself more than 2 feet into the ground, and it was only due to Ziyun's timely intervention that Baiyue was spared from a tragic demise. Do you truly wish for death? The bronze dragon man's gaze, devoid of emotion, settled upon Xiaoxian. I shall eliminate this troublesome pest before turning my attention to you. With that, the bronze dragon man yanked the sword free, the sound of metal unsheathing resonating ominously. The bronze sword was raised once more, but this time, Xiaoxian found herself devoid of any strength to push Luo Baiyue away. Blood flowed from beneath Luo Baiyue, his once handsome, pale visage now marred by the crimson stains that rendered it grotesque. And Changjin, time and again, attempted to rise, only to collapse helplessly to the ground. He lacked even the strength to maintain a half-kneeling posture. The bronze sword descended like a frenzied dragon unleashed, bearing the weight of mountains and the momentum of a tempest, akin to an ancient guillotine poised to fall. Chapter 63, Apologies. The temperature within the bronze palace plummeted abruptly, as a frost fury dragon roared into the hall from the entrance. Its resplendent ice-blue form shimmered with a gentle luminescence, as the frost fury dragon descended amidst a whirlwind. Before the bronze dragon man could react, it was ensnared in the dragon's jaws, with a force as relentless as a raging river. The immense form of the bronze dragon man was impaled upon the former throne. Faced with such cataclysmic power, the bronze dragon man's resistance was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. As the frost fury dragon dissipated, the others were finally able to discern its true nature. A sword as pure and white as snow. The colossal form of the bronze dragon man was pierced through by the long sword, its elongated blade embedding entirely, pinning the once mighty creature to the throne. The sound of footsteps echoed, and Luo Baiyue strained to turn her head. The owner of the footsteps stood shrouded in indistinct light, tall and slender. If one did not observe closely, one might confuse the light with the figure itself. As the footsteps approached, the delicate features of a fair and youthful visage came into view. Little sister. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Luo Baiyue could not suppress her exhilaration, her Danfeng eyes brimming with joy. Let us discuss matters later. Luo Baiyue swiftly leapt to the bronze throne, where the bronze dragon man still clung to life. After all, it was the spirit of the once-renowned General Zhao Fuxing, and the consciousness of such a legendary figure would not easily concede defeat. The bronze dragon man's rugged exterior, covered in tiny scales, pressed against the sword's hilt as it struggled to pull it free, revealing a muscle-like elasticity in its bronze-scaled skin. You are merely a C-class. It would be futile to confront me. Luo Baiyue's delicate hand rested upon the jagged surface of the bronze dragon man's skin. A frigid ancient chill, reminiscent of the Ice Age, surged forth from the seemingly fragile hand of the young girl, flooding into the massive body of the bronze dragon man. As the bronze dragon man momentarily loosened his grip, intending to launch an assault on Luo Baiyue, his body began to stiffen, rendering him immobile before he could even strike. At that moment, Luo Baiyue, lying on the ground, noticed a towering shadow engulfing him. Before he could lift his gaze, a faint voice resonated from above. Open your mouth. Struggling, Luo Baiyue turned his head towards the source of the voice. It was a tall young man, whose demeanor was as gentle as the spring breeze of March, exuding an aura of refined elegance. His skin was as delicate as that of a well-cared-for woman, albeit paler, which lent him an air of sickly beauty. Between his slender fingers, he held a test tube filled with a pale blue liquid, A3 agent. Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow. Given his current identity, he truly could not eliminate this bothersome individual in public. Not only could he not kill him, but he also had to ensure his survival. What an annoyance. In an indifferent tone, he urged, if you want to open your mouth, then it's unnecessary. I need to, Luo Baiyue exclaimed in a flustered manner. Despite possessing remarkable physical prowess, the bronze dragon man's claw had already pierced through both of his arms. He lacked even the strength to stand independently. But the A3 skill was essential for his recovery. This was his utmost need at present. Upon seeing Luo Baiyue open his mouth, Gao Yunjing wasted no time. He twisted open the vial, and, from his elevated position, poured the liquid as if serving water. The azure potion cascaded like a miniature waterfall, and Luo Baiyue did his utmost to widen his mouth to receive it. Observing the scene, Xiaoxian exhibited a peculiar expression, subtly shifting closer to Luo Baiyue and whispering, "Sister Baiyue, why do I feel like this person is targeting Luo Baiyue? Isn't it obvious?" Luo Baiyue replied, "Which pharmacy feeds their potions like that?" The potion was soon depleted, and just then, Gao Yunjing applied pressure with his fingers. The shell of the A3 agent was not particularly sturdy. It immediately shattered, and the sharp fragments mingled with the remaining liquid, flowing into Luo Baijue's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Baijue's arms had already healed, and he quickly propped himself up to expel the potion that had entered his mouth. "Oh, my apologies for not controlling the pressure and breaking the vial. I trust you won't mind?" Gao Yunjing's tone seemed to brim with concern. It was laced with icy sarcasm. "It's fine." At that moment, Luo Baiyue lifted his gaze to meet Gao Yunjing's, whose eyes, calm in the presence of others, now concealed the ferocity of a lurking wolf. "Yunjing, I leave him to you." The voice of Luo Baiyue resonated from the bronze throne, interrupting the tense standoff between the two. "All right." Gao Yunjing's attention shifted from Luo Baiyue as he drew a Glock from behind his waist, aiming at the bronze dragon man pinned to the throne. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out in succession. With each bullet that left the chamber, the brass casing melted, and the roaring flames surged like an enraged serpent, striking the bronze dragon man. To avoid drawing attention, Gao Yunjing had replaced the bullets with those specially crafted by Luo Baiyue. Though their power was not as formidable as the flame pill, they sufficed to deal with a severely injured, dying bronze dragon man. The flames clashed against the metal, producing a series of explosive sounds. As the interplay of low and high temperatures utterly dismantled the already fragile metallic structure of the bronze. Before the dragon man could be fully incinerated, he was already shattered into pieces, large fragments tumbling from the throne amidst the flames. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable force surged within him. Akin to the ferocity of a wild beast, the spirit of Zhao Fuxing. The once feared general left an indomitable will even in death. Gao Yunjing understood that with just Yu Dao, he could suppress the general's spirit, but such forceful suppression would only wear it down. In a low voice, he thundered, "Follow me, and you may yet fulfill the unaccomplished wishes of your former life. I guarantee that if you accompany me, I shall lead you to slay the gods. What purpose does it serve to guard this meaningless bronze city? Better to unleash your power and embark on more audacious endeavors." Gao Yunjing's words pierced like a sword into the heart of his adversary, causing the trapped spirit to waver in its resistance. Sensing an opportunity to persuade the spirit with his eloquence, Gao Yunjing pressed on, "Your resistance is futile. It would be wiser to comply and join me. I am aware that you have retained some of his consciousness. Do you not wish to see the outside world?" The spirit ceased its struggle, and the sound of metal grinding echoed in its mind. "Yet it seems you cannot harness my power. How troublesome." A grand voice suddenly boomed forth. The world was an overwhelming force against the spirit. "Kid, I can help you obliterate this individual will. It will inevitably incur somewhere, yet it remains usable." "Who are you?" The spirit's voice trembled with fear. "Silence." Gao Yunjing's sharp command halted the dialogue, his tone resolute. "I have a friend whose talent aligns with yours. If you agree, you may accompany me. If not, I shall have no choice but to forcefully extinguish your will. Make your choice." After a prolonged hesitation, the spirit responded under the watchful gaze of the world will. "I accept your terms." Chapter 64. Why does my head feel so bright? Damn, have you gone mad, Gao Yunjing? The world will exclaim. You are willingly surrendering to the spirit and the power of the gods. What purpose does this ethereal essence serve you? Am I not just a madman? Gao Yunjing retorted coldly, and don't think I'm unaware of the intense reaction from Yu Dao. You and I are in a partnership. Do not interfere with my decisions. I'll do as I please, so go back to sleep. His tone was frigid, reminiscent of the harsh winter, evoking images of a desolate northern wasteland. The world will ultimately had no retort. What could it say? Gao Yunjing was a reincarnated soul, a true prophet, rendering all words futile. Once again, the world will fell into slumber. At last, Gao Yunjing could redirect his focus to the injured individuals within the Bronze Palace. While he had been engaged in dialogue with the two consciousnesses, Luo Baiyue had kindly administered the A3 agent to the others, except for the already treated Luo Baiyue. Their grievous wounds were healing rapidly, the gruesome gashes stitching themselves together at a visibly accelerated pace. Unlike Luo Baijue's fierce gaze, the others regarded Gao Yunjing with a certain warmth. "Oh, sister, Is this your long-lost fiancé? Luo Baiyue's captivating phoenix eyes roamed over Gao Yunjing. He has such a cute pup. Hello, sister. Gao Yunjing, possessing a face that wielded a potent charm over women, greeted her with a bashful smile. Luo Baiyue felt her heart melt. Baiyue, do you think our family could arrange a fiancé for me too? Of course they have. Xia Ziyun chuckled, wrapping her arms around Luo Baiyue. Weren't you on a blind date before we came? Oh, you little rascal. You dare to tease me. Luo Baiyue playfully pinched Xia Ziyun's slightly chubby cheeks. Witnessing this harmonious scene, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but smile softly, only to suddenly feel a searing gaze upon her. This was not Luo Baijiang's gaze. His eyes burned with a pathological lust, as if he sought to incinerate everything in his path. The gaze upon her, while seemingly fervent, was as calm as still water, yet it flowed like an unrelenting river. Luo Baiyue raised her head and discovered that the owner of the gaze bore no smile. In the warm ambience where Luo Baiyue and Xia Ziyun often playfully tussled, even the typically sullen and brooding Luo Baiyue would occasionally crack a faint smile. However, the bearer of this particular gaze displayed no mirth whatsoever, as if the harmonious and tender atmosphere held no sway over him. We should depart. The final high-speed train to Yinhua City, number 740, is about to leave. Understood. Luo Baiyue, brimming with energy, bounded over and embraced Gao Yunjing, disregarding the astonished expressions of those behind her, urging, "Let us go. Let us go." It was only after the two figures, entwined in each other's warmth, exited the bronze palace that Xia Ziyun, somewhat belatedly, pinched Luo Baiyue's plump thigh. Ouch! Luo Baiyue yelped, swatting away Xia Ziyun's mischievous hand, and inquired with displeasure, "What was that for?" "Oh, nothing," Xia Ziyun replied nonchalantly. "I just wanted to see if that scene was an illusion." "Do you think it was an illusion? If you feel pain, then it must be an illusion. You little rascal." Luo Baiyue playfully tugged at Xia Ziyun's slightly cherubic face. "You're still quite young yet rather cunning. Is that the crux of the matter?" And Changjin's gaze pierced through the bronze palace, fixating on Gao Yunjing's tall silhouette. His voice was steady and husky. "I recall Baiyue being somewhat averse to men. Yes? Moreover, this sudden individual seems exceptionally formidable, on the verge of breaking through from D grade to C grade, likely within the next few days." The previously silent Luo Baiyue suddenly spoke up, and Changjin stroked his chin, methodically analyzing. "His strength is impressive. He is probably among the top 36 spirits, much like you and me. Furthermore, it stands to reason that he has had prior contact with Baiyue. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain her unusual closeness to him, despite her aversion to men." And Changjin's expression was a complex interplay of emotions as he surveyed the group. How many individuals of this caliber can there be in the Yinhua Empire? A spirit of the top 36 that has remained undiscovered? What do you imply? Luo Baiyue began to grasp the peculiarities, following in Changjin's line of thought. A candidate for the God Slayer, secretly trained by the nation's higher-ups. Luo Baijiang's tone was markedly different from the other's cautiousness. It was rather emphatic. Indeed, and Changjin sighed, "Aside from the national authorities, I cannot fathom who else possesses such capabilities. However, if he is indeed a covertly trained talent, why would he suddenly emerge into the limelight? Moreover, what is the nature of his relationship with Baiyue? There's another detail I wonder if you all noticed," and Changjin continued. "Just earlier, when Baiyue and Ziyun were playfully tussling, everyone laughed except for him. Did you observe his gaze? It was as still as a stagnant pond, devoid of the fervor one would expect from someone of his age." "Enough," Luo Baiyue interrupted. Suppressing her own curiosities, "If there is something to discuss, Baiyue will inform us. Let us not indulge in baseless speculation." And Changjin fell silent, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and slowly sheathed his spear back into his spatial ring as he exited the bronze palace. Luo Baiyue likewise opted for silence. Perhaps he was more accustomed to it. He hastened a few steps to fall in line with Changjin, leaving the palace together. Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue strolled side by side through the bustling snack street. Although the train was indeed scheduled to depart at 7:40 p.m., the current hour was a mere 5:20 p.m. Regardless of others' thoughts, Gao Yunjing could no longer restrain himself. They had not partaken of anything since their transition through the divine blood the night before. Indeed, while the body, having undergone the divine blood baptism, could withstand hunger remarkably well, it did not imply that one was free from hunger. Gao Yunjing's hands were laden with an array of snacks: grilled cold noodles, fried skewers, hand-grabbed pancakes, and stinky tofu. Meanwhile, Luo Baiyue held onto a skewer of Odin, munching away while also feeding Gao Yunjing, the two sharing bites in a delightful exchange. As the onlookers observed in silence, Xia Ziyun touched her head, wondering aloud, "Sister Baiyue, Why does my head feel so conspicuously shiny? Do you even need to ask? Luo Baiyue replied with a sigh. I suspect Luo Baiyue's outing has resulted in someone being possessed. Chapter 65. You prefer women. Who exactly is that person? And Changjin inquired. Did I not mention it before? Luo Baiyue responded, casting a sour glance at the affectionate couple in the distance. They are engaged by arrangement. My sister has a fiancé? Luo Baiyue, shedding his usual reticence, nearly lost control of his voice. In the crowded snack street, curious glances were cast toward the strikingly handsome youth, the bewilderment evident. As her brother, how could he be so oblivious to his sister's circumstances? Yet, Luo Baiyue seemed entirely unperturbed by this realization, his eyes dark and foreboding, akin to a wolf lurking in the wilderness. She has a fiancé. Why was I not informed? Keep your voice down. Luo Baijiang's disregard for the curious stares did not extend to Luo Baiyue, who was clearly unsettled. The fact that she had a fiancé was something even their elders were unaware of. What gave him the right to know? No one ever mentioned such a thing. If you knew, that would be quite extraordinary. How could this be possible? Luo Baijiang's tightly clenched fists trembled, the veins in his arms bulging ominously, as if ready to burst forth. Actually, this is quite beneficial, and Changjin consoled him, placing a hand on Luo Baijiang's shoulder. At least Baiyue, despite her aversion to men, can find a sense of belonging. No, this is not good. Luo Baijiang shrugged off in Changjin's hand, his voice rising in a desperate, frantic roar. The entire snack street found it difficult to ignore the commotion, observing the pointed fingers, the murmurs, and the bewildered glances. Luo Baijiang finally recognized that he had lost his composure. He waved his hands in a flustered attempt to clarify. No, that is not what I meant. It's just that this man has an unclear identity. How can anyone trust him with my sister? Unclear identity? Luo Baiyue scoffed, a derisive smile gracing her lips as she handed her phone to Luo Baijiang. Take a look for yourself. Luo Baijiang's face paled as he received the phone, his body trembling as if jolted by an electric shock. And Changjin, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in closer. Let me see. The grandson of Gao Changong from the Yinhua Empire. And Changjin's gaze seemed to stick to the information as if it were viscous, each movement excruciatingly difficult. As he incredulously stared at Gao Yunjing's retreating figure, is he truly the grandson of Shua Beihanfeng? What else could it be? Luo Baiyue unceremoniously snatched the phone from Luo Baijiang's grasp. Do you think an ordinary person could be engaged to Luo Baiyue? At that moment, Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue were happily indulging in snacks, having moved ahead of the group. Although the two were aware of the reactions behind them, they chose to ignore them, enjoying the moment as if they were an ordinary couple. Let us go. Let us eat hot pot. Upon spotting a hot pot restaurant, Luo Baiyue eagerly tugged Gao Yunjing inside. Once seated, she dashed to the condiment station, declaring, You order the food. I'll prepare the dipping sauce. This girl. Gao Yunjing observed her lively figure, akin to a swallow in the rain, shaking his head in resignation. He scanned the QR code on the table to begin ordering. As Gao Yunjing diligently perused the menu, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. I find myself quite curious about what charm your little puppy possesses that can so utterly captivate someone like Luo Baiyue, who harbors a disdain for men. It is indeed Luo Baiyue. Luo Baiyue did not err in stating that Luo Baiyue surpasses her in both figure and beauty. Her enchanting phoenix eyes resemble a serene autumn lake, revealing both the innocence of a young girl and an alluring charm. Her long, snow-white legs, perfectly proportioned and elegantly straight, could indeed be deemed the epitome of beauty. In mere moments, she had attracted the attention of numerous men within the hot pot restaurant. The enticing glimpse of her alabaster bosom was enough to leave countless suitors entranced. However, to Gao Yunjing, all of this was merely a perilous temptation. The slightest glance could cost him dearly. Fortunately, having encountered her several times in a previous life had fortified him with a basic resistance to her allure. He maintained his focus on the phone menu, occasionally selecting dishes that Luo Baiyue wished to try, and responded casually, Perhaps it is love at first sight. Love at first sight, you say? Luo Baiyue crossed her arms, her left leg perched atop her right, expressing her skepticism towards such a notion. She had encountered too many men presenting her with bouquets, feigning deep affection. Reciting phrases like a glance spans a millennium and a fall for Luo Baiyue is to ruin one's life. Little did they know, their pretentious gazes had long since extinguished the flames of desire. What could possibly be termed love at first sight? It was merely lust disguised as affection. Gao Yunjing, as if reading her thoughts, cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, So, it is merely lust then. Luo Baiyue rested her exquisite face upon her hand, tilting her head with a beaming smile, her red lips parting to release a fragrant breath. What if I too wish to indulge in lust? Gao Yunjing ceased his culinary selections, placing his phone down on the table, leaning back in his chair, and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. His tone remained as calm as a still lake. Devoid of any emotion, there is no need to test me. You prefer women. Luo Baiyue's brow furrowed imperceptibly before she again broke into a radiant smile, akin to a field of roses, breathtakingly beautiful. What if I find you rather appealing and choose to favor men instead? Then I would congratulate my girlfriend for having obtained a cousin with a normal sexual orientation. Observing Gao Yunjing's indifference, Luo Baiyue abandoned her probing. By the way, why have I never heard of you before? Just an unknown individual. How could you possibly have heard of me? Humph. Luo Baiyue scoffed. Very well. I shan't intrude upon your little world. As she rose to leave, Luo Baiyue hurried back with 2 plates of dipping sauce. She immediately flung herself into Gao Yunjing's embrace. Their faces pressed closely together. My cousin is quite beautiful, isn't she? Upon hearing this, Gao Yunjing recognized the familiar scent of jealousy rising once more. He helplessly ruffled the young girl's hair, sighing, I've seen her before in my past life. And your cousin does not like men. She merely came to test me. Do you really need to be jealous? Do you think I care about the feelings of what you fancy? Hey, what do you mean by that? Gao Yunjing's hand, unbidden, found its way to Luo Baiyue's delicate waist. At least I treat you well, don't I? I made it onto the reward list, haha. What a twisted and dark turn of events. Even this useless person has made it onto the reward list. Chapter 66. Why don't you just kill me? All right. Luo Baiyue's delicate flesh was exceedingly ticklish, unable to withstand Gao Yunjing's playful torment, and after resisting for but a moment, she surrendered. No more jealousy over something whose origins I don't even know. And no, spare me, great hero. At that moment, Luo Baiyue's already soft body turned to jelly, leaning against him like a wilting willow. Satisfied with his mischief, Gao Yunjing ceased his antics, declaring, now that is more like it, while the two exchanged flirtations. In the farthest corner of the hot pot restaurant, Luo Baiyue stared daggers at them, his expression dark and brooding. The grip on his drink bottle tightened to the point of whitening his knuckles, and he crushed the heavy glass in his hand. The sound of shattering glass drew the attention of Chongjing, who teased, heartbroken, are we? Your precious possession is being touched by another. Shut up, Luo Baiyue snapped, his tone icy. What right do you have to speak to me? Unfazed by Luo Baiyue's hostility, and Chongjing merely placed a finger to his lips. Keep it down. We wouldn't want them here. Luo Baiyue instinctively glanced over. Luo Baiyue and Xiaoziun, with different tastes, prefer to sit at a separate table closer to Luo Baiyue. What is so great about being a pervert? What do you even have to say? Even if you say that, I have a betrothal with her, and I will wait until she comes of age to discuss this matter. And Chongjing cast a sidelong glance at the twisted and gloomy Luo Baiyue, continuing, but you are different. She is your cousin. Besides, she has a fiancé, and their relationship appears quite harmonious. They can kiss and sleep together. What about you? A defeated hound? And Chongjing shook his head, a cold smile, curving his lips. You don't even have the right to stand outside and listen. As Chongjing mocked Luo Baiyue, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Luo Baiyue. You speak of success as if you weren't just sitting here, helplessly watching? Furthermore, regarding your so-called fiancé, I suspect it is merely an internal matter within the same sex. You won't even have chance. And Chongjing's gaze drifted toward Luo Baiyue and Xiaoziun, but he maintained his composure. Let it be an internal affair. Keeping a distance from me, the pervert, is a blessing. Luo Baiyue retorted coldly, you're just a sycophant. And Chongjing shot back, not as much of a sycophant as you. Luo Baiyue seized a can of beer, tilting his head back to gulp it down, his atoms apple bobbing as he drained the 500 milliliters can in one go. How can you drown your sorrows in alcohol? With your physique, it won't suffice. Keep that filthy mouth of yours shut. Luo Baijue's gaze was sinister, meeting his calm. Brown eyes felt like plunging into an icy abyss. I will protect what is rightfully mine in my own way. Luo Baiyue was no fool. She recognized the previous events had little to do with her, and she had no desire to intervene. Yet, the connection between her and this man was evidently more than ordinary. If trouble truly arose, could she remain oblivious? Luo Baiyue remained silent, merely crumpling the empty beer can into a small ball in his palm. This one is mine. Luo Baiyue unceremoniously snatched a shrimp ball from Gao Yunjing's dipping sauce plate. Don't eat it, all right? Your perverse cousin seems to harbor ill intentions toward me. Then you can wait for your demise. As Luo Baiyue deftly managed the situation, she quickly brought the steaming shrimp rolls to her lips. How could you treat me this way? Gao Yunjing gazed at Luo Baiyue with a face full of sorrow, his expression one of profound grievance. Is it true that you no longer love me? He lamented. If we continue to boil the tripe, it will lose its flavor. Luo Baiyue's attention remained fixed on the bubbling red oil hot pot as she skillfully retrieved the perfectly cooked tripe with her chopsticks. Let us not eat just yet. We need to discuss something of substance, she declared. Gao Yunjing finally abandoned his previous frivolity, sitting upright. How do you intend to explain my identity? A sudden appearance as a high-risk phantom, yet possessing the power of a forbidden spirit? What is there to explain? Luo Baiyue retorted. Gao Yunjing remained silent. Once all the ingredients had been devoured in a whirlwind, Luo Baiyue finally set down her chopsticks. The delicate, pink lips akin to jelly were now adorned with a vibrant red oil, resembling a blooming rose. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yunjing found himself suddenly disinterested in discussing any serious matters. Have you heard of the term soulmates? He inquired. Soulmates? Indeed, this not uncommon term sparked contemplation within Gao Yunjing. The concept Luo Baiyue referred to as soulmates certainly transcended its literal interpretation. Otherwise, there would be no need to mention it. Soulmates signify two individuals whose souls are inherently aligned, akin to a born confidant if they are of the same gender, or a mutual understanding if they are of different genders. The essence of the term implies that they share a single heart. At that moment, the dormant will of the world unexpectedly spoke. Gao Yunjing felt his long-buried memories resurface, a tidal wave of recollections crashing forth regarding the notion of soulmates. He turned to Luo Baiyue in disbelief. Are you suggesting that we are soulmates? Luo Baiyue's expression became subdued as she nestled into Gao Yunjing's embrace. Lowering her voice to a whisper, I only discovered this by chance. Do you remember that time you forcefully entered the Grand Hall of the Yunhua National Congress alone? I do, Gao Yunjing replied, his eyes reflecting memories of that fateful day when Lin Xiaoke was left nearly lifeless, and chaos ensued due to the reckless use of Yudua, leading to a riot of phantoms. Fueled by anger, he confronted the entire upper echelon of the Yunhua Empire alone, resulting in his injury and subsequent unconsciousness, saved only by the timely intervention of Baidan. Had it not been for that, he would have perished that day. Actually, you should have died then. But because we were soulmates, I perhaps shared about 30% of your injuries, allowing you to survive. Then why didn't you kill me? Huh? Luo Baiyue, who had been quietly resting in his arms, suddenly lifted her head, astonished by his shocking statement. What do you mean, why didn't I kill you? Gao Yunjing tightened his embrace around the petite figure, his eyes calm, yet concealing a tumult of complexity. I mean, why didn't you kill me? Chapter 67. Isn't love at first sight enough? Luo Baiyue furrowed her brows. Gao Yunjing, what nonsensical words are you uttering? When you found me after your reincarnation, I was at my weakest, vulnerable enough for you to eliminate me without difficulty. Don't speak of how you couldn't handle other deities alone after killing me. As soulmates, the death of one would grant the other the majority of their powers. With my abilities, you could have easily faced the impending gods alone. This isn't something you would typically say. In the elegantly decorated hot pot restaurant, the bubbling pot on the pure white table continued to steam, the moisture enveloping the atmosphere. The couple embraced tightly, their apparent affection contrasting sharply with the eerie silence they maintained. Gao Yunjing, usually so eloquent, now held an unusual silence. All right, if we keep holding on like this, we'll miss the 7:40 p.m. high-speed train. Luo Baiyue was the first to break the silence. If you wish to continue this embrace, let us save it for the car. We must leave now. Gao Yunjing replied softly, his attire consistently simple and unpretentious. He only dressed elaborately when he needed to infiltrate high-profile events. Even in his current reincarnation, his clothing remained unchanged, a dark striped trench coat and impeccably polished black shoes. The Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist was a gift from Luo Baiyue. Otherwise, he wouldn't even wear a watch. Seeing the couple finally taking action, Luo Baiyue's brother, Luo Baifeng, and their friend, Xiaozian, no longer lingered in place. The group departed the hot pot restaurant, and Chongjin glanced at the lengthy bill before sighing and retrieving his unlimited black card. Luo Baizhang's previously menacing gaze returned to its usual demeanor. If he were to smile, he might appear as a gallant youth. In any case, I advise you to adopt a more straightforward approach to deal with this so-called grandson of Gao Changgong. Luo Baiyue, you've been watching him too closely. Your previous methods were ineffective, and Chongjin remarked, settling the bill while adjusting his attire. Understood. The two exchanged glances, their calm eyes betraying the intricate desires within. They simultaneously scoffed, uttering in unison, pervert. They then exited the hot pot establishment. Room number 04. Here. Gao Yunjing grasped Luo Baiyue's wrist, as soft as mutton fat jade, leading her toward the door marked with the number 04. Wait. Luo Baifeng interrupted their movement, frowning at Luo Baiyue. You're cohabitating? Luo Baiyue's fair face flushed crimson as she buried her head deep in her chest, her voice barely audible. That is unacceptable. The sudden outburst came from Luo Baiyue, his previously calm demeanor twisting into one of anger. The veins on his forehead throbbed rhythmically, and even in the corridor of the high-speed train station, his heart thumped like thunder. Sister, how long have you known him? A few months, and you're already living together? Luo Baiyue internally scoffed, thinking it had been nearly a century, but her retorts were sharper. I fell for him the moment I saw him. Is that not permissible? Love at first sight. Can't I have a romantic brain? Our matters as a couple are none of your concern. Cohabiting now, isn't acceptable? Well, I must inform you that we've been living together for quite some time. Hearing Luo Baiyue's cutting words, Luo Baiyue felt as if every familiar word had become a dagger, piercing his heart. It was a sensation so painful it was hard to breathe. Baiyue. Luo Baiyue furrowed his brow, sternly admonishing, what are you saying? Do you hear yourself? You sound like a child. At that moment, the furious Luo Baiyue finally calmed, realizing her previous words were indeed childish, akin to a petulant teenager. However, upon seeing Luo Baiyue, her fury surged uncontrollably. In her previous life, apart from her encounters with Gao Yunjing, she had generally sailed smoothly. Luo Baiyue was someone she trusted deeply. She never expected him to capitulate to the divine. How could she endure such betrayal? Enough. Gao Yunjing's deep, soothing voice descended upon Luo Baiyue's head. Why can't you control your emotions? Gao Yunjing discerned that Luo Baiyue's emotional fluctuations were exceedingly pronounced, which was quite understandable. In her previous life, Luo Baiyue had been utterly sheltered by the human elite, rendered utterly inept. She was the epitome of innocence and naivete. Naturally, she could not maintain her composure in the face of a cousin who harbored sordid intentions and ultimately betrayed the divine. However, Gao Yunjing was markedly different. He had endured countless humiliations in his quest to escape death. With a gentle tug, he drew the still, somewhat indignant young lady behind him, confronting the sharp, scrutinizing gazes of Luo Baiyue and her companions. With an indifferent smile, he remarked, there is no need for such scrutiny. It is futile. If I wish to end your lives, it would be all too simple. His tone was so nonchalant, it resembled casual conversation at the dinner table. Yet the final words dripped with palpable murderous intent. Luo Baiyue, with her delicate porcelain-like hand, had already positioned it behind her waist, where a Glock pistol was concealed. This gesture was not merely one of caution. It was more akin to a declaration of defiance. Yet, this display held no sway over Gao Yunjing, who merely smiled faintly and said, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. At this range, you would have already succumbed before you could draw your weapon. His gaze then shifted to Luo Baiyue, whose once gentle and refined demeanor now trembled under the weight of Gao Yunjing's steady, tranquil gaze. The calmness of his eyes belied the stormy depths within, akin to a vast ocean that appeared serene, yet concealed tumultuous undercurrents. Why the panic? Gao Yunjing inquired as Luo Baiyue retreated a step, only for Gao Yunjing to advance toward him. In the eyes of the onlookers, Gao Yunjing seemed transformed, appearing frail, yet exuding the regal aura of an emperor. Fear not. As long as she remains by my side, I shall be but a mere vessel. With that, he grasped Luo Baiyue's hand. In contrast to Gao Yunjing's composed demeanor, Luo Baiyue responded more directly, leading him back to their room, leaving the others facing a pristine white door. Luo Baiyue and Xia Ziyun exchanged glances and ultimately said nothing, returning to their chamber together. And Changjin cast a glance at Luo Baiyue, who stood with his head bowed, and this time he dared not utter a word. With a sigh, he shook his head and retreated to his own quarters. Chapter 68, Confronting Yourself. Why? Luo Baiyue lifted his gaze to the door marked with the number 04. His light brown eyes seemingly ablaze with jealousy and ire. His tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, the fury in his gaze extinguished as if quelled by a tumultuous wave. His head bowing even lower, he returned to his own room, despondent, sitting on the pristine bed. He entered the bathroom, raising his head to peer into the mirror, where he was met with the reflection of an inherent weakness lurking in his eyes. Thus, he lowered his head once more. However, as if fate conspired against him, the faucet inexplicably sprang open, crystal clear water filling the sink. The tranquil surface mirrored his reflection, revealing a defeated figure resembling a stray dog. What the hell do you want? Luo Baiyue muttered under his breath. The faucet was turned off, yet the water in the basin began to ripple ominously, as if alive, the sound reverberating from the sink. The voice that emerged was languid and mocking, laden with a sense of pity for his misfortune and disdain for his inaction. What else? to make you see your true self, to reveal just how lost and unworthy you have become. Luo Baiyue offered no response, instead opting to drain the sink. You cannot escape me, unless you choose to end your own life. The insidious voice spoke with an unsettling familiarity, as though they were long-lost siblings. Yet the words sent a chill down his spine. Luo Baiyue vacated the bathroom, collapsing helplessly onto the pristine bed. What do you want from me? From shadows of the room, a tall figure emerged, a face bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Baijuang's own, framed by sharp brows and starry eyes. Must you really assume my face? How can you say such a thing? The apparition, unperturbed, retrieved 2 cups and poured out some liquor. Amber-hued whiskey filled the crystalline glasses, and he sighed at the lack of ice. Subsequently, he extended 1 glass to the supine Luo Baiyue. If you can't sleep, have a drink. Luo Baiyue did not reach for the glass. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon the doppelganger. What exactly do you intend to do? I am here to assist you. Luo Baijuang's counterpart flashed a warm, radiant smile, reminiscent of blooming gardenias in full bloom. You? Luo Baiyue scoffed derisively. Your so-called help entails my submission to the divine? To become a mere lackey of the gods? How can you utter such words? Luo Baijuang's counterpart furrowed his brow, bearing a look of reproach. I told you, you are divine, not a thief of power, but I am merely human. Look at yourself. What kind of human are you? Luo Baiyue stepped forward, seizing the wrist of the prone figure, lifting his sleeve. The robust arm bore a delicate layer of scales, intricate and subtle, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. Get away. Don't touch me. Luo Baiyue struggled to break free from the grip, but to no avail. Are you still unwilling to accept it? You are a dragon, the supreme dragon god. Luo Baijuang's counterpart's golden eyes shone like the sun, illuminating the darkness. Look into my eyes, Luo Baiyue. Reclaim your essence. Get lost. Luo Baiyue executed a swift maneuver, propelling himself upright and delivering a powerful kick to his counterpart, sending him staggering backward. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the whiskey glass met the floor, and Luo Baijuang's meticulously tailored suit was rendered disheveled by the force of the blow. Yet, he bore no anger. His eyes glimmered like candlelight in the dark, illuminating his face adorned with delicate scales. His expression shifted from amiable to one of twisted hatred. What pretense are you putting on, Luo Baiyue? Do the lives I have taken mean nothing to you? It was not me who killed them. Luo Baiyue erupted in a frenzy, half kneeling beside the bed, cradling his head in despair. We are one. Your hatred is my hatred. Your love is my love. The ones you wish to kill are the ones I desire to slay. The only difference is that I am not as cowardly as you. Be silent. Why should I heed the words of a worthless being? Luo Baiyue strode forward, grasping his counterpart's collar and lifting him. Their foreheads touched, and the golden-eyed figure's gaze pierced through Luo Baijuang's very essence. Look into my eyes. You are the dragon god, Secondlife. You are one of the highest sovereigns of this world. Get lost. Luo Baiyue forcefully shoved Secondlife's shoulders, but it was futile. The once formidable being was now as fragile as a child. Fear not. No one here can hear your words. Speak. Reveal your innermost thoughts. And remember the glory of our past. Secondlife's skin gleamed with metallic scales, devoid of color, yet exuding an aura of nobility and authority. His tone reminiscent of a guiding mentor or an exalted emperor. I want you to die. In the depths of Luo Baijuang's light brown eyes, a fierce gleam erupted as one hand plunged violently into Secondlife's chest. Secondlife, resembling a marionette from which the spring had been abruptly withdrawn, released his grip in disbelief, staring vacantly at Luo Baiyue, who clutched his heart. His face, contorted with rage, unexpectedly broke into a relieved smile, murmuring to himself, now. This is how it should be. When confronted with something displeasing, one ought to simply eliminate it. The towering figure of Secondlife slumped against the small sofa beside the dining table. Bizarrely, his suit remained impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of blood. Luo Baiyue knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. In the dimness of the room, his gaze was murky, yet subtly illuminated by a faint golden hue. To kill? He muttered, as if entranced, repeating the phrase incessantly. Ha! A sharp, mournful cackle echoed within the confined space. As Secondlife's body vanished, the glimmer of gold in Luo Baijuang's eyes dissipated, and he abruptly ceased his maniacal laughter. Staring blankly into the small room, he noted its unblemished order. Even the sheets bore only the imprint of his own presence. It was as if nothing of the earlier chaos had transpired. Luo Baiyue, in a state of despondence, leaned against the bedside, his hands still as pristine as jade, not a trace of blood upon them. He gazed vacantly as a small skylight above the high-speed train slowly opened, letting cascades of radiant moonlight spill in. 2 glass cups were neatly arranged upon the dining table, filled with whiskey reminiscent of amber. Chapter 69. Until the hair turns gray, all is well. The rooftops swayed in the tempest. You find yourself alone on an isolated island. The bonfire ignited by the night's glow cast shadows of solitude and loneliness. Hey, can we change the song? Luo Baiyue, nestled in Gao Yunjing's embrace, nudged him. All right. Gao Yunjing picked up his phone and switched the music. In the next moment, warm, gentle melodies floated through the air. As they traversed the electric train tunnel, they stepped over fallen leaves upon the sleepers, arriving at the mountain's peak. I solemnly adhere to our promise. Just how much do you enjoy this kind of music? Then let us not listen to it. Gao Yunjing casually turned off the music, wrapping his arms around the delicate Luo Baiyue. You seem troubled. Gao Yunjing did not dispute this. Luo Baiyue understood him well enough that any rebuttal would be futile. Why not just sleep? She retorted, breaking free from his embrace to rummage through the room. It wasn't long before she found a bottle of whiskey. The young girl opened the small skylight above the high-speed train, approached the dining table, and poured whiskey into 2 glasses. Sitting alone in a cozy corner of the sofa with a glass in hand, she savored it sip by sip. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Luo Baiyue's tall figure. Despite curling up, her long legs still occupied the entirety of the small sofa. Her tender skin glimmered under the moonlight, exuding a bewitching radiance akin to jade, while her long, fair legs resembled the finest silk. What are you staring at? Luo Baiyue rolled her eyes. Is my drink meant for ghosts? Come and drink. All right. Gao Yunjing replied softly, rising from the bed in his slippers, his weary form sinking into the sofa as he took small sips from his glass. Luo Baiyue cast a glance at him. Come on, what's bothering you? Let me provide some comforting words. You? Gao Yunjing chuckled at the thought, glancing at the young girl. I think I'll pass. Who do you look down upon? Luo Baiyue protested, playfully nudging his shoulder with her delicate foot. The black silk nightgown slid smoothly, revealing her long, porcelain-like legs. Gao Yunjing relinquished his glass, collapsing onto the sofa, his tall frame appearing somewhat out of place in the compact space. He closed his eyes, muttering, no matter how desolate I become, I will manage to control my emotions. Can you? Luo Baiyue stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. As she downed her drink in frustration. Then you speak. I, Luo Baiyue, have lived for so long. Aside from being bested by you, when have I ever faced defeat? He is my cousin. Legally and ethically, it is absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, in the end, he sided with the dragon god, Sikong Longxiang. Gao Yunjing frowned ultimately. We still have not located Sikong Longxiang's body. Who knows? Luo Baiyue shrugged, pouring herself another glass of whiskey. After all, this time, with our combined strength, Yinhua City has plenty of talents for you to hunt. Your power will surpass that of your previous life. In the last life, Sikong Longxiang was no match for us. How much more so in this life? Gao Yunjing raised his head to peer through the narrow skylight at the moon outside, though its full shape remained obscured by the constricted view. Why are you feeling emo again? Luo Baiyue nestled back into the sofa, sipping her drink. Gao Yunjing now projected a distinctly different aura. It seemed as though the regal demeanor that once enveloped him had faded, replaced by a veil of sorrow and melancholy that suited his scholarly visage, exuding a somewhat patriotic concern, despite having been a harbinger of calamity in his previous life. After all, his actions had led to the demise of numerous individuals, leaving the newly appointed officials inept and the city's governance in disarray. Luo Baiyue, what kind of person do you think I am? You? Luo Baiyue pondered carefully before tentatively asking, can I speak the truth? Go ahead. Gao Yunjing replied, no longer gazing at the moon, but instead reclining on the sofa, hands behind his head, his long legs elevated. I'm not entirely sure what kind of person you are. Throughout, you exude an air of cleanliness. You are excessively pristine, typically donning a dark striped trench coat, with only a plain spatial ring as your adornment. Yet, when it comes time for an assassination, you meticulously dress in a tailored suit, polished crocodile leather shoes, and a prestigious Patek Philippe watch. The impressions you leave are manifold, and your facial features are quite malleable. Had you not been handsome and somewhat refined, you might lack distinctiveness. Your temperament is also erratic. At times, you resemble an autocratic emperor, while at others, a paranoid lunatic. Indeed, Gao Yunjing murmured as he closed his eyes, pondering, which one is the true me? Have you read Heinrich Böll's The Laugher? Sometimes people disguise themselves so well that they forget their true selves. What was all my previous effort for? Was it really to save the impoverished souls at the bottom of society? Let us not forget that I am inherently a rather indifferent person. I lack strong empathetic abilities. Moonlight flowed like water, gradually filling the small room, as Luo Baiyue held her glass delicately, sipping her drink. Gao Yunjing's low voice resonated softly in the dim room, akin to a devout believer reciting scripture. "How do you feel?" "How do I feel?" Gao Yunjing finally opened his eyes. Turning to the petite figure nestled in the corner of the sofa, "I feel as though I'm searching for an excuse to live." "An excuse?" Luo Baiyue finally emerged from her hidden corner, her long, fair legs gliding to Gao Yunjing's side. Beneath the moonlight, the young girl adorned in her delicate nightgown resembled a pure snow lotus amidst the darkness, swaying gracefully. Before Gao Yunjing could utter a word, Luo Baiyue had already nestled against him, her light amber eyes ablaze with an alluring desire. A faint scent of alcohol lingered around her. A glance from the corner of Gao Yunjing's eye revealed that she had nearly consumed an entire bottle of whiskey by herself. "Gao Yunjing." Luo Baiyue's voice was soft and tender, reminiscent of a delicate kitten, her supple form pressed against him, tantalizingly close. "What is it?" The girl cradled his face in her hands, her flushed cheeks resembling enticing red apples. "How about we survive for each other? Let us together bring an end to this epic of deities, abolishing the decaying societal structure of humanity. Let us return to our ordinary lives in that apartment in Xinjiang City, becoming an utterly mundane couple. Until we are old and gray, shall we?" A faint smile graced Gao Yunjing's lips, and the depths of his eyes appeared to thaw, as if beneath a layer of ice. "All right." The music resounding in the background included the lonely island of the Dragon Clan and the final journey. Chapter 70, Arrival at Yunhua City. The morning light streamed through the skylight of the high-speed train, spilling into the small, pristine white room. The disheveled bedding bore witness to the presence of two. Yet the room remained empty. Silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the monotony of breathing. As the train traversed through the forested mountains, the sunlight began to dance around the room. On a small sofa laid two figures, the tall man serving as a mattress, while a slender woman reclined atop him. They nestled together, their intimacy apparent. The bright sunlight cascaded like shards of gold upon the man's face, revealing a serene and gentle countenance adorned with a faint smile. The glaring light prompted his eyes to flutter open, and he immediately sensed the weight of the young girl upon him. Luo Baiyue curled up like a cat in his embrace. She slept peacefully, save for the restless jade hand that roamed over his shirt. Her long lashes cast shadows upon her face, and Gao Yunjing remained silent, quietly observing the tranquil visage of Luo Baiyue. At last, as if her drowsiness had begun to wane, she slowly opened her amber eyes, stretching like a cat. The faint scent of alcohol from the previous night lingered in the air, prompting Luo Baiyue to twitch her delicate nostrils. It seemed a bath was in order. "Go ahead." "All right." Without a hint of modesty, Luo Baiyue rose, her nightgown in disarray, revealing ample springtime beauty. The soft, fair skin of the young girl shimmered under the sunlight, captivating Gao Yunjing's gaze, which lingered with reluctance. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Luo Baiyue strode into the bathroom, her long legs eliciting envy from onlookers. Finally, isolated from his view, Gao Yunjing stretched his powerful limbs, shaking off the numbness that had settled in his body. In this era, high-speed trains can counter unforeseen troubles at any moment. Sudden attacks from beasts or lurking assassins were commonplace. Thus, all equipment was designed for durability, albeit at the cost of sleep quality. Besides, Gao Yunjing found himself sprawled on a small sofa, with 2/3 of his legs dangling off, leaving only a meager portion to rest. Furthermore, with Luo Baiyue curled up against him throughout the night, it was a miracle he could even stand, had he not undergone the baptism of divine blood. Struggling to his feet, he stretched, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds as the accumulated fatigue from the night began to dissipate. Shortly after, the sound of running water ceased, and Luo Baiyue emerged from the bathroom, her hair cascading in soft waves. "Your turn." Gao Yunjing nodded, turning to head to the bathroom to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol. Meanwhile, Luo Baiyue effortlessly accessed her phone and navigated to her contacts. "Where's the information I requested? Are you in such a hurry?" 15 replied. "According to my intel, these individuals will not be leaving the academy anytime soon. Then create an opportunity. I trust your abilities to accomplish this. The reward will be generous." I never expected the lofty Luo Baiyue to wish to eliminate a few high-risk phantoms. Enough with the nonsense. 3 days from now, these individuals will be at the underground third-floor private room of the Jiao Shengshi KTV in the Shuiyun New District of Yunhua City. Pleasure doing business. 50 million? Quite the extravagant offer. Rest assured, I will handle it. Having received a confirmed response, Luo Baiyue ended the call, knowing these high-risk phantoms were not intended for her. Although Gao Yunjing had transferred most of the frost and wind god's powers to her, a portion remained within him due to the forced refinement by the phantoms. This very morning, he had successfully ascended to C rank, albeit at a rather slow pace. Progressing beyond C rank proved to be a laborious endeavor, with each step forward akin to crossing a chasm, even for geniuses. However, Gao Yunjing was different. As long as he could seize power, his strength could grow boundlessly. As for the lives of those doomed individuals, a cold smile tugged at the corners of Luo Baiyue's lips, for she, too, had lived for over a century and was no benevolent soul. Had it not been for her past life's effort to maintain a societal system that ensured the survival of those dependent on it, she would not have aided the human elite. Let us go, little vinegar jar. Gao Yunjing pushed open the bathroom door. Now dressed in his dark-striped trench coat and Vacheron Constantine watch, the two departed the train station side by side, while Luo Baiyue's companions hastily left to submit their mission. Having just arrived, navigating with ease, Luo Baiyue led the way to the airport's underground parking lot, a vast expanse built specifically for the affluent. Upon entry, the emerald-hued ground resembled a sprawling meadow with an array of luxury vehicles, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron, lined up. Among all the opulent automobiles, Luo Baiyue had a particular fondness for Maybach. Thus her vehicle in the Yinhua City Airport parking was a sleek black Maybach. She retrieved the keys from her spatial ring and tossed them to Gao Yunjing. No one here dares to question this car. Feel free to drive. A license is of no consequence. Gao Yunjing instinctively glanced at the license plate number, Xia A99999. Indeed, this vehicle would not attract scrutiny. With such a plate, even if he drove against traffic, people would merely assume the road had been constructed incorrectly. Luo Baiyue nestled into the Maybach, curling up once more. Yet due to her tall stature, her long legs had to be awkwardly raised. Gao Yunjing started the Maybach, a custom luxury vehicle specifically designed for Luo Baiyue. The engine roared with an intimidating power, reverberating throughout the expansive underground parking lot as the black Maybach shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Gao Yunjing navigated the city with reckless abandon, as Yinhua City served as the central artery and heart of the entire empire. The city's infrastructure is remarkably well-developed, with a comprehensive transportation system that has significantly reduced the accident rate to its lowest point. In Yinhua City, for an ordinary individual, this place resembles paradise, devoid of robbery, crime, and those individuals whose mere presence could induce nausea. Here, one encounters only the avarice and obsolescence of officials. Some drivers, overtaken by others, express their frustration. Yet, upon witnessing the license plate XI 99999, their fury is abruptly quelled. Luo Baiyue awoke and extended her hand out the window, seemingly indifferent to traffic laws. The Maybach halted before an opulent villa, and Gao Yunjing unfastened his seatbelt. Home at last. Yinhua University occupies a staggering 1/4 of the entire city, encompassing commercial, entertainment, and transportation facilities. In fact, the airport was constructed on the university's airstrip. Home at last. Time for slumber. Chapter 71. I believe I can sit here. Luo Baiyue had always resided in a villa within the Yinhua University campus dormitory, so upon returning, she bore little luggage. Gao Yunjing's belongings were even simpler, just a backpack sufficed. Had it not been for Luo Baiyue's insistence on generously depleting her bank account, Gao Yunjing might not have needed to carry even that. Standing in the spacious living room, which was even larger than his apartment in Xinjiang City, Gao Yunjing surveyed the villa, exuding an air of luxurious decor. This place felt familiar to him, having visited a few times in his previous life. His gaze fell upon the lavishly decorated, handcrafted sofa, which Luo Baiyue had once shattered with a single strike of her sword. Luo Baiyue seemed to have noticed his gaze and, with a half-smile, pointed at the sofa. Yunjing, do you remember this sofa? Of course, Gao Yunjing replied, tossing his backpack aside and collapsing onto the sofa. At that time, he had been indiscriminate in his consumption of spiritual energy, leading to chaos within him. Eventually, he discovered that the closer he was to her, the calmer the spiritual energy became, prompting him to gravitate towards her. Indeed, Luo Baiyue hung her coat on a rack and nestled into a corner of the sofa, which was spacious enough to feel like a bed, allowing her long legs to finally rest without dangling. I recall it was night, right? I had just finished showering, wearing my pajamas with my hair down, sitting on the sofa, drying my hair when you kicked the door open and rushed in to embrace me. Luo Baiyue fixed her gaze intently on Gao Yunjing. Do you know? You nearly frightened me to death. Gao Yunjing's laughter was tinged with awkwardness and embarrassment as he scratched his head. That was when the spiritual energy was in turmoil, and I couldn't hold it back. Coincidentally, I was in Yinhua City at that time. During the previous negotiation, you had chosen your dormitory as the venue, so I simply rushed over. Otherwise, If my spiritual energy had truly gone berserk, it would have wreaked havoc throughout Yinhua City. How many lives would have been lost? You could have sacrificed a bit of your charm. Besides, after that sword incident, you didn't put up any resistance, did you? Could I resist? Come on. Luo Baiyue huffed, plucking a grape and popping it into her mouth. Your eyes were bloodshot at that time. I'm not exaggerating. You were literally oozing blood from your eyes. And your aura was unstable. Most importantly, when you attacked, you were merciless. I couldn't hold my ground against you at all. You disarmed me in 2 moves. Enough of that, Gao Yunjing said, rising to straighten his disheveled clothing. You should go to sleep. I'm off to attend a class in my sophomore year. Go enjoy the university life you've never experienced, Luo Baiyue remarked, picking up Gao Yunjing's backpack from the sofa and retreating to her room. The classrooms at Yinhua University were extravagantly adorned, and each subject had a remarkably low enrollment, with only about 20 students per class. Being a national key university, it naturally received substantial funding. The spacious classrooms spanned over 100 square meters. Even more extravagant were the desks, crafted from mahogany, with custom-made single sofas for seating. The floors were made from a bold choice of white jade, a unique material that remained warm in winter and cool in summer. The mirror-like smoothness of the floor reflected Gao Yunjing's tall figure as he surveyed the room, ultimately choosing a seat in the second row, center position, amidst the astonished gazes of his peers. This was deemed the most efficient spot for listening in the classroom, an unwritten rule at Yinhua University that only the strongest among the class could occupy this central position. This was a rigidly enforced, unspoken rule. And Gao Yunjing recalled that at this time, Lin Xiaoke's spiritual energy had yet to be stripped away. He was the rare high-risk talent of the spiritual energy sequence 52, general of 100 battles, still the strongest among them. This time, Gao Yunjing intended to employ a different approach with Lin Xiaoke, who still rambled on about being a just partner with a juvenile bravado. Rather than confronting him head-on, he would suppress him to silence his exuberance, allowing him to experience the pain of having his talent stripped away, eventually guiding him to discover his true self and bestowing upon him the general soul. As Gao Yunjing confidently occupied the most critical position in the class, others who had arrived early chose to ignore him. The harsh rule of survival of the fittest applied at all times, especially now that this ironclad rule had taken center stage. Before long, a tall, handsome youth with a wild demeanor entered the classroom. Upon noticing his designated seat occupied, Lin Xiaoke's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again. He assumed the newcomer simply did not understand the rules and thought it best to address the matter directly. Approaching Gao Yunjing's desk, he said, "This classmate, are you new here?" Gao Yunjing, toying with a folding knife in hand, raised his gaze dismissively. "I understand the rules. I believe I can sit here." "Perhaps not," Lin Xiaoke replied, offering a warm and friendly smile. "I've been sitting in this spot since my freshman year, and no one has ever displaced me. There's always a first time for everything." Gao Yunjing's folding knife gleamed ominously, reflecting the chill in his eyes. The knife moved with lightning speed, akin to a venomous serpent, pressing against Lin Xiaoke's neck in an instant. A smirk of disdain crossed Gao Yunjing's face. "Is that all? Do you only know how to launch sneak attacks?" Lin Xiaoke's calm voice concealed a simmering anger, threatening to erupt. "I'll give you another chance." Gao Yunjing chuckled lightly, his gentle, serene face emanating a softness akin to willows in March. In the next moment, he retracted the knife and unleashed a powerful punch toward Lin Xiaoke's face. Lin Xiaoke's eyes narrowed as he swiftly raised his hand to block the blow. The ferocious force of the punch was met with his single-handed defense, causing both to stagger back 2 steps. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Xiaoke noticed his right hand still tingling slightly. He finally ceased underestimating Gao Yunjing and began to regard him as a formidable opponent. Gao Yunjing, however, was unconcerned. Having absorbed a portion of the frost and snow goddess power, his abilities had reached sea level. Apart from Luo Baiyue, he no longer lagged behind anyone. In terms of pure combat skills, he doubted that the current, overly dramatic Lin Xiaoke could match the Lin Xiaoke of yore, who had been dubbed the Madman. In the past, Lin Xiaoke had repeatedly struck him from behind, only to be subdued time and again. This time would be no different. Not using spiritual energy? Lin Xiaoke inquired from a distance. "Certainly, whoever first resorts to the ethereal spirit will be deemed the loser." Chapter 72, Calling You a Wastrel. As the words fell, a sound reminiscent of the air being sliced apart echoed, and Gao Yunjing and Lin Xiaoke became enmeshed in a fierce struggle. In an instant, the others in the classroom instinctively retreated to the walls, clearing the space for the 2 combatants. The hefty mahogany desk in the chamber bore the brunt of their clash, splintering under the tumultuous aftermath of their confrontation. The force of their blows reverberated through the room, creating a series of sonic booms. Gao Yunjing's strikes were ruthless, complemented by his vast combat experience and unpredictable maneuvers, leaving Lin Xiaoke scrambling to keep up. At this moment, an elderly man stood outside the door. His visage etched with the marks of time, yet his stature remained dignified. Adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and impeccably dressed in a suit, he exuded an air of meticulousness. His expressionless face betrayed no hint of emotion, reflecting his stern demeanor. He was the professor for this class, yet he made no attempt to intervene in the heated bout. Instead, he quietly observed from the doorway. With a powerful straight punch, Gao Yunjing created an opportunity for Lin Xiaoke, who seized Gao Yunjing's arm with a grip as unyielding as steel. In a swift motion, Gao Yunjing attempted to extricate himself, only to find his other arm ensnared by Lin Xiaoke as counterhold, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. As Lin Xiaoke raised his free hand, Gao Yunjing suddenly spoke. "If you pierce my eyes with your 2 fingers now, this battle concludes, and you will still be the unrivaled elder brother of the Ethereal Spirit Department at Yunhua University." Lin Xiaoke paused, caught in a dilemma. If he executed the move, as Gao Yunjing suggested, it could potentially leave him permanently blinded. Yet, if he refrained, Gao Yunjing would swiftly regain his ability to retaliate and would undoubtedly break free. After several exchanges, Lin Xiaoke recognized he was no match for Gao Yunjing. Had it not been for the momentary opening Gao Yunjing had revealed, he would have been defeated long ago. Gao Yunjing began to exert his strength, and Lin Xiaoke's arm lacked the power to withstand the might of both of Gao Yunjing's arms. Time was slipping away, and Lin Xiaoke clenched his teeth, casting aside his hesitation. Bang! Gao Yunjing ultimately broke free from his captivity, bearing 2 fresh wounds on his face, while Lin Xiaoke chose not to employ that underhanded tactic. Instead, he delivered a punch to Gao Yunjing's nose. Gao Yunjing remained unfazed, retrieving a handkerchief from his trench coat to wipe away the blood, his nose already staunched. After all, his body, having undergone the baptism of divine blood, remained remarkably resilient. He cleaned the blood from his face and casually returned the pristine handkerchief to his pocket, though he yearned to discard it for the sake of bravado. However, he refrained. It was a gift from Luo Baiyue, with a derisive glint in his eyes. He inquired gently, "Do you wish to continue?" "You have one." Lin Xiaoke's arms fell limply at his sides. Gao Yunjing's prowess eclipsed his own by a wide margin. Rather than humiliate himself further, he chose to exit with dignity. Feeling somewhat despondent, Lin Xiaoke sank into a nearby single sofa, acutely aware that there were many in the world far superior to him. Yet, this was the first time he faced such a stark and blatant defeat. The disparity weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him unsettled. Gao Yunjing, refusing to let this opportunity for mockery slip away, approached Lin Xiaoke with an air of superiority. His apathetic voice pierced through the air like needles falling from the sky. Each seemed not so painful, yet with the slightest movement, they could invoke excruciating agony throughout one's being. If you had been willing to employ some treacherous tactics, you would have won long ago. Lin Xiaoke lifted his gaze to meet Gao Yunjing's face, now adorned with a mocking smile that resembled a nightmarish specter. His voice, cold and unyielding, declared, "I, Lin Xiaoke, shall only uphold the justice within my heart. I will not resort to despicable means. Then continue your pursuit of justice." With that, Gao Yunjing nonchalantly returned to his seat, crossing his long legs in a fluid, graceful motion akin to that of a nobleman. At this juncture, the professor, who had been standing at the door, cleared his throat and entered, laden with hefty textbooks. The tomes, as thick as bricks, thudded heavily onto the podium as he adjusted his glasses and spoke. Given that Yunhua University commenced its term early, we, as faculty and students, have had the opportunity to meet ahead of time. Your instructor from your freshman year has perished in battle. I am now your new teacher. The screen behind the elderly man switched to display an information panel. Name, Morong and age, 94. Ethereal Spirit, Sequence 102, 9 chapters of deduction. Position, Professor of the Ethereal Spirit Department at Yunhua University. Achievements, having gained some understanding of the Ethereal Spirit Department in your freshman year. I intend to elucidate the subject once more today. Morong and activated the presentation pen, revealing an image on the screen. The creature depicted was elongated like a serpent, yet its abdomen bore long, sharp legs akin to those of a spider, with a singular horn sprouting from its head, its body clad in fine scales. Morong pointed to the creature in the image, stating, "This is the scorpion dragon within the Ethereal Spirit Department, capable of attaining a maximum strength of S rank. As part of the dragon tribe under the dragon god Sikong Longxiang, all others, save for the dragon god, are classified as subdeities. However, the scorpion dragon tribe is an exception. They are a hybrid of the dragon and scorpion species, resulting in an ethereal spirit of sub-deity caliber. For Gao Yunjing, Murongen's lecture was exceedingly tedious. The classification of beast ranks was akin to that of humanity, ranging from F to S. Murongen spoke of the bloodlines of the beasts, paralleling the hierarchical delineation of human ethereal spirits. The apex is the god, referred to as the supreme species. Following that are the sub-deities, of which there are numerous, with the highest strength being S rank. However, apart from rare instances like the dragon tribe, most are I rank. Subsequently, there are mid-tier and low-tier species, with the highest ranks being B to A. Such courses in the ethereal spirit department are generally chosen by those with high-risk ethereal spirits, as their owners are unable to contend with gods, primarily tasked with addressing sub-deity species. For him, this course held no significance. Murongen perhaps failed to realize that his lifetime of knowledge did not encompass the fact that even gods are stratified. Only true gods, such as the wind god, ice god, and dragon god, are deemed supreme deities. Those like the Frostwind god he once vanquished are categorized as hybrids, belonging to the lower-tier gods. The remaining bloodlines, more convoluted, have already diverged from the divine. Gao Yunjing, disinterested, closed his eyes, while Lin Xiaoke beside him silently observed the scene. Occupying the prime position, yet failing to engage earnestly with the lesson, he possessed strength yet expended it solely to ridicule others. Such individuals are truly contemptible. An hour passed, and Murongen's heavy and verbose lecture finally concluded. He had depthly organized his materials, announcing, "Class dismissed." At this moment, Gao Yunjing stretched languidly, slowly opening his eyes to find Lin Xiaoke gazing at him with an expression filled with pity. He muttered derisively, "What are you looking at? You worthless fool? You!" Lin Xiaoke suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, enunciating each word. "What did you say? Oh, are you angry?" Gao Yunjing regarded Lin Xiaoke with an air of indifference, arms crossed, surveying him from a lofty vantage. "I said you were a wastrel." Chapter 73. The jealous little vinegar jar won't let go. "You." Just as Lin Xiaoke was about to charge forward in anger, a voice interrupted him. "Gao Yunjing, what brings you here?" Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Xiaoke turned to see a man standing at the entrance, his features strikingly handsome. "Luo Baiyue. I found myself bored and unable to sleep, so I thought I'd come here for a stroll. Do you comprehend the sophomore curriculum?" Luo Baiyue retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket, extracting a cigarette and offering it to Gao Yunjing. "It's all right. The little vinegar jar won't let you smoke," he remarked. Gao Yunjing waved his hand in refusal. "All right then." Luo Baiyue redirected the cigarette towards Lin Xiaoke. "Shinyu wouldn't allow you to smoke either, right?" "Shinyu doesn't concern herself with me," Lin Xiaoke replied, also declining. "But I have no interest in such things." "Fine, fine." Luo Baiyue took it upon himself to light the cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. "The fighting tournament at Yunhua University has commenced. Are you not inclined to watch?" "A fighting tournament?" A flicker of reminiscence crossed Gao Yunjing's eyes. The tournament at Yunhua University held considerable renown nationwide. No martial arts were prohibited within its confines. Even techniques deemed forbidden could be employed. Thus, the battles brimmed with palpable intensity and violence. However, why did Luo Baiyue invite him to such a place? Their relationship hardly warranted such familiarity. Could it be? Gao Yunjing's gaze briefly collided with Luo Baijue's, who quickly averted his eyes, concealing something adeptly. Yet, Gao Yunjing perceived the insidiousness and malice lurking within those light brown irises. "Lin Xiaoke, would you care to join?" Lin Xiaoke looked at Luo Baiyue in astonishment. How could the school's prominent figure suddenly extend an invitation to him? He opened his mouth to decline, but was interrupted by Gao Yunjing. "What does it matter to you what this so-called righteous youth does? If he witnesses true combat, I fear he might feel inferior." Luo Baijue's gaze flitted between Gao Yunjing and Lin Xiaoke. Was there some discord between these two? Although Gao Yunjing typically maintained an air of superiority, his tone, when speaking, was somewhat fitting for his appearance. But why was he so acerbic towards Lin Xiaoke? Go. Why not go? Lin Xiaoke, spurred by Gao Yunjing's provocation, found himself abandoning his prior reluctance. "With your ineptitude, let's see if you can keep up." Gao Yunjing rose, striding across the table and swiftly exiting the classroom. His movements were marked by a high degree of self-control, his legs springing forth as if propelled by invisible forces, akin to ancient lightness techniques or modern parkour, albeit executed with more extravagance in both speed and style. "Honestly, why rush so?" Luo Baiyue grumbled, discarding his cigarette and following suit with a graceful exit from the classroom. Lin Xiaoke glanced at the two who had already left, then at the half-smoked cigarette on the ground. ultimately deciding to pick it up and toss it into the trash before pursuing their footsteps. Yinhua University was replete with towering edifices. The traditional mortise and tenon structures, particularly the hexagonal pavilions, were numerous. If one disregarded the modern architectural styles, it would not be an exaggeration to liken Yinhua University to a cluster of ancient palaces. Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue navigated through trees and palatial structures with the agility of swallows in flight, while Lin Xiaoke struggled to keep pace behind them. Both Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue had bodies enhanced by forbidden-level ethereal baptism, endowing them with superior physical attributes compared to Lin Xiaoke. Yet, the fact that Lin Xiaoke could closely trail their rapid advance astonished Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing's speed matched his own. If Lin Xiaoke were of a lower ethereal rank, they would likely only perceive a fleeting shadow. In this context, it was remarkable that Lin Xiaoke, a high-risk ethereal, could keep up with their full-speed progression. It seemed he was a talent worth recruiting. Before long, a colossal arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum appeared before them. Gao Yunjing landed gracefully, while Luo Baiyue crashed to the ground like a cannonball. After both had entered the fighting arena, Lin Xiaoke arrived somewhat belatedly. The arena itself was essentially a vast sports field, with a massive fighting platform measuring 100 meters on each side at its center. Surrounding it were fervent youths, their voices rising in a cacophony of cheers. Go, go, pin him down and rub his face into the ground. Quiche, don't let me down. I've wagered a whole 100,000 on you. Such venues were inevitably rife with gambling. The Yinhua Empire's oversight of Yinhua University was rather lax, allowing for rampant occurrences of campus bullying and gambling. Gao Yunjing found a spot in the stands, casually waving his wrist to summon a gust of wind that cleared the air of smoke before he settled down. Luo Baiyue took a nearby seat, lighting another cigarette. Oi, Luo, over here. Come play a few hands? As a prominent figure in the academy, Luo Baiyue was well acquainted with many here, having frequently indulged in gambling. Upon taking his seat, numerous acquaintances greeted him, and he returned their gestures with a smile. Sensing the thick, acrid odor of smoke in the air, Gao Yunjing frowned. With a swift wave of his hand, a fierce gale surged forth, sweeping away all traces of the smoke, which vanished into the distance. Naturally, such a tempestuous wind was not particularly courteous to the smokers, causing several to lose their balance and fall. Damn it, who did that? Calm down, it's just ethereal manipulation at school. Don't let me find out who it was. Luo Baiyue leaned in closer, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. You're the first to offend so many with a mere wave of your hand. Gao Yunjing remained furrowed, focusing on the cigarette in Luo Baiyue's hand, extinguishing it. Without repeating himself, Gao Yunjing swiftly attacked, narrowly missing Luo Baiyue's fingers as he held the cigarette. Don't smoke in front of me again. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew tense, Lin Xiaoke finally arrived in a hurry. Upon seeing him, Luo Baiyue smiled and gestured, come over here. In truth, his intention in summoning Lin Xiaoke was merely to have a witness, to avoid any blame that might fall on him later. However, he had not anticipated discovering that Lin Xiaoke possessed a talent seemingly superior to the average high-risk ethereal. Naturally, he was eager to recruit him. Gao Yunjing remained focused on the tournament, closing his eyes to rest, and murmured 3 words, Quiche lose. Chapter 74. Let us have a match. How can you be so certain that Quiche will lose? With no cigarettes to smoke, Luo Baiyue resorted to idle chatter to pass the time. When you pose that question, suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the arena. Quiche lose. Lin Xiaoke looked at Gao Yunjing in astonishment, bewildered by how he arrived at such a conclusion. Gao Yunjing forced himself to focus, opening his eyes to watch several subsequent matches, only to find them as clumsy as children playing house. If the future of the Yinhua Empire relied on this group, it would be better off obliterated. This is rather dull. Luo Baiyue suddenly stood. You don't smoke, nor do you appear inclined to gamble. Lin Xiaoke is stubbornly reluctant to step near the gambling tables, and the outcomes are too obvious. Gao Yunjing opened his eyes to meet the sunlight-drenched gaze of Luo Baiyue, aware that Luo Baiyue could no longer conceal his true intentions. What do you want then? Let's have a match. Gao Yunjing sighed softly, rising slowly but resolutely. He then summoned his wind-based ethereal essence and announced in a clear voice, Luo Baiyue of Yinhua University is temporarily requisitioning the arena. All irrelevant individuals, please vacate. In the face of Gao Yunjing's ostentatious declaration, Luo Baiyue remained silent, having meticulously performed before Gao Yunjing to reach this point. At last, success was within his grasp. A faint smile graced his lips as he approached the arena. Just as Gao Yunjing made his way to the platform, he felt someone tugging at him from behind. Turning around, he encountered Lin Xiaoke, her expression stern, though Gao Yunjing was not without his flaws. She felt compelled to warn him. You will not be a match for Luo Baiyue. It would be wise to concede. Not a match for him? Gao Yunjing retorted, pressing Lin Xiaoke's head back with his hand, causing her to recline against the audience seats. My strength is beyond what a mere waste of space like you can fathom. On the stage, the two stood face to face. Luo Baiyue produced a pair of boxing gloves and offered them to Gao Yunjing. Yet, Gao Yunjing merely smiled. Since we have reached this pinnacle, why not indulge in something more exhilarating? Luo Baiyue furrowed his brow. Gao Yunjing, you must understand, I don the gloves for your protection. Not mine. Indeed, my intention is to forego protection, Gao Yunjing proclaimed, placing his hand upon the gloves as icy, ethereal energy surged forth. In an instant, the exquisite gloves transformed into solid chunks of ice. If we were to play, let us engage in something thrilling. After all, nothing compares to the satisfaction of flesh meeting flesh. Though his smile radiated warmth and kindness, it struck Luo Baiyue as unfathomably peculiar, akin to mockery. Very well, we shall forego the gloves, but let us be clear. Should any issues arise, do not assign blame to one another. And remember the rules. No ethereal essence. Only reliance on our combat skills. Of course, Gao Yunjing replied, kicking aside the gloves and taking a stance of readiness. His martial arts were self-taught, a brutal fighting style honed for lethality. In stark contrast, Luo Baiyue adopted a highly professional stance, adept for both offense and defense. Gao Yunjing, ever eager to seize the initiative, launched himself forward with a powerful straight punch. Luo Baiyue reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to absorb the full force of Gao Yunjing's fierce blow. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that seemingly ferocious punch was merely a feint. Seizing the moment, Gao Yunjing executed a swift uppercut. Luo Baiyue twisted his wrist, blocking it once more. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable. As the possessor of the tableau-level ethereal essence, Golden Jade Dragon Elephant, Luo Baiyue was renowned in this arena. A perennial victor who had eventually chosen to forego competition due to a lack of worthy opponents. No one had anticipated witnessing Luo Baiyue's return to the fray today. Gao Yunjing's relentless assault was both fierce and cunning. Each strike aimed directly at Luo Baiyue's vulnerabilities. Fortunately, as a specially trained talent nurtured by the state, Luo Baiyue's reflexes and combat skills far surpassed those of Lin Xiaoke. Every fierce attack was deftly neutralized. The cheers from the audience crescendoed into a resounding wave of sound. Go Luo. Show him what it means to be a true noble. In response to the newcomer who had emerged from nowhere, yet demonstrated considerable strength, the affluent youths in the audience felt a deep-seated disdain. Ethereal powers were inherited through bloodlines, and thus, the majority of those present possessed dangerous ethereal essences passed down from their ancestors, each a lineage of illustrious nobility. Naturally, they held a lofty disdain for the common folk. Feeling the fervent support of the crowd, Luo Baiyue sensed his blood surging, each punch infused with tremendous force. Yet, Gao Yunjing danced as if on air, effortlessly evading his attacks, while seizing opportunities to counter. If they knew I was the grandson of Gao Changgong, would they still harbor such animosity towards me? I cannot say. After all, I have yet to experience the thrill of a protagonist's triumph over adversity. Gao Yunjing maintained the upper hand, which vexed Luo Baiyue, for he had always been capable of overwhelming his opponents. Now, the very individual who had stolen his beloved sister from him was managing to suppress him in his area of expertise. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Baiyue's eyes, his every movement precise and ruthless. Observing the ferocity of the two combatants, Lin Xiaoke finally grasped the chasm between them. The opponents she had previously faced were merely high-risk ethereal essence wielders. Her own ethereal essence ranked among the upper echelons, bolstered by the General's 100 Battles ability. A nearly indestructible power. Yet now, she recognized the vast disparity. She and Gao Yunjing were separated by hundreds of meters, as their exchanges echoed with explosive sounds. Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue concluded the first round, momentarily creating distance between them. Both remained unflustered, but Gao Yunjing's fists began to tingle with numbness. He had diligently avoided Luo Baiyue's attacks. However, the very nature of Luo Baiyue's ethereal essence emphasized physical prowess, and after the baptism of divine blood, his physique was vastly superior. In a purely physical confrontation, Gao Yunjing had little chance of victory, save for his rich combat experience from his past life. But who was he? He was Gao Yunjing. Chapter 75. The release of frustration, seizing the moment while Luo Baiyue was still recalibrating his state. Gao Yunjing raised his fists once more and charged forward. The two commenced a new round of combat, incorporating not only hand techniques and boxing, but also leg techniques. Gao Yunjing's long, straight legs struck like whips, landing fiercely upon Luo Baijiang's shoulder. In response to the autumn winds swirling fallen leaves, Luo Baijiang quickly raised his arms to cushion the impact, adjusting his stance to avoid being toppled by the blow. Compared to his punches, Gao Yunjing's kicks were even more ferocious. Even someone as formidable as Luo Baijiang could only adopt a defensive posture, while the audience erupted into even louder cheers. Go Luo! Don't let this commoner surpass us. In that moment, Luo Baijiang felt a profound connection with the audience, his reactions sharper than ever. Each block executed with precision against Gao Yunjing's fierce onslaught. Just as the tide seemed to turn, Luo Baijiang seized an opportunity to execute a shoulder throw, sending Gao Yunjing sprawling to the ground. Well done. What a brilliant strike, Luo. Show him the meaning of humility. Yet rather than rising immediately, Gao Yunjing lifted his legs and executed a scissor kick, ensnaring Luo Baijiang's neck. In this scenario, no matter how agile his movements, he could not outpace Luo Baijiang's speed to counterattack. So why did he choose to launch a direct assault? As he exerted force with his legs to twist Luo Baijiang's neck, Gao Yunjing successfully rose to his feet. Luo Baijiang, true to the nation's years of cultivation, made the most astute decision at the critical moment. He fell backward, disrupting Gao Yunjing's balance as he attempted to stand, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack aimed at his lower body. However, he was taken aback by Gao Yunjing's even swifter reaction. In a pivotal instant, Gao delivered a kick that toppled Luo Baijiang, allowing him to rise and create distance between them. At this point, both combatants bore the marks of battle. Gao Yunjing's hands were crimson and raw, skin having been torn away. Luo Baijiang's physique was remarkably resilient, akin to striking solid iron. There was little difference in impact. Wiping the blood from his face indifferently, Luo Baijiang stood and regarded Gao Yunjing, conceding in his heart that as the grandson of Gao Changong, he was indeed exceptional. It had been a long time since anyone had forced him to such extremes in physical combat. Moreover, you have only just broken through to C rank. There are many truths you must acknowledge. Accompanying this remark was Gao Yunjing's bloodied, yet formidable fist. Lin Xiaoke, seated in the audience, furrowed her brows as she realized that everyone understood the situation. Although Gao Yunjing held a technical advantage, his fundamental attributes were indeed inferior to Luo Baijiang's. His fists had been thoroughly battered, leaving trails of blood on Luo Baijiang, while the latter, with his tough skin and dense muscle, weathered the onslaught like a tempest. If he could merely exhaust Gao Yunjing's stamina, victory would be assured. What else must I accept? Luo Baijiang countered with a powerful punch to Gao Yunjing's head, the force momentarily dazing him. It seemed he had underestimated Luo Baijiang's strength. This man's physique was indeed formidable. A mocking grin revealed his blood-stained teeth as he taunted. Just like your sister is mine. Luo Baijiang's calm. Light brown eyes could no longer maintain their composure as he lifted a leg and delivered a fierce kick to Gao Yunjing. The audience's cheers surged, yet a singular, cool voice broke through the cacophony, resonating within the arena. Yunjing, keep going. It was a voice so devoid of emotion that it betrayed no affection for Gao Yunjing. Yet it managed to quell the overwhelming cheers. Luo Baijiang felt as though a sword had pierced his heart. The voice belonged to Luo Baiyue. Yes, no matter how impressive you are, what does it matter if you can bring him to his knees, leaving him unable to rise? In the end, you will leave drenched in your own blood, while the girl you like rushes over to offer her concern. How absurd. Lin Xiaoke glanced in astonishment at Luo Baiyue, who stood not far from her. This woman, reputed as the pinnacle of Yinhua University, was actually cheering for a man. What a joke. Gao Yunjing, having been knocked down, displayed a broad grin. His bloodied teeth appeared somewhat sinister. Though it might seem villainous to say so, I must confess, I have indeed underestimated you. Rising with a sudden burst of energy, his hands, rendered immobile by excruciating pain, maintained a fist-like posture. Thick, crimson blood dripped steadily to the ground, exploding like blossoms of gore. With the ferocity of a starving wolf, Gao Yunjing lunged at Luo Baijiang, his assault now devoid of rationality or strategy. His fists rained down like a torrential storm. Luo Baijiang, caught off guard, struggled to respond to the relentless barrage. Even if he could, there was no time to defend against such an unrelenting onslaught. This was an attack completely disregarding his own physical state, savage and brutal, not only to his adversary, but also to himself. Damn, are you insane? Gao Yunjing's fists were stripped of all flesh, revealing only stark, white bone. No matter how resilient the flesh, it could not surpass the strength of bone. Luo Baiyue realized that if he allowed Gao Yunjing to continue this reckless assault, he would be unlikely to leave the arena without sustaining severe injuries. Yet Gao Yunjing was oblivious, his frenzy unabated, his once pale and gentle face now splattered with blood, appearing both deranged and fearsome. When their eyes met, Luo Baiyue was startled to find Gao Yunjing's gaze unervingly calm and detached, devoid of any semblance of rage. Cold, as if he were a machine of unerring precision. A wave of fear engulfed Luo Baiyue. He no longer doubted that Gao Yunjing would kill him, maintaining a chilling composure even in the act of doing so. With a resounding crash, Gao Yunjing's fist broke through all barriers and struck Luo Baiyue's face with devastating force. This was followed by an even more frenzied onslaught. Luo Baiyue, paralyzed by his own fear, lost all opportunity to resist. With each punch Gao Yunjing threw, blood splattered until Luo Baiyue collapsed, surrendering to defeat. Gao Yunjing raised his hands in triumph, as if he were an emperor welcoming victory, yet no thunderous applause met him. In the next moment, a soft figure enveloped him in an embrace. Though Gao Yunjing's vision was obscured by blood, he recognized that the one holding him was Luo Baiyue. He lowered his head, whispering near her ear, "Are you satisfied seeing me beaten to a pulp?" Chapter 76, Misunderstanding. The radiant, gentle moonlight cascaded softly over the world. Yinhua University remained ablaze with light even in the night, resembling a city that never sleeps. In the A-class villas of the dormitory area, Gao Yunjing winced in pain. Ouch. Easy. Take it easy. His hands were in a state that could only be described as beyond terrible. If they had been any less fortunate, amputation would have been necessary. The bones in his hands were shattered, and even the blood vessels had ceased to supply blood to his extremities. Without divine blood for repair, and having recklessly used his hands, they were not merely shattered, they were pulverized. The divine marrow within his bones had nearly been depleted. Even though Luo Baiyue had promptly administered 2 vials of A3 serum, it only offered a temporary reprieve for his injuries. Those with divine spirits are not deterred by so-called severe injuries. As long as divine blood flows, the marrow remains intact, and there is little cause for concern. Yet, Gao Yunjing's current condition was one of utter deprivation. Fortunately, being in Yinhua University, the most advanced medical facility, ensured timely treatment. Thus, his hands were spared from grave harm. As Luo Baiyue applied ointment and bandaged him, her frustration mounted, and she could not help but slap his long, enviable legs. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you competing with that dog in his own domain? Do you even feel pain now? What about when you were throwing punches? Did you not feel pain then? When your bones were being shattered, where was your sense of pain?" "I am indeed a madman," Gao Yunjing replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. How could one question a madman about his sanity? "You're feeling wrong now?" Luo Baiyue grew increasingly incensed, carefully placing the freshly bandaged hands of Gao Yunjing onto the soft cushions beside her. She extended her delicate, porcelain-like hands to twist his ear, demanding, "Now tell me, what are you thinking? Do you find solace in seeing him like a lifeless dog?" Observing his countenance, she mused, with that expression, "Do I truly wish to engage with that dog?" How misguided she was. In truth, to mend his hands, the doctor had extracted portions of his essence from various parts of his body, leaving Gao Yunjing somewhat feeble. His words no longer carried the imperial authority they once did. Instead, they now held a touch of fragility. As she gazed at Gao Yunjing, whose eyes drooped with a pitiful demeanor, all her wrath seemed to dissipate. What was he if not a grand dog who had suffered injustice? Yet, she was genuinely astonished that he had dared to engage in close combat with Luo Baiyue, a formidable opponent. Had he not managed to intimidate Luo Baiyue at a crucial moment, would he have had the opportunity to nestle here and act coy with her? Instead, he would likely have returned to the hospital where he had spent 3 arduous years. Gao Yunjing flung himself into Luo Baiyue's embrace, nuzzling against the young lady's cheek, murmuring, "Oh dear, I was wrong. I want to do it again. Your hand." Luo Baiyue looked at him, torn between amusement and exasperation. Yet she found it impossible to stay angry. If she were to reconsider, yesterday, she had encountered a detestable individual, someone she wished to annihilate in the most excruciating manner. But now, upon waking from a night-as slumber, she found that the very person she loathed was being subdued by someone she cherished, rendered as helpless as a dead dog. It seemed she could not refuse him. Gently wrapping her arms around Gao Yunjing's waist, her voice softened. "Gao Yunjing, I understand that your actions were taken to ensure your absolute safety. But please, do not cause my heart to ache, all right?" "Understood," he replied. Just as they were enveloped in their tender moment, an unexpected voice shattered the intimate atmosphere. "It seems I have arrived in an opportune moment." The voice approached, the grand doors of the villa swinging open to welcome the cool night breeze. Following the sound, they beheld the speaker, a tall figure with an exquisite S-shaped silhouette and enchanting, flirtatious phoenix eyes, Luo Baiyue. Upon seeing her cousin, Luo Baiyue sprang to her feet, instinctively shielding the injured Gao Yunjing behind her, much like a hen protecting her chicks. "What do you want?" she exclaimed. Luo Baiyue, displeased, raised her alabaster finger in disdain. As if to convey, "Do I appear to be a villain?" She wasted no time, seating herself on the sofa, crossing her left leg, and casually snatching a bag of barbecue-flavored chips from Luo Baiyue. With a playful glance at Gao Yunjing, she quipped, "My dear sister, the little pup you brought home is quite extraordinary. In critical moments, he resembles a fierce wolf dog." Gao Yunjing chuckled nonchalantly. "I believe I have expressed similar sentiments before. It would be all too easy for me to eliminate anyone I desire. If Luo Baiyue insists on throwing himself into the line of fire, can I be blamed for that? It has nothing to do with me." Luo Baiyue, unconcerned, munched on the chips, the crunching sound echoing through the room. "I am here solely because of Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing's identity raises too many questions. A precarious existence amidst a storm does not afford him the means to combat Luo Baiyue physically." Instantly, a fierce glint erupted in Luo Baiyue's light brown eyes, as she unsheathed a long sword. "So, even the ones I bring back are met with skepticism? Why the urgency?" Luo Baiyue teased, popping open a can of cola and downing it in one go. After a satisfied sigh, she continued, "Given that you are the grandson of Gao Changgong, it is entirely reasonable to suspect that Gao Yunjing's body has undergone a mutation, integrating aspects of divine blood. Thus, it is merely a matter of re-evaluating his innate abilities." Luo Baiyue furrowed her brow. "Are they suspecting that Gao Yunjing has merged with the divine blood of the entity that Gao Changgong betrayed? If not that, what else could it be?" Luo Baiyue retorted. "Without the integration of divine blood, it would be impossible for a frail spirit to triumph over someone as physically formidable as Luo Baiyue. You don't wish to disclose the specifics, and I find inquiries futile." With a clap of her hands, she declared, "I have shared all I can. How you choose to proceed is up to you too." After indulging in a copious amount of chips and a chilled cola, Luo Baiyue departed without hesitation. The heavy night descended, enveloping the stars and the bright moon in a cozy embrace, while the damp, frigid wind rushed in through the open door. Luo Baiyue said nothing, naturally returning to the sofa, where Gao Yunjing lay across her lap. His gaze drifted through the open door into the dark night, his deep eyes occasionally sparkling with glimmers of brilliance. As she observed the silent Gao Yunjing, Luo Baiyue initially believed the young man resting on her lap was merely preoccupied with worries. She gently caressed his head, soothingly assuring him, "Do not fret. I will accompany you when the time comes. Even if I am no longer the former Qingyue Empress, they will not dare to act against me." Gao Yunjing instinctively reached for her hand, only to realize his own was tightly swathed in bandages, resembling a mummified limb. "Little vinegar jar, your bandaging technique is quite affectionate," he remarked. "TSK. Luo Baiyue retorted, "Stop digressing. Was it not you who insisted on my care while I was tending to you?" "Well, about that," Gao Yunjing hesitated. "Can I say that your attire today was quite tempting?" "I am merely wearing a nightgown," Luo Baiyue began to retort, but fell silent. It was evening, and no one was likely to disturb her at home. Her disdain for men was well known. Thus, she often dressed casually at night, donning a low-cut silk nightgown that was exceptionally smooth. Furthermore, tending to Gao Yunjing required her to bend down, leaving her feeling quite exposed. A blush akin to the hues of a sunset spread across her porcelain-like face, despite claiming to have lived for over a century. Luo Baiyue was acutely aware of her own immaturity. Moreover, she had never encountered any knowledge of romantic relations. Her disdain for men complicated matters, especially regarding Luo Baiyue, making it difficult to assess the situation. Consequently, her initial response was shyness, followed by a desire to act, and then a realization that this was her boyfriend, rendering her unable to act. Luo Baiyue, such a tragic fate. Even with his low emotional intelligence, Gao Yunjing could discern the profound embarrassment radiating from Luo Baiyue. Her cheeks reddening like a ripe tomato, her earlobes flushed with heightened blood flow. He chuckled softly, "Why so shy? Who was it that eagerly engaged with me in the beginning?" "Be quiet." Luo Baiyue lifted her chin, concealing her face while allowing her elegantly sculpted jawline to remain visible. Ahem. Gao Yunjing suddenly rose and pinned Luo Baiyue beneath him, the layers of bandages that bound his hands falling away, revealing a pair of delicate hands as tender as a newborn's. "Your hands?" Luo Baiyue gasped, her ruby lips slightly parted, gazing incredulously at the hands that had returned to their pristine state. It was worth noting that when he was first brought to the infirmary, Gao Yunjing's hands could only be described as a grotesque amalgamation of raw flesh and shattered bones. The school nurse had toiled for an entire afternoon to mend them, completing the basic medical treatment only by 1 o'clock. Yet, astonishingly, after just one evening, now at 9:30, those hands had regained a softness akin to that of an infant. Even with the two great forbidden spirits, Luo Baiyue could not assure herself that she possessed such formidable regenerative capabilities. What? Curious? Gao Yunjing, fearing that Luo Baiyue might not discern the nature of his newly restored hands, raised them for her meticulous examination. Stop keeping me in suspense. What is truly going on? A knowing smile crept across the youth's cultured face. Why do the gods always look down upon humanity, even knowing that humans have obtained powers akin to theirs? Possessing forbidden spirits? You're still withholding information, Gao Yunjing, Luo Baiyue declared, this time decisively taking action as her porcelain-like hands found their way to his waist. In many respects, Gao Yunjing was rather unremarkable. In terms of appearance, there were countless youthful pups and others with contrasting features. To add to that, he seldom adorned himself, dressing in an overly simple manner. Yet, one fact was crystal clear to Luo Baiyue. He was ticklish, particularly on the tender flesh around his waist. This little tidbit had come to light during their previous life's collaboration. As anticipated, her unexpected tactic yielded significant results. The tall and imposing Gao Yunjing curled up like a cooked shrimp, hastily pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Speak, what is the reason? Gao Yunjing stifled his laughter, finally adopting a serious demeanor. In truth, what sets the divine apart from humanity lies not only in blood but in genes. Their genetic makeup allows their physical structure to appear similar to ours while being fundamentally different. For example, gods possess a brain in their heads and another in their spines, and most of them have two hearts to alternate in supplying blood throughout their bodies. The regenerative capabilities of deities vastly surpass those of humans. As long as they possess divine essence and do not harm their hearts or brains, they can recover at an astonishing speed. My powerful spirit allows me to perfectly devour the divine, including their genetic advantages, which is why I have the confidence to confront Luo Baiyue. As long as I have divine essence, even if I were to sever my hand, it would regrow. You truly are a person of profound thought. That foolish Luo Baiyue will undoubtedly be played to his demise by you. But let's not dwell on that. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing leaned over Luo Baiyue, his dark eyes resembling those of a dog pleading for its master's reward. I helped you beat Luo Baiyue today. Don't you think I deserve a little reward? What do you desire? Gao Yunjing let out a laugh reminiscent of an infatuated youth, pointing to his lips, his voice low and enticing. You know what I mean. I understand your intentions, you big-headed fool. Luo Baiyue pinched his face, pulling it to either side. Once a formidable judgment bringer in the apocalypse, how have you now reduced yourself to such petty advantages? One must live for oneself. With that, Gao Yunjing wasted no time, decisively pressing his lips against Luo Baiyue's tender crimson ones. Moonlight streamed through the glass, casting shadows upon the ground, where a tall youth lay quietly on the hospital bed, his gaze fixed upon the dark night. It was now late evening, and all visitors had departed, leaving only Luo Baiyue alone in a daze upon the bed. It seemed that from the moment Gao Yunjing appeared, all his pride had been shattered. The woman he had always admired was taken from him, and even his physical prowess, which he prided himself on, had been brutally dismantled by another. In truth, given his physical strength, it was hardly significant. Gao Yunjing had sustained far worse injuries. Yet, the reality remained that Gao Yunjing had returned home. While he languished in this desolate hospital room, quietly lost in thought, a melodious and ethereal voice emerged, reminiscent of a gently flowing mountain stream, akin to notes that only a master pianist could conjure. Why doubt yourself again? Chapter 78, The Fog God. Sikong Longxiang. Despite his every appearance possibly showcasing a different voice and varied attire, Luo Baiyue could still accurately recognize him. This time, Sikong Longxiang donned a simple white hoodie, paired with black and white athletic shoes and straight black pants. With Luo Baiyue's striking visage, the two appeared as if Sikong Longxiang were a younger brother. He held not the whiskey of his previous encounter, but rather a cup of milk tea. He extended the milk tea towards Luo Baiyue on the hospital bed. Care for taste? I don't like sweets. Don't be so cold. Sikong Longxiang's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Here I am, keeping you company in your desolation. Just look at you. The moment you were defeated by that brash Gao Yunjing, who else is here to care for you? Where are those who once called you Brother Luo with such fervor? And what of the woman you have always cherished, Luo Baiyue? Where is she? She hasn't visited you even once since your hospitalization. Today, during the competition, she rushed straight to Gao Yunjing, not even casting you a sidelong glance. Only in Changjin, who has always been at odds with you, has come to look after you. But what good is that? Sikong Longxiang leaned casually against the window sill, still clutching the cup of milk tea. Why is it that Gao Yunjing, with injuries far more severe than yours, is able to be discharged? Because there are those who care for him. And you? Just look around. Who would be willing to care for you? This is all a consequence of your weakness. Silence. Luo Baijiang's voice was frigid, as cold as the November winds and December snows, devoid of any emotion. Look at you starting again, unwilling to accept your own frailty, even refusing to confront it. Sikong Longxiang stepped forward, towering over Luo Baijiang, his tone casual yet laced with sharp mockery. Are you so unwilling to face even yourself? I have no need for your comfort, you interloper. Who said anything about comforting you? Sikong Longxiang retorted. The divine have no need for such hypocritical words. Our duty is to retaliate fiercely, ruthlessly enough to leave our prey reeling. Sikong Longxiang held between his fingers an embossed invitation, adorned with ink sketches of bamboo, swaying in the wind, accompanied by elegant characters gilded in gold. Bamboo Grove Pavilion. Tomorrow there's an auction, and the grand finale product is a long spear, something Luo Baiyue particularly investigated yesterday. But since she herself does not use firearms, who do you suppose the spear is intended for? Sikong Longxiang donned a sunny smile. The choice is yours, to endure in silence or to retaliate with unparalleled dignity. Suddenly, the window flew open, a gust of wind sweeping in, causing the curtains to flutter and envelop Sikong Longxiang. As the wind ceased, Sikong Longxiang vanished without a trace. Only a cup of milk tea and a gilded invitation card remained on the bedside table. Luo Baijiang did not cast a glance at any of the items on the table. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the darkened sky outside the window. Are you certain you do not require my company? Luo Baiyue inquired while assisting Gao Yunjing in organizing his attire. What reason do you have to worry about me? Gao Yunjing replied, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Do not forget who I truly am. How could I possibly know who you are? Luo Baiyue retorted, playfully poking Gao Yunjing's cheek. After all, upon his return, someone had mentioned that sometimes being adept at disguise might lead one to forget their true self. In any case, you need not be concerned about me. Gao Yunjing leaned closer, whispering in Luo Baiyue's ear, the mist god is about to awaken. Make preparations promptly. With that, Gao Yunjing maneuvered around Luo Baiyue and proceeded to the Rolls-Royce that had been waiting outside the villa. Once seated in the back of the luxurious vehicle, Gao Yunjing's demeanor shifted dramatically. The radiant smile vanished from his face, replaced by a profound and somber expression. Less apart, he stated, his voice as calm as the breeze. The driver, distracted by the composed yet youthful visage of the boy, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in an expensive black bespoke suit, took note of the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. His eyes, deep and inscrutable like an endless night, every detail of his attire meticulously curated. He bore no resemblance to the boy captured in the photographs from long ago. However, the driver refrained from comment and initiated the journey toward the distance. From within the villa, Luo Baiyue gazed through the open doorway at the Rolls-Royce receding into the distance. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number, and the voice on the other end was both flattering and obsequious. Miss Luo, as you surmised, there will indeed be foggy weather in Yinhua City's subordinate Yilantown in the coming days. Seal this information, he commanded. Understood. After ending the call, Luo Baiyue dialed another number. What are the results of the analysis? The voice on the other end was calm and steady. As you predicted, the inhabitants of Yilantown have unknowingly become divine envoys. A sudden silence fell on the line, prompting Luo Baiyue to furrow his brows. Why the silence? The steady voice on the other end stirred slightly. Sister Luo, they are unaware of their status as divine envoys, fully conscious of their humanity. We must enough. Luo Baiyue interjected coldly before the other could finish. Their ignorance does not negate their identity as divine envoys. Can you imagine the consequences if they were to venture into other cities and the divine blood within them erupted? Sacrificing a few for the many is the optimal outcome. To ignore potential threats would be akin to using decayed ropes to pull a cart. After a prolonged silence, the voice finally conceded, I understand, Sister Luo. Just as he hung up, a text message arrived. Luo Baiyue opened it. Yinhua Empire Execution Headquarters. The mist god has been detected in Yilantown, indicating signs of awakening. You are hereby dispatched with your team, Luo Baiyue, Luo Baifeng, Luo Baijiang, Xia Ziyun, and Changjin, to execute the divine extermination mission. The operation is scheduled for 4 days hence. Please confirm receipt. Luo Baiyue was not surprised by this message from higher-ups. The 4-day period was designed for the Academy to dispatch high-risk virtual spirit bearers to exterminate the entire town while simultaneously gauging the situation and preparing a few individuals. With a few taps on the keyboard, Luo Baiyue sent a message. I request that Gao Yunjing be included in this operation. The response from the Safety Execution Headquarters was swift. Approved. Chapter by Muijin, Su Mengzhan. The driver exhibited excellent skills, and the Rolls-Royce soon arrived at a towering edifice. The building's design was minimalist, differing from other governmental institutions. It resembled a commercial structure more than anything else, even appearing somewhat less imposing. As soon as the vehicle halted, a security guard promptly opened the door, allowing Gao Yunjing to alight. At that moment, another suited bodyguard approached respectfully. You must be Mr. Gao Yunjing? Gesturing for him to follow. Gao Yunjing nodded slightly and trailed behind the bodyguard into the building. The interior of the edifice bore no distinction from a typical office building, perhaps even appearing more austere. The only notable difference was the hurried expressions of those passing by, their tailored coats adorned with small sword insignias. Mr. Gao, we will take the private elevator. The bodyguard maintained a demeanor of respect, dutifully performing the role of a guide. Eventually, they arrived at an unassuming door where the bodyguard halted. Mr. Gao, I should not be present for what follows. I will take my leave. With that, the bodyguard departed, and throughout the encounter, Gao Yunjing had not uttered a single word. He stood before the door, assessing the situation. The door was merely an ordinary aluminum alloy entrance, devoid of any grandeur that one might expect. The walls bore no decorations, only the pristine white paint, and the floor was made of inexpensive materials. Were it not for the revelation of its significance, who would believe that this was the headquarters of the Yinhua Empire's Execution Bureau? And who could fathom that behind this unremarkable door resided the highest-ranking official, Su Mengyan? Gao Yunjing had made no extensive preparations. He was aware that those within could sense his presence. To linger too long would suggest hesitation, placing him at a disadvantage in terms of aura. He pushed the door open, and the interior decor contrasted sharply with the exterior simplicity. A vast mahogany desk, opulent hand-woven carpets, and a massive aquarium on the wall opposite the desk, filled with an array of swimming fish. Even the flooring was crafted from rare grapefruit wood. Towering single sofas replaced traditional office chairs, and the man seated upon one held a cigar, wisps of smoke curling around him. You have arrived, Gao Yunjing, he said, his voice calm and steady. Yes, come in and speak. Gao Yunjing closed the door behind him and seated himself on a single sofa, facing the grand desk. The man opposite him bore a somewhat weathered appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he was clad entirely in bespoke garments. He extracted a cigar from its case. Extending the offer, would you care for one? No, thank you. Gao Yunjing, a direct descendant of the Yinhua Empire's first general, Gao Changong, had inherited the virtual spirit sequence 72, known as Wind and Snow in Turmoil. However, since his father did not inherit this spirit, he was expelled from the Gao family in Yinhua City and ultimately settled in Xinjiang City. Yet, upon awakening his true abilities, he surpassed the limits of his inherited spirit's potential, leading to suspicions of divine blood mutation. His actual strength could rival that of a forbidden virtual spirit, though his spirit merely achieved a corresponding enhancement, placing him around sequence 54. After relaying this series of details about Gao Yunjing, the man on the single sofa could not help but chuckle lightly. Do you not find your life resembles that of a protagonist in a novel? Perhaps. Gao Yunjing replied, and I must thank that shadowy figure for bringing Luo Baiyue into my life. To validate our hypothesis, I require a sample of your blood. The man extinguished his cigar and produced a silver needle along with a test tube. I'm sure you don't need me to instruct you on how to operate, do you? No, I do not. Gao Yunjing accepted the silver needle, pricked his index finger, and let a single drop of crimson blood fall into the test tube, which he subsequently handed to the man. Is it ready now? Yes, it is. Gao Yunjing reclined on the sofa, crossing his left leg, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Now you may send it for testing, and please summon Su Mengyan. The man seated opposite him appeared momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, clearly surprised that his disguise had been so swiftly penetrated. This is quite normal. The disparity between those who have wielded power and those who have not is profound, and the chasm between those who have held great power and those who have merely held minor authority is even wider. You can only be considered to possess a trifling amount of power, hence your attempt to alleviate tension through the offering of cigars, seeking to foster a closer bond. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh resonated through the heavy door. Indeed, heroes often emerge from youth. The door swung open to reveal the very driver who had just been at the wheel. You suspected me while I was in the car, did you not? A professional driver ought not to harbor such excessive curiosity about me. Su Mengyan waved his hand. and the person who had received Gao Yunjing's blood sample promptly exited the room. Su Mingyan did not appear aged, merely an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet his bright eyes concealed an unmistakable weariness. This highlighted the difference between the two. While the man had shown signs of aging, his eyes sparkled with youthfulness, whereas Su Mingyan's seemingly bright gaze was persistently shrouded in fatigue. Sitting on a single armchair, his modest height of around 1.7 meters inexplicably exuded pressure. His piercing eyes resembled sharp blades, as if they sought to see through one's very soul. "What would you like to discuss with me?" At this inquiry, I found myself at a loss for words. Su Mingyan maintained his jovial demeanor, yet his tone gradually turned icy. "After all, your suspicions are manifold. While you find me suspicious, you nevertheless choose to engage without hesitation." Faced with Gao Yunjing's slightly sardonic remark, Su Mingyan showed no reaction. One must trust those one employs and distrust those one does not, regardless of how one might proceed to earn Luo Baiyue's trust. It serves as proof that you are not a dangerous figure. Moreover, you are a direct descendant of the former generals of the Yunhua Empire, are you not? Su Mingyan mimicked the earlier gesture, once more offering the cigar to Gao Yunjing. "Do you require this cigar again?" Unlike his previous refusal, Gao Yunjing accepted the cigar this time, deftly taking the cigar cutter and igniting it. "Ha ha!" Su Mingyan erupted into a hearty laugh. "I know you have risen from humble beginnings and naturally harbored discontent towards those of us in power. Alas, my child, this societal framework is what it is, dark and predatory, and we relics of the past are powerless to reform it. I understand." Su Mingyan extended his hand in goodwill, and in kind, Gao Yunjing reached out, their hands clasping firmly. "I shan't detain you any longer. Do visit the university campus. The scenery at Yunhua University is quite splendid. Farewell." Gao Yunjing said nothing more. Rising to leave the room. Chapter 80. I wish to see where is suitable for proposing. The car that came to pick up Gao Yunjing was still the same Rolls-Royce. Yet the driver had been replaced by a simple, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not dare to lift his gaze to Gao Yunjing even once. After all, he was not one of his own, and there was no need to read the atmosphere. His only duty was to deliver him to the designated location. Gao Yunjing leaned back, slightly relaxing and closing his eyes. Su Mingyan's earlier words conveyed a straightforward message. "I know you are dissatisfied, but it is of no consequence. I recognize you have many small incriminating doubts, yet as long as you maintain a tranquil facade and navigate through this period, you shall be fine." The offering of cigars was merely a query of his agreement. Engaging with such a cunning old fox is truly lacking in excitement. Gao Yunjing opened his eyes and commanded, "Let's not rush back. Drive around Yunhua University instead." "Very well." Thus, Gao Yunjing strolled around Yunhua University for an entire day, finally committing the layout of the university to memory. Upon returning home, he found a young girl nestled on the sofa with a life-sized Rilakkuma, who, upon seeing him return, first lifted her gaze. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Then she quickly lowered her head, burying herself in the plush embrace of the Rilakkuma. "Oh, our Gaogu knows how to return, does he? I thought you would be out and about indefinitely. Speak up. Which beauty accompanied you on your outing?" Gao Yunjing could not help but smile wryly. Perhaps Luo Baiyue had been acting so normally of late that he had forgotten. Now, he realized just how strong her possessiveness over him had become, a sentiment he had not felt while living together. "How could I dare? With such a lovely girl at home, how could I venture out to flirt with other women?" Gao Yunjing removed his suit, sinking into the sofa, extending his long and sturdy arm to pull Luo Baiyue away from the Rilakkuma. She offered only a token struggle before obediently laying in his embrace. "Is that so? Good girl." Luo Baiyue wrapped her delicate arms around Gao Yunjing's waist, lifting her gaze to scrutinize him closely. The girl's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, her tone shifting from her usual coldness to one that was alluring and tender. "Poor me, a girl who has barely reached adulthood, yet must guard an empty home. All my needs are provided for, yet what is the result?" Luo Baiyue reached out her slender, pale hand, firmly gripping Gao Yunjing's chin to hold his gaze. "What have you been up to?" A pang of pain shot through Gao Yunjing's chin. Her already fair hand turned even whiter from the pressure. A sudden thought struck him. How had Luo Baiyue seemingly leveled up in just a day? "Speak. What have you been doing?" Luo Baiyue leaned in closer, their bodies pressing tightly together as she sat upon his lap. Gao Yunjing chose not to retort, instead pressing down on her small head, causing her luscious lips to come closer. After a fervent kiss, Luo Baiyue finally released her grip, her eyes glazed as she willingly responded to Gao Yunjing's advances. After a long moment, their lips parted. Luo Baiyue's already vibrant red lips appeared even more luscious, akin to a blooming rose. "You seem to take pleasure in feeling jealous." don't you? Gao Yunjing's hand unceremoniously slipped beneath the wide fabric of Luo Baiyue's nightgown, brazenly exploring her porcelain-like figure. Luo Baiyue's lips parted slightly as she gasped, her body melting against Gao Yunjing like a soft cotton ball. The assertive demeanor she once held had completely dissipated, leaving her akin to fish meat ready for the butcher. Luo Baiyue's skin was exquisite, as smooth and white as milk, silky to the touch, far surpassing the sensation of even the finest jade he had ever encountered. He lifted her chin to meet his gaze, his tone teasing and provocative. With such limited skills, do you aspire to be a Yandra? The moment I kiss you, you turn to mush, cradled in my arms like a doll. Do you truly believe you have the talent for such pursuits? At this moment, the young girl could only pout in grievance. You left me alone here to guard an empty house, and you still have the audacity to be in the right? Her voice was delicate and soft, reminiscent of a feather gliding over the water's surface, gentle yet capable of stirring rippling waves. Gao Yunjing lowered his head deliberately, their faces nearly touching, his tone gentle and imbued with a sense of carefulness, as if he were about to reveal the most significant secret in the world to her. I wish to see where the scenery is splendid, where would be suitable for a proposal. Luo Baiyue's voice was sweet and airy, betraying a shyness unique to a young girl. In truth, if you desire it, any place would suffice. I would agree regardless. That won't do. Gao Yunjing shook his head, feeling somewhat feeble, relying solely on his family's support, and pondering a casual proposal location made him sound rather foolish. What do you intend to do? Luo Baiyue lifted her delicate, rosy face, gazing intently at the youth. Heh. Gao Yunjing smirked coldly, raising his hand, which could drive those obsessed with him to madness. The light illuminated it, revealing a lustrous sheen akin to jade. Though this may sound rather juvenile, I am indeed a member of the Gao family. A direct descendant at that. I shall reclaim what my father lost. You wish to return to the Gao family? Is that unacceptable? Gao Yunjing retorted, considering that there were few in his generation with the qualifications to compete for the family legacy, their strength merely that of a high-risk, ethereal spirit. What gives them the right to possess the vast assets of the Gao family, relying on their treachery, cunning, and selfishness? A flicker of flame danced in Gao Yunjing's profound eyes, its movements a beautiful ballet, yet seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path at any moment. Luo Baiyue reached out, pinching Gao Yunjing's face lightly. Mind your words. Be cautious not to jinx it. How can anything happen to me? Gao Yunjing grasped the petite hand she extended, toying with her delicate fingers. I have lived for so long. Have you ever seen me in a dire situation? I may act a bit recklessly and take extreme measures, but I always have it under control. Yes, you have it under control. Luo Baiyue suddenly broke free from Gao Yunjing's embrace and stood up. Noticing the girl who had been nestled in his arms rising, Gao Yunjing inquired, Where are you going? What else could I do? Luo Baiyue turned her head to look at him. There's an auction at Bamboo Grove Pavilion, and unlike you, I cannot remain in formal attire. I need to get myself ready. Oh. Gao Yunjing reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to alleviate the fatigue accumulated from prolonged mental strain. He was not concerned about how long her preparations would take, as the girl always appeared barefaced at any gathering. An auction was merely an occasion to change into a different outfit. Before long, Luo Baiyue emerged, dressed simply and with her hair styled in a casual bun. Let us go, let us peruse the auction. Gao Yunjing rose, taking the small hand she offered. Very well, my little vinegar jar.